Great Xia Nation, Donghai City. Inside the Zhou family's mansion. Zhou Huai, you're moving out starting today. Zhou Huai looked up at the woman on the sofa, her face sharp and mean despite her well-maintained appearance. Just because I turned into an E-rank replica master? Lu Yuru sneered coldly. A cripple who awakened to the most useless profession, and you still have the nerve to stay in the Zhou family? Next to her, Lu Qi chimed in with a false tone of concern, his smug expression barely hidden. Brother, with your condition and such a weak profession, moving out to live a quieter life might actually be better for you. His words sounded kind, but his eyes were brimming with schadenfreude, completely smug. Zhou Huai felt his heart grow colder. It had only been 3 days since he transmigrated here. First, he woke up paralyzed from the waist down, and now he was being kicked out of the family. The original owner of this body was once the young master of the Zhou family. His father, Zhou Feng, was the third son of the Zhou clan, a highly prestigious figure. But an attack targeted at the Zhou family turned everything upside down. His mother had sacrificed herself to save him on the spot, and he was left cursed with a bizarre affliction, paralyzed for life. The Zhou family sought healing experts far and wide, but none could break the curse. Before his mother's body had even turned cold, Zhou Feng married Lu Yuru. She moved into the Zhou house with her son, Lu Qi. From that day, the original owner's life plunged into darkness. His food and clothing were skimpy, he endured daily verbal abuse, and even the servants dared to insult and mistreat him. Zhou Feng silently turned a blind eye to it all. After all, Lu Yuru was from the prestigious imperial capital's Lu family. For Zhou Feng to vie for the position of head of the Zhou family, he couldn't afford to lose the Lu family's support. With the malicious mother and son duo scheming at every turn, they finally forced the original owner into utter despair. Unable to take it anymore, the original Zhou Huai died in bitterness and resentment. Zhou Huai had barely spent 3 days in this new body after transmigrating here. This was an era marked by descending abyssal catastrophes and roaming otherworldly beasts, where everything could be digitized. At 18, everyone awakened their profession and gained power. Professions were divided into 3 categories and ranked from SSS to E. Top-tier rankings like SSS were legendary, while E was universally despised. And Zhou Huai's awakened profession? It was none other than an E-rank replica master. This profession allowed him to summon a single replica with only half its creator's strength, combat effectiveness virtually non-existent. Labeled as a support class, it was actually seen as utterly useless. The moment he returned to the Zhou family, they wasted no time driving him out. Zhou Huai's expression didn't waver. Is this father's decision? Lu Yuru sneered, saying that she had the final say in this house, and that a useless cripple like him didn't deserve to stay. Zhou Huai couldn't be bothered to argue. He had no attachment to this so-called family whatsoever. I can leave, but from this day on, I sever all ties with the Zhou family. Don't regret your decision later. Lu Yuru laughed hysterically, swearing that the Zhou family would never lower itself for the likes of an E-rank loser. Lu Qi snickered on the side and added with mockery, his tone dripping with ridicule. Brother, you're ridiculously funny. What do you even amount to? Without the Zhou family, what do you have to survive? When the time comes, don't come crawling back in tears to beg us. Zhou Huai stared at their gloating, mean-spirited faces with nothing but icy detachment in his heart. E-rank replica master? Useless? If only they knew. At the exact moment of his class awakening, a system had also awakened inside him. Divine replica system. Each replica you create can draw a brand new profession. Replicas possess their own independent attributes, skills, and equipment interface. Furthermore, once created, replicas remain permanent and do not consume the host's mental energy. Uncle Fu carefully pushed Zhou Huai's wheelchair, carrying his small set of luggage as they slowly left the Zhou mansion. Zhou Huai glanced back at the opulent yet frigid mansion. There was no trace of reluctance in his eyes, only liberation. This prison, he finally walked away from it. From now on, the world was wide open to him. Closing his eyes, a mental image of a massive spinning wheel appeared in his mind, colorful orbs swirling within its frame. A button began glowing on the wheel. Beginner's bonus. Please draw a profession for your first replica. Ding. Initiating replica profession draw. Minimum rank S. Maximum rank SSS. Zhou Huai's breath hitched. S rank as a minimum? In the entire Great Xia nation, S rank awakenings each year could be counted on one hand. SS rank was near mythical. SSS rank, that was regarded as divinity. And yet, for him, it started from S rank. Even the possibility of reaching SSS rank existed. Excitement bubbled within Zhou Huai, his throat going dry, ambition roaring to life in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to draw. The wheel spun wildly, light exploding outward. In the next instant, a golden orb of light shot forth. The golden light dispersed, transforming into an ancient scroll suspended before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a unique hidden profession, S rank, Thunderblade Duelist. Uncle Fu continued pushing Zhou Huai's wheelchair, silently departing through the Zhou family gates. Hunched over, Uncle Fu sighed, urging Zhou Huai not to despair and promising that the master would surely call him back one day. Zhou Huai turned to glance at the grand villa now growing distant in the background, his gaze cold and aloof. Uncle Fu was sincere, but as for that father of his, only see power, not the person. Right now, they're probably orbiting around Lu Yuru and her son, hoping to climb higher through the Lu family. As for him, the disastrous son, he had already been tossed aside. He spoke softly, saying that leaving might not be so bad. At least he wouldn't have to endure people's scornful expressions. Uncle Fu stayed silent and sent him to the car. The engine revved up, and the vehicle drove away from the Zhou family completely. Zhou Huai closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind. A futuristic-looking dial mechanism floated mid-air, its panel slowly unfolding. The sub-profile panel. Hidden class, S-class Lightning Blade Master. Level 1, 150 HP, 100 mana. High agility, devastating bursts. Basic attacks come with lightning damage and AoE splash. Active skill, Thunder Slash. Linear burst damage with a paralyze effect. Then, he turned to look at his main body. E-class Doppelganger Crafting Master, Level 1. Attributes were abysmally low, 80 HP, 50 mana. The one skill, Create Doppelganger. One at the top, and one hopelessly at the bottom. This disparity, it would be his ticket to flip the script. Effect, spend 10 mana to create a doppelganger. Limit, 1 doppelganger. Attributes are 50% of the main bodies. Note, Divine Doppelganger system partially overrides these effects. Zhou Huai's lips twitched. The gap between E-class and S-class is way too absurd. System prompt, please name the S-class doppelganger. Lightning Blade Master, uses a sword. Memories of a defiant figure from his past life flickered in his mind. Let's name him Yasuo. Name confirmed. Doppelganger, Yasuo, has been created. Please customize the appearance of Doppelganger, Yasuo. Since we're calling him Yasuo, he's got to look the part too. Before long, the silhouette of a sword-wielding vagabond was formed. Black hair tied back, a few strands falling across his forehead, his eyes sharp and unyielding. His chin sported stubble, exuding ruggedness and air of a seasoned wanderer. Spot on. Zhou Huai nodded approvingly. Shame he only has a rookie cloth outfit. He doesn't even have a proper sword. Appearance customization complete. Doppelganger creation in progress. The car came to a halt in front of a secluded courtyard. This was a property left by his mother and his only safe haven now. Uncle Fu entered first to tidy up the bedroom. Zhou Huai ate a simple meal. Just then, S-class Doppelganger, Lightning Blade Master Yasuo creation complete. A flash of white light. A tall, imposing figure materialized out of thin air. Dressed in coarse linen, his expression blank. Yasuo. Host can control the doppelganger with consciousness. The doppelganger integrates AI 1.0, absolute loyalty guaranteed. If slain, the doppelganger can be rebuilt after 24 hours, retaining its levels and equipment. Too powerful. Zhou Huai felt a rush of heat in his chest. He closed his eyes, directing his consciousness into Yasuo's body. The next second, Yasuo's eyes suddenly gleamed with life. He lowered his gaze to his strong hands, then stretched his legs. This sensation, Zhou Huai was astonished. It was almost identical to controlling his own body, perhaps even smoother. He moved, running, jumping. Every motion was crisp, effortless, and natural. Haha, 3 whole days. Finally, I can move freely again. Even if it was just controlling a doppelganger, Zhou Huai could hardly contain his excitement. Creak. The bedroom door swung open. Uncle Fu came in with freshly folded bedding. As he lifted his head, he froze at the sight of a tall, unfamiliar man bouncing around the room. Thud. The bedding dropped to the floor. Uncle Fu turned pale as a sheet, instantly charging forward to shield Zhou Huai in the wheelchair. Who are you? How dare you barge into the young master's room? What are you up to? Zhou Huai couldn't help but laugh and controlled Yasuo to speak, deliberately lowering his voice. Uncle Fu, calm down. It's me, Zhou Huai. This is my doppelganger. The unfamiliar voice, low and steady, caused Uncle Fu's jaw to drop. Why, young master? Uncle Fu's gaze flicked back and forth between Yasuo and the debilitated Zhou Huai in the wheelchair. Don't scare this old man. What's going on here? He had seen other doppelganger users before, but a doppelganger was always a near-identical replica of the main body. Yet the towering, robust man before him was the polar opposite of the frail Zhou Huai. With a thought, Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness from Yasuo's body. He slowly opened his eyes in the wheelchair, wearing a helpless smile as he looked at Uncle Fu. Believe me now? Uncle Fu glanced between the waking Zhou Huai and the now motionless Yasuo, finally letting out a deep breath and plopping down in relief. Young master, you nearly scared me to death. Zhou Huai's expression turned serious. Uncle Fu, this matter stays between us. No one else can know. Not even my father. Uncle Fu immediately straightened his posture. Don't worry, young master. Even if it costs me my life, I'll never breathe a word. Zhou Huai nodded. In this cold and indifferent home, the only person Zhou Huai trusted was Butler Fu. Butler Fu, help me buy some equipment for my avatar. Level 1 will do. Butler Fu froze for a moment. The avatar can even wear equipment? He looked troubled. Young master, gear for combatants is really expensive these days. Even the most basic level, 1 black iron equipment starts at 500 daxia coins per piece. We only have less than 2,000 left, and that has to cover daily expenses and your meals. Zhou Huai frowned. That's all we've got left. Butler Fu murmured under his breath. The madam didn't give us a single penny when we left. This 2,000, I saved it up over the years. Bang! Zhou Huai slammed his fist on the armrest, his eyes burning with anger. The Zhou family and Lu Yuru. Heartless, the both of them. Suppressing his fury, he said in a cold tone, then just get him a black iron sword for now. Hold off on the rest of the gear. And get him a set of properly fitted clothes. Yes, young master. 2 hours later, Butler Fu returned with a plain black iron sword and a set of dark, fitted combat attire. The avatar, Yasuo, stood at 1.8 meters tall. The outfit fit him perfectly, highlighting his sharp muscle tone and giving him an intense aura. He raised the sword and performed a swift flourish, exuding a lethal energy and imposing presence. At least now you look the part, Zhou Huai muttered. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhou Huai frowned. Who could it be at this hour? Butler Fu whispered. Young master, I'll get the door. You should put the avatar away. With a thought, Zhou Huai commanded Yasuo to retreat into a secluded storage room. As his consciousness returned to his body, the moment Zhou Huai opened his eyes, he heard Butler Fu's voice from outside the room. Young master, Miss Yi is here. Yi Shi, his childhood friend, an heiress of the Yi family. Let her in, Zhou Huai said quickly. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, the young woman had already stepped into the room. She wore a light green dress, her figure slender, her features airy and delicate. Big brother Zhou Huai, she said with a clear, urgent voice. She walked right up to him, sat down, and looked at him with undisguised concern. When I heard you were kicked out of the Zhou family, I came straight here. I knew you'd be here. She gritted her teeth. That Lu Yuru is truly ruthless, actually kicking you out like that. Her and that son of hers, Lu Qi, they're both terrible people. And Uncle Zhou, completely fooled by them. Every word Yi Shi said was filled with indignation on Zhou Huai's behalf, each sentence further stoking the fire. Zhou Huai's heart warmed. All these years, the only person who'd truly stood by him was her. If not for the ambush that ruined him back then, rendering him a cripple, the two of them would likely have been engaged by now. Yet even after he was paralyzed, she stayed. She visited often, promising to stick by his side, even if he could never walk again. At the time, his insecurity and sensitivity led him to push her away. She, defying even her family's wishes, refused to sever ties with him. Zhou Huai looked at her and smiled faintly. Leaving that cold house. Honestly, it's a relief. I've wanted to leave for ages. Seeing he wasn't just putting on a brave face, Yishi finally relaxed. Leaving is better anyway. Who wants to face Lu Yuru and her son every day? She suddenly leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Big brother Zhou Huai, I have good news. What news? She smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. I successfully transitioned today. I'm now an A-rank light type, a Saint Light Hymnist. When I get stronger, maybe I'll even be able to break the curse on you. Zhou Huai knew in his heart that the curse, one even grandmasters couldn't lift, was beyond even her abilities. But he didn't say that out loud. Then I'll be counting on you from now on, he said, lightly holding her hand. The hesitant, retreating version of him from before was nowhere to be found. This kind, wonderful girl, he wouldn't let her go again. Yishi's face flushed deep red, her heart pounding like a drum. But she didn't pull away. She simply kept her head down, letting him hold her hand. The two of them talked late into the night before Yishi finally got up to leave. Brother Zhou Huai, she said, tomorrow, the trial tower in Tianhai City opens. I'll be busy leveling up for a while, so I might not be able to visit as often. As she spoke, she pulled out a crystal card and pressed it into Butler Fu's hand. There's 100,000 in here. The password is his birthday. Please take care of him for me. Though Butler Fu protested repeatedly, Yishi's face turned red, and she hurried away before he could refuse. Butler Fu turned back to Zhou Huai, looking conflicted. Zhou Huai chuckled. Keep it for now, we're dead broke. We'll return it to her later. The trial tower was an official dungeon designed for newcomers. It had 12 levels, with increasing difficulty at each stage. Setting new records would earn rewards and the chance to loot rare gear. Zhou Huai's gaze sharpened. In that case, let Yasuo take a shot at it. That night, Zhou Feng returned to the Zhou family villa. The dining room was brightly lit. Lu Yuru and Lu Qi were sitting there, waiting for him. As he sat down, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Zhou Huai?" "I kicked him out," Lu Yuru replied coldly. Zhou Feng paused. You kicked him out?" He awakened as an E-rank waste. Keeping him would just be an embarrassment. She sneered. "You even claimed to cut ties with the Zhou family. A thankless wretch like that should just leave." Zhou Feng's face darkened. "You're being too harsh." Lu Yuru stared at him. "What? Feeling soft-hearted now?" Zhou Feng quickly changed his stance. "No, not at all. He's so useless, it's only normal to kick him out of the Zhou family. He said he wanted to sever ties, so let's do it. I'll just pretend I never had a son like him." Lu Yuru finally seemed satisfied. She turned to look at Lu Qi, unable to hide the glee in her eyes. "I've got some great news for you. Qi just changed his profession today. An A-rank class, Blazing Flame Mage." Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned before bursting into delighted laughter. "An A-rank Blazing Flame Mage? Excellent. Not bad at all for someone I've chosen." Lu Qi feigned humility. Lu Yuru smirked coldly. "Talk means nothing. As his father, you ought to show your support." Zhou Feng immediately gave his word. "Whatever you want, just say it." Lu Qi took the opportunity to speak up. "I heard that back in the day, Zhou Huai almost got engaged to Yi Xia from the Yi family, but it fell through because of his health issues. Now that he's a lost cause, why not let me take that opportunity instead? I've long admired Yi Xia." Zhou Feng's expression froze for a moment before he broke into a smile. "Great idea. A marriage alliance between the Zhou and Yi families would be a powerful union. Tomorrow, the trial tower opens. Impress her with your performance and make her see your worth." Lu Qi confidently replied, "The trial tower? I'll definitely take first place." The next morning, Zhou Huai controlled his Yasuo avatar, heading alone to the eastern section of Tianhai City where the trial tower stood. In the distance, a towering black structure pierced the clouds. Its surface was covered in ancient runes, radiating an oppressive aura. This was the symbol of Tianhai City and the first step for all novices embarking on their journey. The plaza at the base of the tower was already teeming with people. Newly advanced professionals from various colleges had gathered, creating a thunderous clamor. At least 1,000 people had converged upon the plaza. Boisterous calls rang out everywhere. Strong warrior leading a team, guaranteed to reach the 5th floor, aiming for higher. A-rank healer looking for a group, top-tier heals, and solid control. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, slowly approached the tower. As he appeared, he began to draw attention. His jet black hair was tied neatly behind him, standing out distinctly among the group of students. With chiseled features, deep eyes, and a faint stubble on his chin, his presence carried a cold, sharp edge. He exuded a maturity that clashed with the youthful energy around him, making him stand out like a sore thumb. A few girls whispered among themselves, "That guy is so handsome." Handsome for sure, but he looks like he's in his 30s. Mature men have their own charm. Stop daydreaming. He's probably here as someone's parent. Zhou Huai ignored the chatter, his focus solely on the trial tower as he waited for it to open. Just then, a sleek black luxury car pulled up to the side of the plaza. The car door opened, and Yixia stepped out. Her light green dress complemented her snow-white skin, and her long hair flowed gracefully past her shoulders. Her delicate features were flawless. The moment she appeared, the surrounding noise quieted down. The eldest daughter of the Yi family is here. She looks even more stunning in person than the rumors described. I heard she awakened an A-rank class, Holy Light Bard. She's got it all: family, talent, and beauty. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path for her. Even the most confident girls dimmed in her presence. At that moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd, stepping directly in front of Yixia. She looked up, her brows furrowing as her gaze filled with disdain. "Lu Qi, what do you think you're doing?" Lu Qi put on what he thought was a charming smile, but his eyes roamed shamelessly over her. "Yixia, you look stunning today, even more alluring than usual. Get to the point, or move aside," she said icily. "Of course, I have something to say." Lu Qi stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Word is you changed your profession to A-rank Holy Light Bard. I'm an A-rank Blazing Flame Mage. Let's team up. First place is in the bag." "Not interested." Yixia rejected him outright. "I won't team up with you." As she tried to walk past, Lu Qi grabbed her arm. "Still thinking about that useless Zhou Huai." His tone turned bitter. "He's not worthy. I'm 100 times better than him." Yixia's expression turned icy. "Let go." Lu Qi smirked. "What if I don't? What can you do?" Several young men in the crowd clenched their fists, but none dared to step forward. The Zhou family and the Yi family were not forces they could afford to offend. In the next instant, a shadow silently appeared behind Lu Qi. Thud! A swift side kick slammed into Lu Qi's abdomen. "Ah!" Lu Qi screamed in pain. His hand lost its grip, and he curled into a ball, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his stomach, he looked up to see a face as cold and sharp as a blade. What the hell was that for? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, looked down at him from above, his tone calm and steady. "You were in my way." Just 4 words, yet they carried a weight that crushed the air from Lu Qi's chest. Shaking, Lu Qi forced himself to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. "You dare kick me? Do you even know who I am?" Yasuo's expression didn't change. "Why should I care?" Those words added fuel to the fire, completely igniting Lu Qi's fury. In the next moment, crimson flames exploded from between his palms, heat waves rolling off him. "I'll kill you." But before he could finish his threat, Yasuo had already moved. As an S-rank profession wielder, his speed was terrifying. In an instant, his shadow blurred, and he closed the distance. A powerful kick landed squarely on Lu Qi's chest. Lu Qi coughed up blood as his body was thrown backward, slamming heavily onto the ground. Before he could get up, a boot pressed firmly against his chest. A flash of cold light, the sharp edge of a black iron longsword, rested against the base of his throat. The killing intent was suffocating. "Say one more word, and I'll kill you right now." Lu Qi stared wide-eyed at the blade, his pupils shrinking. Blood dripped from his lip as fear engulfed him like a tidal wave. Around them, the watching students were stunned into silence. That was insane. Seriously, so cool. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop this at once." A teacher strode over quickly, their expression frigid and stern. "Private fighting is prohibited outside the trial tower. Anyone caught in violation will immediately lose their eligibility. Put the sword away." Yasuo didn't press further. Slowly, He sheathed his sword and removed his foot. His voice was steady and low. Teacher, just to clarify, I'm not a parent. He looked around at the group. I turned 18 not long ago. The teacher froze on the spot, looking him up and down with suspicion written all over their face. Stop joking around with me. You don't believe me? Yasuo raised an eyebrow. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, pulled a brand new ID card out of his pocket. The card was something Uncle Fu had worked overtime to secure. It wasn't just a fake document thrown together. Yasuo's identity had been officially entered into Tianhai City's government systems. Anyone who checked would find him listed there. Taking the card with some doubt, the teacher examined it carefully. 18 years old. Name, Yasuo. The picture on the card depicted a face weathered with hardships, not remotely resembling someone who had just reached adulthood. The teacher compared the card and the man before them several times, eventually confirming there was no mistake. Reluctantly, they handed the card back. Ahem. Whether you're a student or a parent, fighting is not allowed here. Consider this a warning. If it happens again, you'll lose your trial tower eligibility immediately. Lu Qi struggled to his feet, clutching his stomach. His face was ashen. And what about him? He beat me up. Aren't you going to do anything about that? The teacher shot him an icy glance. If I hadn't intervened, do you really think you'd still be standing here speaking? Enough nonsense. The trial is about to begin. There's a healer teacher at the end of the hall on the right. Go if you need treatment. Lu Qi trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. You just wait. This isn't over. He spat out a bitter threat before limping away, humiliated under the judgmental gazes of the crowd. Yasuo watched him retreat, a faint smile playing on his lips. This teacher was no ordinary character. Clearly, they hadn't liked Lu Qi for a while and waited until someone taught him a lesson before stepping in to mediate. Softly, Yasuo muttered, "Thank you, teacher." The teacher maintained a stone-faced expression but lowered their voice slightly. Good job handling that. With that said, they turned and walked away. The gathered onlookers, realizing the show was over, began to scatter. Yishi approached, her expression soft as she spoke. Thank you for helping me earlier. Yasuo replied coolly, his tone indifferent. No need. With that, he turned and walked off, leaving behind nothing but a cold and distant figure. He knew his clones would eventually stir up trouble and catch the attention of many. Precisely because of this, he had to keep his distance from those around him. If anyone tracked things back to him, both his real body and his clones would be exposed. Keeping his distance was a form of protection for himself and for others. Teaching Lu Qi a lesson had been reckless, sure, but that guy seriously deserved it. Yasuo just couldn't hold back. Yishi frowned slightly as she watched him leave. He'd helped her, but the way he acted made him seem like a total stranger. This guy was strange. At exactly 8 o'clock, the broadcast sounded throughout the area. The trial tower is officially open. Those who hadn't joined a team yet were still scrambling. Some shouted for tank rolls, others begged for supports. The chaos was palpable. But Zhou Huai had no intention of joining a team. The only hidden S-rank class? Joining a party to clear a newbie stage? That'd be embarrassing. Solo runs, that's what fits a true powerhouse. As he scanned the crowd, he caught a glimpse of Yishi. She had joined an all-female team, standing out quite obviously. The bell tolled, and the trial began. Students flooded into the tower in an orderly fashion. Soon it was his turn, but a female teacher stopped him. Parents, please head to the waiting area. Yasuo said nothing. Zhou Huai reluctantly pulled out his ID card, proving he was 18. The teacher's face flushed with embarrassment the moment she got a clear look at it, and she apologized profusely. Letting out a sigh, he muttered to himself, asterisk, next time, my avatar needs to look younger. Being mistaken for a parent is such a hassle. Asterisk. Yasuo stepped forward, entering the shimmering, spatial wave of light that marked the entrance to the Tower of Trials. His figure vanished in an instant. A second later, he found himself in a primeval forest. This was the first level. A majestic and ethereal voice thundered in his mind. Teams or individuals entering the Tower of Trials will be transported to an independent mirrored space. Defeat all abyssal beasts on this level to automatically activate the portal to the next stage. Starting from level 10, an elite boss, far exceeding others of the same rank, will spawn on each stage, significantly increasing the challenge. You may choose to temporarily exit and rest after clearing a level. However, re-entering mid-challenge will add penalty time to your score. The voice faded. Trial start. Almost simultaneously, the system rang in Zhou Huai's consciousness. Ping. Task triggered. Glory of the Tower of Trials. Task objective. Clear the Tower of Trials and claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Task reward. 1 profession orb draw. Zhou Huai's eyes narrowed. First place. The reward was a must-have. Controlling Yasuo, he surveyed his surroundings. Not far off, several emerald green mantis-like abyssal creatures emerged from the bushes. Emerald Blade Mantis, LV1. HP, 50/50ths. A low-level mob. Yasuo flickered forward, the cold gleam of his black iron blade flashing. Squelch. A mantis head flew through the air. -50. Instant kill. Defeated Emerald Blade Mantis LV1, EXP +5. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Yasuo dove into the group of creatures, his blade dancing, strikes fatal with precision. Every blow targeted their vulnerable points, leaving the monsters no chance to retaliate. It was exhilarating, clean, overwhelming. In no time at all, over a dozen mantises lay dead. Congratulations! Yasuo's avatar has leveled up to LV2. All attributes improved. Strength, 40, Agility, 80, Stamina, 35, Spirit, 30, HP, 200, MP, 130. His agility had surged. Zhou Huai could distinctly sense Yasuo moving lighter and faster. The abyssal beasts didn't even have a chance of keeping up with his shadow. The first level was swiftly cleared. The staircase to the second level lit up. Yasuo ascended. With a shift, the forest vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of grassland. A pack of prairie wind wolves materialized, their eyes fierce and predatory. Zhou Huai didn't act immediately. He activated the AI neural core. His consciousness detached. Now he was an observer. Yasuo stood at the center of the grassland. At first, his movements were stiff, walking a few steps, swinging the sword in a testing manner, as if getting familiar with his body. Within seconds, everything changed. His steps flowed smoothly, his swordplay connected seamlessly. From slow strides to a full sprint, then leaping strikes, his sword gleamed with deadly precision. The menacing momentum sent chills down Zhou Huai's spine. This AI is incredible. The wolves growled in alarm, attempting to intimidate. Yasuo's icy gaze locked onto the nearest target. In the blink of an eye, he blitzed forward. His figure blurred, leaving shadows in his wake. The wind wolves panicked, countering with an array of wind blades. Yasuo sidestepped, dodging unscathed. His speed overwhelmed them completely. With a flash of his sword, a wolf's throat tore open, blood gushing. -188. Another swing. The final wolf fell with a tragic howl. Under AI control, Yasuo moved cleanly, efficiently, every strike lethal, no wasted effort. In mere moments, all 5 wolves lay dead. With a stylish motion, Yasuo sheathed his sword. This AI might be better than me, Zhou Huai muttered, awed. If my avatars could all run on autopilot, why would I bother risking my neck? Just as he entertained the thought, urgent cries pulled him back to reality. Young master, wake up. The master is here to see you. The master, Zhou Feng. Zhou Huai's heart sank. The father who worshipped power and status but disowned his own son, visiting this shabby residence? How unexpected. Returning to his senses, Zhou Huai opened his eyes. Zhou Feng entered the room with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the worn furnishings with an unreadable expression. Sitting upright, Zhou Huai spoke coolly. What do you want? Zhou Feng's face darkened. Do you even need to ask? Always stirring up trouble. Taking a seat, he cut straight to the point. Apologize to your Aunt Lu and move back into the Zhou estate. Zhou Huai sneered. Move back? Back to that. Go back there. I barely escaped. And you want me to jump back into the fire pit on my own? Zhou Feng frowned, lowering his voice. She may have treated you wrong, but given your condition, someone has to take care of you. Uncle Fu is getting old. Stop being stubborn. Returning is for your own good. No, Zhou Huai replied, enunciating every word. I'd rather die out here than go back. He stared coldly at Zhou Feng. Are you done? If so, leave. If your precious wife finds out you've come to see this trash of a son behind her back, won't she throw another fit? Zhou Huai. Zhou Feng's face turned dark, his voice suddenly rising. What kind of attitude is that? Are you so bold that you no longer even respect your father? When I tell you to move back, you move back. Apologize to her properly, and don't ever talk about severing ties with the Zhou family again. Zhou Feng. Zhou Huai chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp. If you want to grovel in front of that woman, that's your choice. But as for the Zhou family, I won't go back. From today onward, let's stop seeing each other too. Don't worry, I won't stand in your way to becoming head of the family. The bond between father and son ends here. You ungrateful brat. Zhou Feng trembled with rage, raising a hand to slap him. Zhou Huai didn't even blink, staring at him with cold disappointment in his eyes. The hand stopped midair, inches from his face. Zhou Feng's arm quivered. Staring at the face that so closely resembled his late wife's, the fire in his eyes slowly dimmed. Lowering his hand, he stood silent for a long time, before finally letting out a long sigh. Have it your way. With that, he turned and left, his steps heavy, as though he had aged several years in an instant. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. Zhou Huai stood there, unmoved. Maybe Zhou Feng had his reasons, but the death of the original owner of this body was inseparable from this man's coldness. Had it not been for his abandonment, the original owner wouldn't have succumbed to depression. The family butler, Uncle Fu, stepped in after Zhou Feng left, having overheard the entire exchange. Young master, perhaps you should talk to the master again. After all, you're still a Zhou family member. Zhou Huai raised a hand to stop him. Uncle Fu, let's not bring this up again. I need you to handle something for me. Uncle Fu straightened up. At your service, young master. Zhou Huai instructed. Take the crystal card Yishi gave you and rent several apartments across the city. Make sure the locations are spread out. It doesn't need to be fancy, just quiet and easily accessible. Remember, do this discreetly. No traceable ties back to me. While curious, Uncle Fu knew better than to ask questions. I understand. With a dutiful nod, he turned and left. Zhou Huai watched him go, his mind calculating. This was preparation. His doppelgangers would soon be operating under different identities. Each powerful doppelganger required its own persona, backstory, and of course, a place to live. That way, if any of them gained fame and drew attention, investigations would only uncover their false identities without connecting back to him, the original. For now, his current self was too weak, unable to withstand any storms. Once there were enough doppelgangers and his strength had grown, he could even assign one to secretly protect his main self. But for now, he needed to lay low and develop. After making these arrangements, Zhou Huai turned his focus back to the trial tower. Inside the tower, Yasso, under the precise control of the AI core, fought with ever-increasing ferocity. Every move was executed with decisiveness, as though he were a true sword master. Amid a sea of beasts, he was like a streak of lightning, cutting through in a relentless killing spree. Sword light flashed as wave after wave of beasts fell to the ground. The most terrifying part? While others would tire after prolonged combat, their stamina and mental focus waning, Yasso never faltered. Thanks to his S-class physique and AI's precision, he was like a tireless killing machine. As long as enemies remained, he would continue to fight. Once Zhou Huai confirmed everything was proceeding smoothly, he withdrew his consciousness. The doppelganger might not tire, but his main body couldn't keep it up. Sustaining split focus drained him greatly. He collapsed onto his bed and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. That nap was exceptionally satisfying. When he awoke, the sky outside had darkened. The digital clock by his bed displayed 5:13 p.m. Hiss! Zhou Huai inhaled sharply. Did I really sleep that long? He recalled it being late morning, around 11 a.m., when Zhou Feng left. This nap had lasted over 6 hours. As Zhou Huai regained full awareness, his brows furrowed deeply. He had been sleeping longer and longer lately, yet still felt fatigued and lethargic during the day. This was undoubtedly a bad sign. He suspected it had something to do with that bizarre curse-like power. That force had paralyzed his legs, preventing him from standing. And yet, he could feel his legs clearly. They responded to touch with normal sensations of soreness and pressure. But the moment he tried to stand, the curse would activate instantly, pinning him down. Now it seemed that the curse wasn't content with merely paralyzing him. Could it be trying to consume his mind as well? Reading this, his heart sank. If he delayed any longer, his main body wouldn't hold out, and everything would be over. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he closed his eyes. His consciousness once again linked to his avatar, Yasuo. A flood of memories surged into his mind, syncing up with 6 hours of experiences. Yasuo had swept through the trial tower, reaching the 7th floor. His level had skyrocketed to LV5. Zhou Huai pulled up the attribute panel. Unique hidden class, S-rank Thunder Swordsman. Health, 450. Mana, 300. Strength, 110. Agility, 205. Vitality, 100. Spirit, 90. Asterisk passive skill, Riding the Wind asterisk. Sword intent sharpens and doubles agility. Normal attacks carry lightning damage, with splash damage affecting up to 5 targets. The stronger his avatar became, the more anxious Zhou Huai felt. Time left for his main body was running out. Skill 2, Active Thunder Slash. Asterisk consumes 20 mana. Instantly sends a lightning-infused sword strike in a straight line, dealing 150% attack power as lightning damage with a chance to paralyze targets for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Asterisk. Skill 3, Active Thunder Dash, LV1. Asterisk consumes 30 mana. Transforms into thunder, dashing forward and dealing 120% attack power as lightning damage to all enemies in the path. Also provides a significant temporary boost to movement speed. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Asterisk. Hiss. Zhou Huai took a sharp intake of breath as he reviewed Yasuo's stats. This is the power of an S-rank class. At just level 5, his attributes had already broken into 3-digit territory across the board, with agility surging past 200. Such stats rivaled or even surpassed those of around level 15 B-rank classes. Plus, with his high agility and the newly learned area dash skill, Thunder Dash, the small monsters on the 7th floor probably couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Zhou Huai glanced at his own main body's panel. Name, Zhou Huai. Class, E-rank Clone Master. Level, LV5, 20/1250. Health, 120/120. Mana, 90/90. Strength, 15. Agility, 14. Vitality, 16. Spirit, 20. Active skill, Create Avatar, LV2. Asterisk effect, consumes 10 mana to create 1 avatar. Current limit, 2 avatars. Avatars have 50% of the main body's attributes. Asterisk. Asterisk. Note. Divine Clone System has overridden certain effects. Asterisk. Zhou Huai's lip twitched. Even after leveling up 4 times, his attributes had only increased by a meager 10 to 20 points. The only noticeable upgrade was the ability to create a second avatar. Sigh. He felt utterly at a loss for words. He now truly understood why E-rank classes were deemed trash. Compared to S-rank, the gap was not just significant, it was like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the crowd remained restless and noisy. Many students, having just emerged from the tower, were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, the beasts in that tower are insane. We barely made it to the 3rd floor. A warrior cursed while chugging water. A nearby person sneered. The 3rd floor? And you're proud of that? Our team got to the 4th floor. Yeah, right. You're just a C-rank berserker. How strong could you even be? Outside the trial tower, the plaza was already packed with people. In the center stood a massive black crystal screen, not yet activated, but the crowd was buzzing with anticipation. Once it powered up, the rankings of the top 100 performers would be revealed in real time. Amidst the crowd were a few principals projecting an air of authority. Principal Zhang, you're here early. Principal Li greeted with a smile. Principal Zhang returned the pleasantry, though his eyes betrayed a hint of pride. I heard your second high school has an A-rank holy light chanter, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Quite impressive. Principal Li didn't back down. Not as impressive as First High's A-rank blazing flame mage, Lu Qi. You know, the young master of the Zhou family. I'd say they've got first place locked in this year. The principals offered polite praises, while the heads of 3rd and 4th high schools could only awkwardly chime in. Their schools didn't even have an A-rank class this year, so they were destined to merely spectate this time around. Just then, the black crystal screen suddenly lit up. Golden runes flickered, and lines of names and floors cleared began to appear. The principal's expressions immediately froze. The top line read, Yasuo. Who's this? Principal Zhang frowned. Which school is he from? Principal Li was also stunned. The four principals exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. None of them recognized the name. First place, Yasuo, solo, floor 7. In just over 6 hours, someone had solo cleared up to the 7th floor. A speed so absurd it left everyone in shock. In contrast, second place, Lu Qi's team, had only reached the 5th floor. The third place team, led by Yi Shi, had also only managed the 5th floor. 5th floor. They were a full 5-man team. But Yasuo? He was alone, going solo. Yet not only did he pull ahead, he left 2 A-rank prodigy-led full teams trailing behind by 2 whole levels. Is this even reasonable? Is this even possible? Principal Zhang of Tianhai No. 1 High School's face darkened instantly. Who is this Yasuo? Which school student is this? Been hiding pretty well, eh? Principal Li frowned. Judging by this, he's probably an S-rank professional. The other 2 principals quickly denied it. Definitely not from our school. If we had someone like this, we'd be flaunting it by now. Cross-checking amongst the 4 top high schools revealed no trace of Yasuo. Meanwhile, the surrounding students and parents were in an uproar. Holy crap, soloing to the 7th floor? Is this guy even human? Completely left Lu Qi and Yi Shi in the dust. This year's got a monster, huh? In the crowd, a uniformed teacher raised his head, staring at the leaderboard's top name. Yasuo. He remembered that name. He also remembered that weathered face, one that didn't quite match his age. Interesting. He stepped aside and made a phone call. A cool woman's voice answered from the other end. What is it? The male teacher lowered his voice. I think I found a gem on this trip to Tianhai. The person on the other end stayed silent for a moment. You want to bring him back? Of course. Someone I've got my eyes on won't get away. The woman warned. Don't make a big show of it. There are plenty of eyes on us right now. Both the guild and the military are moving. Understood. I'll finish up and return. As night fell, Fu Bo pushed open the door to the courtyard and quickly walked inside. His face showed exhaustion, but his eyes were unusually bright. Young master, everything's been arranged. Zhou Huai sat up in bed, looking at Fu Bo. How did it go? As per your instructions, I rented 5 apartments. Fu Bo kept his voice low, all in remote locations. The keys are hidden above the door frames, just like you asked. He handed over a few hand-drawn maps, with each location clearly marked. No one suspected a thing, right? Zhou Huai asked as he scanned the maps. Rest assured, young master. Fu Bo straightened his back. I went out in batches, acting as an ordinary tenant. There's no way anyone would get suspicious. Only then did Zhou Huai nod. You've worked hard. His tone softened, but then grew stern again. This matter, along with the secret of my split consciousness, must not be disclosed to anyone, including my father. This is a matter of life and death. Fu Bo's expression grew resolute. The young master's secret is this old servant's life. No one will get a single word from me. A warmth filled Zhou Huai's heart. Good. Get some rest, then. As you wish. Fu Bo bowed and left the room. Once the door closed, Zhou Huai stayed seated rather than lying back down. He picked up his tablet and logged into the Tianhai City Professional official website. For now, he could only act through Yasuo's perspective, as Yasuo was still trapped in the Trial Tower dungeon, with no clue what was happening outside. Thankfully, the homepage displayed real-time rankings. The screen refreshed. Rank number 1, Yasuo, solo, 9th floor. Zhou Huai finally let out a breath of relief. A significant lead. The second place, Lu Qi's team, was still stuck on the 7th floor. First place was practically locked in. He reconnected his consciousness to Yasuo. The beasts on the 9th floor were nearing level 10. High health, high attack. Yet, under the AI's control, Yasuo still dominated the fight. Sword light flashed like lightning, thunder roared. Beasts fell in waves. This AI core is really something, Zhou Huai silently approved. But the 10th floor would introduce a boss. Difficulty would spike drastically. What worried him most was whether the AI would know to use the healing potions Fu Bo had prepared. If it just stubbornly fought until HP ran out, things would get ugly later on. He stared intently at the battle screen. AI-controlled Yasuo moved calmly, attacked precisely, and maintained an incredibly consistent tempo. When facing mobs, it didn't recklessly push forward but lured them out, dispatching them one by one. When surrounded, it immediately retreated, even using fallen beast corpses as makeshift shields to block damage. That level of craftiness, it was harsher than Zhou Huai's own control. Zhou Huai's worries dissipated. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Returning to his body, he quickly drifted off to sleep. In the pre-dawn hours, the trial tower's exterior was ablaze with light, while the noise of the crowd grew louder. Tonight was all about the young professionals grinding their way through the levels. Phew. Finally out, Lu Qi emerged from the teleportation portal with his team of 4, everyone in a sorry state. He wiped the sweat off his brow and forced a grin. Great job, everyone. We're really starting to gel as a team. Let's push one more time. Tonight we'll break through the 10th floor. He thumped his chest and declared, when I get first place, each of you will get 100,000 daxia coins. Lu Xiao is amazing. 100,000. That's insane. Lu Xiao, you're invincible. Their team instantly perked up, shaking off some of their weariness. Lu Qi smugly lifted his head, glancing at the leaderboard projected in the plaza's center. The next moment, his smile froze. First place, Yasuo, single, floor 10, boss battle in progress. Floor 10. You've got to be kidding me. Lu Qi's eyes widened, bloodshot with shock. They had been fighting tooth and nail, popping potions just to struggle past the 7th floor. But somehow, this Yasuo guy managed to solo his way up to floor 10. Where did this guy even come from? He was practically trembling with anger. First, he got hit earlier by some random long-haired uncle. Now, he's been utterly overshadowed again. The sting on his face from earlier hadn't even faded, and now it looked like his shot at first place was slipping away. Hey, Lu Qi pulled out his communicator, his tone icy. Send someone to the trial tower's exit immediately. Find that long-haired uncle-looking guy. Grab him the moment he walks out. And that Yasuo guy? I want him too. Nobody slips through. If he dares show his face, bring him back to me. Don't let either of them back in the trial tower again. On the other end, his subordinates quickly nodded and affirmed. Lu Qi ended the call, his expression cold and stormy as he turned toward his resting teammates. Get up. No more breaks. Push forward. Go all out. Don't hold back. I'll cover all the blue potions you need. And if any of you slack off, don't blame me for flipping out. Startled awake by his outburst, none of his teammates dared to argue. They scrambled up quickly, following him as they charged back into the trial tower. But the gap between their abilities was painfully clear. No matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't close the distance. By 4 a.m., Zhang Mingyuan, the headmaster of Tianhai First High School, was stifling yawns, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. The other 3 headmasters associated with the city's top schools looked just as haggard. Their heavy dark circles hung low under their eyes, evidence of an all-nighter. They had been camped out since morning, waiting tirelessly to meet the mysterious Yasuo. Suddenly, boom! The massive bell atop the trial tower rang out, shaking everyone to their core. The leaderboard froze. First place, Yasuo, solo, cleared. Time taken, 19 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds. He cleared it. He actually cleared it. Zhang Mingyuan bolted to his feet, all traces of fatigue instantly forgotten. Cleared the rookie trial tower in under 20 hours. Are you serious? Tianhai hasn't seen a genius like this in years. Quick, to the entrance, now. The 4 headmasters almost tripped over each other as they rushed toward the trial tower's exit. Outside the tower, a flash of white light marked Yasuo's emergence. As he stepped out steadily, several burly men in tailored black suits came into view, not far from the entrance. Their eyes lit up the moment they spotted him. That's him, the one with the long hair. Doesn't matter if it is or isn't. Lu Xiao said anyone fitting the description doesn't leave. Get him. Exchanging a quick glance, the men spread out, surrounding Yasuo. Meanwhile, Yasuo stood there calmly, his eyes scanning his surroundings with mild curiosity. The group advanced on him swiftly, closing in. The leader was a burly fighter, his build intimidating and his expression menacing. He stepped forward, towering over Yasuo. You. Got some business with you, he said coldly. Yasuo cocked his head slightly, his fingers lightly resting on the hilt of his sword. Who are you? His voice was calm, tinged with the faintest edge of curiosity. The black-suited men exchanged bewildered looks. Why does this guy talk so damn weird? One of them muttered under his breath. Name? The burly leader demanded. Yasuo's grip on his sword tightened slightly as his eyes narrowed. Yasuo, I'm a swordsman. The leader sneered. Swordsman? What's this lunatic going on about now? Who cares? A subordinate whispered. Lu Xiao said to nab anyone that fits, even if they're crazy. He's probably the Yasuo we're after anyway. Let's just take him down. The leader cracked his knuckles menacingly. All right, kid. You're coming with us, whether you like it or not. Yasuo's gaze turned colder, his tone icy but calm. And why, exactly, would I go with you? Who gave you the right to block my path? That's enough talking. The burly man shouted as he threw a punch straight toward Yasuo's face. His fist tore through the air with force, a blow from a level 22 brawler, confident it could hospitalize anyone who stood against him. But Yasuo merely shifted slightly, dodging the hit effortlessly, as light and agile as the wind. The man's punch struck nothing but air. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wow! The black suits moved in simultaneously, blades unsheathed and glinting in the dim light. Their teamwork was precise, their strikes coordinated. With levels hovering around the 20s, their experience was undeniable. But Yasuo danced through the chaos like a phantom, weaving through the attacks effortlessly. Every incoming blade narrowly missed him, cutting nothing but empty space. Damn it, this guy's slippery as an eel. He's too fast, he's playing with us. Panic began to creep into their voices as their strikes grew more desperate. Yasuo abruptly leapt back, creating several meters of distance between him and the group. In one fluid motion, he drew his black iron katana, the blade scraping faintly against its sheath. Its tip pointed low to the ground, understated yet chilling. The air seemed to grow heavier, colder. If you're villains, he said, his voice steady and sharp, then don't blame me for what's about to happen next. A visible intensity radiated from him, a potent killing intent that sent shivers down their spines. Just as tension hit its peak. Stop right there. A thunderous shout split the tension as four figures strode quickly toward them. It was the headmasters of Tianhai City's top schools. Zhang Mingyuan, fury practically spilling over, fixed his glare on the black-suited men. Have you all lost your minds? Fighting right outside the trial tower in broad daylight. Does the word rules mean nothing to you? The black suits instantly froze, their aggression melting under the reprimand. The burly leader turned, looking sheepish. We weren't fighting. We were just trying to invite this guy for a quick chat. Talk. Principal Lee sneered. More like you want to talk someone into a hospital. Leave within 3 seconds, or bear the consequences. The third high school's principal spoke with a chilling tone. The burly man's face twisted, glaring fiercely at Yasuo before huffing. You're lucky this time. With a sharp wave of his hand, he and his entourage scurried away in humiliation. Only then did the four principals exhale in relief. They all turned to look at Yasuo. When they got a good look at his weathered face, they froze. Are you really? Yasuo? Principal Zhang asked hesitantly. Seriously? This guy looked like he was in his 30s. What was he doing here to participate in student trials? Yasuo sheathed his sword, gazing up at the night sky with an air of fierce independence. Indeed, the four principals exchanged bewildered glances. The top-ranking contestant was this guy? Something felt off. Principal Zhang pressed further. What school are you from? Yasuo responded coolly. I have roamed my life without ties. No school, no affiliations. Now thoroughly baffled, the principals couldn't wrap their heads around him. He clasped his hands together, a traditional sign of respect, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Yasuo is indebted to you. The night grows late. I shall take my leave. Wait. Principal Zhang called after him hurriedly. What's your profession? Where did you come from? Yasuo's voice dropped a notch, steady and profound as thunderclouds in the distance. A Stormblade swordsman. I wander the lands, dedicated to eradicating evil. The moment the words fell from his lips, the principals all burst into excitement. Come to Third High? We'll guarantee your admission to a top university. Join Fourth High? The best resources and direct mentorship. Second High has its merits too. Don't overlook us. Enough fighting. Principal Zhang asserted. First High is the best, bar none. Name your conditions. The four seemed on the verge of brawling amongst themselves. But Yasuo remained unshaken. I appreciate the admiration, but I refuse to be confined. With that, he turned and started walking away. Behind him drifted a resonant murmur. The sword rises, the storms fall. Few return from the rivers and lakes. He strode forward without hesitation, quickly disappearing into the night. The principal stood frozen in place, at a loss for words. After a long pause, Principal Lee of Second High muttered under his breath, "That kid, isn't something a little off about him?" The other three nodded in vague agreement. Suddenly, the Third High's principal slapped his thigh in realization. Damn it, he didn't even collect his reward for coming in first. By this point, Yasuo had already left the trials plaza far behind. Under the weight of nightfall, the streets were nearly deserted. Out of nowhere, shadows emerged from a nearby alley, encircling him. It was the same group, the black-suited thugs. The burly leader, a sneer twisting his face, jeered at him. "Well, you've got guts, kid. Thought you'd hide behind those old geezers forever. Didn't think you'd actually dare to come out alone. Got a way out and didn't take it. Guess you're looking to die. Now, be good and kneel down. Maybe we'll go easy on you." Yasuo lowered his head silently, his fingers tightening around his sword's hilt. "You're overestimating yourselves." His voice was cold as frost. "Unrepentant sinners, none shall escape judgment." The blade sang as it left its scabbard, exploding in a blinding flash of light. "Die!" The burly man roared, charging forward with a raised fist. His muscles bulged grotesquely, channeling the full force of his mountain shatter fist. The others attacked simultaneously, skills burning brightly, closing all avenues of escape. But in the next instant, lightning erupted. Yasuo transformed into a bolt of pure energy, streaking through their ranks in the blink of an eye. Lightning dash. Blood splattered everywhere. One thug clutched his throat before collapsing, his neck slashed open in a deep, gory wound. Too fast. No one even saw him make his move. Third brother. The burly man's eyes turned bloodshot. Undeterred, Yasuo continued forward, his blade cutting through the air. Thunderfang slash. Another sweep of lightning, crackling violently. Painful screams filled the street. Two more black-suited men were struck down, their charred bodies spasming as they fell. In quicker time than it takes to breathe, only the leader remained standing, deathly pale and quaking with fear. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Yasuo didn't answer. He advanced step by deliberate step, his sword glowing with an eerie blue light, arcs of electricity crackling faintly around the blade. Desperation wiped every trace of aggression from the man's visage. He turned and bolted, but he barely moved an inch when cold steel flashed past him. Swish! The blade swept across in one clean motion. The man froze, his body stiffening as he sank to his knees. Breathless, lifeless, Yasuo's face showed no emotion as he withdrew his sword, sheathing the radiant blade. He approached the bodies, crouched down, and rifled through their belongings. Gathering a handful of summer coins and a few usable low-grade equipment pieces, he straightened up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, clap, clap, clap. Polite applause echoed from the darkness. "Bravo, truly impressive." A playful male voice rang out. "Not even level 10, yet you effortlessly dispatch multiple level 20 professionals. Impressive. Your class intrigues me more and more." Yasuo's head snapped up, hand instinctively gripping his sword hilt. His sharp gaze chilled the air. "Who's there? Show yourself." A figure emerged from the shadows. It was the same uniformed instructor who had blocked Lu Qi in front of the trials tower that morning. With a smile that carried no warmth, the man closed the distance slowly. "Relax," he said, raising his hands nonchalantly. "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Chu He. Tonight, I came specifically to find you." Yasuo's mind raced, but his expression remained calm, as serene as still water. Chu stared at him, unable to hide the excitement in his tone. "You're an S-class professional, aren't you? In this small city of Tianhai, there's actually a real S-class hiding here. And what's more interesting, no one else seems to have noticed." Yasuo kept a distant expression, shaking his head. "I'm just a swordsman. I don't want any trouble. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." With that, he turned to go. Chu He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He seemed normal this morning. Why was he speaking so strangely now? Before he could think it through, whoosh, a figure zipped across the night sky on a massive broom. The person was none other than the principal of Tianhai's third high school. Looking down and spotting the two, he immediately stopped and shouted, "Over here! Hurry up!" Chui frowned slightly. Yasuo was already on the radar of several schools. This could only spell more trouble. "There's too much to explain here," Chui said with a stern tone. "We'll talk somewhere else." Before he finished speaking, his hand was reaching out to grab Yasuo. A cold gleam flashed. The edge of a blade aimed directly at Chui. A muffled clash echoed. Chui didn't move an inch. He was as steady as a mountain. But it was Yasuo who was forced back half a step. "I wasn't planning to use force. You left me no choice." Chui's gaze turned icy, pressing forward once more. His moves appeared effortless, yet they completely cut off all routes of retreat for Yasuo. Yasuo swung his sword in rapid succession, but could not break free of Chui's suppression. After just a few exchanges, Yasuo noticed the immense gap between their abilities. The man was holding him back barehanded, effortlessly nullifying his sword strikes. His AI core quickly assessed the situation, concluding, "Win probability, 0%. Without a second thought, Yasuo turned and fled. Chui sneered, "If you keep refusing to cooperate, I really will kill you." The principal in the sky witnessed everything, his heart filled with shock. Who was that man? Why was he attacking Yasuo? Seeing Yasuo running toward him, the principal dove sharply. With a wave of his staff, wind blades shot forth. Binding breeze. Emerald wind chains surged toward Chui, but they passed right through him on contact. It was as if he were merely a phantom. Chui didn't even bother to look at the principal, his shadowy figure continuing the chase with speeds far beyond Yasuo's. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Yasuo spun around suddenly, slashing with his sword. Thunderous slash. Electric currents crackled as the strike landed squarely on Chui's chest. But there was no blood. Instead, the blade rippled like cutting through water, leaving no injury. "Heh." Chui chuckled softly. Raising his hand, he flicked a finger in Yasuo's direction. A droplet of water shot out, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next second, boom, the water droplet exploded in front of Yasuo, the force akin to a cannon blast. Yasuo had no time to dodge. The impact sent him flying over 10 meters before slamming into the ground. HP, 12,450ths. Barely a sliver of life remained. "I warned you," Chui said as he walked closer, looking down at Yasuo's battered form. "If you don't cooperate, I'll kill you." "Still don't believe me?" Inside Yasuo's body, the AI system spun into overdrive. Target, unknown formidable enemy. Win probability, 0%. Escape probability, 0%. Executing highest directive. Initiating self-destruction. Chui's pupils contracted. Suddenly, Yasuo raised his blade, without hesitation, and slashed it across his own throat. SHHH. Blood sprayed out. His HP swiftly dropped to 0. His eyes dimmed, his body stiffened, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. He was dead. The smile froze on Chui's face. This guy? Killed himself? Right in front of him? In all his years, Chui had encountered every kind of person, beggars, cowards, desperados. But someone who wordlessly slit their own throat before he even had a chance to act? This was a first. A wave of irritation surged through him. What the hell was wrong with this guy? From the sky, the third high school's principal finally landed, having been an eyewitness to it all. His face had turned deathly pale. Yasuo was dead. A few seconds later, he stood on the ground, staring at Yasuo's lifeless body. His expression darkened instantly. Yasuo, whirling around, his eyes burned into Chui. "Who are you? How dare you take things this far?" SHHHK? SHHHK? SHHHK. 3 more principals arrived on the scene. Their gazes fell onto the corpse, their faces twisting with rage and disbelief. The tension in the air became suffocating. Tianhai City had finally seen the rise of a promising S-class genius. And now, he had died right in front of them. Capture him. The 4 principals moved as one, unleashing a torrent of elemental magic and combat skills. Like an overwhelming tide, their attacks surged toward Chui. Explosions of light filled the air, energy rippling across the area. The very space itself seemed to tremble under the immense power. Yet, against the combined assault of these four high-ranking elites, He danced through their attacks like a phantom. No matter how dense their offense, he dodged every strike at the last possible moment. "Perhaps there is some misunderstanding," he said calmly. There was even a hint of mockery in his voice. "The person wasn't killed by me. Still acting tough, huh? Cut the crap. Take him down." The four attackers grew more relentless with their blows. He sighed softly. "If words don't work, so be it." His figure flickered and melted into the night. "I'll remember this debt. We'll meet again." As his words faded, he was already gone. His presence vanished completely, as if he had never been there. The four principals were filled with anger and regret. If they had known, they wouldn't have let Yasuo leave alone. "Quick, check if Yasuo is still alive." Principal Zhang yelled urgently. Everyone turned back. There was nothing but emptiness. The body was gone. The next day, Zhou Huai jolted awake, clutching his chest. System prompt. Clone Stormblade Master. Yasuo has died. Revival countdown. 18 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds to dead. His brows knitted tightly together. Scenes from the moments before death flooded his mind. Clearing the trial tower. Assault by men in suits. The old principal's appearance. And then, that man named Chu He. Zhou Huai drew in a sharp breath. He had thought He was just a regular teacher. Now, it was clear the man had a much deeper background. The waters of Tianhai City ran far deeper than he imagined. He had only shown a glimpse of his strength and already attracted such figures. From now on, he needed to tread more cautiously. What truly startled him was Yasuo's AI. Faced with an undefeatable foe, it had chosen to self-destruct without hesitation, leaving no chance for the enemy to capture it for research. Quite ruthless, Zhou Huai chuckled, the corners of his mouth curling up. Chuhi's face at the time must have been priceless. "Thinking you could study my clone? Keep dreaming." Although Yasuo couldn't be summoned for the time being, Zhou Huai wasn't particularly upset. The system prompt had already sounded. Quest: clear the trial tower and achieve first place. Completed. Reward: Career Orb Draw X1. Delivered. Done. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled. Though Yasuo had fallen in battle, he had secured the top position before dying. First place. That meant he could now draw a second clone career. System: draw the second career. He gave the command without pause. His consciousness dove into his mind. The familiar giant Gasapon machine appeared once again. The multicolored orbs rotated slowly, their glow dazzling. The button shimmered gently in invitation. Zhou Huai took a deep breath. The first draw had yielded the S-tier Stormblade Master. This time, it had to be S-tier at least, right? With no hesitation, he pressed the draw button. Buzz! The machine whirred furiously. The glowing orbs became streaks of light, swirling and flooding the consciousness space. 10 seconds later, it stopped abruptly. A single orb shot out. Zhou Huai's pupils shrank. Purple. The orb was a deep purple, exuding an air of mystery and power. Completely different from the previous golden glow. Gold denotes S-tier. Does purple mean something higher? His heartbeat quickened. SS, or perhaps the mythical SSS. The purple orb descended slowly. Its glow burst forth, transforming into an ancient-looking purple scroll. Runes shimmered on its surface, the pressure radiating from it almost suffocating. The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a unique hidden lifestyle career. SS tier, Universal Divine Craftsman." Zhou Huai's heartbeat surged, his breath quickened. A lifestyle career? Forger. In this world, equipment was either looted from monsters or crafted painstakingly by a forger with materials. Forgers' creations often boasted superior stats. As a result, this profession was perpetually in high demand. Orders rolled in non-stop, and making money was like printing it. From the original owner's memories, Zhou Huai recalled that just last year, a forger surfaced in Tianhai City. An epic-grade longsword crafted by the forger had fetched a staggering price of over $1 million. Legendary-grade equipment was even more outrageous, starting at tens of millions, if it could even be bought at all. So far, no one across the entire Grand Xia Nation had managed to craft legendary gear consistently. Neighboring Sakura Nation, however, had won. That forger was revered as a national icon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the status screen for the Universal Divine Craftsman unfurled. Clone profile, unnamed. Career, unique hidden career, SS tier, Universal Divine Craftsman. Level, LV1. HP, 120/120. MP, 150/150ths. Strength, 12. Agility, 10. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 18. Skills. Passive skill, Master Forger. LV1 reduces forging material consumption by 30% and forging time by 30%. Active skill, Divine Imbuement. LV1 enhance a selected piece of gear, raising its quality by 1 tiered. Highest rarity level, 24-hour cooldown. Zhou Huai stared intensely at the active skill. Directly upgrade the quality? That's insane. An item of fine quality instantly becomes rare with a tap. For now, the cap is rare. What about when my level increases? When the skill gets upgraded? Rare to epic, epic to legendary? By that time, every single one of his avatars could be equipped with a full set of legendary gear. Just imagining that scene made Zhou Huai's scalp tingle. System notice. Please name your SS-level avatar. Zhou Huai snapped out of his thoughts, unable to suppress a grin. As a master forger, the name has to command respect. An idea flashed in his mind. I'll name him Oyezi, the legendary blacksmith of his past life, creator of the mythical swords Long Yuan, Taya, and Zhang Lu. This name was destined to be revered again in this world. System notice. Name successfully set. Avatar Oyezi created. System notice. Please customize the appearance of Avatar Oyezi. This time, Zhou Huai learned his lesson. The older face he gave Yasuo had everyone treating him like a chaperone. It was inconvenient, to say the least. He shaped Oyezi's face to look youthful, no older than a man in his early 20s. Short black hair, neat and sharp, with eyes unyielding and deeply focused. Unlike Yasuo's flamboyance, this version radiated quiet determination and innate edge. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. System notice. Avatar Oyezi appearance customization successful. System notice. Generating avatar. 2 hours later. SS-level avatar Universal Blacksmith. Oyezi successfully generated. A brilliant flash of light. A young man appeared out of thin air, dressed in gray, with sharp features and an aura of tranquility. The SS-level avatar, Oyezi, was now fully formed. Zhou Huai switched his consciousness over. He flexed his fingers, testing out his new body. Power flowed through every muscle, refined and responsive. This SS-level form was leagues above Yasuo's. As a crafting class, he didn't need to hunt monsters. All he had to do was forge equipment to level up. The higher the quality of the gear, the more experience he would gain. He decided to head to the Blacksmith Guild. By lunchtime, Oyezi found himself in the bustling heart of the city. The guild hall was alive with chatter, its sprawling first floor filled with vendor stalls. Peddlers hawked their wares endlessly. But most of it was just common and fine-quality gear. Rare items were few and far between. A chubby man waddled over, trying to strike up a conversation. "I'm not here to buy," Oyezi said casually. "I'm a blacksmith." "A blacksmith?" The man's grin froze for a split second, surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew almost every blacksmith in Tianhai City, yet this face was completely unfamiliar. "You just switched professions?" he probed. "What rank are you?" Recalling the trouble he faced before, Oyezi decided to keep a low profile. "C rank. Just got it." "C rank." The man's gaze lit up with excitement. He quickly became even friendlier, his plump hands rubbing together eagerly. "Young and talented, I see." He beamed from ear to ear. In this business, connections were everything, especially when it came to blacksmiths. They were walking treasure troves. "I'm Zhang Hang. Just call me Old Zhang. Here to join the Blacksmith Guild, right?" Oyezi nodded. "Say no more." Old Zhang slapped his thigh. "The registration is on me. Follow me." Oyezi expressed his thanks and followed him upstairs. The second floor was quieter, with a reception desk for member services. A female receptionist spotted Old Zhang and greeted him with a smile. "Old Zhang, bringing in another newcomer, I see." Old Zhang let out a hearty laugh. "You got it. This one's a forging genius, straight out of Tianhai City." Oyezi quickly filled out the registration form. Name: Oyezi. Profession: blacksmith. Rank C. The receptionist took the registration form. It'll be 1,000 summer coins for the membership fee. Additionally, you'll need to complete a test to officially join. A test? Oyezi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Old Zhang leaned in to explain. It's simple. Just forge a piece of equipment on the spot. Doesn't matter if it's common quality. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. But if you manage to craft something high quality, the guild will assign you a better rating. The higher your rating, the more benefits you'll get. Material allowances each month, access to premium forge rooms, priority for advanced workstations, you name it. Oyezi nodded but frowned slightly. I don't have any design blueprints. Blueprints were usually obtained by defeating rare beasts or opening treasure chests. The higher level ones were not just scarce, but also difficult to acquire. Old Zhang waved a dismissive hand. The guild's got plenty. Follow me. He led Oyezi to the blueprint archive on the second floor. Every shelf was neatly lined with design blueprints, ranging from level 1 to level 50 equipment. Old Zhang suggested he start with a level 1 blueprint to get accustomed to the crafting mechanics. One glance at the wall, and Oyezi pulled out a design. Design blueprint, apprentice's sword. Required level, LV5. Old Zhang's expression stiffened. Choosing a level 5 blueprint right after switching professions? That's risky. The difficulty gap between level 1 and level 5 is no joke. Oyezi simply smiled faintly. I want to give it a try. Seeing that he was firm in his choice, Old Zhang could only nod. The blueprint was set. Began to prep materials. Old Zhang cheerfully agreed to send him 2 sets of supplies. Oyezi offered to pay, but Old Zhang waved him off. Let's just call it a favor between friends, he said. Don't forget me when you get your hands on something good in the future. Oyezi didn't insist. Instead, he expressed his gratitude before they headed up to the third-floor forging area. A thick iron door stood tightly shut, and sounds of clanging metal echoed from within. Old Zhang explained, this is the basic forging room. The next floor up is for intermediate forging, then advanced. At the top level is the premium forging room, equipped with rare mystic flames. Only master forgers capable of creating epic-level equipment are allowed up there. Oyezi's eyes lit up slightly. He took the materials and chose one of the basic forging rooms. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind him. A wave of dry heat hit him square in the face. In the center of the room stood a massive furnace, radiating intense heat. Oyezi took a deep breath. As the SS-ranked universal blacksmith, today marked his first forging attempt. The moment had arrived. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, also took a deep breath alongside him. The room smelled metallic, laced with the smoky remnants of charcoal. He unfolded the apprentice sword forging blueprint, purchased from Old Zhang. The instructions and material list were crystal clear. Red copper ore, black iron ingot, and tier, 1 wind wolf claw powder. Muttering the list under his breath, he began retrieving each item from his storage inventory, neatly arranging them on the workbench. The red copper ore gleamed with a dull red sheen. The black iron ingot was cool and dense, while the claw powder was carefully stored in a small leather pouch. Picking up the weighty forging hammer, the moment his palm wrapped around its handle. Ding! A notification from the system exploded in his mind. First forging attempt detected for Avatar Oyezi. Unique hidden class challenge activated. Quest: Awakening of a Forge Master. Objective: Craft an epic weapon. Type or level unrestricted. Reward: 1x class orb draw chance. Time limit: none. An epic weapon? Zhou Huai's heart skipped a beat. A class orb. The last S-tier class he obtained, Yasuo's Thunderstrike Blade Master, had come from one of these draws. If he could pull another S-tier class, or better yet, an SS tier, he'd be unstoppable. But an epic tier weapon? That was an entirely different level of difficulty. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Huai brought his focus back to the forging table. Let's start simple. Oyezi placed the red copper ore into the furnace. Flames roared to life, engulfing the ore in radiant heat accompanied by a crackling hiss. His gaze was steady and assured. Through the sensory link with his avatar, Zhou Huai could distinctly feel the furnace's temperature and the slow softening of the ore. The immersion was so vivid, it felt as though he was the seasoned blacksmith himself. Every movement came naturally, muscle memory etched into the avatar's very being. The timing was right. Uyezi swiftly clamped the molten copper out of the furnace and placed it on the anvil. Here we go. With a fluid motion, he raised the hammer. Clang. The loud impact reverberated through the room, shattering the stillness. Sparks danced in the air. Each strike hit precisely where it was meant to, maintaining a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. Force, angle, timing, everything was spot on. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but Uyezi didn't flinch. His eyes stayed locked on the lump of metal that slowly but surely transformed under his hammer. Impurities were forced out with every blow, the metal growing denser and sturdier. Zhou Huai could feel the skill of Forge Master kick in. Material waste was minimized, while forging efficiency was off the charts. Soon, the red copper ore turned into a refined, pure copper block. The black iron ingot underwent meticulous hammering and reshaping. Both metals heated, melded, and fused under relentless pressure. Finally, he sprinkled the powdered wind wolf claw onto the sword mold. A smoky haze rose as the powder seamlessly bonded with the blade, revealing faint traces of hidden sharpness. The next steps followed, quenching, polishing, and sharpening. Every stage was executed with decisive precision. 2 hours passed, and the final strike rang out. There on the anvil rested a freshly forged blade radiating subtle, dark undertones. Its edge emitted an almost intimidating glint. Apprentice Longsword. Rarity, Fine, 2-star. Level, LV5. Physical attack, plus 35. Strength, plus 2. Zhou Huai frowned. His first piece only ended up at a 2-star fine grade. He halfway expected it to at least reach rare tier. Disappointment flickered but quickly subsided. For now, it wasn't wise to draw too much attention. Earning quietly in the background would better serve his goals in the long run. Setting aside feelings of impatience, he prepared for another round. With fresh materials loaded into the furnace, the process began anew. Another 2 hours later, a second longsword emerged. It bore identical stats and remained locked in the fine 2-star tier. Zhou Huai let out a light sigh. The road to improving forging quality clearly wouldn't be an easy one. Equipment advancements progressed from common to fine, rare, epic, legendary, and finally, the fabled god tier. Even within each rank, there were further distinctions from 1-star to 5-star. An epic tier weapon? He still had a long journey ahead. He tucked the 2 swords away and pushed open the heavy iron door. Creak. Outside, old Zhang paced the hallway impatiently. Seeing Uyezi step out, he immediately rushed over. "Brother Uyezi," he called eagerly. "How'd it go? Was your first run smooth?" Then, lowering his voice, he leaned closer. "Did you make it work out?" Looking calm and composed, Uyezi couldn't help but smile faintly as old Zhang clapped his shoulder in encouragement. "Hammer, don't be discouraged if it fails at first. Forging something rarely works on the first try. Most people attempt 4 or 5 times, even more than 10, before they make their first piece of equipment. And you chose a level 5 blueprint. It was bound to be difficult from the start. Take it from me. Start with a level 1 dagger or club to practice. Higher success rate, and it'll help you get a feel for the process." Zhou Huai said nothing. He operated Uyezi and handed the freshly forged apprentice long swords over. "Take a look." Old Zhang was stunned as he received the swords. The blades were slightly heavy and still retained some warmth. The guard was smooth, the spine straight, and the edge gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Looking at the second blade, it was almost identical. He stood there, frozen in disbelief. "Wait a second. I gave you materials for 2 attempts, and both worked?" Uyezi nodded. "Not too bad. Not too bad." Old Zhang nearly choked. First time forging, starting with a level 5 weapon, and successfully crafting 2 at once. Not too bad. In his decades at the guild, he'd encountered many prodigies. But attempting a level 5 project on the first try and nailing both? He'd never seen anything like it. This young man, he was no ordinary blacksmith. "I'm just lucky," Uyezi replied, emotionless. Old Zhang's jaw twitched. If this was luck, it was like being spoon-fed miracles by the heavens themselves. The 2 returned to the second-floor reception counter. Old Zhang slammed the 2 swords down hard on the countertop and bellowed at the receptionist. "Register these for Uyezi. Both are his accomplishments." Startled out of her seat, the receptionist took the swords for inspection. The next second, her hand shook, and she nearly dropped them. "Mr. O, Is this really your first time crafting equipment? She asked with a trembling voice and wide, astonished eyes. Yes, any issue? Uyezi replied in an indifferent tone. No, no issue at all. It's just terrifying. She stammered, her face turning red. Producing two refined two-star weapons on your first try. Unbelievable talent. What did you just say? Old Zhang blew up before anyone else could respond, his voice loud enough to shake the rafters. Refined 2 stars. Both of them, she clarified. Snatching the swords back, Old Zhang squinted at the details. Apprentice longsword. Quality, refined 2 stars. Physical attack, plus 35. Strength, plus 2. Durability, 60/60ths. Old Zhang inhaled sharply, his hands trembling. Refined 2 stars. Both are. His gaze shifted back to Uyezi, no longer just seeing a greenhorn, but a complete anomaly. Most blacksmiths take years to even touch upon refined quality. Many never reach it in their careers. Even then, success requires a mix of skill, good materials, and sheer luck. But this young man managed it on his first try, and not just one, but 2 flawless stars. Buddy, be straight with me. Are you really C-level? Old Zhang grabbed his shoulder, visibly agitated, face flushed. No one's ever heard of a C-level performing like this. The receptionist was already holding an internal communication device, rattling off a report. Her manager's response was brief. Keep him there. I'm coming down immediately. She hung up and turned back, practically glowing as she looked at Uyezi. Mr. Uyezi, please don't leave. Our supervisor will be here any moment. Old Zhang leaned in closer to Uyezi and patted his shoulder with exaggerated friendliness. Look, brother, I get it. You're young, you want to stay low-key, I get it. But this is the blacksmith guild we're talking about. Here, it's all about skill. The stronger you are, the higher they'll value you, and the more resources they'll funnel your way. If you keep underselling yourself, you're only shortchanging yourself, understand? To Old Zhang, there was no way Uyezi was just a C-level talent. With ability like this, even A-level wouldn't do him justice. Zhou Huai, controlling Uyezi, sighed inwardly. He thought he'd been humble enough. But in others' eyes, he might as well have been shouting from the rooftops. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from down the corridor. A neatly dressed, slightly stout middle-aged man hurried over. Who's Uyezi? He called out before even reaching the counter. Old Zhang immediately stepped up to intercept him. Manager Shun, this is him right here. The newcomer, Shin Xiao, division manager of the guild branch, fixed his gaze on Uyezi. His first glance lingered a little too long on Uyezi's implausibly young face. Momentarily thrown off, Shin Xiao's face quickly lit up in a friendly smile as he extended a hand. So good to finally meet you. I'm Shin Xiao, he began warmly. I've heard you've created some truly exceptional works on your very first forging attempt. Such talent at your age is impressive indeed. After the formalities, Shin Xiao turned his attention to the swords lying on the counter. Picking one up, he examined it carefully. The more he scrutinized it, the harder it became to conceal the shock on his face. His forced smile dropped, replaced by obvious disbelief. These refined 2-star weapons are from your first attempt at forging. His voice was hoarse, threadbare from astonishment. He questioned his own judgment as he looked into Uyezi's calm expression. That's correct, Uyezi replied coolly. Shin Xiao was silent. His worldview was being shattered completely. Zhou Huai could barely stop himself from facepalming. A dignified supervisor, losing composure like this? Was it necessary? But what shocked them wasn't the weapons themselves. It was the raw talent. First-time forging. 2 weapons successfully created in one go. And both were high-quality 2-star pieces. This level of accomplishment wasn't just outstanding in Tianhai City. Even across the entire Xia, it would be enough to spark a sensation. Shin Xiao was so excited his hands were trembling. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions, and gestured respectfully toward Uyezi. Mr. Uyezi, this isn't the best place to talk. Would you mind joining me in my office for a more detailed discussion? In the private office, Shin Xiao personally brewed some tea, his expression serious. The questions I'm about to ask might be a bit forward, he said cautiously. But your talent is simply beyond extraordinary, well outside anything I've ever seen. Could you be completely honest? What is your actual forging mastery level? His tone was earnest. No matter what, the guild guarantees to keep the information confidential and will provide you with the highest level of support and resources we can offer. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, already had a plan in mind. Staying low-key today? Yeah, that was impossible. Since that was the case, why not reveal part of the truth and pave the way for the future? Since Supervisor Shun is being so straightforward, I won't dance around the question either, Oyezi said, lifting his gaze with a calm demeanor. I am an S-rank blacksmith. Of course, this was holding back. His real identity? An SS-rank hidden class, Omni-Forge Grandmaster. If he revealed that now, it wouldn't just shock people, it would cause a complete uproar. It might even draw the attention of the higher-ups, leaving him under national treasure-level surveillance. And how would he execute his plans then? The time to go public would come, but not yet. Not until he had enough strength to protect himself. S-rank. Shin Xiu was still utterly stunned. Even though he had guessed high, he never expected it to be at this level. S-level Forge Master. Such a figure had never appeared in the entire Tianhai city. Once this news spread, it would be enough to shock the entire national forging community. Shin Xiu just felt his heart pounding wildly. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Mr. Oyezi, I am not doubting you. But the impact of being S-level is too great, and according to the highest guild regulations, I must perform the final verification. Shin Xiu lowered his posture extremely, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. I wonder if you could forge another piece of equipment right now? Blueprints, materials, whatever level you need. Our guild provides everything for free, no limit. Oyezi nodded. Sure. Then forge a pair of gauntlets. Still level 5. Great. Shin Xiu almost jumped out of his chair. I'll prepare immediately. Please wait a moment. Half an hour later, Oyezi walked into the private forging room. The forging table was piled high with metals and various rare materials, shining with different lights. Zhou Huai took a look through his perspective and was startled. At least 10 sets of materials on this table. Are they expecting me to handle all of this at once? Shin Xiu rubbed his hands together, smiling eagerly. Master Oyezi, is this enough? If not, I can fetch more from the storage. Oyezi said calmly. It's enough. I'll start now. All right. We'll wait for you outside. Shin Xiu nodded repeatedly and carefully backed out. Call me anytime if you need anything. The heavy door slowly closed. Inside the room, only Oyezi and a pile of expensive materials remained. Zhou Huai sighed. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. This time, he didn't intend to take action personally. System, activate the AI core of Oyezi. Ding. The duplicate, all-seeing divine craftsman Oyezi AI core system 1.0 has been activated. The alert sound dropped. The next moment, Zhou Huai's consciousness separated from Oyezi's body. Oyezi's eyes flickered. Then, he moved by himself. He stiffly moved his arms and legs, as if adapting to his body. He walked to the forging bench and lifted the heavy hammer. Clang! He didn't hold it steadily, and the hammer fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, his movements stiff. He grabbed a piece of red copper ore and threw it into the furnace. He pulled the bellows. The flames suddenly surged up. Everything seemed stiff and awkward. He clamped out the red-hot ore and hammered down hard on the first strike. Bang! The force was out of control. The ore exploded on the spot, sparks flying everywhere, and the entire batch of material was ruined. Zhou Huai shook his head persistently in the consciousness space. This AI still had a long way to go. Oyezi was stunned for a moment, as if reviewing his mistake. He cleared away the waste and took out a new piece of ore. This time, he was clearly holding back. Hammering, shaping, merging. His movements were still a bit stiff, but no longer panicked. 1 hour later. Ding! The crisp echoes settled. The first pair of gauntlets was complete. Oyezi lifted the gauntlets, and the attribute panel appeared. Apprentice gauntlets. Quality, fine 1 star. Level, LV5. Physical defense, plus 20. Stamina, plus 1. Durability, 50-50. Excellent 1 star. Zhou Huai nodded. Not bad. It stabilized so quickly, about half my skill level. He yawned. Continuously controlling the clone consumed a lot of mental energy. The rest, let the AI train by itself. Zhou Huai withdrew consciousness and returned to his body. Fubo had long prepared the meal. He ate a little casually and then lay down to sleep. On the other side, on the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Guild, in the exclusive forging room. Oyezi's forging had never stopped. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythm was steady, the echoes unending. He was like a machine, tirelessly repeating the tedious process. But each strike is more precise. Each step is more practiced. From clumsy to smooth, then to flowing like water. The aura around him is also quietly changing. Calm, focused, already shadowing that of a master. At the same time, outside the forging room, Shinshio walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, increasingly restless. He stared at the tightly closed iron door, his brows furrowed tightly. 5 hours already, and still not out? Even if he's S rank, making a level 5 handguard shouldn't take this long. He started to feel uneasy. Could it be that he really misjudged? That kid wouldn't be putting on a show, trying to scam the guild's resources, would he? Old Shen, what are you doing? It's mealtime. Why aren't you off work yet? Old Zhang staggered upstairs, holding a food container. Just packed it, want some? Shin Qiu waved his hand. No appetite. He frowned. That kid wouldn't be messing with me, would he? Old Zhang was taken aback. Uyezi? That's unlikely. Those 2 fine 2-star long swords are real. I saw them with my own eyes. It was also his first time entering the forge. Shin Qiu sighed. It's been more than 5 hours, and there's no sign of anything. I'm getting anxious. Old Zhang smiled. Boss, don't worry. Maybe they're just preparing something big. He leaned in and lowered his voice. So what grade is Uyezi exactly, for you to be guarding here? Shin Qiu glared at him. Mind your own business. It's not decided yet. Zhou Huai slept until dark. When he woke up, the sky outside the window was full of stars. He stretched lazily, and his consciousness immediately connected to Oyezi. As soon as he connected, he was stunned. 9 pairs of gauntlets were neatly arranged on the forging table. So strong. He picked up the first pair. Apprentice gauntlets. Exquisite 1-star. The second pair. Fine quality 2-star. Third fine quality 3-star. Fourth fine quality 4-star. Fifth fine quality 5-star. Zhou Huayue was increasingly shocked. 7th. Apprentice gauntlets. Rare 1-star. LV5. Physical defense plus 45. Stamina plus 3. Agility plus 2. Special effect. Attack speed plus 10%. Rare, and with a special effect. The 8th set, rare 1-star. The 9th set, rare 2-star. Zhou Huai was completely stunned. This is just too exaggerated. Zhou Huai stared at the 9 pairs of bracers, especially the last 3 rare quality ones, his eyes lighting up. 9 forging attempts, all successful. The quality soared all the way up, jumping from a 1-star fine quality directly to a 3-star rare quality. If this news got out, the entire forging community would explode. The passive ability of the Wanxiang Divine Craftsman saved him 30% of the materials, and there were still quite a few left in the warehouse. For now, it was enough. He controlled Uyazi and slowly pushed open the door to the forging room. Outside the door, Shinshio and Old Zhang were chatting casually. They looked up at the sound at the same time. Shinshio forced a smile, but his heart sank. It took so long to come out. Most likely a failure. Mr. Oyezi, you're finally out. Was the forging successful? Oyezi's expression was calm as he gestured inside the room. All the equipment is ready. Please, Manager Shun, inspect them. Good, good. Shinshio was polite in words, but held no hope in his heart. He stepped into the forging room. The next second, he froze on the spot. On the forging table, 9 pairs of gauntlets were neatly arranged, each shining with different brilliance. He rubbed his eyes and counted again. It really was 9 pairs. The luster, the texture, it was obviously extraordinary. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fuck. Just now, he suspected Uyeezi was stalling. 5 hours. Producing even one would be considered good. The result was not 1 item, but 9. And each one was astonishingly well crafted. He rushed over, examining each piece one by one, his heartbeat quickening with every look. Almost all were of excellent quality, not a single ordinary one among them. When he saw the last 3 pieces, he was completely stunned. Rare quality, and 3 of them in a row. Shinshio took a sharp breath, his hands trembling. This is the power of an S-level blacksmith. He wiped his sweat and took out his phone to dial. The call was connected, and an old voice came through. What's the matter? Shinshio's voice trembled. President, a monster has appeared at the guild. A black car suddenly braked sharply in front of the Forgemaster Guild. The car door opened, and a man in his 60s quickly got out, vigorous and imposing. His hands were covered with calluses, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Gu Yan, the president of the Tianghai City Forgemaster Guild. He said nothing and went straight up to the forging room on the third floor. Approaching the forging bench, he grabbed those pairs of gauntlets and examined each one carefully, leaving no detail unnoticed. The air was so oppressive it was suffocating. After a long while, he finally put down the last piece and turned to look at Shin Xiao, who was so nervous he was stiffening. Gu Yan nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Tianhai City is finally going to have a truly impressive blacksmith. Then, guided by Shin Xiao, he went to O Yezi's office. The old chairman looked over O Yezi from head to toe, his gaze like that of someone inspecting an unpolished ore. I am Gu Yan, the chairman of the Forgers Guild in Tianghai City. I have inspected the gauntlets. Very good. His gaze darkened. I heard you are an S-level forger? It seems that Dashin is about to produce another legendary master. Zhou Huai controlled O Yezi with a calm expression. Chairman, you flatter me. Gu Yan waved his hand, getting straight to the point. No more nonsense. Join the Tianghai City Blacksmiths Guild. I will grant you the status of a master blacksmith. Your treatment will be on par with the vice president. The top-level master blacksmith workshop is at your disposal. All guild forging blueprints, except for a few restricted files, will be fully accessible to you. Basic materials are free, rare materials will be supplied with priority and at cost price. Also, you'll have a dedicated assistant team responsible for errands, materials, and intelligence. The highest level security is also under your control. Conditions came down one after another. Shin Xiao listened nervously from the side. This treatment is simply outrageous. Even for those genius newcomers, it wasn't necessarily attainable. However, Yezi remained calm throughout. He picked up his tea and took a light sip. The conditions are indeed enticing. But there's no such thing as a free benefit in this world. What do I need to give in return? Gu Yan looked at him, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. To be able to stay firm in the face of such temptation, this young man is not ordinary. He smiled. It's not about making sacrifices. Just a few requirements. First, after you join the Tianhai Forgers Guild, you must publicly acknowledge that you are a member of the guild. Second, the equipment you craft, the guild has the right of first refusal to purchase. The price will be based on the highest market price. If it goes to auction, you can also get an additional share. Third, you are free in your daily activities, but when the guild needs you, you must return. After hearing this, Zhou Huai lightly furrowed his brows. The conditions sounded good, but it was actually a trap. Once agreed, Oyezi's avatar would be completely bound by the Tianhai branch. But his SS-level Universal Divine Artisan would be the core of his own faction in the future. How could he let a branch control him? Chairman Sheen, I appreciate your good intentions. Oyezi put down his teacup, his tone polite but distant. But I'm afraid I cannot accept these conditions. I'm a carefree person and dislike being restricted. It's better for me to remain an ordinary member. As soon as he finished speaking, the office fell silent. Shin Xiao's heart tightened with anxiety, fearing the chairman might flip out on the spot. The smile on Gu Yan's face faded slightly, and his eyes grew sharp. Is it that the conditions aren't good enough, or do you have other plans? He paused, then his tone softened. I truly value your talent. If you have any thoughts, you can speak freely. As long as they're not excessive, everything can be discussed. This was exactly what Zhou Huai had been waiting to hear. Getting me to agree is simple. Add one more condition on top of the original ones. Gu Yan's eyes flickered. What condition? Oh, Yezi enunciated each word. If I ever want to leave the guild, I can leave at any time. The guild is not allowed to stop me. The air instantly froze. Gu Yan frowned deeply. The guild invested resources to cultivate, and you just say you're leaving just like that? What about that investment? If it were any other guild leader, they wouldn't agree so easily. Just as the atmosphere stiffened, Yezi spoke up again. I speak straightforwardly, please forgive me. But there is one thing I must make clear. I, Yezi, am not loyal to Tianghai Guild exclusively. With my skills, no matter which city's blacksmith guild I go to, I can thrive and make a name for myself. I have that confidence. But if I join the Tianhai Guild, it will definitely level up even further, maybe several levels. In the future, breaking into the top ranks of Daxiao won't just be empty talk. Guyan was taken aback at first, then sneered coldly. You're young, but your tone is quite arrogant. He stared at Yezi as if trying to see through him completely. After a moment, he suddenly stopped laughing. But I like that ruthless spirit in you. The terms, I agree to them. Shinshio beside him almost popped his eyes out. Such an outrageous request, and the president actually nodded? Aren't they afraid that after training the person, they would just turn around and leave? But Guyan was very clear in his heart. This kind of talent will shine anywhere. The Tianhai Guild can't keep him. Instead of waiting for him to be snatched away by others, it's better to show sincerity first and form a good relationship. In the future, it might bring even greater returns. Quickly, the details were settled and the contract signed. Gu Yin smiled broadly, took out a simple ring from the storage pouch, and handed it over. This is a meeting gift, a space ring. Zhou Huai controlled Yezi to take it, feeling a shock in his heart. A space ring. Any one of these would start at 500,000 Daxia coins. This gesture was quite generous. He put on the ring and thought deeply. There is another world inside the ring. An independent space of a full 10 cubic meters, quietly suspended there. Thank you, Chairman. Guyan waved his hand. It's nothing, kid. He looked at Yezi. You've made so many handguards. You must be tired. Go back and rest. If you don't have a place to stay, let Shaoshin arrange a quiet courtyard for you. Yezi shook his head. I'm not tired. I still want to go to the top-level forging room and try making a few more pieces. Guyan was stunned. This kid, how does he have so much energy? Are S-level smiths all this outrageous? An ordinary smith making 1 or 2 pieces of equipment a day is considered an extreme effort, often so exhausted they can barely stand. But this kid has made at least a dozen pieces today, and he looks completely at ease, claiming he's not tired? They didn't know that Zhou Huai's avatar contained an AI core and had no energy limitations. As long as there were enough materials, he could keep forging indefinitely. Guyan suppressed his shock and turned to look at Shinshio. Shaoshan, since Yezi is so interested, take him over there. Yes, Chairman, I will make sure everything is arranged. The two left the office. Yezi didn't rush to the top-level forging room, but first went to the blueprint area on the second floor. The shelves were packed full of blueprints. Zhou Huai's eyes quickly scanned and soon picked out several items. Shadow Wind Battle Boots, Shadow Wind Chest Armor, Shadow Wind Gauntlets, Shadow Wind Belt. Level 8 Blue Set. Collecting all 4 pieces increases all attributes by 15% and restores 1% health per second out of combat. If the quality is upgraded another level, the effect will be even stronger. This set of equipment is practically tailor-made for Yasuo. He also obtained a level 8 Windbreaker Longsword blueprint. Fully prepared, the two of them went up to the 5th floor. The entire floor was empty and quiet. At the end of the corridor, a huge bronze door stood silently. Flame patterns coiled on the door, emanating an ancient and oppressive aura. This is the guild's only top-level forging room, Shinshio said with reverence in his tone. Yezi nodded and pushed the door open. With a loud boom, a wave of heat hit them, several times fiercer than that of the basic forging room. The interior space was spacious. In the center stood a towering dark gold furnace. The fire burning beneath it was no ordinary flame. It was a cluster of eerie blue flame, quietly flickering, yet emitting a chillingly high temperature. This is the Iowa, Yezi said softly. Just approaching it, one could feel the surging fire-type energy. Using this fire to forge would greatly increase the success rate and quality. Before long, Shinshio personally brought all the materials Yezi needed. Rare ores and beast materials piled up on the forging table. Just looking at them was astonishing. Mr. Yezi, everything is here. Let me know if you need anything. Shinshio said respectfully. Yezi nodded in thanks and turned around to close the heavy stone door. System, AI takeover. Zhou Huai issued the order in his mind. Yezi's gaze faltered for a moment, then quickly regained composure and continued forging. Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness. A strong wave of fatigue washed over him. His vision went black, and he fell asleep immediately. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Zhou Huai suddenly sat up and checked the results at once. Consciousness sank. In the forging room, for pieces of the Shadow Wind set, along with a Howling Breaker longsword, were neatly arranged on the table. Each piece was glowing, clearly of exceptional quality. He controlled Oyezi to pick up the battle boots. Shadow Wind battle boots, rare. Required level, LV8. Defense, plus 80. Agility, plus 15. Movement speed, plus 10%. Rare 3 stars. Breastplate, rare 4 stars. Gauntlets, rare 3 stars. Windbreaker longsword, rare 4 stars. When he picked up the last belt, his breath caught. Shadow Wind belt, rare. Rare 5 stars, fully starred. Shadow Wind set, April 4th, effect. 1. All attributes increase by 32%. 2. Recover 3% HP per second out of combat. Zhou Huai gasped. These attributes are too exaggerated. A level 8 rare item on the market costs at least 10,000 daxia coins. With set effects, the price doubles or triples. This entire set, conservatively estimated, starts at 150,000. If auctioned, the price would only be higher. And this is just the cost of materials. Zhou Huai put all the equipment into the space ring. Oyezi pushed the door open and came out. Outside the door, a young woman dressed in professional attire was already waiting. Seeing him come out, she immediately bowed in greeting. Hello, Mr. Oyezi. I am the exclusive assistant arranged for you by the chairman. My name is Lin Wei. If you need anything from now on, just let me know. Oyezi nodded, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. I'm tired. I'll go back and rest first. He had been forging continuously for a day and a night. If he didn't say he was tired, it would be too obvious. Lin Wei quickly said, the chairman has already arranged a place for you to stay, an upscale apartment near the guild. I'll take you there now. Oyezi responded with a nod. The two of them walked to the guild entrance. Lin Wei went to the parking lot to get the car. At the street corner, a familiar figure appeared. The resurrected Thundersword Master, Yasuo. The two clones looked at each other across the crowd. No expression, no communication. The next moment, Oyezi flicked his wrist, and the spatial ring quietly flew out, tracing a faint arc and landing precisely in Yasuo's hand. Yasuo caught the ring without hesitation and turned to blend into the crowd. The movements were crisp and decisive, like seasoned agents secretly exchanging intelligence. Zhou Huai was very clear in his mind. These two clones couldn't get too close for the time being. If someone targeted them, it was highly likely they would be traced and wiped out all at once. Lin Wei brought Oyezi to the high-end apartment next to the guild. The room was spacious and bright, with exquisite decoration. Mr. Oyezi, this is your residence. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lin Wei handed over a business card. Oyezi took it and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. After Lin Wei left, Zhou Huai immediately issued new instructions to Oyezi's AI core. From now on, focus solely on forging equipment. When you're tired, rest. When you're hungry, eat. You must live like a normal person until the system's forging challenge is completed. Instruction received. Activating life simulation forging mode. A glimmer of data light flickered in Oyezi's eyes, then quickly returned to calm. He stood by the window, looking into the distance, his expression solemn. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Huai's consciousness instantly shifted. Yasuo, at this moment, standing under the tall city gate of Tianhai City. The trial tower has ended. To level up quickly, you must leave the city. Outside the city is the true battlefield. The wilderness is overrun with strange beasts, filled with secret realms, and crowded with dungeons. Countless professionals fight desperately here, all for power and wealth. But the greater the reward, the higher the danger. There are no rules here. Besides the ferocious beasts, you must also watch out for the people around you. For a piece of equipment or a bit of resources, turning hostile, fighting, killing, and looting have long become the norm. A huge alloy gate completely separated the inside of the city from the outside, like two different worlds. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and walked toward the city exit passage. Several fully armed guards blocked his way. ID card, the guard said coldly. Yasuo handed over the forged credentials. The guard scanned the device, confirmed everything was in order, then looked up to scrutinize him. Just you? Where's your team? Yasuo shook his head, lowering his voice. No teammates. Going out to level up, we'll be back soon. The guard's eyebrows twitched slightly, his tone still strictly businesslike. The lowest level of abnormal beasts outside the city is level 10. You're on your own, so be careful. He pointed to a notice on the wall. There's an emergency rescue number on it. If you really can't hold on, call it. But the rescue fee isn't cheap, starting at 10,000 per call. Zhou Huai understood clearly. The price wasn't low, but others risking their lives to save you was fair. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful, Yasuo replied calmly. The alloy gate slowly rose. The guard looked at his back and added, come back before dark. Nighttime is 10 times more dangerous than daytime. Yasuo didn't look back and walked straight out of the city gate. A scent mixed with grass, wood, and blood hit him in the face. Outside the city lay an endless, primeval jungle. The mottled asphalt road stretched into the distance, with occasional vehicles bearing guild emblems rushing by. Most professionals would huddle together for warmth. But Yasuo didn't need that. He walked farther along the main road, confirming he had already left Tianhai City's surveillance. A thought flashed through my mind. The spatial ring lights up. The 4 pieces of the shadow wind set appear simultaneously, and the Stormbreaker longsword falls into the palm. The equipment is instantly worn. Power swells within the body, as if completely ignited. Clone panel, Yasuo. Class, the only hidden class, S-rank Thunder Swordmaster. Level, LV8. Health, 1720/1720. Mana, 1190/1190. Strength, 212. Agility, 416. Stamina, 227. Spirit, 157. Attack power, 328. Physical defense, 202. Magic resistance, 95. Zhou Huai's lips curled slightly. Only level 8, but his attributes had surged to an absurd level, crushing most level 20 B-rank professionals without any pressure. The only problem was that the Shadow Wind set was too flashy, not matching his rogue temperament. Hide appearance. With a flash of light, the equipment reverted to plain cloth. The appearance was simple, but the strength was even more terrifying. He gripped the longsword tightly, the sword humming softly. Begin the hunt. Just as they entered the jungle, a wolf howl exploded. 3 level 10 jungle dire wolves lunged out ferociously, their blood-red eyes cold and menacing. The leader opened its jaws wide and lunged straight toward the face. Looking for death, Yasuo advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a thunderclap slash. Thunder light swept across, piercing through the dire wolf instantly. Damage numbers spiked wildly, killing it on the spot. The remaining 2 just showed signs of fear, and he was already closing in. The long sword moved like the wind, sparks flying like thunder and lightning. After several strikes, the 2 fierce wolves fell one after another. Experience gained, wolf pelts and fangs dropped. He casually stored them into the ring. Not bad efficiency. Wild beasts were densely packed outdoors, a group every few steps. After a satisfying bout of fierce fighting, Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness. System, let Yasuo activate the AI core and level up freely. Command received. The avatar, Thunderous Swordsman Yasuo, AI core system activated. A cold gleam flashed in Yasuo's eyes, quickly returning to his usual casual demeanor. He slung his long sword over his shoulder and walked straight into the depths of the jungle. Others needed to team up, take potions, and proceed cautiously to level up. He didn't need to. The Shadow Wind set had incredible regeneration. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could keep fighting endlessly. Zhou Huai yawned and turned over to lie down comfortably. Next, he just waited for the experience to increase on its own. Under AI control, Yasuo's figure flickered. The mobility of the S-rank swordsman was maxed out. Every time the beast pounced, he dodged just barely, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. The experience bar surged wildly. In less than 2 hours, the level soared straight to LV9. Zhou Huai had just withdrawn his consciousness, ready to take a nap. The door was knocked. Uncle Fu pushed the door open, his face full of joy. Young master, Missy has arrived. Zhou Huai smirked. That was quick. Most likely just cleared the trial tower and rushed over. Brother Zhou Huai. Before she arrived, her voice was already heard. Her crisp voice was full of excitement. Yishi ran in, her face beaming with joy. Zhou Huai looked at her. Cleared the level? What rank? Yishi blushed and stuck out her tongue. Didn't get first. We're third. She changed the tone of her words, her eyes full of pride. But Lu Qi didn't win either. He came in second, still far behind the first place. He looked so green at that moment. It was hilarious. Zhou Huai laughed inside, but pretended to be surprised on the surface. Even Lu Qi didn't get first place? Then who was first? Yishi's eyes lit up. Yasuo, you don't know, he's super powerful. That day Lu Qi gave me trouble, and he took him down in no time. It felt so satisfying. Zhou Huai's heart trembled, but his face pretended to be curious. That fierce. Which school is he from? Why have I never heard of this person before? Yishi frowned, full of confusion, like it suddenly appeared. Personality is cold to the extreme. The most ridiculous part is, looks like a man in his 30s, but the profile says he's 18. She tilted her head and made a funny face. Isn't this just having a weathered look at such a young age? Zhou Huai cleared his throat lightly. Who is this girl hinting at? Maybe he just looks a bit more mature. Yishi didn't notice his oddness, her tone tinged with regret. I heard that Yasuo's talent was at least S-level. But the night before last, right after he cleared the trial tower, he was killed. This matter even alarmed the higher-ups in Tianhai City. Lu Qi was called in for questioning this morning. Zhou Huai's eyes darkened. Killed. Any clues? Yishi lowered her voice. My dad said the opponent is ridiculously strong. Even the four principals working together couldn't stop him. Most likely someone from Dawn. Dawn? Zhou Huai's pupils contracted slightly. He had heard of this guild. Their actions were reckless, members few, but each one was a master. The minimum threshold was A-level. Whoever they set their sights on, they forced them to join. If you don't agree, they'll destroy you outright. If they can't get you, they kill. Yasuo was actually targeted by this group of lunatics. Luckily, he committed suicide in front of Chu He at the time. Otherwise, if they really got entangled with him, it would be a dead end. Zhou Huai suppressed the thought. The trial tower is over. Where are you planning to level up? Yishi's talent almost guarantees admission to a top-tier university. But the national exam requires level 15. So during this period, students all go out of the city to grind monsters. Hearing this, her expression immediately fell, and her lips pouted slightly. Zhou Huai immediately noticed. What's wrong? Yishi sighed. It's none other than my dad. He went crazy last night for some reason and forced me to team up with Lu Qi to run dungeons outside the city. Zhou Huai's face immediately turned cold. The Yi family clearly wants to matchmake her with Lu Qi. Lu Qi carries the Zhou family's name and has the Lu family backing him. I heard his biological father is also influential. No matter how big the background is, if anyone dares to touch the woman he cares about, he will make them pay the price. Yishi sensed his anger and hurriedly explained. Brother Zhou Huai, don't think too much. I'm just going to level up. Nothing will happen between me and him. Zhou Huai suppressed his anger and held her hand. I trust you, you're so good. Where are you going to level up? Jingshui Lake, 30 miles outside the city, the newly opened level 10 dungeon. Zhou Huai nodded, his tone gentle but secretly cold. The wild is dangerous, be careful. Yishi blushed and agreed. After she left, the smile on Zhou Huai's face vanished instantly. Lu Qi wanted to poach. In your dreams. Just then, the system prompt sounded. The clone, Thunder Sword Master Yasuo, encountered the level 10 elite boss Jungle Blood Wolf King in the wild. Take control? Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Wild bosses rarely appear, but the rewards they drop are astounding. At the same time, they are extremely dangerous, and the team could be wiped out with a slight mistake. Challenging alone is a death wish. He took over the clone without hesitation. The jungle depths were dim. Not far away, a giant wolf twice the size of an ordinary evil wolf stared at Yasuo, its eyes blood red. Its fur was dark red and shiny, as if soaked in blood, emitting a strong stench. Its fangs curled outward, gleaming with a cold light. Jungle Blood Wolf King LV10, Elite Boss. HP, 18,000/18,000. A full 18,000 health points, more than 10 times that of a normal evil wolf. Kill or not. The boss is handed to you on a silver platter. There's no reason to back down. If the clone dies, it dies. Wait 24 hours, and you can start over. Using one day to exchange for a chance at a rare drop, it's a worthwhile trade. However, Zhou Huai had no intention of handling it personally. During this time, he had realized that the intelligent core AI fought more steadily and accurately than he did. It neither panics nor makes mistakes. System: activate core AI. Target: kill Blood Wolf King. Command confirmed. Combat mode activated. A glimmer of icy blue data streams passed through Yasuo's eyes. He slightly adjusted his grip on the sword, his momentum suddenly sharp and fierce, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Howl! The Blood Wolf King roared, the sound waves shaking the leaves violently. The next moment, it lunged fiercely, its massive figure turning into a blood-colored afterimage, the bloody wind rushing straight at his face. Amazingly fast, this speed far exceeds that of an ordinary evil wolf. Yet Yasu remained completely composed. At the very moment the wolf's claw came down, thunderlight rush. With a flash of lightning, his figure shifted sideways, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike by brushing past the wolf's claw. Boom! The Wolf King missed, its sharp claw striking the ground, scattering dirt and stones as it left a shallow crater. Missing the attack, the Blood Wolf King immediately steadied itself, opening its blood-red mouth wide as a blood-colored energy sphere shot toward the spot where Yasu had just been standing. Bloody bullet. Yasuo flicked his toes and slid aside. The blood orb smashed the ground. Blood mist exploded. The smell of blood filled the air. The Blood Wolf King's assault was relentless, but his massive body was surprisingly agile, pouncing, biting, and whipping his tail in succession, the strong wind blowing in the face. But Yasuo was like a breeze, weaving back and forth through the storm of attacks. Sweeping wind was triggered, every step he took was on rhythm, every dodge perfectly timed. With the aid of the intelligent core AI, the Windbreaker's longsword always struck the gaps accurately, lightning flashes cutting across, leaving wounds on the Wolf King. Uft. -485. Weakness attack. Lightning exploded. The Blood Wolf King roared in pain and anger, its assault fiercer. It suddenly stood up, the blood glow on its front claws surging, heavily slamming the ground. Blood Rage shock. A blood-colored shockwave swept around. Area attack. Yasuo's gaze darkened, lightning dash activated. His figure leapt up, narrowly dodging. Now, the brief stiffness after the ultimate was precisely captured by the core AI. Yasuo fell from the air, thunderlight surging on his sword. Thunderclap slash. The thick thunder sword energy struck the Wolf King's head. -950. Critical. Weak point attack. The Wolf King howled in agony. Its figure flickered, and its health bar dropped significantly. Paralysis triggered. 1 second of stiffness, enough to be fatal. Yasuo did not retreat, his sword flashing continuously, the damage stacking wildly. -377. -392. -380. Paralysis ended. The Blood Wolf King recovered its actions, its eyes filled only with madness. It was completely enraged. No longer using skills, it directly chased with its body, attacking relentlessly. Man and wolf, engaged in a life-and-death chase in the dense forest. At first, it was the jungle Blood Wolf King chasing Yasuo, eager to tear this slippery kid apart. But as time went on, the Blood Wolf King's speed slowed, and the wounds on his body increased. With the stamina of an S-level profession, combined with the healing effect of the Shadow Wind set, Yasuo was almost tireless. In contrast, the Blood Wolf King, despite his thick blood and high defense, couldn't withstand the continuous bleeding. The situation slowly reversed. Yasuo stopped dodging and began to take the initiative to attack. Relying on his faster movement, he turned the tables and started chasing and fighting the Blood Wolf King. The sword light stayed close, step by step pressing tightly, biting hard onto the opponent. The Blood Wolf King had brute strength but couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, only able to roar in anger. A few more minutes passed. The Blood Wolf King's health reached 0, his movements sluggish, and his attacks weak. Final strike. Yasuo's eyes turned cold as lightning rush and thunder slash burst forth simultaneously. He became a streak of lightning, instantly closing the distance, and a sword pierced through the Blood Wolf King's chest. -1280. Critical hit. Howl. The Blood Wolf King let out a final howl, its massive body crashing down with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed Jungle Blood Wolf King LV-10, Elite Boss. Gained 12,000 experience points. Obtain materials. Wolf King Essence X1, Bloodstained Wolf King Fong X2, Tough Wolf King for X1. 12,000 experience in hand. Yasuo's level rose from LV9, 20%, to LV9, 50%, just one step away from level 10. Zhou Huai was overjoyed inside. These few boss materials are even more valuable. Wolf King Essence is the core material for advanced potions and equipment. The Wolf King's fangs can be crafted into high-quality weapons. The Wolf King's fur can be made into top-grade armor. A rough estimate shows they can easily be sold for 50,000 daxia coins. This time, the profit is enormous. Yasuo bent down to pick up the spoils. At that moment, rustle, rustle. The sound of delicate footsteps came from afar. Yasuo suddenly looked up, his gaze cold and icy. 4 or 5 figures stepped out from the shadows of the forest, wearing unfriendly expressions, slowly closing in. The light and shadows in the forest flickered, the atmosphere suddenly tense. 5 figures emerged from the darkness, forming a semicircle, trapping Yasuo and the corpse of the Jungle Blood Wolf King in the middle. Leading them was a burly man with a scar on his face, shouldering a cold, gleaming giant axe. Beside him stood a tall, slender mage holding an ice-blue staff. A woman with a bow had a sharp glare. There were also 2 strong men, one holding a tower shield and the other a one-handed sword, both wearing vigilant expressions. A standard 5-person squad. Their eyes first fell on the Wolf King's corpse, then greedily scanned the glowing loot on the ground, and finally all locked onto Yasuo, standing with his sword. The scarred, burly man grinned, showing yellow teeth. "Brother, you've got some skills." Zhou Huai did not immediately take over the body. He wanted to see how the AI would respond. Yasuo moved decisively, putting the Wolf King Essence, Bloodstained Wolf King Fong, and Sturdy Wolf King Fur all into the spatial ring, then finally looked up at the 5 people. "Who are you? What brings you here?" His tone was indifferent, with a hint of feigned world-weariness. The 5 were taken aback. Zhou Huai almost burst out laughing. This way of speaking was like a costume drama character who had traveled through time. The scarred, burly man was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Brother, you're quite amusing. This Wolf King was discovered by us first. I just wanted to call more people to act more cautiously, to avoid a mess. Didn't expect you'd beat me to it." Yasuo's expression remained unchanged. "So what?" The mage's face darkened, speaking coldly. "Too arrogant. Boss, I think." The scarred, burly man raised his hand to interrupt, but his smile turned colder. "Brother, it's not easy for us to make this run. How about this? Split the materials with us. You take the rest. Everyone goes their own way. Make friends, so that there's someone to look out for you outside Tianhai City in the future. How about that?" Zhou Huai sneered coldly in his heart. He found it first. Split it in half. This kind of robber logic is said with such conviction. Yasuo didn't take the other party's proposal seriously at all. He didn't even bother to glance again, turned around and left, leaving behind a cold remark. "Dream on. If you've got the guts, fight yourself. What kind of skill is robbing others?" As soon as the words fell, the scar-faced thug's smile completely vanished. His expression darkened, and his tone changed. "Buddy, don't be so shameless. Cut the act of playing the noble. If you don't leave the stuff today, don't expect to walk out of this forest in one piece." Saying that, he gave a signal to his 4 teammates. The 4 immediately spread out, blocking all of Yasuo's escape routes. 2 shield warriors slammed their tower shields onto the ground. A dull thud echoed, their weapons pointed straight at Yasuo, faces full of mockery. In their eyes, this guy was just lucky, having picked up their boss. Now, it was time to spit out what didn't belong to him. The scarred strong man stepped forward with his giant axe, sneering. "Listen carefully, we are from the Flesh Hunters Guild. You seem to have some skills, that's why we're talking nicely with you. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame us for being ruthless. Leave behind the stuff and anything valuable on you." Yasuo slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 5 people surrounding him. The wind-cutting longsword gleamed coldly under the dappled forest light. "Cut the nonsense. Fight." Before the words had fallen, he had already moved. Not defending, but taking the initiative to strike. His target was the most vulnerable female archer at the rear of the group. The female archer didn't expect him to be so decisive. Seeing him charge, she instinctively drew her bow and stepped back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lightning dash activated. With a crackling sound, Yasuo transformed into a streak of lightning, crossing several meters in an instant and appearing right in front of her. "Damn! Protect Lily," the scarred man shouted. Just as the others were about to support, the sword already came down. Lightning exploded on the sword's edge. Thundering slash. Sizzle. The first sword strike precisely hit her shoulder. Thunder exploded instantly, not only causing her health to plummet, but also paralyzing her in place with electricity. The female archer's body stiffened, her skill brutally interrupted, and despair flashed in her eyes. The next second, Yasuo's second sword fell, carrying a cold, murderous intent straight toward her neck. -788. Critical hit. The crimson damage number popped up, and she collapsed without even a scream, eyes wide open. Instant kill. Less than 2 seconds in total. "Bastard. I'll kill you." The scar-faced strong man watched his teammate die instantly and became furious. His muscles bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and he swung his giant axe down at Yasuo. The tall, skinny mage also made a move. Ice Spike. The ice spike cut through the air but missed. After killing, Yasuo moved forward instead of retreating, dodging the ice spike sideways and causing the giant axe to miss as well. His target was the ice mage. Damn it! The mage panicked but forced himself to cast the spell. Frost Nova. The cold burst out, trying to freeze Yasuo. But Yasuo was faster. Before the cold could reach him, he had already closed in on the mage. A flash of the sword. The mage's health instantly dropped significantly. "Cover me." The mage retreated hurriedly. 2 shield warriors charged forward, flanking from both sides. Shield bash. Yasuo's figure flickered, passing through the gap between the 2 tower shields. He still pursued the mage directly. The mage was completely flustered. The 2 shield warriors couldn't stop him. Ice wall. The ice rapidly solidified, blocking in front of him. Several thick ice walls suddenly rose, blocking the way between him and Yasuo. But this little obstacle was completely useless. Thunder Flash activated. Yasuo transformed into a streak of lightning, passing straight through the wall and instantly appearing in front of the mage. Before the mage could react, the sword light flashed and his head flew off. "Another one dead. I'm going to fight you to the death." The scarred, burly man went completely mad, swinging his massive axe wildly like a rampaging beast. But he was left with only brute strength, utterly lacking precision. Yasuo dodged back and forth between the axe swings, countering with a sword strike that left bloodied gashes on him. The 2 shield warriors tried to surround him, but couldn't even catch his shadow. The battle was completely out of control. Yasuo weaved through the 3 of them, each sword strike drawing blood, lightning crackling around him, slowing their movements more and more. One shield warrior's throat was pierced, collapsing on the spot. The other desperately blocked, but was still struck through the heart with a sword. Only the scarred strong man remained. He was covered in blood, his movements sluggish. Yasuo seized the opening and stabbed straight into the heart with his sword. The burly man looked down at the sword in his chest, eyes filled with unwillingness, and fell heavily. All 5 members of the Bloodthirsty Hunters Guild were wiped out. Zhou Huai was boiling with excitement in the consciousness space. This battle was quick and decisive. Yasuo shook the blood off his sword and was about to loot the spoils. Suddenly, the dense sound of footsteps came from the forest. There were quite a few people. Yasuo looked up, his gaze coldly fixed on the depths of the darkness. Without hesitation, he immediately gave up on searching the corpses, his figure flashing as he slipped into the dark, dense forest and soon vanished without a trace. Before long, rustle, rustle. Another team rushed into the ravaged clearing. The young man at the front was alert, scanning the surroundings. Strange, the coordinates sent by the Iron Soldiers are supposed to be somewhere near here. Why is there not a single shadow? Just as the words fell, "Boss, come quickly and see." A shout came from not far away. The young man's face changed drastically, and he rushed over with his men. Just one glance. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply. 5 bodies lay scattered on the ground. It was the Iron Soldier's squad. Iron Soldier. He gritted his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. All dead. How is that possible? Boss, could it have been the jungle blood wolf king? The young man coldly denied. Impossible. A mere level 10 elite boss. Even if we lost, it wouldn't result in a total wipeout. He crouched down to check the wounds. The incision is neat, clearly made by a sharp blade. It was done by a person. The young man suddenly stood up, his gaze icy cold. Jasmine, release Hawkeye. Search all suspicious targets within 1 kilometer. Wang Chong, notify everyone in the guild to stop leveling immediately and come here at once. Being able to kill the Iron Soldier squad so cleanly means the enemy is by no means simple. Yes, boss. A tall woman took out a jade green flute and gently blew on it. Chirp. Several raptors on the treetops spread their wings and soared, circling upward. As her hand gestures changed, the raptors quickly dispersed. Jasmine closed her eyes, her hair slightly moving, as if sharing the vision. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Boss, found someone. 2 kilometers northwest, there's a lone figure. The young man's gaze darkened. 1 person. Are you sure? Sure. Within 5 kilometers, he's the only survivor. It can't be wrong. A cold gleam flashed in the young man's eyes. Then it's him. Keep him in sight. Don't let him escape. Also, find out his background. Jasmine nodded, a faint green pattern flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, a hawk circling above Yasuo's head had strange green patterns flickering in its pupils. Target confirmed, Jasmine reported. Level LV9, profession Thunder Swordsman. Thunder Swordsman? The young man frowned. A profession he had never heard of before. But when he heard the level, his expression instantly changed. Level 9. Are you sure? He wiped out a level 20 squad at level 9. Although the Iron Soldier squad wasn't considered strong and their equipment was ordinary, their level was what mattered. Even for an A-rank profession, a level 9 trying to take on a 5-person team alone would never be easy. Unless it was an S-rank. As soon as the thought arose, he suppressed it. If an S-rank really appeared in Tianghai City, it wouldn't be without any rumors. The young man's gaze darkened as he looked at a small, silent man in the team. Xiaowei, you go test him. Focus on probing. If he really is a tough nut, stall him and wait for the main force to arrive. Daring to cause trouble in the territory of the Bloody Guild, whether you're the killer or not, you have to pay the price. Xiaowei grinned, his eyes full of murderous intent. Boss, rest assured. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, disappearing into the shadows of the forest like a ghost, vanishing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his body. Yasuo was killing and looting in the wilderness. He didn't care. This world was one of survival of the fittest. If you don't make a move, you're the one who will die. Being soft-hearted will only get you trampled underfoot. He took out his phone, opened the Tianhai City wilderness map, and quickly found Pure Water Lake. It's about 10 kilometers from Yasuo. Grind monsters while making your way there. You can arrive before dark. His goal was very clear. Wasn't Lu Qi trying to team up with Yi Shi to do the dungeon? He was determined to mess that up. Just thinking. Ding. System alert. The clone Thunder Sword Master Yasuo is under malicious attack by an unknown profession. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. Again? These people in the wild really don't fear death. Without hesitation, he instantly shifted his consciousness to Yasuo. Deep in the dense forest, Yasuo had just finished clearing a group of venomous flower spiders and was bending down to pick up the fallen items. Whoosh! A poisoned cold gleam suddenly shot out from the shadow behind, straight aimed at his chest. Without turning his head, Yasuo blocked the sneak attack with a reverse swing of his sword. Sparks flew as the attacker missed, quickly retreating. The black-clad assassin Xiao Wei appeared, holding twin ghost blue daggers, shock flashing in his eyes. That reaction, it was too fast. He dared not pause. His figure flickered, and he vanished into stealth. The air suddenly distorted, and Xiao Wei burst out from the side rear, stabbing Yasuo's ribs directly with 2 daggers. A backstab aimed at the bones, ruthless and deadly. 2 dull sounds fell. The daggers hit, but no blood splattered. Above Yasuo's head, only 2 pitiful numbers jumped out. -38. -45. Xiao Wei's expression changed instantly. He was level 23, a fully agile assassin, One combo alone could take down even a tank warrior. But hitting a level 9 swordsman, he couldn't even break 100 damage. This defense is ridiculously chilling. In the moment he was stunned, Yasuo moved. The long sword swept out with lightning, so fast it left no time to breathe. Xiaowei wanted to retreat, but was one step too slow. The sword's edge sliced open his chest, blood mist exploding out. 432. Massive damage appeared. He was blasted backward, his health bar dropping by nearly half. Xiaowei fell to the ground, face full of terror. Is this really level 9? Zhou Huai sneered inwardly. A rare set crafted over the whole night is not just for show. If you can't break the defense, how dare you come to kill? Yasuo said nothing, raised his sword and closed in, preparing to finish him off. Xiaowei was so frightened his soul almost scattered, desperately activating skills. Shadow Escape activated. Black energy surged as he forcibly vanished. Yasuo's sword missed, leaving only the metallic scent of blood in the air. Zhou Huai immediately issued an order. Don't chase, move immediately. Entangled with that assassin who slipped like an eel, Chun quickly disappeared into the jungle. Not long after, Xiaowei appeared in a tree hollow. His face was pale, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, breathing rapidly. In that moment just now, he truly thought he was going to die. So strong. He trembled as he dialed the boss's phone. Boss, that guy is not simple. Iron Soldier and the others were definitely killed by him. I couldn't even break through his defense, and he almost killed me with one sword strike. He definitely has top-tier equipment on him. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. The young man immediately understood. No wonder a level 9 could counterkill Iron Soldier. It turned out to be a rich young master who came out for experience with top-tier gear. No bodyguards, and still so blatant. A greedy light flashed in the young man's eyes. This is a piece of fat meat. It's being delivered straight to the door. How could one refuse to eat it? Jasmine, have Hawkeye fix his gaze on him. We have to capture him today. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai shifted his consciousness back to a Yezi in the high-end apartment. Yasuo is almost level 10. The main body will also break through. By then, another clone can be created. But a Yezi hasn't made an epic piece of equipment yet. The smith's level is too low. Life profession levels up at an outrageously slow pace. Even after making more than 10 pieces of high-quality equipment last night, I only reached level 3. It's simply incomparable to combat professions. Fortunately, leveling up improves attributes and proficiency and also unlocks new skills. Zhou Huai controlled the Yezi to contact assistant Lin Wei. 10 minutes later, the car was parked downstairs. The Yezi got in the car. Lin Wei greeted politely. Zhou Huai deliberately loosened his control, wanting to see how the AI of this clone would respond. Would it speak with an artistic tone like Yasuo? In the end, the Yezi simply uttered 2 words softly. Not bad. After speaking, he closed his eyes to rest and did not speak again. The carriage fell silent once more. Lin Wei, unwilling to give up, tried to start a conversation again. Master, the weather is nice today. The guild has just received a batch of rare ores. But Oyezi still dismissed him in a few words. Yes. All right. The atmosphere fell silent again. Zhou Huai was well aware. This clone uses a silent, technical approach and doesn't like to waste words. Different clones, different personas. It's actually quite interesting. Soon, the car arrived at the blacksmith's guild. Oyezi handed the blueprints and the materials list to Lin Wei. Prepare everything. Send to the top-level forging room. Lin Wei nodded repeatedly. All right, master, I'll handle it immediately. Oyezi went straight into the familiar top-level forging room. Before long, batches of materials were delivered. This time, he chose the level 10 blue ring blueprint. Guaranteed high quality. The ring is small in size, consumes fewer materials, and takes less time. Perfect for leveling up. If luck is on your side and you get an epic, then you've hit the jackpot. All the materials are ready. The heavy door slowly closed. Oyezi took a deep breath, his eyes focused, and began the tedious yet meticulous forging. At that moment, ding! System alert. Your avatar, Thunder Sword Master Yasuo, is under attack by an unknown profession. The cold alert sound suddenly blared. Zhou Huai's expression darkened. Targeted again? This was only the first day out of the city, and it was already the 3rd time. He didn't hesitate, his awareness instantly shifting. His field of vision changed. Yasuo was actually surrounded by more than a dozen professionals. Figures interlaced, already forming a circle of encirclement. 2 or 3 warriors wielding knives and shields were tightly entangling him. Snort. A flash of sword light. One warrior failed to dodge in time. His arm was slashed open, blood spraying as he retreated with a scream. These people are not very strong. Zhou Huai squinted. Why did so many people suddenly come out to attack Yasuo? It seems they are targeting him. He quickly analyzed. Most likely, they are from the same guild as the 5 people Yasuo killed before. But the jungle is so large, how could they accurately pinpoint Yasuo's location? Just as he was thinking, the battle suddenly changed. A soldier's steel blade was cut in half by Yasuo's sword. The broken blade fell to the ground. The soldier was not angry but rather pleased, shouting loudly. The boss was right. He has top-notch equipment. Brothers, charge. Zhou Huai sneered coldly. So it was the equipment they were after. He suddenly remembered the assassin from before. It seemed they had been under surveillance for a long time. If that's the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless. These people might have higher levels, but their equipment is far inferior to Yasuo's. A full rare set, plus S-rank talents, completely overwhelming. Zhou Huai ordered, "Go all out, kill them." Yasuo nodded. The next second, instead of retreating, he charged straight at the ranged attackers. "Stop him," someone shouted in alarm. Control skills came down like rain. Vines entwine the ground. A ring of fire falls. An ice wall rises. Yet Yasuo suddenly stops before hitting the wall, turning back strangely. The 2 warriors chasing behind cannot react at all. A flash of cold light. A sword pierces the chest. Thunderclap, slash bursts forth. Damage explodes, paralysis takes effect. The soldier froze on the spot. Yasuo's face was expressionless. His sword moves relentless. 2 more strikes fell, the opponent's health bar depleted, and he died on the spot. His movements were crisp and efficient, like an emotionless killing machine. After killing, he didn't stop. Yasuo locked his sights on the distant mage and archer, charging straight into the crowd. Focus fire on him. Skill effects rained down wildly, explosions echoing continuously. His health instantly dropped by 1/3. But as the dust settled, several corpses appeared on the ground. Yasuo still stood there, his shadow wind armor glowing faintly, his health recovering. The attackers felt a chill down their spines. This was simply not human. Here, dying meant truly dying, no respawns. They were encountering this kind of reckless madman for the first time. Run, run quickly. Someone broke down first and turned around. The escape spread like a plague. A warrior was still shouting, "Don't run. You can still kill him." Before he finished speaking, a flash of a sword appeared. His head flew off, blood splattering onto Yasuo's face. The last hope was cut off with one sword strike. The remaining people completely broke down, screaming as they rushed into the dense forest. But now it's too late to leave. Yasuo transformed into a streak of cold lightning in pursuit. Under the moonlight, flashes of sword light appeared repeatedly, each strike taking a life. He was like a cold-blooded grim reaper, relentlessly chasing those fleeing for their lives. 1 cut per person, swift and decisive. Uft, uft. Screams and the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed continuously in the dark forest like a chilling massacre. In a clearing far away, a bonfire crackled and burned. The young man in brocade clothes stared towards the dense forest, his expression dark and terrifying. He frowned, glancing at Jasmine beside him, whose face was pale as death. "What's the situation now?" Jasmine closed her eyes, her body trembling, her forehead covered in cold sweat. After a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes, her voice trembling. All dead." The young man's pupils contracted sharply. "What did you say? A dozen or so people, not a single one survived?" Jasmine nodded with difficulty, her eyes filled with terror. "That person was too powerful, practically a monster. Our people can't even resist in front of him." "Good for nothing." The young man roared in anger and kicked over the fire rack, scattering sparks everywhere. "What use is it to keep them? More than 10 people can't beat one." He was so angry his face turned iron blue, his chest rising and falling. The 2 middle-aged men behind him exchanged a glance, but their expressions were very calm. One of them stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Emo Xiao, don't be anxious. No matter how strong they are, they're only level 9. Just because those people can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Another person also laughed and responded, "Leave it to us brothers." But as agreed, kill that kid, 100,000 each, no less. Mo Xiao was annoyed and impatiently waved his hand. Cut the nonsense. As long as we kill him, 200,000 will do. Go immediately, don't let him escape. These two were capable officers under his father's command, Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi. Both were veteran professionals above level 30, with rich experience. Originally, they were only meant to reinforce the formation, but unexpectedly, they really had to take action. He never imagined that dealing with a mere level 9 minor character would require calling on these two to intervene. But now the situation was already out of control. Just as he finished speaking, plop, a person covered in blood rolled out from the woods, clothes torn, face pale, eyes full of terror. Young Master Mo, save me. He collapsed at young Master Mo's feet, trembling so much he could barely stand. They're dead. All dead. Not a single brother is left. That guy isn't human. He's a monster, a demon crawling out of hell. Mo Xiao's face darkened as he kicked him away. Waste. They're all dead. How are you still alive? Only then did he notice that Jasmine beside him was trembling even more, her teeth chattering. What's wrong with you now? Jasmine's voice was trembling. Mo Xiao, he let him go on purpose. He wants to find out our position. He has already arrived. Before the voice fell, the sound of light footsteps came from the woods. Under the moonlight, a tall, slender figure slowly emerged. His face was cold and hard, holding a blood-stained black iron longsword. One person, one sword. Step by step, closing in. Though there was only one person, the pressure was suffocating. Mo Xiao stared at him, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just in time. Just so I don't have to come looking for you. He suddenly turned his head around. Zhao Tianming, Zhao Tianqi, it's your turn to step up. Don't disappoint me. The Zhao brothers exchanged a glance and walked out calmly. Zhao Tianqi was slender, smiling casually. Big brother, let me practice on this kind of trash alone. They're not even level 10. I really can't get interested. Zhao Tianming did not respond, but stared steadily at the figure, clearly more cautious. His gaze was cold as he stared at Yasuo walking slowly toward them, and said in a deep voice, "Being able to take down more than a dozen of us alone in such a short time is definitely not something simple. Second brother, don't be careless." Zhao Tianqi yawned, full of disdain. So what? Those useless guys deserve to compete with us? In my eyes, they're just like ants to be crushed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yasuo had already stopped a dozen meters away. He calmly scanned the Zhao brothers and then looked at the nervous Mo Xiao and the others behind them, asking coldly, "Who are you? Why did you lay a hand on me?" Zhao Tianqi sneered coldly, his face full of contempt. "If anyone is to blame, it's you for provoking the wrong person. Even more so, it's your fault for taking what you shouldn't have." Before his words finished, his eyes turned cold, and he struck instantly. His figure flashed, and he closed in rapidly. The air was torn apart, a sharp breaking sound exploded. A gleaming battle knife appeared in his hand, carrying a fierce gust of wind, slashing straight at Yasuo's face. Zhou Huai's pupils contracted. So fast. This strength is on a completely different level from those previous people. Yasuo reacted quickly, raising his sword to block. Clang! The clash of metal rang through the night sky, sparks flying everywhere. A powerful force pressed down along the blade. Yasuo's tiger mouth went numb, and his body was forced to step back half a pace. Zhao Tianqi's strike missed, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then a bloodthirsty smile appeared. "Not bad. You actually blocked my strike. Seems you really have some skill." Zhou Huai's heart sank. This man's swordsmanship was fierce and cunning. His speed could even match Yasuo. Far stronger than those others before. Definitely a top expert the guild has been keeping in reserve. Makes sense when you think about it. Even the worst guild needs a fierce character who can hold the field. Zhao Tianqi licked his cracked lips, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Bring it on." He growled low and charged out again. The blade flashed wildly, engulfing Yasuo completely. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal echoed continuously through the forest, sparks flying everywhere. Under AI control, Yasuo's sword strikes were like the wind, his defense impenetrable. Every block and dodge was executed with perfect precision. But the opponent's strength was overwhelming, waves of attacks pouring in. He was pushed back step by step, the soil and fallen leaves beneath his feet crushed into deep pits. The gap in attributes was fully exposed. Just as Zhao Tianqi struck with his blade, old and exhausted in strength, data flashed through Yasuo's eyes. A flaw appeared. He suddenly exerted force, his body twisting strangely, the long sword like a venomous snake bursting out of its hole, fast as lightning, stabbing straight at Zhao Tianqi's chest. This strike was both fierce and precise, timed perfectly. Zhao Tianqi's pupils contracted sharply, a chill rushing to the top of his head, the aura of death pressing down. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time at all. At the critical moment, "How dare you!" A loud shout exploded. Zhao Tianming had long been ready. His silver spear suddenly thrust out, spear momentum like a dragon, tearing through the air, heading straight for Yasuo's side ribs. The angle was tricky, the timing ruthless. Yasuo's sword was already drawn. It was too late to change moves, and even AI couldn't dodge it. A soft pop. The tip of the spear stabbed fiercely under the ribs, blood splattering. Minus 528. The crimson damage number popped up, and the health bar instantly dropped to just 1/3. Zhou Huai's heart sank. The opponent's attack was absurdly high. He was wearing a rare set with defense that crushed others at the same level, yet he was still crippled by a single shot. The rank and attributes of this Zhao definitely aren't low. Retreat, disengage immediately. Zhou Huai gave a decisive order. They couldn't fight head-on. Yasuo rolled back using the momentum, enduring the intense pain. Lightning rush. Electric sparks exploded, and his figure instantly put distance between them. His figure suddenly stretched out the gap, then turned and charged into the dark forest behind him. After a few up and downs, the person had disappeared without a trace. "Bro, what do you mean?" Zhao Tianqi had just narrowly escaped with his life, his face pale, then flew into a rage. "I was doing fine. I was about to win. Why did you interfere?" Zhao Tianming lowered the gun, his expression cold and hard. "Idiot, this isn't a ring. Pay up, don't waste time." He looked down at the gun barrel, frowning deeply. "This kid is off. Only level 9, and he didn't die from my shot." He looked up and stared at Hylan. "Cut the crap, chase him. He's taking the agility path, moving ridiculously fast. If we let him escape again, it'll be trouble." Mo Xiao also snapped back to reality and shouted into the communicator. "Molly, keep your eyes on him. Don't let him get away." There was still lingering fear on his face, but more so anger provoked by the challenge and greed. "He has to stay tonight." The night grew darker. The jungle was like a gaping maw, swallowing people whole without leaving a trace. Yasuo dashed through the forest, stepping on branches and leaves, without pause. Birds startled into flight, and red eyes of hidden beasts flickered in the darkness. The wind howled fiercely past his ears. He constantly changed direction, using the terrain to shake off pursuers. Only after confirming no one was catching up behind him did he slow down. The Shadow Piercer set activated healing. The wound slowly closed, and the blood level gradually replenished, eventually stopping at full. Zhou Huai sensed the state of his clone and felt somewhat relieved. Those two were very strong. He could still hold out in a one-on-one fight. But if they attacked from both sides, death was inevitable. Right now, the most important thing was to level up. As long as he reached level 10 and obtained new skills, his combat power would change fundamentally. Only then is there a chance to turn the tables. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind approached again. Heavy footsteps crushed dry branches, chasing from the side and behind. Soon, Zhao Tianqi's figure appeared at the edge of the field of vision. "Don't run. You can't escape. Just accept your fate." The tone was like a cat playing with a mouse. Zhou Huai's heart sank. So soon? How is that possible? Could it be that he placed a tracker on me? Lightning surge. Yasuo hesitated not at all, once more transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly creating distance and charging deeper into the dense forest. Damn it! A rabbit, huh? Running so fast. Zhao Tianqi stared at the retreating flash of lightning, spat fiercely, and clenched his teeth as he gave chase. "I want to see how long you can run." The chase erupted once again. In the dense forest, Three figures darted through at high speed, sometimes near, sometimes far, intertwining like ghostly shadows. Thanks to his S-level professional mobility and AI's terrain judgment, Yasuo always managed to escape before the encirclement closed in. Several times, Zhao Tianqi's blade swept past his back, the blade energy cutting through the air. Zhao Tianming, like an old hunter, always struck from tricky angles. But each time, Yasuo narrowly avoided the fatal strike, all deadly attacks missing their mark. Zhao Tianqi cursed angrily. "You're as slippery as an eel. If I catch you again, I'll chop you up." This tug-of-war lasted a full 5 to 6 hours. They pursued from the deep night until dawn broke. The two brothers, though high-level and experienced, couldn't hold on anymore at this moment. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their breathing was heavy. Zhao Tianqi leaned against a tree, gulping down water, his chest rising and falling violently. "Huff! Big brother, what kind of monster is this guy? Running all night, without even gasping for breath." Zhao Tianming leaned on the tree, his face darkened. "This is unnatural." The communicator suddenly blared. Mo Xiao shouted angrily, "What are you guys doing? 5 or 6 hours, and you haven't killed a single person. Useless. He is 2 kilometers northeast of you. Kill him immediately. If you delay any longer, the reward will be halved." Zhao Tianming's face darkened, and he cut off the communication. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He lowered his voice. "We can't drag this out any longer. This guy is suspicious. Split up. You keep pressuring him, don't let up. I'll circle around and set up an ambush ahead. Drive him into the spot I've prepared, attack from front and back. Let's see where he can run." Zhao Tianqi's eyes lit up, and he sneered aloud. "Good. Let's do it this way. Let's see how he survives this time." The two immediately split up to act. Zhao Tianming slipped into the dense forest to take a shortcut and flank. Zhao Tianqi slowed his pace, quietly approaching in the direction Jasmine had given. Soon, he saw Yasuo, but the scene before him stunned him. Yasuo hadn't escaped. He was being attacked by several iron-clawed lynxes. The swordlight struck down accompanied by thunder, and the bobcats fell one after another. He was actually leveling up. Zhao Tianqi was stunned for a moment. After being hunted by 2 people over 30 levels all night, about to die at any moment, he still had the mind to grind monsters. Was he crazy or just too confident? After making sure there were no ambushes, Zhao Tianqi simply stepped out. He sneered mockingly. "Being chased like this and still daring to level up, you really aren't afraid to die." Yasuo finished with a single stroke and slowly turned around. Blood splattered on his face, but his gaze was chillingly cold. He did not flee, only glanced around once. "Just you alone." His voice was calm, without a ripple. Zhao Tianqi was stunned by the question, then sneered. "Killing a useless level 9 like you, one person is enough for me." Yasuo nodded and slowly wiped the blood off his sword. His movements were composed, as if warming up. The next moment, the electric current crackled. Blue arcs of lightning suddenly exploded from his body. The lightning surged, engulfing him completely. The raging power instantly swept the surroundings. His hair stood on end, bolts of lightning bursting all over him, his aura soaring to the sky. Like a war god stepping down upon thunder. The destructive aura tightly locked onto Zhao Tianqi. Yasuo's eyes were cold as he raised his sword wrapped in lightning, saying calmly, "Then let's give it a try." Zhao Tianqi frowned. Shouldn't this kid be running for his life? How dare he counterattack? Moreover, his aura has clearly changed. He didn't know that Yasuo had already broken through to LV10 and awakened a new skill. Thunder Armor surrounds the body with thunder, greatly increasing attack and speed, reducing damage and reflecting paralysis. Ends with a burst of lightning for an area bombardment kill. Lightning suddenly exploded. Electric snakes slithered around Yasuo, condensing into azure armor. An oppressive pressure pressed down. Just right. Zhao Tianqi snorted coldly. He had fought fiercely for many years. How could he be afraid of a newcomer? With a boom, the two collided. Blades clashed, thunder roared. Zhao Tianqi fought with growing alarm. Yasuo's speed surged, his strength more fierce. Every sword strike carried thunder, making his arm numb. This is more like it. Zhao Tianqi's fighting spirit surged. "Don't think you're the only one with a trump card." His whole body boiled with blood energy, his skin flushing red. Blood fury activate. His strength increased again, the blade's shadow solidifying. Die for me, soul-splitting slash. He seized a flaw in Yasuo's defense, and the blood-colored blade slashed down fiercely, brimming with murderous intent. The blade hadn't arrived yet, but the blade aura was already cutting into him painfully. Data flashed wildly in Yasuo's eyes. He didn't dodge. Instead, he lowered his body and charged straight into the blade's edge. The thunder armor instantly shone to its brightest. Looking for death, Zhao Tianqi sneered coldly. The blade's edge fiercely struck the thunder armor. Thunder light exploded, blocking part of the damage, but the immense force still shook into his body. Minus 901. Yasuo's health dropped by nearly half, but he remained expressionless. Taking advantage of this strike, the two were pulled to the closest distance. The blade's momentum was not over. Lightning flash activated. Yasuo transformed into lightning, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Tianqi. Just as Zhao Tianqi was about to draw his blade, his arm went numb. The backlash of the thunder armor took effect. Yasuo slashed his sword. Dash 235. Dash 248. Critical hit minus 370. Each sword strike drew blood. Zhao Tianqi's face drastically changed, and his health instantly dropped significantly. He wanted to retreat, but the thunder armor suddenly exploded. Boom. Shockwave swept through. Dash 310. Zhao Tianqi screamed in pain, paralyzed once again. Yasuo's blade flashed coldly, two more swords, immediately followed by the thunderclap slash. The thunderous sword energy struck with a roar. Dash 550. Zhao Tianqi's health fell below 1,000. All that remained in his eyes was fear. The hunter who had been swaggering just moments ago had instantly become the prey waiting to be slaughtered. Run quickly. Terrified to the core, he turned and fled. What task, what dignity, all gone. He just wants to survive. But the situation has already reversed. Now, the one being chased and hunted is Yasuo. Puff. A cold gleam flashed. Zhao Tianqi's wrist holding the knife was cut off by a sword. His severed hand and the long knife flew out together. Ah! A scream tore through the forest. He staggered backward, still trying to raise his left hand to block. Tui! Another sword strike. The entire left arm was severed at the elbow, blood spurting out. No, don't kill me. We were just following orders. Zhao Tianqi completely broke down, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. What answered him was a cold flash of the sword. The sword light sliced across his throat. Poof! The sound abruptly stopped. His face still showed fear and disbelief, but his body had already collapsed. Blood quickly soaked into the withered leaves. Yasuo flicked the blood off his sword, then bent down to search the corpse and found a storage ring set with a blood-red gem. Put it away casually, turned around, and disappeared into the forest. Only the corpse and the pungent smell of blood remained on the spot. A temporary camp in the distance. Jasmine suddenly cried out, her face pale. Dead, really dead. Mo Xiao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Haha, that kid is finally finished. The Zhao brothers still have some skill. Jasmine shook her head desperately, her voice trembling. No, the one who died wasn't him. It was Zhao Tianqi. What? Mo Xiao's smile stiffened on his face. Zhao Tianqi died? How is that possible? Two people in their 30s, and they still couldn't kill a level 9? Jasmine said urgently. They surrounded him from different sides. Zhao Tianming went around to the front. But that Thunder Sword Master didn't run away. He acted immediately and killed Zhao Tianqi. Trash. A bunch of idiots. Mo Xiao was so angry his face turned pale, cursing loudly. What use is it for the guild to keep a bunch of trash like you? Jasmine trembled with fear and whispered, Mo Xiao, forget it. We really can't mess with that person. Smack. Mo Xiao slapped her down to the ground. Shut up. He grabbed the communicator and yelled angrily. Zhao Tianming, what the hell are you doing? Your brother has been killed, and you're still blocking people? Are you an idiot? At the other end, Zhao Tianming, who was lying in wait, was struck as if by lightning, and the communicator fell to the ground. Tianqi is dead. His eyes bloodshot, he shook his head desperately. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Tianqi was a B-level professional, frenzied blood swordsman, ruthless with his blade. The two had fought their way through to establish a foothold in the bloodthirsty guild. Their future looked promising. But tonight, everything was destroyed. He trembled as he picked up the communicator, his voice hoarse. Give me the coordinates. Where is Tianchi? After getting the location, he grabbed the broken army spear and ran wildly. Under the moonlight, the clearing in the forest was dead silent. Zhao Tianchi's corpse lay on the ground, his face full of terror. A burst of fury exploded instantly. Tianchi! Not far away, a figure stood quietly, the long sword hanging to the ground, as if waiting for him. It was Yasuo. Zhao Tianming suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. You killed him. No nonsense. Blood and chi surged within him as he directly unleashed Blood Battle 8 directions. He lunged like a mad beast, his spear sweeping with bloody shadows, thrusting straight at Yasuo. Yasuo remained calm, raising his sword to meet the attack. The clash of metal and iron rang out repeatedly, sparks flying everywhere. The tragic death of his younger brother drove Zhao Tianming completely out of control. His eyes held nothing but killing intent, each spear strike thrown with all his might, every move lethal. But the madder he became, the more flaws he exposed. Yasuo weaved through the gunfire, seemingly surrounded by danger, yet always managing to avoid the vital spots. 10 minutes later, a flash of the sword precisely pierced Zhao Tianming's throat. The fury in his eyes froze into shock. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, then collapsed with a thud. Yasuo's face remained expressionless, with several deep wounds visible on his body, his health reduced to a sliver. The shadow wind set activated healing, green light flickering. Moments later, his health was fully restored. He bent down to search the corpse. Sure enough, it was another spatial ring. The Bloody Guild made a significant move against the two brothers. Elsewhere, in the guest house bedroom, Zhou Huai awoke from deep sleep. To sustain Yasuo's chase, he was mentally exhausted and forced to return to his real body. He slept for more than 5 hours. The first thing he did upon waking was to check the system. There was no death prompt. He breathed a sigh of relief. Consciousness shifted again. The next moment, he was crouching on the ground searching the corpse. That corpse was the gunman who had been chasing him. Immediately, a flood of memories poured into his mind. Everything Yasuo had experienced since he fell asleep was vividly clear. After receiving the memories, Zhou Huaicha was completely stunned. Damn, Yasuo actually counter-killed those two? He had originally thought Yasuo was doomed, but it turned out the other party was the one who died. This was literally a lifeline. Level 10 skill thunder armor, truly extraordinary. In the temporary camp of the Bloody Guild, Jasmine, in charge of scouting, suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale. Zhao Tianming is dead too. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Mo Xiao slammed his fist into a tree, his face twisted. Trash, all trash. 2 experts in their 30s were actually killed by a 9th level kid. He was trembling with anger. I want my father to send people again. I will definitely kill him. The matter had become a deadly feud. It was either him or himself who would die. Suppressing his fury, he shouted, "Where is he?" Molly's voice trembled. Gone. Mo Xiao grabbed her roughly. Weren't you watching him all along? He spotted me, slipped into the dense forest, and I couldn't see him anymore. Find them for me. Mo Xiaoxin felt a chill in his heart, increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. He took out his communicator and called his father. What's wrong? Dad, save me. Didn't I send the Zhao family brothers over? They're all dead, and all our men are wiped out too. Silence on the other end of the phone. Who exactly did you anger? I don't know. I really don't know. Mo Xiao shouted with a sobbing voice. He killed our guild brothers. I just wanted to avenge them. Who would have thought? Even Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi couldn't stop him. That guy is not human. He's a monster. The middle-aged man spoke calmly to reassure him. Don't panic. Find a place to hide first. I'll send people to support you immediately. Hearing his father's words, Mo Xiao felt a bit steadier and urgently said, Dad, you must hurry. I'm afraid something will happen. As soon as the call ended, he saw Jasmine slump to the ground as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide open and staring straight ahead. What's wrong again? Stop being so jumpy. Mo Xiao scolded irritably. That person. Jasmine's voice trembled. He appeared. Mo Xiao's heart tightened, but he forced himself to stay calm. Perfect. We'll hide first. You keep tracking his location. Once my dad's people arrive, He will surely die. But Jasmine trembled as she raised a hand, pointing not far ahead. He is right there. Mo Xiao's heart suddenly sank. He stiffly looked up, gazing toward the shadowy spot in the woods. A figure holding a long sword slowly emerged from the darkness. Moonlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow, like a warrior from hell. Mo Xiao felt as if his heart was tightly gripped by icy hands, almost stopping. A chill crawled up his spine. He swallowed hard, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. My soul was almost scared out of me. He suddenly turned around, furious, glaring at the stunned Jasmine. You good for nothing. He's right in front of me, and you're only saying this now. Jasmine's face turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes. Mo Xiao, I really didn't know. It seems like he saw through my reconnaissance a long time ago. My flying bird couldn't lock onto him at all. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, clearly seeing the fear in both of them, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as he had guessed, he had felt something was off before, as if he was being secretly watched. No matter how he tried to escape, the other party could quickly catch up, relentlessly persistent. It wasn't until later that he caught a key clue from Yasuo's complex battle memories. Whenever they stayed in one place for a while, birds would circle overhead. Zhou Huai then realized the opponent was using these birds to lock onto his location. After killing Zhao Tianming, he deliberately controlled Yasuo to move through areas with dense tree canopies, winding through the forest. Using the thick foliage to block the view, he made the birds in the sky completely lose their target. Then, following the route noted during the previous pursuit, he quietly circled back. At this moment, Yasuo stood still, his gaze cold, staring at Mo Xiao collapsed on the ground. You're their leader? His voice was cold, without any emotion. Why do you keep sending people to kill me? Mo Xiao trembled all over, his teeth chattering. He forced out a smile more pitiful than crying. It's a misunderstanding. A real misunderstanding. It's my subordinates who are ignorant. They offended you first. It has nothing to do with me. Misunderstanding. A slight smirk appeared on Yasuo's lips, his eyes full of coldness. Chased me all day and night, and now you want to brush it off as a misunderstanding? Mo Xiao's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly pulled out his backstage card. Bro, my dad is Mo Tianxiong, the ruthless guild leader. Let me off this once, and we can talk about anything. Money, gear, materials, pick whatever you want. From now on, you'll be an honored guest in our guild. He spoke rapidly, just wanting to survive. Yasuo slowly shook his head. Zhou Huai controlled his character expressionlessly. No need. I only want your life. As these words fell, the last shred of hope in Mo Xiao's eyes completely extinguished, leaving only fear. No, you can't kill me, he screamed. If you lay a hand on me, my father and the bloody guild won't let you off. You'll be hunted to death. Yasuo's expression remained unchanged. Then let them come. Just right, I don't mind wiping out your guild. The tone was calm, yet unbelievably arrogant. Die. Mo Xiao was completely mad, and his survival instinct made him fight back desperately. He roared, and a blazing fireball instantly formed at the tip of his staff. Exploding fireball. The raging fire element thundered toward Yasuo, carrying a deadly momentum. But to his eyes, it was laughably slow. He just turned his body slightly. The fireball brushed past the edge of his clothes, hitting the tree and burning a patch of black. The firelight illuminated Mo Xiao's face, leaving only despair and madness. He completely collapsed and turned to flee deeper into the forest. A cold flash cut through the night, instantly tearing apart his shield. The icy blade pierced from behind, stabbing straight through his chest. Mo Xiao's body suddenly stiffened. He looked down, staring at the blood-stained tip of the sword on his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. All his strength was suddenly drained away. Fear, resentment, madness, all extinguished, leaving only emptiness. Ugh! He let out a strange sound from his throat and collapsed to the ground, kicking up dust. The forest fell silent once again. Yasuo stood still, the blood dripping from the tip of his sword onto the ground, making a faint sound. That sound felt like a blow to the heart. This was the first time he had truly taken a life. Even through his avatar, the feeling of life fading away remained vivid. Warm blood, the pungent metallic smell, the fear before the soul extinguishes. Also real, it sent chills down his spine. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, standing motionless in place. A few seconds later, he suddenly lifted his head and took a deep breath of the cold, bloody air. His chest rose and fell violently. To survive in this cruel world, to control his destiny, to make those who underestimated him bow, he had to pay the price. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had completely turned cold. His eyes shifted toward Jasmine, not far away. She had long since collapsed on the ground, her face pale, kneeling in the mud, trembling all over. Tears kept falling, carving two streaks down her dirt-covered face. "Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Her voice was hoarse, crying and shaking, almost prostrated on the ground. "I didn't do it willingly. It was Mo Xiao who forced me. He threatened me with my mom's medical bills and pressured me using my brother's education. Please let me go this once. I'm really at my wit's end." Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, looking down at her coldly. She was indeed quite attractive. He asked in a low voice, "What is your class?" "The bird in the sky. Is that your skill?" Jasmine didn't dare hide anything and hurriedly explained everything. "Yes, that is my skill. I am a C-rank support summoner. My class is called Hawkeye Summoner. Right now, I can only summon 5 Scout Spirit Eagles at the same time. I can share their vision, so I've been able to keep you locked in sight." Zhou Huai nodded, just as he had guessed. "Is there a range limit?" "There is. As long as it's within a straight-line distance of 10 kilometers, I can share the vision." 10 kilometers. Zhou Huai had a clear understanding. This skill has no damage, but it is a top-level reconnaissance method, like a moving radar in the wild. It is precisely because of her that he was relentlessly hunted by the Bloody Guild, almost getting killed. He suddenly sneered coldly. "Even if I let you go today, the guild leader's son is dead, yet you return alive. Do you think he would spare you?" Jasmine froze instantly, her face pale. The Bloody Guild leader is ruthless and notorious for holding grudges. If Mo Xiao dies, everyone will be buried with him. Even if she goes back, she will only be tortured to death as a scapegoat. Zhou Huai saw her fear and spoke more gently. "I can consider giving you a way out. From now on, you follow me and obey my arrangements. Going back means death anyway, so why not take a gamble with me? There are risks on the road, but it could also be an opportunity to turn things around." Jasmine's mind was racing. She knew very clearly that going back meant death. Following this mysterious and powerful man, at least she could stay alive. If he really had the ability, maybe she could turn her life around. In less than 5 seconds, she made her decision. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes fierce, and kowtowed heavily. "Boss, from today on, I'll follow you. Whatever you say, I'll do." Zhou Huai nodded. What he wants is not loyalty, just obedience. As long as her identity is not exposed, he doesn't care whether Jasmine is sincere or just pretending. She is merely a temporarily useful tool. Yasuo sheathed his sword and cast a cold glance at Mo Xiao's still warm corpse. He bent down, flicked his fingertips, and the ornate storage ring had already fallen into his palm. "Another one," Zhou Huai sneered in his heart. The young masters of rich families each have one, indeed. This trip was a windfall. The 3 rings themselves are worth over 1,000,000 daxia coins, not to mention the items inside. Mo Xiao's ring is the most valuable. Over 100 bottles of high-level magic recovery potions are neatly arranged. A thick stack of cash, at least 100,000, plus a bunch of low-grade exotic beast materials. The Zhao brothers' stuff is much more meager. Just a few ordinary pieces of equipment. Several bottles of basic life potions. Nothing else. Zhou Huai understood clearly. No one would carry all their fortune on them. The ring was only for going out. After counting the loot, he nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the sky. The horizon was turning light. It was already past 7 in the morning. The night's fighting had delayed the time. But now, rushing to Pure Water Lake, there's still time. He looked towards Jasmine, who was huddled under a tree not far away. "You come with me." Jasmine shuddered suddenly, quickly got up from the ground, nodded repeatedly, and didn't dare to resist. At Zhou Huai's signal, she summoned the Scout's Spirit Eagle again. Several birds soared high into the sky, circling above Yeso and her, clearly spotting movements within several hundred meters. 3 level 5 Gale Wolves 300 meters to the front left. There's movement in the forest on the right side, probably a level 7 spotted poison spider. Be careful of its web. Her throat was hoarse, but she didn't dare slack off, reporting points to Yasuo all the way. With her as a mobile radar, Yasuo's pace quickened considerably. They dodged everything they could, choosing only the most time-saving routes. But Molly was only support type. Her stamina couldn't keep up. After half an hour of sprinting, she was drenched in sweat, breathing irregularly, and her steps faltering. It looked like she was about to be left behind. "Boss, I can't run anymore." Her voice choked with tears. Yasuo stopped and turned back to look at her coldly. Silent for a few seconds, he turned around and half-squatted. "Get up." His tone had no warmth whatsoever. Jasmine was stunned, her face instantly turning red. She bit her lip, carefully leaned over, and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. She could feel the heat and strength of his body even through his clothes. The smell of sweat mixed with a faint metallic scent made her heart race out of control. "Focus on the report." Yasuo's cold voice shattered all her wild thoughts. "Yes, 500 meters ahead on the right, 2 iron claw lynxes. Recommend going around the low slope on the left." She forced down her emotions and continued reporting. Yasuo carried her on his back, his speed still unrelenting. The two headed straight for the clean water lake. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai switched his consciousness to the top floor of the blacksmith guild. In the top forging room, the furnace fire roared. The dull sound of hammering echoed rhythmically. Uyezi was shirtless, sweat sliding down his muscles. He hammered repeatedly like a tireless machine. On the forging table, more than 20 newly forged rings were neatly arranged. Each ring emitted a soft, magical glow. Zhou Huai inspected each one, his expression calm. "All are rare, none are epic." It seems that even an SS-level universal divine smith, forging epic equipment is not easy. It still depends on time and a bit of luck. After Yasuo reached level 10, Zhou Huai's main body also rose to level 10. He could now create a third clone. Only one chance left to draw a profession. Although Uyezi cannot forge epic equipment for now, it's not without any gains either. After forging continuously for several hours, Uyezi leveled up to level 5. A new skill appeared in the skill bar. Touch of Spirit Refinement LV1. Consumes 200 mana points. Select a piece of equipment to randomly reshape one of its attributes. Cooldown of 1 hour. Change an attribute. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Whether equipment is valuable or not depends on more than just quality. A good attribute line can turn ordinary equipment around. It can even surpass high-quality equipment. In this world, the strength of equipment largely depends on its attribute lines. Attribute lines also have levels. Common attribute lines only add fixed attributes, such as strength plus 10, agility plus 8. Excellent attribute lines mostly provide percentage bonuses, such as attack plus 5%, critical hit plus 3%, armor penetration plus 20%. Advanced attribute lines are rarer and often come with trigger effects, like a chance to stun, freeze, or reflect damage. Above that are the top-tier entries. Equipment with these can even grant an additional active skill directly, essentially adding an extra skill slot. At the highest level are the golden legendary entries. Each one is considered extraordinary. Some provide permanent enhancements, some offer powerful active effects, and some even stack multiple effects. What's even more terrifying is, certain golden legendary entries have already touched the forbidden zones of time and space. In Zhou Huai's memory, there is a golden legend that echoed throughout Xia. The National Guardian General Qi Fengyun, clad in the epic armor Immortal Battle Soul. The armor is only epic level, but the truly godlike part is that golden attribute, Indestructible Battle Soul. Once killed in battle, it revives on the spot with full status. And it's not just a one-time thing. After triggering, there's a 1-year cooldown, then it can happen again. One attribute alone elevates the equipment to strategic level. Can the touch of spirit refining be upgraded in grade? Ordinary attributes, can they be directly reset into perfect ones? He immediately told Uyezi to stop. The forge room fell silent. On the anvil lay a newly made level 10 ring. Swift Wolf Ring Rare. Required level, LV10. Mental plus 30. Max mana plus 150. Attribute 1, Common Strength plus 20. It's you. Uyezi raised his hand, a swirling golden light glowing at his fingertips. Runes churned and reformed within the light. The spirit-quenching touch activated. He lightly tapped the ring. Hum. The golden light exploded, the ring trembling suspended in midair, as if being taken apart and reforged. A few seconds later, the light suddenly dispersed. The ring fell back into the palm. Panel refresh. Swift Wolf Ring Rare. Required level, LV10. Spirit plus 30. Mana limit plus 150. Attribute 1. Excellent attacks grant 10% physical lifesteal. Zhou Huai's pupils contracted. Done. A normal entry, directly leaping to excellence. And it's vampiric. A melee divine skill. This is only level 1. If upgraded, would the probability be even higher? Could it even be selectively remodeled? A blueprint for equipment innovation suddenly unfolded in his mind. This skill must be used often. Proficiency, go all out. The smell of blood still lingered in the forest. Yasuo and Jasmine had just left not long ago. Several figures charged out from the depths of the forest, radiating killing intent, and in an instant, landed beside Mo Xiao's corpse. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man, his face dark and gloomy, his eyebrows and eyes bearing some resemblance to Mo Xiao. He was the president of the Bloody Guild, Mo Tianxiong. Seeing his son lying on the ground with his eyes wide open in death, Mo Tianxiong's head buzzed, and his vision went black. Moa. The roar shook the leaves, causing them to fall straight down. Who did this? His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to devour someone. All his subordinates kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly. There were no living people left in this area. At this moment, a small, thin figure stepped out from the shadows, trembling violently. It was Xiao Wei, who had failed in the earlier sneak attack and escaped. He had been hiding nearby, watching the whole event, but was terrified by Yasuo. PR. President. Mo Tianxiong stared at him sharply. Speak. Who killed him? Xiao Wei knelt down with a thud and told everything he had seen. How Yeso turned the tables on the Zhao brothers. How he finished off young Master Mo with a single sword stroke. Mo Tianxiong's expression grew darker and darker. A level 10 swordsman. Killed Zhao brothers who were all above level 30. Are you sure? His voice was as cold as ice. Absolutely true. That person is ridiculously strong. I suspect he is S-class. S-class. A cold light flashed in Mo Tianxiong's eyes. What does he look like? Black long hair, tied at the back, very conspicuous. Looks at least 30 years old. 30 years old, and only level 10. No matter how you look at it, something is off. Xiao Wei suddenly remembered something. Right, Sister Molly might know more. But she was taken away by that person, her fate unknown. I didn't dare follow, so I can only wait here for you. Mo Tianxiong nodded. Well done. Xiao Wei felt a surge of joy and was about to speak. Mo Tianxiong's gaze instantly turned cold, like ice. So, you just stood by and watched Mo be killed? I've treated you well all along, and this is how you repay me? Xiao Wei's face turned pale as he desperately kowtowed. Chairman, have mercy. It's not that I didn't try to save him. It's just that the person was too strong. I simply couldn't fight back. Mo Tianxiong shook his head. I don't want to hear excuses. He gave a signal to his men. A cold flash. The little giant's head fell to the ground, blood splattering on the spot. Elsewhere, Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, guarding the only path to Pure Water Lake. Jasmine closed her eyes to scout, sweat forming on her forehead. Zhou Huai used his phone to test whether Yi Shi had set off. Yi Shi replied, saying she had just left the city and was heading to Jingshui Lake. Zhou Huai reminded her to be careful, telling her to let Lu Qi take the risk and for herself to run first if danger arose. Yi Shi responded with a smile, saying there were 3 professional bodyguards in the car and nothing would happen. Zhou Huai put down his phone, his brows slightly furrowed. He had planned to stop the car halfway to reprimand Lu Qi, but hadn't expected there to be 3 bodyguards. He had to first assess their strength. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily give up. 10 minutes later, Molly opened her eyes and reported, saying the target vehicle had been spotted. There were 5 people in the car, 3 men and 2 women. The co-pilot is a level 6 Holy Light Chanting Mage. The driver is a level 16 Holy Shield Knight. In the middle of the back row is a level 6 Explosive Flame Mage. There are 2 more, a level 16 Jungle Ranger and a level 16 Life Priest. All the bodyguards are level 16. Zhou Huai had a clear idea. These three were probably not just bodyguards, but also teammates of Lu Qi and Yi Shi in this dungeon run. The dungeon has a rule that the level difference within the team cannot exceed 10 levels. They just happened to hit the upper limit. Since the opponent is only level 16 at most, then his chances of winning are not small. Zhou Huai looked at him Li, his tone very calm. You stay here. If something happens to me, don't worry about me. Leave immediately. Mo Li's face turned pale, but she still nodded. Boss, you must be careful. Zhou Huai didn't say anything more, controlling Yasuo's figure to flash, already standing in the middle of the road, hands clasped behind his back. Inside the off-road vehicle, Lu Qi looked at Yi Shi in the passenger seat. She kept her head down, playing on her phone, occasionally showing a sweet smile, obviously chatting with someone. Since getting in the car, she hadn't even glanced at him once. Lu Qi felt a surge of anger and said sarcastically, still messaging that loser Zhou Huai. Yi Shi looked up, her eyes full of disdain. None of your business. Besides, brother Zhou Huai is not a loser. He is 10,000 times stronger than you. Lu Qi's expression darkened, a flash of ruthlessness passing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Stay away from him. Soon, you will be my woman. Yi Shi sneered coldly. In your dreams. Lu Qi's mouth twitched coldly. Whether it's a dream or not, it's not up to you. Wait until the two families announce the engagement, then you dare to go find him. I killed him with my own hands. Yi Shi's eyes grew colder, her anger blazing. Say one more word, and I'll get out of the car right now. Lu Qi immediately put on a smile. Just kidding, don't be mad. At that moment, screech. The harsh sound of brakes suddenly exploded. Everyone in the car was thrown forward. The car stopped. Lu Qi was furious, shouting at the driver. What the hell are you doing driving like that? Do you want to die? The paladin's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Young master, I didn't brake on purpose. Someone suddenly blocked the road up ahead. Who dares to be so bold, blocking my car? Lu Qi leaned forward to look ahead, his expression very grim. Do you want to die? But when he clearly saw the figure, his whole body stiffened instantly. Damn, he stared straight ahead, rubbed his eyes, and doubted that he was mistaken. Yi Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, was also stunned. The man standing in the middle of the road had a tall and sturdy figure, with a cold expression. He was the very uncle who had beaten Lu Qi up in front of the trial tower. Yasuo, that mysterious strong fighter who had single-handedly taken first place in the trial tower. At that time, everyone guessed he was an S-level professional. But the problem was, hadn't he already died? 2 days ago, news just came out that he was ambushed by the Dawn Guild. The principals of the 4 major high schools are all investigating this matter. Lu Qi has also been called in for questioning several times. But now, the person is standing right in front of their car. Like a living person. The driver, a holy shield knight, got out of the car grumbling. Who dares to block the road? Do you know whose car this is? He yelled, pointing at Yasuo's nose. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, his expression cold as ice. Robbery. If you want to live, hand over the goods. The paladin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're trying to rob the 5 of us alone? Are you crazy? Lu Qi in the car, however, could not laugh. He stared at Yasuo's eerily calm eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. A person who should have been dead suddenly stopped them to rob them. Something was definitely wrong. This matter was way too sinister. He made a snap decision and shouted to the bodyguards in the back seat. Get out. Don't waste words. Cooperate with the paladin. Just kill him on the spot. The jungle ranger and life priest exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grim. They quickly got out of the car, standing to the left and right of the paladin, surrounding Yasuo. The paladin sneered coldly. Kid, if you want money, just say the number. Maybe I'll spare you some to buy a coffin. Before the words had fallen, whoosh, the sound of breaking air exploded. The jungle ranger had already drawn his longbow full, an arrow wrapped in green light shooting straight at Yasuo's head, an instant killing move. Yasuo seemed to have anticipated it, stepping aside as the arrow flew past his face and slammed hard into the ground. The jungle ranger's pupils shrank abruptly, unable to believe it. Yasuo had already moved. Electric sparks exploded beneath his feet. Thunderstrike dash. He became a flash of lightning, instantly piercing through the sacred shield knight's defenses and charging straight toward the backline. Protect the ranged. The sacred shield knight roared, raising his shield as he charged forward, but he couldn't catch up at all. The life priest waved his staff, and chains of holy light flew out, trying to trap him. Clang! Yasuo didn't even turn his head, slicing the chains with a single sword strike. Thunderlight surged violently. Thunderclap slash. Sword energy wrapped in thunder swept out horizontally. Minus 875. The jungle ranger didn't even have time to shout and was instantly killed, turning into white light and disappearing. Instant kill. The paladin and the life priest turned pale, their hearts sinking halfway. Yasuo gave them no chance to breathe, transforming into lightning again, charging straight at the life priest. Holy light shield. The life priest was so frightened his face turned white. He hurriedly cast up a shield. Crack! The sword light fell, and the shield shattered like paper. Snort. Minus 450. Minus 467. Minus 432. 3 consecutive sword strikes. Life sacrifice died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, among the 3 level 16 professionals, only the Holy Shield Knight remained standing. He watched his companions fall, his tower shield trembling, fear completely overwhelming him. "Dita, demon!" he screamed, then turned and ran, crawling into the cart. Yasuo's figure flashed, blocking the door of the cart. Snort! One sword sealed his throat. The Holy Shield Knight froze, falling to the ground with unwillingness. Lu Chi inside the car saw this scene and nearly lost his soul. 3 level 16s, all wiped out in one encounter. Is this even human? Fear instantly overwhelmed him. Without caring about dignity, he rolled and crawled into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator. The SUV roared forward. "Wanna run now?" Too late. A cold voice sounded right by his ear. Thunderbolt rush. A flash of electricity exploded, and Yasu appeared outside the car. He pulled open the car door and dragged Lu Chi out like a chicken, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Don't act rashly. Lu Chi was covered in dirt, his face pale, but he still forced himself to shout. "I'm from the Tianhai Zhou family. My mother is the legitimate daughter of the Liu family in the imperial capital, and my grandfather is." "Shut up." Yasu laughed, but it was chilling to the bone. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Zhou Huai sneered coldly in his heart. Killing him now would only cause more trouble. Wait until you truly stand firm, then settling accounts won't be too late. "Big brother." Lu Chi's voice trembled. "We have no grudge or enmity. Why do you keep targeting me? I always feel like you hate me to the bone. If there's a misunderstanding, please speak up. We can talk. There's no need to make such a scene." Lu Chi still wanted to stall for time. Yasuo didn't listen at all. He bent down and grabbed Lu Chi's ankle, forcibly pulling off the sock that smelled so foul it was almost unbearable. The next second, the sock was balled up and stuffed directly into Lu Chi's mouth. Whimper. Lu Chi's eyes widened as he struggled desperately, tears streaming from the disgust. Yasuo pulled over some vines and tightly tied him to a tree. Casually patting him down, he also found a storage ring. After taking the ring off, Yasuo turned and walked away. Lu Chi relaxed, thinking it was just a robbery for valuables. Life was spared. He would deal with the humiliation later. But Yasuo suddenly turned his head. His gaze was cold, without a trace of emotion. Lu Chi's heart sank. In the next moment, a foot fiercely kicked toward his crotch. A dull sound exploded. From his blocked throat came a heart-rending howl. His eyes bulged, face flushed purple, veins bulging one by one. His whole body curled up into a ball, cold sweat instantly soaking through his clothes. The intense pain blanked out his mind. Zhou Huai sneered coldly. "Anyone who dares to covet his woman will suffer this fate. They may not die, but they must be crippled." Watching Lu Chi break down in pain, he finally turned and left. Inside the car, Yishi saw everything clearly. That miserable scream still echoed in his ears. Her face turned pale, her fingers clenched the hem of her clothes, and she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. She stared at this man who looked like a killing god, her heart chilled, not knowing how he would deal with her. Click. The car door was opened. Yasuo's slightly weathered face appeared before her, his eyes deep but not as cold as she had imagined. "Didn't scare you, did I?" Yishi was stunned, taking a moment to recover, then gently shook her head. It's It's fine. That's good. He stepped aside and said, "Get out, come with me." Yishi's heart tightened, but she still obediently got out of the car, looked up at the man who was taller than her by a head, and quietly asked, "Where are we going?" Yasuo's expression was cold. "You're my hostage now. Follow me, don't ask questions." That tone, which brooked no argument, made her heart, just settled, tense again. She bit her lip and still followed behind him. Strangely, she vaguely felt he wouldn't really hurt her. Lu Qi was behind, his mouth covered, desperately whining and crying, trying to make her turn back. But Yishi didn't look at him once, walking on without turning her head. Lu Qi's eyes were bloodshot, his face full of humiliation. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. "No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. You're not really going to kidnap me, are you?" Yishi cautiously tested. "I'm the daughter of the Yi family head. We can negotiate any amount of money. I'll have my dad pay you. But don't kill me." Yasuo almost laughed at her but still kept a straight face. "Don't worry, I'm not after money." Hearing this made Yishi even more panicked, and she instinctively hugged herself tightly. "Not after money?" Her face turned pale. "So you want me for my looks?" She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling but firm. "If you dare touch me, I'd rather die." Yasuo stopped in his tracks, glanced at her sideways with a face full of disgust. "I'm not after your looks either." Yishi was completely stunned. Her big eyes were full of question marks. Not for money, not for her. Then why did he go to such great lengths to get her off Lu Qi's car? What exactly does he want? She is not a fool. She quickly recalled that just now in the car, Brother Zhou Huai had messaged her asking if she had set off. Between the lines, he was reminding her to stay safe, as if he had known something would happen. Could it be? Is this mysterious expert called Yasuo sent by Brother Zhou Huai? Thinking back to when Lu Qi was bothering her outside the trial tower earlier. It was also this man who suddenly appeared and drove him off in just a few moves. Once might be a coincidence, but twice is unlikely. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. The cold and tough-looking man in front of her was most likely connected to Brother Zhou Huai, just as she was lost in her wild thoughts. Whoosh! The tall grass beside her suddenly shook violently. A petite figure nimbly darted out, landing like a little deer. "Boss!" The sound was crisp. The girl took a few quick steps and stood respectfully in front of Yasuo. Only then did Yishi get a clear look. The other person was about the same age as her, wearing professional gear. It was Janna, who had been tamed by Yasuo before. Janna caught her breath and looked at Yishi curiously. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what are you doing with this girl?" Yasuo showed no expression, only throwing out 3 words. "Leveling up." Janna was stunned. "Leveling up? You just stopped the car, took action, fought the bodyguards, and even gave that arrogant young master a good beating. All just to take a beautiful woman to level up?" Her mind instantly filled with images of a strong boss forcefully bringing a girl to venture out. When she looked at Yishi again, her eyes held a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, Yishi, hearing the words, "level up," felt a sense of reassurance in her heart. As expected, she guessed right. Yishi immediately understood in her heart. It must be that Brother Zhou Huai was worried about her and even more unwilling for her to team up with that annoying Lu Qi to level up. So he specially sent such an overwhelmingly strong man to take her away to level up. Thinking of this, her heart warmed, and she quickly took out her phone to type a message secretly. Soon, in the guest house bedroom, Zhou Huai, who was connected to Yasuo's consciousness, received the message. "Brother Zhou Huai, this Yasuo, is he your man? /Omega." Seeing the text with the emoticon, Zhou Huai gave a helpless smile. Sure enough, it was too obvious and she noticed. But he really couldn't bear to watch his future wife level up together with a scumbag like Lu Qi. After thinking for a moment, he replied with just one sentence. "Don't worry, he won't hurt you." This statement was taken as a tacit admission. He was willing to slowly confess to Yishi. After all, it was something that had to be said sooner or later. Seeing the reply, Yishi's unease instantly dissipated, and she relaxed completely. Immediately after, Zhou Huai sent another message. "This is our secret. Don't tell anyone." She stared at the screen, her eyes curved like crescent moons, cheeks slightly flushed. I won't tell anyone. This is our little secret." Sure enough, Yasuo was indeed Zhou Huai's brother's man. But where did he find such a strong helper? Jasmine beside her frowned at one moment, then sneaked a smile, and then hugged her phone, laughing foolishly. She was completely dumbfounded. Being taken away by a stranger who was not easy to mess with, and still able to be this happy? One can only say, she truly believed in that boss. 10 minutes later, entrance to the clean water lake instance. The lake's surface shimmered in the sunlight, but the shore was noisy like a marketplace. Stalls were messily arranged, selling potions, equipment, and materials. More people held up signs, desperately calling out to others. Normal mode water purification lake, looking for strong DPS, 3 missing 2. Nightmare raid team urgently recruiting healers. Healing over 1,000, experience preferred. Ranger leading team guaranteed to clear normal mode, newbies welcome. Yasuo, with Yi Shi and Molly, 1 man and 2 women, all very attractive, immediately drew a lot of attention upon appearing. Damn, that guy is too fierce. A beauty on each side. I'm so jealous. A dark-haired mature lady plus a cute, soft little girl, both top tier. This lineup, you can tell right away it's a big shot from some guild. The discussions continued without pause. Zhou Huai didn't bother to respond and controlled Yasuo straight toward the dungeon portal. The crystal stone screen beside the light gate displays the dungeon information. Clearwater Lake. Recommended level, LV10, LV20. Available difficulties, normal, nightmare. Calamity and hell modes are not open. In normal difficulty, monsters are 30% stronger than wild monsters of the same level. In nightmare difficulty, strength is doubled, almost equivalent to elite monsters. This is not a beginner trial tower. A single mistake could mean death inside. But the higher the risk, the greater the reward. The experience and loot are also on a completely different level. This one, Zhou Huai chose Nightmare, without hesitation. Boss. Jasmine's face turned slightly pale, her voice tense. Isn't Nightmare too dangerous? She is a level 12 Hawkeye summoner, focused on reconnaissance, with almost no direct output. Yi Shi, level 6, Holy Light Cantor, can heal, but the level is too low. The only one who can fight is Yasuo, who just reached level 10. A level 10 main damage dealer, with 2 low-level supports, forcing their way through the Nightmare dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a death sentence. Stay close to me. Zhou Huai's tone was calm, but without room for doubt. Yi Shi had no objections at all. Yi Shi 完全没意见. Her mind was full of brother Zhou Huai leveling her up, smiling like a blooming flower. Ding. Nightmare difficulty selected, enter. Confirm. The light gate flashed, and the 3 were swallowed up. The scene shook. The noise outside instantly disappeared. They stood by the edge of the Clearwater Lake. The lake was deeper and darker, like an oppressive black mirror. The air was filled with a fishy, damp smell. Bubbles suddenly surfaced on the lake. Glug, glug, splash. The lake exploded open, and a group of monsters scrambled ashore in a mad rush. They were about the size of calves, covered in dark green scales swollen with pustules, with heads resembling catfish, but their mouths were filled with razor-sharp fangs. Rotten Lake Fish LV10 Nightmare. HP 2200/2200. Just a glance gave people goosebumps. Yi Shi and Mo Li's faces instantly went pale, and they stepped back repeatedly, nearly bumping into Yeso. Zhou Huai frowned. Indeed disgusting. But he did not back down. Sizzle. Armor of Thunder activated. Lightning exploded, electric arcs wrapped around him. Yeso looked like the god of thunder descending. The Rotten Lake Fish charged, roaring, the stench hitting in the face. Yeso's long sword trembled. He started with Thunderclap slash. Thunderous sword chi tore through the air, striking down head-on. 585. Bright red critical hit numbers floated up. Nearly 600 damage from one sword strike. Yi Shi was so shocked he was speechless. This was a nightmare-level monster. For an ordinary level 10 profession, breaking 100 damage would be difficult, but he dealt a heavy blow with one sword strike. Zhou Huai was also a bit surprised. The lightning attribute clearly counters these aquatic monsters. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yasuo had already rushed into the group of monsters. The sword light flashed and flew, lightning crackling all around. -320. -317. -344. A rotten lake fish screamed in pain and fell down, its whole body charred black. The battle had only just begun. The sword chi swept across, with aftershocks scattering in all directions, affecting the surrounding strange beasts. Even on nightmare difficulty, they were still no match for Yasuo. The speed of clearing monsters was astonishing, but the number of strange beasts was too many, surrounding him on all sides. The attacks pounded down on the thunder armor like a torrential rain. -28, -31, -25. A series of damage numbers kept popping up, but none exceeded 40 points. The damage reduction effect of the thunder armor had fully manifested. ZZZZ. What was even deadlier? Every time an attack landed, it would be countered by electricity. The rotting lake fish's body crackled with electric light, instantly stiffening. Right now, Zhou Huai seized the opportunity. Thunder Slash. A bolt of thunderous sword energy swept out. 7 or 8 paralyzed lake fish were instantly sliced in half. Green juice splattered everywhere, the stench pungent. Killed rotting lake fish LV10, nightmare. Experience plus 250. The alert sound goes off wildly. Holy light orbs. Yishi tapped his staff. One by one, holy light orbs flew out, hitting the beast lunging at Yasuo with pinpoint accuracy. The damage was not high, but it was continuous. She occasionally chanted light him. The holy light fell, and Yasuo's health remained steady. Zhou Huai nodded to himself. Class A profession holy light canter, capable of offense and defense, truly versatile. In contrast, Jasmine. The scout eagle had no attack power. She could only shoot hard with her novice shortbow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. -1, -2. The damage was pitifully low. Zhou Huai couldn't help but speak. Stop hitting. Let the spirit eagle lure the monsters and pull all the nearby rotten lake fish over. Molly was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Yeah. She immediately controlled the spirit eagle, flying towards another group of rotten lake fish by the lakeside. The hawks circled back and forth overhead, deliberately provoking them. Before long, the group of originally wandering monsters were thoroughly enraged, staggering as they charged toward Yasuo. Effective, Molly shouted excitedly. She finally found her place. Yasuo was both the main tank and primary damage dealer, positioned at the forefront, slashing madly. Yishi was responsible for healing, while casually finishing off enemies from a distance. Molly controlled the hawk, constantly pulling monsters throughout the dungeon. The three worked together more and more smoothly, the pace astonishingly fast. Experience points skyrocketed like crazy. Ah! Yishi suddenly exclaimed. I leveled up. Level 7. Her face was full of shock. It had been less than half an hour in the dungeon, and she actually leveled up. This speed was ridiculously exaggerated. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to slash monsters while continuously gulping down advanced mana potions. Only he knew that Yasuo could hold his ground in the monster horde solely because of thunder armor. But this skill consumed too much mana. Consumes 10 mana per second. With the current cap, even full mana won't last more than 2 minutes. Fortunately, hundreds of bottles of high-grade mana potions were scavenged from that unlucky guy Mo Xiao of the Bloody Guild. Can still hold up for a short time. After the situation was completely stabilized, Zhou Huai handed over Yasuo to the intelligent core AI. With a shift in consciousness, switched to Yezi, who was far away at the blacksmith guild. Inside the top-level forging room, Uyezi slowly opened his eyes. 42 rings were neatly laid out on the workbench. Each one was of rare quality, yet none reached the epic level. Zhou Huai was not anxious. Forging was not something to rush. He controlled Easy to finish forging and prepared to wrap up. Creak. The door was pushed open. Assistant Lin Wei walked in carrying hot tea. The next moment, she looked closely at the rings on the workbench. Densely packed, almost piled into a small mountain. All of rare quality. She froze completely, her mind a blank. The teacup smashed to the ground, shattering everywhere. Lin Wei tightly covered her mouth, her eyes staring blankly. Master Oyezi, did you make this many rings in one night? In the past, the guild made at most 12 items a day, and most of them were ordinary. But this time, a total of 42, all rare. The quantity multiplied several times, and the entries were surprisingly good. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Even the lowest one-star entries could sell for 10,000. Highly rated and good entries were being snatched up for 20 to 30,000. Adding this batch up, it came to at least 600,000. After deducting costs, the net profit was 500,000. Others might not make that in a whole year, but he achieved it overnight. After sending the person back, Lin Wei headed straight to the supervisor's office. Manager Shun, something big has happened. Shin Xiu was still drinking tea and was startled by her. After hearing the numbers, he immediately spat out his drink. 42 pieces? All rare. After confirmation, his expression changed. This isn't a blacksmith, it's a money printing machine. The chairman really has an eye for talent. He slammed the table. Immediately transfer the full payment and bonus, not a penny less. People like this must be firmly kept. He rubbed his hands and lowered his voice with a smile. Xiaolin, Master Yezi is so young and doesn't have a companion around. How about we help him out? He winked, making his meaning perfectly clear. Lin Wei's face flushed completely red, and she stomped her foot. Supervisor Shun, please don't say such things. After speaking, she ran out of the office with a red face. Shin Xiu watched her back, smiling meaningfully. On the other side, after Zhou Huaian settled Yezi down, he directed his consciousness back to the dungeon. After more than an hour of fierce battle, Yasuo, along with Yi Shi and Jasmine, finally advanced to the first boss of the nightmare-level pure water lake. In the cave at the bottom of the lake, a giant crab was perched, its size comparable to a small truck. Its dark green shell shone like metal, covered with bone spikes, and its two massive claws could snap steel. Every step it took shook the ground. Abyssal Giant Claw Crab LV-12, Nightmare Elite Boss. HP 32,000/32,000. Thick health and high defense, fierce attacks, with the only weakness being slow movement. The battle had already erupted. Yasuo weaved between the giant claws and venom, his figure as fast as a ghost. Wrapped in the armor of thunder, lightning flickered. His longsword struck specifically at gaps in the shell and joints. Clang! -285-302. Even with astonishing defense, he kept losing health continuously. At the back, Yi Shi kept releasing holy light, firmly holding Yasuo's health line. Jasmine's spirit eagle circled in the air, disrupting and providing early warning skills. The three of them cooperated more and more steadily. After confirming the situation was controllable, Zhou Huai completely withdrew his consciousness. After a day of continuous fighting and running around, he had barely closed his eyes. Fatigue surged like a tide. Zhou Huai couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed and fell asleep immediately, losing consciousness the moment his head touched the pillow, completely passing out. At the same time, at the Zhou family, Lu Qi was carried inside and thrown back into the room like a dead dog. After struggling for several hours, he was already terrified out of his mind, completely weak and pale. The family's brightness sect healer arrived immediately, but no matter what treatment was given, the ruined vital part could never be restored. His face was ashen, eyes vacant, as if his soul had been drained, lying motionless on the bed. Lu Yuru stayed by his bedside, heartbroken to see her son in such a pitiful state. My son, who on earth did this? Didn't you take Yi Shi out of the city to level up? How did it end up like this? As soon as Lu Qi heard this, his eyes instantly filled with hatred and fear, tears streaming uncontrollably. It's Yasuo. Mom, it was that madman named Yasuo. He slaughtered all my bodyguards and tied me to a tree to torture me. Finally, he even took Yi Shi away. What? Lu Yuru's face changed drastically, her anger barely contained. Yasuo? What nerve? Dare to lay a hand on my son. I'll find him and tear him to pieces. The door was suddenly pushed open. Zhou Feng hurriedly walked in. Yuru, how is Qi? Lu Yuru suddenly turned around, her gaze chillingly cold. You still know how to come back. Our son has been in trouble for so long, and you only just arrived. Is it because he's not your biological child that you don't care at all? Zhou Feng's face stiffened, and he hurried to explain. I was dealing with urgent matters at the guild. As soon as I received the news, I rushed back. The Zhou family's Glory Alliance is one of the top 3 elite guilds in Tianhai City, with thousands of professionals, the lifeline of the Zhou family, and now entirely under Zhou Feng's control. But Lu Yuru didn't listen at all. I don't care what you were busy with. Chair was beaten by a man named Yasuo. She was also kidnapped by him. I'm giving you 1 day. Immediately find out all the details about this Yasuo. Bring them back to me. I want to personally avenge Chier. All right. All right. Don't be anxious. I'll handle it right now. Zhou Feng agreed repeatedly, not daring to delay. After calming down Lu Yuru, he immediately went out and mobilized all the informants of the Huiyao alliance in the city to fully search for Yasuo's whereabouts. On the other side, the Yi family. Yi Jintian was furious when he heard that his most beloved daughter had been kidnapped in broad daylight, and her life was uncertain. The atmosphere in the entire Yi family was suffocating. He dispatched family experts to conduct a carpet search in the direction of Pure Water Lake. At the same time, he dialed Zhou Feng's number, his voice cold. Zhou Feng, my daughter left the city with your son, Lu Qi. She's missing now? I don't care if this has anything to do with your Zhou family or not. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see the corpse. If anything happens to Sheer, your Zhou family must give me an explanation. Zhou Feng was driven to the brink, his head nearly exploding. For a time, the whole city was on edge, in a state of panic. Yet Yi Shi, the person involved, knew nothing at all. She was happily following Yasuo, crazily grinding monsters in the Pure Water Lake dungeon. When the last stinky giant lake worm was split into experience points by Yasuo's Thunder Sword Chi. Swish! A flash of white light. Yi Shi leveled up to level 10. The holy light power within her surged sharply, much stronger than before. Excitement was uncontrollable on her face. Too fast. The leveling speed was ridiculously fast. She originally thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 10. But it was done in half a day. If we run through Pure Water Lake on Nightmare difficulty one more time, maybe today we can directly reach level 12. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. She looked at Yasuo and asked cautiously, Big brother Yasuo, shall we run it again? At this time, Zhou Huai was already asleep, and Yasuo was completely controlled by the intelligent core AI. Hearing her words, the AI nodded politely. Miss, if you want to go again, that's fine. Yi Shi was stunned. Huh? What's wrong with this man? His tone was completely different from before. He used to be as cold as ice, and now he actually called her Mississippi. Yi Shi didn't bother to think too much and just assumed he was in a good mood. The three turned and left the instant's light gate, preparing to wait for the cooldown to finish before entering again. Just as they stepped out of the light gate back into the noisy lakeside camp, suddenly, someone shouted, Miss Yi. She looked up and saw several burly men wearing Yi family guard uniforms rushing over. Leading them was Uncle Zhang, the squad leader by her father's side. Young mistress, finally found you. The master went crazy hearing you were kidnapped. Uncle Zhang sized her up from head to toe and relaxed after confirming she was unharmed. Kidnapped? Yi Shi was completely confused. She pulled out her phone and saw over 30 missed calls, all from Yi Jintian. She had been too focused on the copy and hadn't noticed at all. She hurriedly called back. Phone answered instantly. Sierra, where are you? Did that bastard hurt you? Yi Jintian's voice was both angry and anxious. Dad, I'm fine. I was just leveling up with friends. It was a misunderstanding. Friends? Are they male or female? Are they trustworthy? You're too naive. Don't let anyone deceive you. They really are friends. They're very nice. I was too focused on leveling up to look at my phone. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then his tone grew serious. No matter what the misunderstanding is. Now, immediately, come back to me. Zhang Meng and the others have already found you. Let them take you home. Leave right now. Oh, okay. Yi Shi sighed, knowing her dad was truly worried. After hanging up, she looked a bit embarrassed at Yasuo and Jasmine. Yasuo-ji, Jasmine-jia, my dad told me to go back first. I can't level up with you guys today. Yasuo's expression was calm. Miss, take care on your way. Jasmine quickly laughed along. Miss Yi, let's do it together again next time. At this moment, Uncle Zhang stared coldly at Yasuo. Kid, are you the one who took Miss away? You've got some nerve. His aura suddenly exploded, the oppressive presence of a level 20+ shield warrior pressing down hard, clearly ready to make a move. Yi Shi was startled and hurriedly stepped in front. Uncle Zhang, it's not him. It's a misunderstanding. He's my friend, helping me level up. Uncle Zhang frowned, studying Yasuo. Seeing Miss Yi vigorously defending him, he could only suppress his anger. Since the young lady is unharmed, I'll let it slide this time. Kid, don't let me see you in the city again. After speaking, he left with his guards escorting Yi Shi. Yasuo watched her receding figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He whispered, "Let's go." Jasmine was still stunned. Where to? The dungeon hasn't refreshed yet. The enemies have arrived, coming for me. No sooner had he spoken, several figures quietly surrounded them from afar. They are all people from the Glorious Alliance. They had long heard Lu Qi describe him and recognized Yasuo at a glance. Yasuo no longer hesitated and swiftly lifted the petite Jasmine onto his back. Thunderous light exploded beneath his feet as he became a blur, rushing straight toward the nearby dense forest. Don't let him escape. Stop him. A control class professional shouted angrily, pressing his hands to the ground. Mad growth vines. In an instant, the ground suddenly exploded in front of Yasuo, and thick dark green vines surged out wildly, coiling towards him like venomous snakes. Yasuo's gaze darkened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He leapt up sharply, narrowly avoiding the vines. At that moment, spiked ground ambush. The ground beneath his feet rumbled and bulged, and soul-colored spikes burst forth, their cold gleam sharp, stabbing into the air. The timing was brutally ruthless. However, Yasuo was in midair, forcibly twisting his body. His right foot precisely stepped on the tip of a spike, using it to thrust with great force. Lightning dash. Sizzle. He transformed into a streak of lightning, slipping past the vines and thorns, covering over 10 meters in an instant before charging into the dark forest. Not bad. The leader of the Radiance Alliance squad sneered coldly. But today, you won't get away. Chase him. Hold him back. Notify the surrounding guild members. The target has appeared. Surround from all directions. He must not leave Clearwater Lake. The order was given, and 5 or 6 elites around level 20 set off at the same time, rushing into the forest like cheetahs. In the dense forest, Yasuo carried Jasmine, but his speed did not slow at all as he weaved through the shadows of the trees. Jasmine, scout ahead. Jasmine was dizzy from the shaking, but she forced herself to summon a few scout spirit hawks to fly around. She closed her eyes, sharing their vision. After a moment, her face turned pale. Boss, 6 people are catching up from behind, at least level 25. Wait, 3 more are flanking from the northeast. We are surrounded. Yasuo remained calm, his mind racing. What's ahead? Molly used the eagle's vision to look. In the distance was a ruined cityscape, broken walls and collapsed buildings, overgrown with weeds, lifeless and desolate. She could faintly hear the roars of strange beasts. Her face turned even paler. That's the old district of Tianhai City. It was abandoned after the Abyss invasion, and now it's basically occupied by high-level exotic beasts. Her voice trembled. Boss, you're not thinking of going in there, are you? It's very dangerous there. The exotic beasts are on average above level 20. I heard there are even several level 30 bosses. Yasuo's expression remained unchanged. Only by placing yourself in a deadly situation can you find a way to live. Let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped over the broken city wall and entered the old city directly. The members of the Radiant Alliance quickly caught up outside the wall and all stopped together. Captain, that kid went in. Shall we still pursue? The young team member's voice trembled, his palms sweaty. The old city was teeming with fierce beasts, any one of which was formidable. With so few of them going in, they could be wiped out at any moment. Scarface Captain's expression darkened, and he spat harshly. Damn it, he really knows how to pick a spot. He certainly knew how dangerous this place was. But the orders from above were clear. Yeso had to be brought back, alive or dead. What's there to be afraid of? Someone braced themselves and tried to sound brave. It's just a beast a little over level 20. Be careful, don't provoke the boss. Nothing might happen. Captain Scar's eyes glinted fiercely. We have to go in. He's only level 10. Going into the old city is suicide. By the time we find him, maybe only his corpse will be left. He suddenly waved his hand. Everyone, stay sharp. Follow me in. I don't believe he can still fly. Yes. Everyone felt uneasy inside, but had no choice but to climb over the wall and enter. Inside the old city were broken walls and ruined buildings, overgrown with wild grass. The air was filled with the stench of rot and blood, and the tall buildings loomed like monsters, their heavy shadows suffocating. This was the territory of the mutant beasts. Yasuo carried Jasmine on his back, weaving through the ruins. His steps were light and sure, each one landing on solid ground, avoiding rubble and hidden pits. The intelligent core AI processed calculations at high speed, analyzing routes in real time to anticipate and avoid dangers. Jasmine held onto him tightly, her face pale, eyes alertly scanning their surroundings. She released several scouting spirit hawks, which circled ahead, continuously relaying information to Yasuo. Boss, 30 meters ahead to the left corner, there are 3 level 22 decay hounds. Jasmine whispered a warning. Yasuo didn't stop. He tapped the broken wall with his toes, his body as light as the wind, silently gliding past the ruined billboard. Below, the decayed hound growled low, clawing at the ground, but it didn't realize he had passed overhead. Jasmine let out a breath, quietly marveling at how strong he was. Before she finished speaking, her tone suddenly changed. Boss, something big just rushed out from underground ahead. With a loud rumble, the street collapsed. A giant python, covered in dark green scales, broke through the earth, as thick as a water bucket. Burrower LV-26, Elite. It opened its bloody mouth, a stench of blood rushing out, directly charging at Yasuo. Jasmine screamed in fright with her eyes closed. Yasuo suddenly crouched and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. The giant python bit through the nearby wall, bricks shattering. Thunderlight flashed at Yasuo's feet as he activated Thunderlight Dash. The two quickly put distance between themselves and slipped into the shadows of the alley. The giant python angrily whipped its tail, but could only roar emptily among the ruins. After a long time, Jasmine finally came to her senses, opened her eyes, and realized she was out of danger. She looked at Yasuo's steady, mountain-like back, feeling full of relief and a bit of awe. Boss, you're just unbelievable. That kind of speed and judgment was simply beyond human capability. Yasuo's tone was calm. Don't panic, stay close to me. Night fell, making the ruined city even gloomier. Zhou Huai woke up from bed and immediately accessed Yasuo's memories. The Zhou family moves fast, he sneered. He had anticipated that the Zhou family would speak up for Lu Qi, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The dungeon had just ended, and the opposing side had already sealed off Jiangshui Lake. Fortunately, the core AI was ruthless enough to forcibly break out of the siege and storm into the more dangerous old district. Next, it's my turn to play. At this moment, Yasuo was hiding with Jasmine in a dilapidated small building. He opened his eyes and looked at her. Release the Spirit Eagle and check if anyone from the Huiyao Alliance has come in. Jasmine paused for a moment, suppressed her doubts, and immediately summoned the Spirit Eagle to ascend for reconnaissance. After a moment, her face turned pale. There are 9 people searching for us, southwest direction, 200 meters away. Zhou Huai smirked. How dare they chase in here? Since they want to die, I'll make sure of it. He continued giving orders. Check if there are any powerful mutant beast bosses nearby. Jasmine grew even more panicked. Boss, why are we looking for the boss? Aren't we supposed to be hiding? Yasuo's tone was calm. Do as I say. Jasmine clenched her teeth and nodded, then closed her eyes again to control the Spirit Eagle. After a moment, she opened her eyes and whispered, 500 meters northwest, there's a boss in the underground parking lot. The spirit bird doesn't dare to get close. It's almost certainly it. Yasuo nodded. You stay hidden. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out and don't make a sound. Jasmine was filled with panic, but still gritted her teeth and nodded. I understand, boss. As soon as the words fell, Yasuo's figure flashed, leaping down from the second-floor window, landing silently, and in an instant blending into the night. The small building returned to deathly silence, leaving only the rapid beating of her heart. The night in the old city was colder and more chilling than the day. The wind swept up dry leaves, rustling softly, as if something was whispering in the darkness. Yasuo dashed through the ruins using the analysis from the intelligence core AI and the direction given by the hawk. He stuck close to the broken walls as he weaved through, avoiding wandering low-level alien beasts. 10 minutes later, He stopped at the entrance of the half-collapsed underground parking lot. A rancid stench mixed with a pungent sulfur smell poured out from the hole, making one nauseous. He tilted his ear to listen. From deep within came a low snoring sound, rolling like muffled thunder. Found it. Zhou Huai's heart tightened. He lowered his breath and slowly sneaked in. On the open space of the second basement level, a giant beast lay asleep on the ground. Nearly 3 meters tall and over 7 meters long. Resembling a pangolin enlarged dozens of times, it was covered in dark brown thick armor, as hard as steel. Its blood-red maw half open, sharp teeth glaring, emitting a foul stench. Saliva mixed with green mucus dripped onto the ground, producing a sizzling corrosive sound. Its sturdy limbs pressed into the earth, each breath causing its chest and abdomen to rise and fall violently. Ruined City Corroder LV-28, Elite Boss. Health, 45,000/45,000. A level 28 elite, really tough skin. Zhou Huai squinted, already making up his mind. He raised the windbreaker longsword, the tip pointing straight at the giant beast. The next moment, thunderstrike. Shoo! The thunderous sword chi struck the backplate of the decayer of the ruined city, sparks flying everywhere. The damage was not high, but it completely awakened it. The giant beast roared and stood up, shaking the entire underground parking lot. Its dark yellow beast eyes locked tightly on Yasuo, murderous intent surging. Yasuo retreated with a single strike and turned to run wildly. The corruptor furiously gave chase, its massive body astonishingly swift, crushing everything in its path. The roar alarmed the surrounding strange beasts. A mutated giant rat darted out from a corner. The corrupted patrollers slowly gathered as well. Yasuo dashed between the pillars. More and more monsters gathered behind him. The corruptor opened its mouth and sprayed dark green acid straight at Yasuo's back. Yasuo quickly dodged, but his left arm was still grazed. The armor was instantly corroded, and his health dropped sharply. Zhou Huai felt a heaviness in his heart. The corrosive damage far exceeded expectations. He gritted his teeth and sped up, rushing in the direction the Huiyao alliance had left. The corroder pursued relentlessly, and a pack of strange beasts formed a small beast tied behind him. Elsewhere, the Huiyao alliance squad cautiously searched through the ruins. The night was oppressive, with continuous beast howls. Someone whispered complaints about the dangerous environment. Some also suspected that the target had long since been killed by the monsters. Another team member lowered his voice to ask, his tone already somewhat weak. This old district was much more dangerous than expected. They had just been attacked by a pack of rot dogs and almost lost someone. Scar Captain's face darkened, and he felt uneasy inside. The area was too large and the paths too confusing. Searching for someone in this ghostly place was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Search a bit further ahead. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "If we still can't find anything, then retreat. This place is really sinister." Just as he finished speaking, rumble, rumble. In the distance came a muffled, thunder-like sound, mixed with the roar of wild beasts. What's going on? Everyone turned their heads in unison. At the street corner, a familiar figure was desperately rushing toward them. Black hair tied back, electric sparks swirling around the body. "Captain, up ahead. It's that kid. Yasuo," someone shouted excitedly. Scar-faced Captain's eyes lit up, revealing a ruthless smile. "There's a path to heaven, but you won't take it. You stubbornly rush into a dead end. Brothers, charge. Catch him, great rewards." Several immediately raised their weapons, ready to intercept. But in the next second, Captain Scar's expression changed abruptly. "Wait." He suddenly raised his hand. "He's coming for us." And behind him, damn it. His smile froze on his face, pupils contracting sharply. Behind Yasuo, a gigantic monster was relentlessly chasing, each step shaking the ground. Farther away, a dark mass of strange beasts surged forward, roaring and tumbling, pressing in like a flood. "Damn it. He's using us as a shield. Retreat. Quickly retreat." Captain Scar turned and ran immediately. The others couldn't care about capturing anyone. They were about to lose their lives. One by one, their faces turned pale, and they scrambled to retreat, cursing nonstop. But none of them could outrun Yasuo. Yasuo was like an arrow released from a bow, rushing forward in a flash. He didn't even glance at them. At the moment he brushed past them, the lightning armor on his body suddenly dimmed. The next moment, it exploded with a roar. Boom! Furious thunder erupted around him, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The 9 members of the Radiant Alliance were caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the lightning. -155. -162. A series of damage numbers floated up. What was worse was the intense paralysis effect. Their bodies stiffened, unable to move even their fingers. My body. Can't move. It's over. Cries of agony rose one after another. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, running wildly without looking back. These people no longer needed him to finish them off. The next moment, the ruined corruptor charged with the beast swarm. Just as the paralysis wore off, the Radiant Alliance members hadn't even stood steady before being overwhelmed by the boss and the alien beasts. Screams tore through the night sky, then quickly vanished completely. Blood and shredded flesh covered the streets. By the window of a 2-story building in the distance, Jasmine witnessed the whole process, so shocked that she was speechless. She saw with her own eyes Yasuo treating the terrifying boss and the beast horde like knives, precisely sending those 9 people on their way. The pace was straightforward, ruthless without mercy. After a long moment, she swallowed, her voice trembling. "Boss, this is just too ruthless." The commotion gradually subsided. The beasts, having lost their target, retreated into the darkness. Only then did Zhou Huai control Yasuo and step out from the shadows of the broken wall. He arrived at the place where 9 people had perished. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh. The ground was a mess, with scattered body parts. The fear they felt before death was still etched on their faces. Most of the equipment had been destroyed by beast claws and corrosive liquid. Zhou Huai searched for a while and only found a few bottles of low-quality healing potions. There was also a level 20 rare staff, its shaft charred and the crystal cracked. It was barely usable. He put away the spoils and returned to the small building after a few ups and downs. Jasmine crouched by the window, her face pale. Seeing Yasuo return, her eyes brightened. Boss." Her voice was still trembling, but her eyes were full of admiration. You're amazing." She thought for a long time, but couldn't find a more fitting word. What shocked her was not just his strength. It was that kind of calmness, as if every situation was under his control. No matter how desperate the deadlock, he could turn it around in his hands. Jasmine took a deep breath and asked cautiously, "Boss, the pursuing enemies have been dealt with. Can we leave the old town? This place is too terrifying. I don't want to stay even for a second." Yasuo stood by the window, looking at the night, his tone calm. "No rush." Jasmine was stunned. "The good show is just beginning." "Good show?" She looked confused. Zhou Huai didn't explain, he just instructed her. "Stay here. Keep an eye outside, especially towards Jingshui Lake. If anyone else comes in, tell me immediately." Although Jasmine didn't understand, she had long been obedient to him. "Yes, boss." Time passed bit by bit. The old town was deathly silent. An hour later, Jasmine suddenly tensed up. "Boss, someone's coming again." Still from the direction of Pure Water Lake. "This time there are more, at least 12. Zhou Huai sneered coldly. "They really won't cry until they see the coffin." Yasuo's figure once again merged into the darkness. Soon, the distant sounds of beast roars and screams came. The commotion was smaller than last time, but ended even faster. In less than half an hour, everything returned to silence. Yasuo returned to the small building, carrying a faint smell of blood and scorched flesh. "They also?" Jasmine asked softly. He nodded. Zhou Huai waited patiently. He wanted to see how many people the Radiant Alliance, or his good stepmother, could fill into this bottomless pit. A long time passed again. He waited so long that he thought no one would come to die tonight. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice sounded again, with fear that could not be suppressed. "Boss, here they come again. Oh my God, there are even more this time. I can't see exactly how many, at least 20. Her voice trembled. "And their aura is very strong, much stronger than the previous 2 waves." Zhou Huai squinted. 20, all elites. Lu Yuru is really anxious now, starting to go all out. He laughed instead. "Since you're here, don't leave today." It didn't matter if this Yasuo clone died. It could come back after 24 hours. Using a life that could resurrect at any time to exchange for the Zhou family and Lu Yuru's manpower was clearly a good deal. Today, let's give the Zhou family a heavy blow. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and disappeared into the night once again. The pressure noticeably increased. This batch of Radiant Alliance members was not only numerous but strong, well-coordinated, and highly alert, clearly veterans. Zhou Huai continued his usual operation, drawing in a level 29 elite boss, the Shadow Leopard, and also inadvertently attracting a wave of exotic beasts. But the outcome was unexpected. 20 members of the Radiant Alliance, led by a level 40 shield warrior, quickly formed a battle formation. Ranged attackers unleashed furious damage from the rear, melee fighters held the outermost line, and healers kept refreshing health non-stop. They managed to withstand the first wave of assault with sheer grit. The Shadow Leopard was ferociously aggressive but was tightly held back by the shield warrior, unable to break through the defense line for the moment. Not bad at all. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. If one is not enough, then bring another one. Yasuo moved along the edge of the battlefield, dodging arrows and spells, heading straight for the depths of the old city. Moments later, an even more furious roar exploded. A resentment aggregation LV-30 elite boss, engulfed in eerie green flames and as large as a small mountain, was forcibly dragged over by him. With the second boss entering the fray, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. The resentment aggregation spewed flames over a wide area, and resentment shockwaves swept across the field, tearing through the Radiance Alliance's formation. The backline ranged attackers and healers fell in waves. The front line that had barely held on instantly collapsed. The level 40 shield warrior fought desperately to hold his ground, but under the siege of 2 elite bosses and the remaining mutant beasts, he couldn't hold on any longer. Damage numbers kept flashing on his body, and his defense line began to falter. He roared and activated his burst skill, tearing through the encirclement by sheer force, and fled frantically from the old city with the last 2 surviving soldiers. Yasuo stood atop the abandoned clock tower, coldly watching them retreat in disarray without giving chase. In this battle, the Radiant Alliance lost more than 40 people, almost being wiped out. Everyone gathered outside the Pure Water Lake dungeon was stunned. It was late at night, yet people by the lakeside were still whispering. Tonight was way too eerie. Waves of the Glorious are infiltrating the old city district. What exactly are they after? Many go in, few come out. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. After a long while, 3 people stumbled out from the end of the street. The 40-level shield warrior leading them was covered in blood, his armor shattered, his face pale. The other 2 looked as if they had crawled back from the gates of hell. More than 20 went in, only 3 came out. Everyone gasped. Someone lowered their voice and said it was the young master of the Zhou family coming to arrest people. That person hid in the old city, and Huiyao was ordered to besiege and eliminate him. At the mention of the Zhou family, everyone fell silent. To have beaten Huiyao like this, that person must be ruthless. This was clearly a slap in the face to the Zhou family. The Zhou family mansion was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was chillingly cold. Lu Yuru's face was sullen, her anger uncontrollable. Trash. Couldn't even catch a single person, yet lost so much in the process. This is exactly how Huiyao handles matters for the Zhou family. What's the use of supporting you all? Zhou Feng's face turned pale, his fists clenched and then loosened, veins bulging, yet he didn't say a word, forcibly holding back Lu Yuru's anger. In the bedroom, Lu Qi lay on the bed. His injury had been mostly treated, but he deliberately pretended to look weak. Mom, you have to stand up for me. That bastard named Yasuo has done this to me. Look at my injuries, boo-hoo. Lu Yuru's heart softened. She quickly walked over, touched Lu Qi's forehead, her voice gentle but with harsh intent. Don't worry, Mom won't let him off. I'm going to catch him and flay him alive, make him unable to live or die. After saying this, she suddenly turned her head to glare at Zhou Feng, her eyes icy cold. Zhou Feng, I'm telling you, if anything happens to Qi'er, I won't let your Zhou family off. Immediately send people now. Search the old district thoroughly. We must catch Yasuo. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I will send more men. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Once in the courtyard, The cold wind blowing on his face finally calmed him down a bit. He took out a communicator, his voice cold. I am issuing a bounty. Target, Yasuo. Amount, 500,000. He paused, his gaze growing even colder. No, 1 million. Alive to see people, dead to see the corpse. Overnight, the bounty spread throughout the professional circles in Donghai City. Brilliance Alliance bounty. Yasuo, male, suspected Thunder-type professional. 50,000 for assistance in capture, 1 million for killing or capturing alive. A blurry portrait and surveillance screenshots were also attached. Damn, 1 million? Has the Brilliance Alliance gone crazy? What's Yasuo's background to be worth so much? I heard more than 40 people died in the old town, all because of him. One person took down dozens? That's too ruthless. How did he do it? Could he really control the mutant beasts in the old town? This person is ruthless. I really want to meet him. In the taverns and forums, everyone was talking about Yasuo. Some admired his strength and courage, while others were waiting to see him fail. Once the 1 million bounty is announced, all the experts will definitely be on the move. He's just a fat target now. Hiding in the old district is useless. Sooner or later, he'll be caught. What a shame. Such a ruthless guy probably won't live long. Overnight, Yasuo became the hottest topic in Donghai City. In a rundown little building in the old district, Jasmine was curled up in a corner, asleep. That night was too perilous. She could no longer hold on. In the ruins, Yasuo was still on the move. Most of the monsters here were above level 20, but he was only level 10, facing immense pressure. However, relying on the attributes of his S-level class and the assistance of the intelligent AI core, he specifically targeted isolated enemies. With a flash of his sword, the level 22 rotten corpse dog was killed instantly. Experience surged dramatically. He quickly collected materials and immediately moved to a new location, not giving them a chance to surround him. Like a hunter, he grew stronger little by little amidst danger. By dawn, he had reached level 14. Skipping levels to kill monsters really pays off, Zhou Huai thought to himself, very satisfied. The system prompt sounded. The avatar Oyezi successfully crafted an epic piece of equipment and completed the challenge task. The rewarded professional orb has been credited. Zhou Huai felt a surge of energy. Oyezi endured for 3 days. Just after reaching level 8, he forged his first epic equipment. He immediately withdrew his consciousness, returned to his main body, and slowly closed his eyes. That familiar yet mysterious knob machine appeared once again in his mind. Zhou Huai's heartbeat quickened, and he could hardly contain himself. He reached out and pressed the ancient button hard. The machine roared to life, countless light spheres spinning wildly, and finally, a blazing red light sphere shot up into the sky. The light sphere exploded, transforming into a dark red scroll, magic surging forth, pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the profession. SS rank Forbidden Spellcaster. Zhou Huai took a breath. SS rank. He immediately opened the attribute panel. Clone panel, unnamed. Profession, unique hidden profession, SS rank Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, LV1. Health, 250/250. Mana, 500/500. Strength, 52. Agility, 55. Stamina, 60. Spirit, 210. Skill. Passive, Elemental Mastery LV1. Elemental damage increased by 30%. Casting time and mana cost reduced by 30%. Passive, Mana Source LV1. Increases maximum mana and recovery speed by 100%. Active, Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower LV1. Consumes 200 mana to summon 3 flaming meteors to strike the target area, each dealing 350% spirit damage and possibly leaving a burning zone lasting 5 seconds, dealing 50% spirit damage per second. Cooldown 30 seconds. Zhou Huai's heart pounded wildly. This is only level 1, yet the stats already crush those of ordinary level 10 classes. Especially the 210 spirit points, it's simply ridiculous. When fully grown, with 1 forbidden spell cast, who could withstand it? 2 words. Abnormal. Far stronger than Biaso, that S-rank Thunder Swordsman. System prompt. Please name your SS-level clone. Zhou Huai thought for a moment, the image of a white-robed wizard appearing in his mind. Since it's a mage and so powerful, just call him Gandalf. System prompt. Naming successful. Clone Gandalf created. System prompt. Please shape the clone Gandalf. Zhou Huai frowned in thought. In the movie, Gandalf appears as an old man with white hair right from the start. But his clone is only level 1. He can't just make an old man directly. Make him look like his younger self and a bit more handsome. With that in mind, he began fine-tuning the facial features. Soon, a tall and handsome young mage took shape. His brows and eyes were deep like the night, his demeanor gentle, yet hiding a sharp edge. His long silver-gray hair hung loosely, adding an extra touch of coolness. Not bad. System notification, clone Gandalf successfully shaped. System notification, clone generation in progress. 2 hours later, a flash of white light appeared in the bedroom. A young man dressed in linen appeared out of thin air. Elegant in demeanor, yet his aura was overwhelming. He was nearly 1.93 meters tall, even taller than Biaso. Zhou Huai sized him up for a moment. He's just missing a staff. He immediately contacted Yezi through the system. Stop everything else and prioritize crafting a first-level mage set and an exclusive staff for Gandalf. No sooner had the words fallen. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sounded. Uncle Fu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing a strange young man in the room, he stopped in his tracks. Young master, who is this? His tone clearly showed caution. Zhou Huai looked up and smiled. Don't be nervous. This is my clone. Uncle Fu finally relaxed, but his eyes were still filled with shock. He lowered his voice. Young master, something big has happened. The news has spread throughout Donghai City. The master has placed a bounty on Yeso. The reward is 1 million daxia coins. Zhou Huai's eyes suddenly turned cold. 1 million? Just to kill one of his level 10 clones. Zhou Feng really is willing to do that. Or perhaps, it was Lu Yuru forcing him to the point of turning hostile. This game is out to get him killed. Heh, 1 million just to buy the life of one clone. You really overestimate me, Zhou Huai said calmly. At this rate, soon there will be even more reckless people rushing into the old city to find Yasuo. His thoughts raced, and he decided to check on Yasuo's side first. Zhou Huai closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly shifted to the old city. Yasuo was still farming monsters under AI control. Zhou Huai took over the body and rushed back to the shabby second floor where Jasmine was hiding. Boss, you're finally back. Jasmine's eyes were red from anxiety. Boss, let's run. A very powerful expert has appeared outside. No sooner had the words fallen. Arg! A deafening dragon roar exploded overhead. The dragon's might pressed down, making the entire small building creak as if it could collapse at any moment. Jasmine's face turned pale, her legs weakened, almost causing her to kneel. Zhou Huai frowned, walked to the window, and carefully peeked upward. Above the blue sky, a silver dragon slowly circled. Its scales reflected a cold gleam under the sunlight, and its massive wings blocked the sky and sun. Those golden dragon eyes coldly looked down upon the ruined city. A slender figure stood atop the dragon's back, dressed tightly in black combat attire, exuding a calm and steady aura. Their face was obscured by an energy mist, making it impossible to see clearly. But that kind of aloofness from above, even from hundreds of meters away, made one's chest tighten. Zhou Huai was stunned when he saw the real giant dragon for the first time. A bounty of 1 million could actually attract a figure of this level? Such a ruthless move. Molly, what level is that? Zhou Huai lowered his voice. I don't know, Molly answered with a sob, her teeth chattering. My spirit eagle dares not go out. The moment it does, it will be discovered. She took a deep breath, using almost all her strength. A beast master who can ride a dragon is at least A rank. Level, probably above 50. Level 50. Zhou Huai's heart sank sharply. This was far beyond his understanding. The next second, several even stronger auras simultaneously burst forth from deep within the old city. Roar! The corroded creature dragged away by Yasuo burst out from the underground parking lot, roaring to the sky, dark green acid churning in its mouth. SSS. In the abandoned building complex, a cavern stalker poked out its massive head, its murky vertical pupils staring fixedly at the silver dragon in the air. Gore! Atop a tall building, a shadow leopard appeared, shrouded in black mist, exuding murderous intent. Several elite bosses entrenched in the old district, under the pressure of the dragon's might, surprisingly formed a temporary alliance, all provocatively challenging the sky together. The next moment, the acid transformed into spears, shadows solidified into sharp claws, and a psychic assault invisibly pressed down, bombarding the silver dragon from all directions. The black-clothed man on the dragon's back did not move an inch. The silver dragon just lightly shook its head. The silver light shield instantly unfolded. Bang! 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 All attacks struck the light shield, only causing a few ripples, hardly even a vibration. The silver dragon slowly opened its mouth, and a dazzling platinum light lit up its chest and abdomen. Roar! The dragon's roar exploded, and the platinum-colored dragon breath poured down like a river of stars, surging toward the ground. Wherever it passed, the space was scorched and distorted. The thick horned armor of the corroder melted and evaporated like paper under the dragon's breath, turning to ashes before it could even scream. The dragon's breath swept across, tearing deep trenches in the ground, annihilating buildings and ruins alike. The other bosses only grazed the edges and quickly melted like candles. One strike. Just one strike. The powerful bosses in the old district were all wiped out. The remaining low-level beasts were terrified, crying and fleeing in all directions. The entire old city instantly became a doomed escape zone. In the sky, that cold voice slowly descended, spreading like a judgment in all directions. That guy named Yasuo, I know you're down there. Come out now and go with me, and I might spare your life. If you keep hiding, I will level the entire old city, and you will surely die. Molly's legs went weak, and she slumped to the ground, completely hopeless. Boss, what do we do? He's too strong. We can't fight him at all. But Zhou Huai remained very calm. He was controlling Yasuo, a smile still on his lips. He's looking for me. What are you afraid of? Jasmine was stunned. Aren't they people on the same boat? But she still kept silent. Time is running out. Tell me your address in the East China Sea. Jasmine's mind was in a complete mess. What's the point of asking for the address at a time like this? But she still told him. Number 127, Lilac Road, Chongning District, Donghai City. Zhou Huai nodded and threw her a spatial ring. Listen carefully. I'm going out to draw him away. Once he leaves, you leave the old district immediately and return to Donghai. Wait for me at home. He stared at her, word by word. I will come to find you. Jasmine panicked. Boss, there's a giant dragon beneath his feet. How will you escape? Zhou Huai just smiled. That's none of your concern. As the words fell, he climbed out the window. Only one sentence remained in the cold wind. Remember, wait for me at home. The silver dragon in the sky grew impatient. Dragon breath fell in succession. Amid the roaring sounds, the old city district was collapsing. Abandoned buildings collapsed one after another in platinum-colored flames. Monsters that couldn't escape in time were burnt to charcoal by the dragon breath, screams rising one after another. The entire old city district was engulfed in a sea of fire. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shot out from the ruins. Yasuo leapt onto the rooftop with the flash of electricity, facing the silver dragon in the sky. The man in black on the dragon's back smiled faintly. Finally came out. Zhou Huai looked up at him. Didn't expect to hire you for just $1 million. The man in black shrugged. Raising a dragon is too expensive. Catching you is just a convenience. I don't want to kill you. Come with me willingly, or I'll have to make a move. Yasuo's smile did not fade. Then I surrender. He threw down his longsword and raised both hands. The man in black nodded in acknowledgement. The silver dragon folded its wings and descended, its enormous shadow looming over the rooftop. The fierce wind stirred up sparks. The distance closed rapidly. 30 meters. Yasuo's eyes suddenly turned cold. Now, a flash of lightning exploded. He transformed into lightning, rushing straight toward the dragon's back, targeting the man in black. Seeking death. The man in black snorted coldly. The silver dragon had already opened its mouth. The fierce annihilation dragon breath roared out. The platinum light beam instantly engulfed Lei Ying. There was no scream. The lightning went out. That defiant figure, along with his gear, was instantly vaporized by the high temperature, leaving not even ash. The residual power of the dragon's breath lingered, striking the tall building where he had just stood. With a loud crash, the building was hollowed out from the middle and then collapsed as a whole, sending dust and smoke billowing high. The man in black looked at the ruins and gently shook his head. Better to die than surrender. He was a real man. What a pity. He rode the silver dragon in circles for a while, landing only after the smoke cleared. He had to find Yasuo's body and bring it back to report. But the ground was burned smooth like glass, and there was nothing. No body, no bones, not even any equipment fragments could be found. He frowned. Could it really have been burned completely clean? Normally, there shouldn't be a single trace left. After thinking it over, the only conclusion was that the other person was too weak and had been completely vaporized. Jasmine saw with her own eyes that figure being swallowed by the platinum pillar of light. Disappeared without a trace. She curled up in the corner on the second floor, trembling uncontrollably. Only after the silver dragon flew away did the suffocating pressure ease. She collapsed to the ground, her mind completely blank. The boss was dead just like that. The man who always managed to help her turn things around was gone without a trace. She opened her hand, an ordinary ring lying in her palm, still warm. Wait for me at home. Those words seemed to still ring in her ears. But the person was already gone. Should she still wait? As if led by fate, she infused a trace of magic into the ring. The next second, she gasped sharply. The ring's space was small, yet it was full of things. A thick stack of cash, at least over 200,000. Next to it are several glowing pieces of equipment, along with a pile of valuable exotic beast materials. This money was all taken by the boss from those dead people in the Huiyao Alliance. Plus the value of this space ring itself. 7 or 80,000. This amount of money is enough for her to buy a good house in a second-tier city and live out the rest of her life peacefully. A thought grew wildly in her mind like wild grass, filling her head. The boss is already dead. Aren't these things hers? As long as she leaves Donghai City with the money and lives somewhere else, who knows? Who could still find her? Jasmine struggled violently inside, her breathing rapid, eyes flickering restlessly. In the bedroom, Zhou Huai suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently, forehead drenched in cold sweat. The first true experience of death. That feeling was like a nightmare, so real it was terrifying. The pain of being instantly torn apart and evaporated by dragon breath seemed to still linger deep in his nerves. That dragon was ridiculously powerful. He never expected that the small city of Donghai would harbor such a high-level strongman. However, sending Yasuo to his death was something he had planned for a long time. If Yasuo doesn't die, this matter won't be over. With the 1 million bounty hanging, the trouble will only increase. Now, dying once is just the right chance to escape, temporarily disappearing from the sight of the Zhou family and Lu Yuru. Anyway, after 24 hours, Yasuo can still stand up again. In the meantime, let Oyezi expedite the forging of equipment for Yasuo and Gandalf. Also, let Fubo arrange a new ID card for Gandalf. These all take time. As for Jasmine, Zhou Huai's eyes darkened. That ring was given by him temporarily. It was both a comfort and a test. He wanted to see how this seemingly timid but principled girl would choose when faced with huge interests and the shock of his death. In the future, he would build his own power, relying not only on strong clones. He also needed truly trustworthy people. Not long after, at the Zhou family mansion, a member of the Radiant Alliance hurriedly reported, bringing the news of Yasuo's death. In the study, Zhou Feng listened and frowned deeply. You mean, there's no trace of a body? Not even ashes left? The man lowered his head and replied, Yes, Chairman. That noble himself said the opponent was directly vaporized by dragon breath. A trace of hesitation flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. In life, you want to see the person. In death, you want to see the corpse. He didn't see the body, and he felt uneasy all along. But as soon as he heard it was that big shot taking action, he immediately felt reassured. Such an existence, not to mention wiping out a single person, even leveling an old district wouldn't be surprising. Understood. Zhou Feng waved his hand, his face full of exhaustion. Go to the accounting office and transfer 1 million without a single cent less. Yes. After the person left, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Overnight, The Huiyao Alliance lost nearly 50 top fighters and also lost 1 million. Truly, a total loss. That madwoman Lu Yuru can finally calm down. He dialed Lu Yuru's phone number. The news quickly reached Lu Qi. Dead. Haha. He's finally dead. Lu Qi lay in bed. The shadow pressing down on his heart instantly lifted. This is what happens when you offend me. That person named Yasuo had almost become his nightmare. The therapist said he had fully recovered, with no aftereffects. But every time he went to the bathroom, he felt a faint pain. He didn't believe it was a psychological issue. He wanted to verify it himself. That night, he changed into designer clothes and drove his sports car straight to the most luxurious nightclub in Donghai. No one knew what happened inside the presidential suite. All they knew was that he called for 5 girls at once. The first one went in and came out in less than 5 minutes. The second took 3 minutes. The third was even faster, until the 5th girl slammed the door with a look of disgust and stormed out. Suddenly, Lu Qi's angry shouts and the sound of things being smashed came from inside the room. Yasuo, you ruined me. The manager and security rushed in to find a mess everywhere. The eldest son of the Lu family was holding a wine bottle, crying like a madman. That night, Zhou Huai's phone lit up. It was a message from Yishi. Brother Zhou Huai, I heard. That person named Yasuo. Did something really happen to him? Zhou Huai typed a few words. Yes, he's dead. As soon as the message was sent, Yishi called. She started crying as soon as she spoke. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou Huai. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have offended Lu Qi, nor would anything have happened. Don't blame yourself. Zhou Huai's tone was calm. This was my own decision. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think about anything else, and don't do anything either. On the other end of the phone, only suppressed sobbing remained, and it took a while before she recovered. But, no buts. Zhou Huai interrupted directly. Cheer, this matter ends here. From now on, no matter who it is, don't ever mention the name Yasuo again. Delete all our chat records and call logs completely. All right, I got it. She responded firmly, her voice heavy with nasal sound. After a moment of silence, she whispered again, Brother Zhou Huai, I probably won't be able to visit you recently. My dad said the national exams are coming up soon, so he hired a practice partner for me and told me to shut myself away to prepare. Zhou Huai smiled. That's a good thing. Focus on your studies. When you get good grades, I'll give you a big gift. Really? Finally, a sparkle appeared in her voice. Of course. After hanging up, Zhou Huai cleared all the records. He leaned back in his wheelchair, looking out at the night outside the window, his expression calm to the point of indifference. At the same time, in the Tianhai City Forging Master Guild, the office of Supervisor Shinxiu was brightly lit. He held a ring in both hands, his hands trembling, his face filled with uncontrollable shock and joy. Did he really make this today? Shinxiu's voice trembled. Lin Wei stood opposite, nodding excitedly. Absolutely. Master Oyezi has been working on this ring non-stop these days, except for resting. He just handed it to me himself. Shinxiu took a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly. An epic-level piece of equipment. Even if it's just a level 10 ring, the significance is completely different. This means that the Tianhai City Forgers Guild has finally produced a master capable of reliably crafting epic-level equipment. For so many years, they have been suppressed by the forging masters in Donghai City who are supported by noble families and the Adventurers Guild, unable to even raise their heads. The guild is officially recognized, but it cannot retain top-tier forging masters and has long been all style and no substance. Talented people were all poached by wealthy families at high prices and became private craftsmen. The guild couldn't provide high-end equipment, and its status plummeted. But now it's different. Oyezi appeared out of nowhere. And he's so young, with unlimited potential ahead. Let's go? We have to see the president right away. Shinxiu could no longer hold back, carefully tucking away the ring, and pulled Lin Wei straight to the office. President Gu Yin arrived quickly. He took the ring that radiated a purple light, and his originally steady gaze suddenly brightened. Good, good. Gu Yin repeatedly rubbed the ring, his voice excited. I've been holding this in for too long. He held the ring up to the light, as if admiring a priceless treasure. Shinxiu, here. Arrange immediately to send the ring to the guild auction house. Gu Yan's gaze was sharp. Public auction, Make it as grand as possible. I want everyone in Donghai City to know that the smithing guild still has experts. We are going to turn things around. Zhou Huai was unaware of the decision from the higher-ups. At this moment, he was controlling Iyezi, selecting new equipment in the blueprint library on the second floor. Yasuo would revive in 24 hours, and Gandalf had also been generated. It was time to change their outfits. Quickly, he locked onto a level 15 purple set blueprint. Wild set, rare. This set is almost tailor-made for Yasuo. The full set increases agility by 50% and also comes with an active skill. Wild Gallop. Upon activation, attack speed doubles, movement speed doubles, critical hit rate increases by 30%, lasting 10 seconds. The cost is 100 mana points and 100 health points lost per second. The burst is extremely strong. As for the health loss, Zhou Huai is not worried at all. As long as you use Touch of Spirit Quenching to wash out the vampire attribute, you can eliminate the side effects. Yasuo is settled, next is Gandalf. SS rank Forbidden Spellcaster, ordinary gear won't do. After searching for a long time, he finally stopped at a pale purple epic blueprint. Star and Moon set, hat. Required level, LV 15. Set effect, inactive. February 5th, mana recovery speed increased by 50%. March 5th, skill cooldown reduced by 30%. 5/5. Unlock active skill Arcane Duality. Arcane Duality. Consumes 500 mana, ignores cooldown, instantly casts the same skill twice in succession. Zhou Huai's breath tightened. This set effect is simply overpowered, especially Arcane Duality. If combined with Gandalf's Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower, 2 rounds of heavenly fire falling simultaneously, who could withstand that? But the problem is, the Xingyue set consists of 5 pieces. Hat, gauntlets, pants, robe, boots. However, in the blueprint library, there is only one blueprint for the hat. Zhou Huai called his assistant Linwei. Master Oyezi. Linwei stood respectfully by his side. Oyezi pointed at the blueprint. Only this one. Linwei's expression changed slightly. Yes, master. Currently, the guild has only collected the hat blueprint. She explained, the Star Moon set only drops in one place. The Shadow Swamp Cavern. And it must be the final boss on Catastrophe difficulty to have a very low chance of dropping it. The guild has organized several operations, which were very costly, yet only obtained this one. The Shadow Swamp Cavern. Zhou Huai made up his mind. The next target will be there. Got it. Oyezi nodded and handed over the blueprint for the wild set. Prepare the materials. Let's make this set first. Linwei took the blueprint, frowned after seeing the materials. Most of the materials are available in the warehouse. But the Storm Griffin Feathers and Rage Giant Lizard Reverse Scales are level 15 elite materials. The guild has no stock, so we have to buy them at a high price from the market. It will take some time. You can go back and rest first. I will notify you immediately once all the materials are gathered. Oyezi nodded. Zhou Huai controlled his avatar to leave the guild and return to the luxury apartment. After making all the arrangements, his consciousness withdrew and returned to his main body. From now on, it would be a head-to-head confrontation. He needed to fully restore his energy. A night passed. Inside the Tianhai City Smith Guild, the doors to the top-tier forging chamber were tightly closed. Linwei sent all the gathered materials for the wild set into the forging chamber. Inside the door, Iyezi was fully focused on forging, the eerie blue fire flickering, illuminating his cold and hard profile. The sound of metal striking struck the air rhythmically, as if announcing an impending rebirth. At noon, a flash of white light appeared in the courtyard bedroom. Ding! Clone Yasuo cooldown ended, has been regenerated. A tall figure appeared out of thin air, initially with vacant eyes. The next moment, Zhou Huai's consciousness merged in, and those eyes instantly sharpened. The gear isn't ready yet. Cannot rashly leave the city, Zhou Huai thought to himself. He called Fubo. Buy him a well-fitting long coat and a pair of scissors. Fubo promptly took care of it. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, and with a few scissors against the mirror, he cut the wild long hair into a neat short cut. He changed into a dark trench coat, put on a hood and a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, sharp eyes. The originally arrogant swordsman aura was completely suppressed, leaving only the cold hardness and mystery of an urban hunter. Very good. The bounty storm had just settled. He absolutely could not expose himself again. After handling these matters, Zhou Huai fully took over Yasuo's body and walked out of the courtyard. He was going to the address given by Jasmine. That timid yet clever woman was obediently waiting for him, still running away with the spatial ring. Number 127 Dingxiang Road. In a shabby residential building, Jasmine pushed open the door to her home. She didn't come back for any promise. She was forced to return. The room was dim, filled with the smell of medicine. "Sis, I'm back." Her voice was tight. On the bed in the inner room lay a woman with a pale face. "Jasmine, you're finally back. I'm just glad you're safe." She was panting, anxious and scared. "The people from the Bloodthirsty Guild have come several times, always asking for you." Hearing those 4 words, Jasmine's face instantly went pale. She was definitely being targeted. "Sis, don't say any more." She rushed to the bedside, lowering her voice. "You have to come with me immediately." Moyu gave a bitter smile. "Leave? In my state, can I still leave with you? What exactly happened?" Molly bit her lip and said softly, "Mo Xiao is dead, murdered. They suspect I'm in cahoots with the killer." Moyu's face instantly went pale. She knew all too well the methods of the Bloody Guild. If this escalated, "You need to leave quickly," she urged. "Don't worry about me. I'm a worthless life. They won't touch me." "I won't leave," Molly said with red eyes. "You're my sister. We promised never to separate." She wanted to hold her sister's hand, but saw those hands hanging lifelessly. Suddenly, bang! Heavy footsteps approached, like a death drum. "Who's there?" No one responded. The next second, the wooden door was kicked open. 3 burly men blocked the doorway, the leader sneering. "Jasmine, you really can't bear to leave this cripple behind, so you came back. The guild has treated you well. Mo Xiao values you so much, yet you dare to betray him." Jasmine trembled all over, but still stood in front of her sister. "I'm going with you." She gritted her teeth. "Don't lay a hand on my sister." The big man sneered and glanced at Mayu with disdain. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in cripples." Despair weighed down. Jasmine turned around and quietly slipped the spatial ring into her sister's hand. "Sis, keep this safe for me. If someone comes looking for me, give them the ring and let them save me. If no one comes, just keep it and live well." She forced a smile. That person had long been dead under the dragon's breath. There was no way he could come back to save her. This was nothing but a final fantasy. "No, Jasmine, don't." Mayu cried until her voice was hoarse, veins bulging on her neck, but her body could not move. She could only watch as those people dragged Jasmine away like livestock. The door was slammed shut, leaving only her desperate sobbing in the room. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps sounded again. A man wearing a trench coat and hood walked in. He glanced around the room, his gaze landing on her face. "Is this Jasmine's home?" he asked coldly. Moyu remembered what her sister had said before leaving, and her heart suddenly brightened, like a drowning person clutching at the last straw. The ring on the bed. She desperately shook her neck to signal. Zhou Huai then realized she was almost completely paralyzed, even worse than himself. He didn't ask much and took the ring out from under the covers. It was the one he had given to Jasmine. "Where is she? Please save her. She was taken by the Bloody Guild." Zhou Huai nodded and tucked the ring into his pocket. "I'll go bring her back." That one sentence gave Moyu hope once again. The office at the Bloody Guild headquarters was filled with smoke. Mo Tianxiong crushed his cigar violently and slammed his fist on the table. Useless, all useless. He had suffered heavy losses these past 2 days. Dozens of brothers had died. Zhao Tianqi and Zhao Tianming were gone too. What drove him mad the most was that even his own son Mo Xiao had been killed. For this Bloody Guild, it was a devastating loss, like losing an arm, severely weakening their strength. What frustrated Mo Tianxiong even more was that he couldn't even catch who the killer was. The Brilliant Alliance had a bounty of 1 million. He had seen it long ago. That swordsman called Yasuo was most likely the one who killed his son. But what could he do? So many people from the Brilliant Alliance had rushed into the old city only to suffer heavy losses. If he sent his few men over, it would be suicide. Revenge is impossible. That sense of powerlessness was like a hand choking his neck, driving him nearly insane. He didn't know that Yasuo was already decisively killed on the spot by a mysterious powerful figure yesterday. The Zhou family suppressed the news and did not let it leak out. There was a knock on the door. "What is it?" Mo Tianxiong's tone was dark. "Chairman, Jasmine has been brought back." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Bring her in." Jasmine was pushed inside. Mo Tianxiong stepped forward and raised his hand to deliver a slap. The crisp sound of the slap exploded in the room. She staggered from the blow, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, half of her face quickly swelling. "My son values you so much, and you dare betray him, betray the guild." His voice was icy cold. Jasmine shook her head, knowing she wouldn't survive. Since she was about to die, she no longer lowered her head. She spat out blood foam and sneered coldly. "You value me. Mo Tianxiong, you know best what kind of person your son is. If my profession were no longer useful, I would have long become his plaything." She straightened her body, tears mixed with fresh blood sliding down. "I'm just an assistant. In your eyes, I am just a tool. Who cares about me? Who gives a damn if I live or die? I just want to live, is that wrong?" She questioned sentence by sentence, cutting through the oppressive air like a knife. Mo Tianxiong was stunned. The usually humble Jasmine actually dared to talk back. It was like she had become a different person. He narrowed his eyes and looked her over again, his tone softening. "You want to live? Fine." He sat back in his chair, fingers interlaced. "Yasuo letting you return to the city alone means he trusts you. Lead him out of the old city for me. I'll let you live." As long as he captured Yasuo first, he could claim the 1 million bounty and climb up the Zhou family ladder. This was the Bloody Guild's chance to turn things around. Jasmine sneered inwardly. This old fox didn't even know that Yasuo had long been dead. He actually wanted her to lure a dead man? Ridiculous. Even if Yasuo hadn't died, if she really lured him out, Mo Tianxiong would have silenced her for sure. "You still want to use me?" She laughed sarcastically. Mo Tianxiong stopped dreaming. If she could disgust him one last time before dying, it was worth it. "Honestly telling you, Yasuo escaped the old district long ago, and now who knows how carefree he is. Take your time dying of anger. You'll never catch him in this lifetime." Mo Tianxiong's face turned ashen, veins bulging. Seeking death, he rushed forward and slapped twice with the back of his hand. Smack! Smack! Jasmine felt her vision darken from the blows, barely able to stand, supported only by her subordinates. Bitch! Shameless even when given a chance. He grabbed her hair, his face twisted in a grimace. "You want to die that badly? I'll make it happen for you. Not only will you die, but your paralyzed sister will join you in death." He was about to give the order. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Neither heavy nor light. Mo Tianxiong paused his action and shouted angrily. "Who?" A deep yet calm male voice came from outside the door. "I heard someone was looking for me, so I came." The voice was not loud, but it struck Jasmine's mind like a thunderclap. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, trembling all over. It was the boss's voice. But didn't he die under the dragon's breath? Mo Tianxiong's face darkened. This is the core of the Bloody Guild, heavily guarded. How could anyone possibly sneak to the door without a sound? He signaled his subordinates to open the door. The door was pulled open. A man stood at the entrance, wearing a long black trench coat, hood pulled low, face covered by a mask. Only a pair of cold, sharp eyes were visible. Molly recognized those eyes at a glance. It's him. Even if he changed his clothes, she wouldn't mistake him. Mo Tianxiong stared at the newcomer. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are my people? The man stepped aside, making way at the door. His tone was calm. You mean them? They're all lying outside. Mo Tianxiong looked out. In the corridor, his elite troops were all lying on the ground. Each person had only a thin blood mark on their neck. One strike, instant death. His face changed dramatically. Although the headquarters' main force was out, those left behind were all experts above level 20. Yet they were silently taken down by a single person. Not even the alarm went off. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Mo Tianxiong gritted his teeth and asked, Who exactly are you? The man chuckled softly. His voice was especially piercing in the silent office. Aren't you the one looking for me? I'm standing right in front of you, and you can't recognize me? One sentence made Mo Tianxiong's pupils contract sharply. He glared at Yasuo, his face full of shock. You are that Yasuo? Impossible. How could he appear here? He was just scheming how to force this guy out of the old town. But the guy barged straight into his lair. The shock lasted only a moment, followed by a surge of anger. Mo Tianxiong laughed angrily, his face twisted. Good, very good. There's a path to heaven you won't take, but you insist on breaking into hell without a door. Today, I will avenge my son. He tore down the barbed axe from the wall, killing intent bursting forth. Go, kill him. As soon as the words fell, 3 subordinates rushed out simultaneously, attacking from front and rear, cutting off the escape route. The flashes of blades fell, arrows tore through the air, curses and dark light enveloped. Jasmine's heart gripped her throat. But Yasuo remained calm, slowly drawing his sword. Too slow. As the words fell, he transformed into a streak of lightning. Lightning dash. A flash of electricity. The foremost warrior froze in place, a bloodline splitting open at his throat. Blood gushed out. He didn't even see how the other person struck. The lightning flashed and instantly closed in on the archer. Before the man could react, his neck was already being choked. Crack. Bone breaking. The cursed master screamed and turned to flee for his life. The lightning caught up. The sword blade pierced through the chest from behind, blood splattering. Just a few seconds. 3 elite warriors, all in their 20s, wiped out. Not even a corner of their clothes was touched. In the office, only Mo Tianxiong's rapid breathing remained. The anger on his face had long disappeared, replaced only by fear. This man is far more terrifying than what the intelligence suggested. He had just started to speak. Yasuo had already moved. Not a single word wasted. No hesitation. Only killing intent. Damn it. Mo Tianxiong roared in anger and swung his giant axe in a horizontal sweep. Bloody round dance. The axe shadows swept like the wind, sealing off all escape routes. But Yasuo charged straight at him. His black iron longsword rose, the tip precisely striking the axe blade. Clang. A loud explosion rang out. The raging force surged along the sword, and Yasuo was knocked back several meters before regaining his footing. A level 35 warrior, his strength was indeed terrifying. Mo Tianxiong seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, his giant axe swinging wildly, the powerful wind howling, suffocating. In the office, axe shadows rolled, and sword lights crisscrossed. Zhou Huai maximized his agility to the extreme. Yasuo moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps between the axe swings. Every dodge skirted the edge of death, every sword strike targeted a vital point. Mo Tianxiong grew more and more alarmed as the fight went on. This kid is too fast. Every swing was carefully calculated with advanced timing, yet he always dodged by a hair's breadth. Instead, it was that sword that stabbed from a tricky angle. The lightning traveled along the blade into his body. His whole body tingled, and his movements began to slow. Oh. Mo Tianxiong completely lost control. His eyes turned blood red. Abandoning defense, he compressed all his strength into the giant axe. Desperate slash. He leapt high into the air, holding the axe with both hands, swinging it down directly at Yasuo's head. This axe chop, with all its might, was meant to kill with a single strike. Yet Yasuo did not move. He stood still, coldly watching the axe blade descend. At the moment the giant axe was about to strike his head, sizzle, a sudden flash of lightning burst forth. Pure thunder transformed into armor, instantly covering his entire body. Thunder armor. Boom! The giant axe struck the thunder armor with a deafening crash. The shockwave swept the surroundings, sending all the furniture flying and shattering it on the ground. Mo Tianxiong felt as if he had struck an iron mountain. The terrifying recoil force surged up the axe handle. The web of his hand cracked open, blood flowing freely. Even more frighteningly, a violent electric current rushed through the axe handle into his body. He trembled all over and instantly fell into paralysis. Yasuo took the hit hard, losing only a bit of blood, but his gaze was chillingly cold. He moved. Taking advantage of the moment Mo Tianxiong froze, the long sword turned into a flash of lightning, slashing wildly. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The armor was torn open, blood splattered. The intense pain barely kept Mo Tianxiong conscious. He wanted to retreat, but couldn't move. At this moment, the thunder armor on Yasuo activated. The armor exploded, transforming into an even fiercer thunderstorm, slamming onto Mo Tianxiong's chest. Puffed. He spat blood and staggered backward, paralyzed once again. The outcome was already decided. Yasuo's figure flashed, already in front of him. The sword's light coldly cut across his line of sight. Blood gushed wildly. Don't. Only fear remained in Mo Tianxiong's eyes, but his throat could no longer produce a complete sound. The next second, a deadly sword strike fell. Thunderous slash. He could no longer hold on and collapsed like muddy sludge, his whole body charred black, without any breath. The battle was over. Yasuo sheathed his sword. Jasmine curled up on the ground, her whole body aching, but she couldn't help but smile. She thought she was dreaming that the boss came to save her and even killed Mo Tianxiong. At this moment, someone carried her on their back. Just like before. Broad shoulders, real warmth. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Boss, is it really you? Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, responding softly. I said I would come, so I definitely will. The cold wind blew. Jasmine slowly woke up. She lay on a solid back, the street scene rushing by quickly. Everything felt like a dream. Boss, is it really you? Her voice was very soft. You weren't killed by that dragon? She saw with her own eyes the dragon's breath melt steel and engulf him. Yet now, he stood before her unharmed. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to move forward, his tone cold. I have a way. Don't ask. Jasmine closed her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. She had thought once she entered the Bloody Guild, she would never get out and never imagined anyone would risk their life to save her. This world was as cold as ice. No one cared about her life except her sister. But he came anyway, like a ray of light, forcefully pulling her out of the abyss. Boss, why are you so good? I thought I was dead. Zhou Huai's voice remained calm. Don't cry. I said I would protect you. The two returned to the old building on Lilac Road. When Mayu saw her sister being carried back, her dead eyes suddenly lit up, tears bursting forth instantly. Jasmine rushed over and held her sister's hand. I'm fine. Mayu choked back tears and thanked the man at the door. Zhou Huai waved it off, but his gaze fell on her pale face, vaguely sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, he stepped forward, threw off the quilt, and grabbed her wrist. In an instant, his expression darkened, cold and piercing like a snake's venom coiling around bone. It was a curse. She was cursed, just like him. The two sisters were frightened. Jasmine whispered, Boss, what's wrong? Zhou Huai released her hand, his expression colder than ever. Who did this to your sister? The worry in Jasmine's eyes was instantly replaced by rage. It's the Zhou family, isn't it? Zhou Huai felt a jolt in his heart. Mayu was somehow connected to the Zhou family. Moyu on the bed spoke softly. A few years ago, I was the third Madame Zhou's maid. That year she was attacked, and several of us servants were implicated. In the end, only the young master and I survived. From that day on, my body was ruined, and the Zhou family drove me out. Zhou Huai finally remembered. She was his mother's personal maid back then. Only now, having become so thin and emaciated, he didn't recognize her at first. The original owner's memory of that attack was chaotic. Maybe she is the only clue. What exactly happened that day? Jasmine was puzzled. Boss, why are you asking this? Zhou Huai's expression was calm. Perhaps we can find a way to break the curse. Moyu gave a bitter smile. Even the young master of the Zhou family, after consulting all the famous doctors, showed no improvement. How could I dare to hope for anything? She was silent for a moment before finally continuing. That day was the patriarch's birthday banquet. After the banquet, the third madam took the young master back to the separate residence. On the way, they were suddenly attacked. The assault came from all directions, and the carriage was torn apart in an instant. I fainted on the spot. Before losing consciousness, I think I saw third master Zhou Feng rushing to save them. I vaguely heard him shouting at those men in black. Moyu frowned, trying hard to recall. He seemed to be asking, are you sent by the Sun family? Sun family. These two words exploded in Zhou Huai's mind like thunder. The number one family in the East Sea, the Sun family. Could it be that the attack on his mother back then was really connected to them? What happened next? Zhou Huai pressed further. Moyu shook her head, her eyes full of sorrow. After that, I didn't know anything. When I woke up again, it was all over. The lady was dead, and the young master was paralyzed. I was alive, but it was no different from being dead. The Zhou family gave me some money and sent me away. If it weren't for Jasmine taking care of me all these years, I wouldn't have made it. Zhou Huai nodded. Whether true or not, at least there was a direction. He looked at the two sisters. We can't stay here. The bloodthirsty guild people might still be looking for you. I'll find you another place. Uncle Fu had rented quite a few apartments before. Any one of them would be enough for them to settle in. Soon, the two sisters were settled. Zhou Huai said to Jasmine, "Rest well these days and take care of your sister. In a while, I'll entrust you with an important matter." Jasmine immediately stood up straight and nodded firmly. "Boss, rest assured, I will definitely handle it well." Zhou Huai turned and left. Mayu softly asked, "Who exactly is this boss of yours?" Jasmine shook her head. "I'm not sure either." Her eyes were filled with admiration. "But he is very strong, frighteningly strong." Elsewhere, Zhou Huai stepped out of the apartment and blended into the night. He did not stop and went straight to his destination. Donghai City Blacksmith Guild. His equipment was completed. Outside the top-tier forging room, the stone door slowly opened, and a wave of heat mixed with the scent of metal rushed out. Uyezi said nothing, packed all the equipment into the spatial ring, and handed it to him. Zhou Huai took the ring. He turned and left. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. The two did not speak a word the entire time. This scene stunned Lin Wei. She cautiously asked Oyezi, "Master O, who was that just now?" Oyezi replied with just 2 words, "A friend. Charge the material cost to my account." "Good job. Take me back." He was not going to rest. After returning to the apartment, Zhou Huai immediately activated Divine Craftsman Enlightenment and Spirit Tempering Touch, burying himself in grinding proficiency. Especially Divine Craftsman Enlightenment. It can only reach rare quality at most now, which is a bit useless for Oyezi. But who can guarantee that legendary equipment won't be obtained in the future? When that day comes, this skill will be the trump card. Donghai City, North Gate. Yasuo, wearing a black trench coat, leaned against the city wall waiting for someone. Soon, a figure approached. It was Zhou Huai's third clone, the SS-level forbidden spellcaster Gandalf. The two met up, ready to leave the city. The guard paused for a moment when he saw Yasuo's identification during the routine check. "You're also named Yasuo?" He sized him up from head to toe, his tone strange. "That's quite a famous name. Exactly the same as that wanted criminal with 1,000,000 bounty." The guard half-joked. "If I hadn't heard that guy got blasted to bits by the big boss, I'd have suspected it was you." Zhou Huai manipulated Yasuo to chuckle awkwardly. "Don't mention it. I haven't dared walk at night these past few days, afraid I'd get caught, and claimed the bounty." The guard laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, someone like you doesn't seem like the ruthless type who can slaughter dozens in the Radiant Alliance." After a few jokes, the guard waved and let them pass. Yasuo led Gandalf out of the city and stepped into the wilderness. Leveling up begins. The target is the dungeon Lin Wei mentioned, Shadow Swamp Lair. The dungeon is 20 kilometers north of the city. With Yasuo's current level 14 strength, clearing it all the way and reaching level 15 won't be difficult. By then, he will be able to wear the wild set crafted by Uyezi. Going to overcome disasters again, the chances of success are even greater. Not long after leaving the city, strange beasts appeared in the forest ahead. Zhou Huai did not hesitate. His consciousness instantly transferred from Yasuo to Gandalf's body. He had been unable to hold back for a long time. An SS-level forbidden spellcaster, a profession that only exists in legends. How terrifying is their destructive power? He immediately changed Gandalf into the first-level transitional gear prepared by Oyezi. A plain white robe, a hood covering the face, holding a wooden staff, looked unremarkable. Zhou Huai controlled him, looking toward the jungle in the distance where strange beasts roamed. The staff was raised. A low and obscure chant slowly began. Forbidden spell, meteoric fire rain. Humming. A large portion of the magic power was instantly drained away, and even the air trembled. The sky suddenly darkened, the wind ceased, and the birds fell silent. A sense of oppression spread across the wilderness. The next second, 3 giant fireballs, trailing fiery tails, descended from the sky, crashing directly into the depths of the jungle. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion went off almost simultaneously. The shockwave swept across 100 meters, overturning the ground, flames engulfing everything. The cry of the strange beast had just sounded when it was completely drowned out by the explosion. The earth shook, fiery flames surged. The system prompts frantically flooded the screen. Killed Jungle Savage Wolf LV-12. Gained 150 experience. Killed Mutated Wild Boar LV-11. Gained 120 experience. Kill. The white upgrade glow lit up continuously. Gandalf's level surged directly from LV-1 to LV-3. Zhou Huai stood stunned in place. The jungle before him had already turned to scorched earth. So this is an SS-level forbidden spellcaster? His throat went dry. This was only level 1. If the level were any higher, would a single forbidden spell wipe out the entire city? Just as his heart began to race, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected abnormal potential in the clone Gandalf. Unique hidden profession challenge task activated. Task name: the title of top scholar. Task: control the clone Gandalf to secure the national top scholar position in the Unified Professional Exam of the Great Xia in 4 days. Reward: 1 draw of the professional ball. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Another task has arrived. He originally had no interest in the exam, nor did he plan to enter any academy. But with a reward involved, it was a different matter. He had to claim this top scholar title. The premise is that Gandalf reaches level 15. Others can't achieve this. But with the forbidden spell mage on hand, this difficulty is nothing. Suddenly, an alarm blares from the direction of the East Sea City Gate. Sharp and piercing, echoing through the sky. The recent meteor shower caused too much commotion. The city wall guards mistakenly thought a top-level boss was attacking. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Each time it was accompanied by a bloody battle. Zhou Huai didn't dare to stay and immediately controlled Yasuo and Gandalf to retreat, diving deep into the jungle. As soon as they left, the city guards arrived at the scene. Only a patch of scorched wasteland remained, with black smoke billowing. Everyone was stunned. Who did this? A voice trembled. The captain crouched down to examine the ashes, his expression heavy. The air was filled with a strong residue of fire element. But there was no trace of the boss having appeared. Those who can unleash such wide-range skills are definitely tough characters. Recently, the beasts have been getting more and more restless, with several small-scale beast surges, the team member reported. The captain looked up toward the depths of the jungle, his gaze cold. Orders. All patrols outside the city, double the frequency. His tone was grim. Those beasts, I fear they are about to make a move. Yes. In the wilderness, 2 figures moved quietly forward. Beneath the calm surface, dark tides surged. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo like a cold-blooded hunter, slaying the strange beasts encountered on the road one by one. Gandalf silently followed behind, quietly gaining experience. Ahead appeared a swamp shrouded in dark green miasma. At that moment, a golden light suddenly erupted from Yasuo's body. Ding! Clone Yasuo leveled up to LV-15. With a thought, Zhou Huai took out the new set of equipment from the spatial ring given by Oyezi. Wild set. Gauntlets, long sword, leather armor, battle boots, long pants. 5 pieces of equipment lit up simultaneously. Yasuo changed them all. His momentum instantly soared, sharp and threatening. Especially the Wilder's longsword and Wilder's chestplate, shining with purple light and flickering stars, clearly of epic quality. Even at just 1 star, the attributes were doubled. The new attribute panel unfolded in Zhou Huai's mind. Clone Yasuo. Profession: unique hidden profession, S-rank Thunder Swordsman. Level: LV-15, 0/20,000. Health points: 3820. Mana points: 2050. Strength: 321. Agility: 654 plus 205. Stamina: 356. Spirit: 288. Attack power: 1079. Physical defense: 556. Magical resistance: 305. Zhou Huai gasped. Attack exceeds 1,000. Agility is close to 900. Is this really level 15? If someone said he was a top assassin at level 30, people would believe it. What's more important is that after leveling up, Yasuo has awakened a new skill. Skill: Mark of Thunder Flash LV-1. Passive: each attack adds a layer of thunder mark, lasting 10 minutes, up to 5 layers. When fully stacked, it instantly explodes, dealing 200% attack power and lightning damage, and paralyzing the target for 1 second. Active. Consumes 100 mana to teleport to any target within 100 meters that has the Thunder mark. Cooldown 5 seconds. Only 2 words remained in Zhou Huai's mind. Pervert. Able to chase, control, and also burst. The assassination ability of the Thunder Sword Master has been fully maxed out. If he were to encounter people like Zhao Tianming or Zhao Tianqi now, Zhou Huai is fully confident he could slay them under his sword within 10 seconds. On the other side, Gandalf, who had been quietly gaining experience, also quietly reached level 5. Clone Panel, Gandalf. Class. The only hidden class, SS rank Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, LV5, 0/2500. HP, 1100/1100. Mana, 3200/3200. Strength, 189. Agility, 160. Stamina, 218. Spirit, 588. Magic damage, 679. Physical defense, 101. Magic resistance, 327. At the same time, he comprehended a new skill. Forbidden Spell 1000-Mile Ice Seal LV1 releases extreme cold power, instantly freezing a large area in front, dealing massive frost damage to all enemies within the range, and applying the Deep Freeze effect, greatly reducing movement speed and attack speed, with a chance to directly freeze the target. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Another outrageous forbidden spell. One destroys the heavens and earth with fire. The other freezes thousands of miles with ice. Zhou Huai even felt that when his level gets higher, Gandalf's potential for growth might be scarier than Yasuo's. Suppressing his excitement, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Swamp Demon Lair. This place was much quieter compared to the bustling Pure Water Lake. Only a few teams were resting at the entrance. As soon as they approached, a tall, skinny youth immediately came up, smiling warmly. "Brothers, is this your first time in the Shadow Swamp Demon Lair? Want to team up and go through the normal difficulty together? Our team has a professional healer and a powerful fire mage. Our DPS is definitely enough." Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, casting him a faint glance, and prepared to walk past. The youth was reluctant to give up and caught up again. "Don't rush to leave. Think it over again. Our lineup isn't bad at all, just missing 2 strong DPS. Zhou Huai still shook his head. The young man gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. "How about this? As long as you join, we'll cover your entry fee." This is the utmost sincerity. If we really weren't short on players, I wouldn't be so humble. Only then did Zhou Huai stop. He controlled Yasuo to turn around, his tone filled with doubt. "Entry fee? What do you mean?" In his understanding, outdoor dungeons are all randomly generated. So when did they start charging money? The young man was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on. "So this is your first time here?" Zhou Huai nodded. The young man leaned in and lowered his voice. "It's normal that you didn't know. Right now, the wilderness dungeons near Donghai City that are rich in oil and resources are all taken over by the large guilds. Want to enter? Sure, but first, pay up. Don't pay? Don't even think about touching the door." He pointed to the eerie cave entrance not far away. The Shadow Marsh Demon Cave now belongs to Sword of the Firmament. Normal difficulty. 1 person costs 1,000 daxia coins. That's still the lowest price. The higher the difficulty, the more money it costs. If you enter the Calamity difficulty, not only do you pay, but you also have to hand over a share of the materials when you come out. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. "So bold, and you just accept it?" The youth looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Accept? What else can we do if we don't? Put our lives on the line to fight against a major guild. Sword of the Firmament is the top guild in the East Sea, backed by the Sun family. Who dares to provoke them?" He smiled bitterly. "That's actually being polite. All those level 20 to 30 dungeons are monopolized. We don't even have the qualification to pay for access. It has become a fixed rule. The City Lord's mansion doesn't care at all. In the past, someone went to complain, but ended up being thrown into jail and has not come out until now." Zhou Huai sneered in his heart. Sure enough, no one cares outside the city. These guilds blatantly steal resources and also exploit ordinary people. Others are afraid, but he is not. Thanks for the reminder. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and spoke calmly. But we're used to doing it ourselves. Having said that, he headed straight for the dungeon entrance with Gandalf. Before they even got close, more than a dozen people had already surrounded them, blocking the way completely. Each one looked fierce, well-equipped, with a sword-piercing the sky badge hanging on their chests. The leader was a bald, burly man carrying a huge axe, his gaze scanning Yasuo and Gandalf from head to toe. His eyes were full of contempt. New here, the burly man struck the ground with the handle of his axe, producing a dull sound. Do you know the rules or not? Which difficulty do you want to choose? Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo without even looking up. None of your damn business. The bald, strong man's face stiffened. No one had dared to talk back to him like this on this turf for so long. He slammed his battle axe on the ground. Kid's pretty cocky. Give your name and which guild you belong to. As he spoke, he secretly signaled to the thief beside him. The thief immediately used detection magic. After a moment, he reported in a low voice. Level 15 swordsman up ahead. Level 5 behind. The burly man was stunned at first, then his face turned ashen. A level 15 with a level 5 in tow dares to challenge us. He stared at Yasuo. One more time, which guild? None. Those two words completely ignited his anger. He laughed out loud. Solo trash dares to act tough. Kneel and kowtow, crawl under my legs. Or don't think about walking away standing up. A dozen or so members surrounded him, weapons drawn. The nearby players all stepped back. Everyone was waiting to see how they would die. Only then did Yasuo slowly raise his head. Under the hood, those eyes were as cold as a stagnant pool. I think it's just the opposite. The voice was low, but it tightened the entire atmosphere. Before I lose my temper, get lost. The air froze instantly. The smile on the bald, strong man's face stiffened, his face turning ashen. You are asking for death. He gritted his teeth and roared, swinging his battle axe fiercely. Get them. Chop them up. A dozen or so people charged out simultaneously, blades flashing and swords clashing interspersed with magical light, crashing down on the two. At that moment, Yasuo moved. Buzz. Deep purple lightning exploded from his body, arcs wrapping around him, his entire body clad in thunder armor, like the arrival of the thunder god. Too slow. Before the words had even fallen, he had already transformed into a streak of lightning charging into the crowd. Blades missed their targets, only shattering afterimages. The soldier at the front had just caught sight of the lightning, when his throat was slashed open. Blood spurted out, and his head flew off. Instant kill. Yasuo never stopped, his figure weaving between people. Each strike of his long sword took a life. Level 20 elites were as fragile as paper before him. They couldn't even touch him. This was not a fight, it was a slaughter. Gandalf stood still, hands folded inside his sleeves, watching quietly. If he acted, there would be no survivors here. In just a moment, bodies fell all over the ground. The bald strong man took just one sword strike, and half his health dropped instantly. Fear doused his anger and reason like ice water in an instant. Monster. What the hell kind of 15th level swordsman is this? Clearly a monster. Retreat. Retreat quickly, he shouted hoarsely, caring nothing about his pride, and turned to run. His speed reached the limit, not even caring for his subordinates. He rushed forward 70 or 80 meters in one breath. He ran while looking back. Only when he saw that the killing god did not chase after him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next second, a sudden chill washed over his chest. He stared blankly down. A sword tip wrapped in lightning had pierced through his chest. How was this possible? He clearly hadn't caught up. Yasuo slowly drew his sword and kicked him over. The bald strong man fell into a pool of blood, life rapidly draining away. Looking at the demonic figure, only regret and fear remained in his eyes. You, what exactly? Before finishing his words, his head tilted to the side, and he died from loss of consciousness. Zhou Huai sheathed his sword and stood firm. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The last member of the Sky Sword fell, and the battlefield immediately went silent. Only a heavy scent of blood remained in the air. The scattered onlookers in the distance were all stunned. One person had slaughtered an entire team, especially that last sword, almost teleported behind the bald man. So eerie it sent chills down the spine. The skinny young man who had been trying to team up with Yasuo just now went weak-kneed and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He had just tried to recruit such a killing god into the team. After the silence, the crowd exploded. Run! Something big is about to happen. No one dared to stay any longer. They stopped farming the dungeon and scattered in all directions. Reinforcements from Sky Sword could arrive at any moment. If they didn't leave now, they would only get caught in the crossfire. Zhou Huai paid no attention. He controlled Yasuo to walk to the teleport stone at the dungeon entrance. For options floated above the stone tablet. Please select dungeon difficulty. Normal. Difficulty. Nightmare. Calamity. He reached out without hesitation and pressed the last blood-red option. Calamity. The blood-red vortex exploded on the stone tablet, and a cold aura swept over. The two stepped through the light gate one after the other, their figures instantly swallowed. A flash of white light, and the world suddenly changed. Zhou Huai's vision went black, and he found himself in a huge underground cave. The air was foul and pungent, a nauseating mix of rotting vegetation and damp earth. The ceiling was extremely high, with sparse green light filtering down from the moss, unable to penetrate the darkness. All around, there was only the sound of dripping water, each drop echoing in the hollow space, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Huai didn't hesitate and directly withdrew his consciousness from Yasuo's body. The upcoming battle was entrusted to the intelligent core AI. He was only responsible for watching. Buzz. The moment consciousness returned, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side darkness. A forked long tongue whipped like a whip, its tip shimmering with dark green poisonous light, aiming straight for Yasuo's temple. So fast it was almost invisible. If Zhou Huai had been controlling it himself, there would be no way to dodge. But Yasuo moved. His body jerked backward, avoiding the fatal strike at an extreme angle. The long tongue brushed past his nose, the bloody stench rustling his hair. Before he even regained his footing, the wildling greatsword in his hand flicked upward from behind. TCH. Lightning exploded, blood splattering. The long tongue was cut off at the root, black blood spurting out. -890. The damage number floated up. A roar erupted in the darkness. A shadow staggered into view. It was a giant lizard nearly 3 meters tall, its scales dark and dull, almost blending into the rock wall. If it weren't for the AI reacting quickly enough, that last hit would have left me dead or crippled. Shadow Swamp Lizard Hunter LV-18, Elite. HP, 4110/5000. Skills, Venomous Stab, Shadow Stealth, Scale Hardening. An elite monster this tough. Yasuo's single sword strike only took off less than 1/5 of its health. And this is just the beginning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The next second, dozens of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. The sound of breaking air suddenly rose. Venomous long tongues shot in from all directions, weaving a deadly net that tightly enveloped Yasuo and Gandalf. Just in time, Yasuo advanced instead of retreating, standing in front of Gandalf. The thunder armor instantly erupted, purple electric light wrapping around his whole body. The long tongues lashed wildly, sparks flying everywhere. Damage numbers kept popping up, and the armor's light quickly dimmed. Yasuo gritted his teeth and swung his sword, thunderlight sweeping across. Each sword strike took away a large amount of health while simultaneously absorbing life. Surrounded and attacked by dozens of elite monsters, he stubbornly held his ground without retreating. At this moment, Gandalf raised his staff. A low chant echoed, and the temperature in the cave dropped sharply. Frost spread, and the air turned to ice. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. The extreme cold shock swept across the surroundings. The fierce hunting lizard instantly froze, its body encased in solid ice. In a second, the battlefield transformed into an ice sculpture world. Zhou Huai finally saw clearly, more than 30 elite monsters in total. If it had been an ordinary level 15 team, they would have been wiped out long ago. Massive ice damage numbers popped up all at once, completely reversing the battle. Dense damage numbers exploded simultaneously above the ice sculptures' heads. The already low-health Shadow Swamp Hunter lizards didn't even manage a scream before shattering into points of light in the ice. All remaining enemies were locked down by deep freeze, unable to move, only able to await death. Yasuo drew his sword without hesitation and charged forward to start clearing the field. Flashes of sword light flashed continuously, ice shards scattering everywhere. One ice sculpture after another exploded. Killed Shadow Swamp Hunter Lizard LV-18. Gained 560 experience points. Killed. Notifications frantically flooded the screen. When the last one fell, golden light rose from Gandalf. He leveled up to LV-6. The two quickly cleared the battlefield, sweeping up all the materials, and continued deeper into the cave. This cave is larger than Zhou Huai had imagined. The further in they went, the more spacious it became. The fluorescent moss overhead grew denser and denser, casting a bleak green light all around. Ahead was a vast underground swamp. The dark green mud kept bubbling, and the toxic gas hit the face, causing nausea. Zhou Huai let Yasuo use his toes to probe the edge. -10. The damage is not high, but if you really get trapped, your movement will be restricted, making you a sitting target. Yasuo remained at the very front, activating Thunder Armor and slowly advancing close to the solid ground. From time to time, even fiercer beasts would rush out from the swamp to launch surprise attacks. All were cleanly and decisively slain by him. 5 minutes later, the road was completely swallowed by the swamp. There was no more ground to step on ahead. Most other adventuring parties would detour to another narrow path. The route was longer, but safe. They didn't need that. Gandalf walked to the edge of the swamp and quietly observed for a moment. He raised his staff once again. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. The same spell, but this time even more shocking. The extreme cold power swept through like an invisible giant hand pressing down. The churning mud instantly solidified. The toxic gas froze into grim green crystals. A frost road hundreds of meters long and nearly 100 meters wide stretched across the swamp. Yasuo stepped onto it. The ice was as hard as iron. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stepped on the frozen swamp, advancing in a straight line. Through the ice layer, countless swamp beasts were frozen in the mud, their postures twisted as if desperately struggling in their final moments. Zhou Huai's experience bar surged wildly. When the two reached the middle of Frost Avenue, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. The next second, a muffled roar like thunder came from beneath the ice. A rumble. The entire ice surface trembled violently, and web-like cracks rapidly spread ahead. A terrifying aura far surpassing all previous beasts was awakening. The ice layer 100 meters away suddenly exploded. Chunks of ice and dark green mud shot up into the sky. A massive black shadow broke through the ice. Lord of the Shadow Swamp, Kraken LV-20, Calamity Level Boss. HP 100000/100000. It looks like a mountain of flesh growing out of the mud. The main body was a gigantic toad, with dark green skin covered in swollen pustules, constantly oozing foul-smelling mucus. From its back grew 8 thick tentacles, flailing wildly. The most terrifying feature was its huge mouth split to the roots of its ears, inside which there were no teeth, only rings of keratin layers resembling ground meat. Its crimson, murky single eye fixed tightly on the two people on the ice. It suddenly opened its mouth. Rib bit. The sound waves transformed into a visible dark green shockwave, pressing forward. The 8 tentacles plunged into the mud, and, when pulled out, each coiled around a huge poisonous mud ball. 8 poisonous sludge bullets howled out, sealing off all escape routes for Yasuo and Gandalf. Yasuo had already disappeared. Lightning Flash activated. He transformed into a flash of lightning, weaving through the barrage without a scratch. Gandalf had no flashy dodges. When the poisonous sludge bullets approached, he simply stepped to the left. Just one step. The poisonous sludge bullets grazed his robe's edge and fell, corroding a smoking deep pit in the ground. He stepped back another half step. Another poisonous mud pellet slammed against the ice right beside the hood. Every step was taken on the line between life and death, as if precisely calculated, always finding the only way to survive before the attack landed. This is the terrifying aspect of the core AI. It turns combat into cold numbers. It's our turn. Zhou Huai gave the order. Yasuo leapt up suddenly while dodging, his longsword crackling with surging lightning. Thunderous slash. A 10-meter-long thunder sword chi tore through the air, carrying a destructive momentum, and fiercely struck toward the Kraken. At the same time, Gandalf stopped in his tracks and raised his staff. Forbidden spell, meteor, fire, rain. 3 burning meteors suddenly fell from the sky, heading straight for the top of the Kraken's head. Boom! Lightning and explosions intertwined, causing the cave to shake violently. Roar! The Kraken screamed in pain. The thunder tore open charred wounds on its body, deep enough to see the bones. A meteorite smashed its skull, blood and flesh flying everywhere. A series of horrifying damage numbers floated up. Croak! The Lord of the Swamp howled in pain. Its health instantly evaporated by 1/3. It took a deep breath, its abdomen bulging, and in the next second, it spewed a fan-shaped poisonous breath. Dark green toxic mist swept over 100 meters. The ice surface was corroded, white smoke rising. At the same time, its body slowly sank, trying to burrow back into the swamp. This is where it gets the most disgusting. If you can't win, run away, heal, then launch a surprise attack. Countless teams were driven to collapse because of it. Without water or flying classes, it simply can't be contained. But today, it hit a brick wall. Time's up. Gandalf's voice was calm. The staff fell again. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. Hum. The cold wave swept through once again. Toxic fog and water vapor froze together, turning into ghastly green ice crystals that tinkled as they fell to the ground. The Kraken's massive body was also locked by the cold. Its sinking motion instantly stopped. Its lower body was frozen together with the ice layer, unable to move. Right now, Yasuo's figure flickered, sticking close to its side. The Mark of Lightning flash was activated. The Wilder's long sword erupted with lightning, frenziedly attacking that massive body. A string of damage numbers frantically jumped, and the Kraken roared repeatedly from the blows. 8 tentacles swept across the ice surface, but never managed to hit Yasuo. Yasuo used Mark of Lightning Instant to constantly reposition, weaving back and forth over it, biting at it like a mosquito. The Kraken roared angrily, and when its health dropped to half, its one eye suddenly turned red. The pustule on its back suddenly burst open, spilling a flood of dark green venom everywhere. This was an indiscriminate attack. Yasuo activated Wild Gallop, his speed skyrocketing, barely dodging through the rain of poison. Gandalf's skill was on cooldown, so he could only watch from afar. After venom stopped, the Kraken's aura noticeably weakened. Yasuo closed in, instantly triggering 5 stacks of Mark of the Storm. A lightning strike fell, dealing -3,540. The boss was stunned by the electricity. It's over. Yasuo leaped up, gathering lightning on the sword's edge. Thundering slash, thunderously struck down. Critical hit -5,899. A lightning bolt pierced through the skull. The Kraken twitched a few times, then collapsed with a thud, turning into a point of light. System notification, kill successful, experience credited. A pile of loot exploded across the ice surface. There were quite a few blue items, but Zhou Huai lost interest at a glance. Equipment forged by Yezi was stronger. On the contrary, a few special items in the material pile caught his eye. Kraken's poison sac, swamp heart. Pretty lucky. Zhou Huai felt a shock in his heart. These materials happened to be the key to crafting the Star Moon set. This boss fight was not in vain. The two packed up their spoils and continued deeper into the cave. The road ahead is almost a straight push. The exotic beast had barely appeared when it was shattered on the spot by Gandalf's forbidden spell, leaving it either dead or crippled. Yasuo basically doesn't need to make any moves, just responsible for collecting materials. Under this nearly cheating monster farming pace, Gandalf's level soared rapidly. Level 7. Level 8. Mental strength breaks through 1,000. Forbidden spell Meteor Fire Rain increased from 3 fireballs to 5, with a larger range and more deadly damage. With one move, the front is cleared. An ordinary team would take at least a day to reach the final area. They took less than an hour. The cost was a frantic consumption of mana. Gandalf almost finished drinking all the high-grade mana potions they had confiscated from Imo Shao. Finally, they reached the end of the cave. Before them was a huge circular hall. At the end stood an ancient stone door over 10 meters high, covered with strange patterns. No one knew what was behind the door. Countless top teams had tried, but none could shake it. Yasuo was staring at the stone gate. Suddenly, A harsh scraping sound came from above his head. A massive black shadow descended from the dome. It was a giant spider the size of a truck. Its 8 long limbs resembled spears, its abdomen pale and swollen, covered with crimson spots that looked like eyes. Shadow Swamp Webweaver, Arachne LV-22 Catastrophe Level BOSS. 150,000 HP. All its skills were deadly finishing moves. The two hadn't reacted yet. Arachne had already made the first move. The abdomen contracted sharply. A huge web covering the entire hall was cast like a hood over their heads. At the same time, the mouth parts opened, spraying out a cluster of white flesh balls. The flesh balls exploded in the air, turning into hundreds of venomous small spiders, screeching as they swarmed forward. Gandalf raised his staff. Forbidden spell, Meteor Shower. 5 fireballs crashed down from the sky, flames covering everything. The spider web burned through instantly. The little spider didn't even have time to cry out before being reduced to ashes. With no interference, Yasuo charged straight in. Wild rush. His muscles tensed. The long sword danced wildly, sword shadows like the wind, crazily slashing at Arachne. Gandalf cast a forbidden spell again. 8,000 miles frozen. The frost froze the boss, slowing its movements. 1 attacker and 1 controller. This disaster-level boss with 150,000 health was suppressed without any chance to fight back. In less than 5 minutes, Arachne let out a shriek and fell to the ground, dropping loot all over the place. Unfortunately, there was still no star and moon set blueprint. Zhou Huai wasn't anxious. After all, they would keep running this dungeon continuously. Before leaving, he controlled Yasuo to push the stone door. The stone door didn't move an inch. It seems a trigger condition is still missing. The two exited the dungeon. Outside the Shadow Swamp Demon Den, a crowd had already gathered. Members of the Azure Sky Sword lay dead on the ground, and people were discussing quietly. Everyone's dead. Who could be so ruthless? The Sky Sword is about to explode. An adventurer came running to ask Yasuo, "Brother, what happened here?" Zhou Huai shrugged. "Don't know. We just got here too." After speaking, he ignored the stunned adventurer. Ding! The dungeon, Shadow Swamp Demon Lair, has been reset. A cold notification sound rang out. Yasuo and Gandalf turned around amid the shocked gazes of everyone and once again walked into the blood-red light gate. Donghai City, the old Zhou family mansion. In the pavilion of the backyard garden, Zhou family head Zhou Ting sat upright, white hair like frost, his expression stern. Zhou Feng walked up to him and bowed his head in salute. "Father, did you call me?" Zhou Ting did not look up, only spoke coldly. "I heard that Lu Qi was beaten up not long ago. How could you protect him, being his father?" Zhou Feng lowered his head even more. Zhou Ting placed the teacup on the stone table, her voice crisp. "I told you before, you need to take good care of that mother and child. This time, you're lucky he didn't get into trouble. If something really happened, what would the Zhou family do?" Zhou Feng's voice was muffled. "It was my negligence. I've already dealt with the person. We'll assign more people in the future." Zhou Ting snorted coldly. "Also, you and Lu Yuru should have another child. Lu Qi is not of the Zhou family bloodline. Are you planning to hand over the position of family head to an outsider in the future?" Zhou Feng's mouth twitched bitterly. Over the years, Lu Yuru wouldn't even let him touch her, let alone have children. But he didn't dare to speak up. If he did, he would only be scolded as incompetent. He could only nod. Zhou Ting asked again. Zhou Huai was driven out. Zhou Feng's body tensed. Yes. He changed his job to an E-rank profession, and Lu Yuru drove him away. Now living in the villa left by his mother. Zhou Ting's expression was indifferent. E-level professional. He really doesn't deserve to be part of the Zhou family anymore. I don't oppose what Lu Yuru has done. Zhou Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles white, but he couldn't utter a single word. Zhou Ting said coldly, "Don't blame me, as the grandfather, for being ruthless. This world is naturally survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. The Zhou family has come this far by stepping on the corpses of countless people. In recent years, the family has spent so many resources trying to break the curse on him. You know that better than anyone. We have already done all we can. If there's anyone to blame, it's him for being useless and awakening a worthless profession. Let him stay in the other residence and fend for himself." Just send some living expenses regularly. As long as he doesn't starve to death, that's enough. Zhou Feng's throat tightened, and after a long while, he only managed to squeeze out one word. Yes. Agnes Chow nodded with satisfaction, her tone softening. After the national exams are over, it's that Yi family's girl's birthday. Go talk to Yi Zhentian. On that very day, hold the engagement party for Lu Qi and Yi Shi together. Double happiness. At the same time, Zhou Huai woke up from his deep sleep. Outside the window, the sky was completely dark, and inside the room, only a dim light beside the bed remained. He glanced at the electronic clock and then slept for more than 5 hours. This drowsiness is getting worse and worse. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Check the two clones immediately. During the time he was asleep, Yasuo and Gandalf were still frantically farming in the Shadow Swamp dungeon, like two machines that wouldn't stop. As Gandalf's level increased, the clearing speed became faster and faster. Just now, a ray of golden light dissipated from Yasuo. Level up to LV-16. Gandalf, who had been leeching experience, even rushed to LV-10. Clone panel, Gandalf. Profession, the only hidden profession, SS-level forbidden mage. Level, LV-10, 0/100000. Health, 2580/2580. Mana, 6100/6100. Strength, 431. Agility, 399. Stamina, 456. Spirit, 1289. Magic damage, 1588. Physical defense, 305. Magic resistance, 685. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. This is the strength of an SS-level profession. At only level 10, his attributes completely surpass Yasuo at level 15. Especially that over 1500 magic damage, exaggerated to an absurd degree. What excited him even more was that Gandalf unlocked a new skill. Arcane Barrier LV-1. Consumes 500 mana to generate a magic shield around the body, blocking all damage. The shield value is 10 times the maximum mana, lasts for 5 minutes, and has a 1-minute cooldown. Zhou Huai's breath tightened. 10 times the maximum magic power? Gandalf now has 6,100 mana, and that shield can absorb over 60,000 damage. How can we fight like this? What he was originally most worried about was that Gandalf had high damage output, but was too fragile, and it would be troublesome once he got close. Now that this skill is out, the weak point is directly patched. Lasts for 5 minutes, with only a 1-minute cooldown. An almost permanent invincible shield. This is ridiculously strong. In these few hours, they cleared the Cataclysm difficulty Shadow Swamp Abyss 5 or 6 times. Materials piled up everywhere. But the blueprint that Zhou Huai wanted the most, the Star Moon set, only dropped 1 extra. And it was this Star Moon gauntlets. The drop rate was frustratingly low. At this moment, the deepest part of the dungeon, the last elite monster, the Shadow Marsh Weber, screamed and fell to the ground. Yasuo and Gandalf were preparing to exit the dungeon and reset it. Suddenly, boom, the entire hall shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Fragments of stone rained down from above. Yasuo immediately stood in front of Gandalf, his eyes alert. The epicenter came from deep within. The heavy stone door slowly opened. An ancient and oppressive aura surged out from behind the door. Zhou Huai's heart pounded sharply. What is this? A hidden dungeon? After clearing it so many times before, this door had never moved. Why did it open this time of all times? He quickly recalled the differences. The biggest change was Gandalf leveling up to 10. Damage surged, and the clearing speed significantly increased. This time, it only took 30 minutes to clear. Could it be that the time-limited clearance is the condition for opening the stone door? Must the final boss be defeated within 30 minutes? The more Zhou Huai thought about it, the more he felt this was the only possibility. If that were true, the conditions would be ridiculously harsh. Even a full elite team at level 20 would take at least 4 to 5 hours to clear the Shadow Swamp Demon Cave on disaster difficulty. Professionals above level 30 can't enter either. They are directly blocked by the dungeon level cap. What exactly is hidden behind that door? Since we're here anyway. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, one leading and one following, stepping into that darkness. But after taking just 2 steps, his expression changed, and he immediately stepped back. The moment I stepped through the stone gate, Yasuo and Gandalf's health started dropping by 100 points per second. Minus 100. Minus 100. It's like the air is filled with poison. As soon as you enter, your health keeps dropping. The two of them now have just over 3,000 health. At this rate, they won't last more than half a minute before going down. Go find a wet nurse. The moment this thought came up, Zhou Huai dismissed it. Not to mention whether it's possible to find reliable treatment. What if he leaves the instance and comes back, and the stone gate closes? More importantly, at this rate of losing health, even if they bring a few healers, it's unlikely they can keep him alive. Zhou Huai hesitated a bit. The more dangerous these hidden maps are, the more exaggerated the rewards usually are. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. After thinking for a few seconds, he fixed his gaze on Gandalf. With a thought, Gandalf raised his staff. Arcane barrier. Buzz. Arcane energy exploded, forming a translucent shield around him. Blue runes flowed across the surface of the shield, exuding a heavy aura. Can it block this poison? Zhou Huaishan took a deep breath and let Gandalf, who was protected by the shield, step through the stone door again. Minus 100. Minus 100. The damage numbers still appeared. But this time, it wasn't HP that was deducted. It's the shield value. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Gandalf's shield has more than 60,000 points. Even if it's completely worn down, the skill cooldown is only 1 minute. This isn't just a shield. It's clearly a trump card that can repeatedly extend life. Thinking of this, Zhou Huai made an immediate decision. He let Yasuo guard the door and personally controlled Gandalf to go down and scout. Gandalf stepped into the darkness. Beneath his feet, an ancient stone staircase spiraling downward. As he continued deeper, the dusty torches on both sides suddenly ignited on their own. The eerie blue flames flickered, casting the twisted reliefs on the walls in a shifting light, as if they might come alive at any moment. A chilling wind rose up from the depths, carrying a scent of decay. Not a single strange beast appeared along the way. The silence was so deadening it gave one chills. After an unknown time, the stone steps finally ended. Ahead stretched a corridor that disappeared into the distance. The ground was piled high with the bones of strange beasts, clearly buried over countless years. Zhou Huai continued forward. Dark green poisonous gas spread beneath his feet. The shield dropped by 100 every second, but quickly rose to 150. After only a few steps, it directly increased to 200. 200. 200. The shield rapidly declined. Zhou Huai's heart tightened, and he immediately replenished the arcane barrier. This kind of poison damage would have taken down other tanks long ago. The difficulty of this hidden map is ridiculously high. Only by relying on the terrifying shield could he barely hold on. Soon he reached the end of the corridor. Bones piled into a small mountain, leaving only a narrow path. The moment Gandalf stepped out of the corridor, the continuous blood loss suddenly stopped. Zhou Huai just breathed a sigh of relief. A sudden roar came from behind. Looking back, the way they came was completely sealed off by a heavy gate. There was no way out. At the same time, a cracking sound came from the bone mountain. Countless skulls lit up with a ghastly green spiritual flame. The scattered skeletons, as if pulled by an invisible force, began to rapidly reassemble. Corpse War Beast LV30 Elite. Health 1000/1000. Skills: Skeleton Crash, Undead Bite. It was as if some switch had been triggered. 1, 2, 10, over 100. The bone mountain trembled. Skeleton beasts crawled up one after another, their hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie fire, swaying their broken bodies as they surrounded him. In just a few seconds, over 100 undead war beasts had surrounded Gandalf, leaving no room to escape. But Zhou Huai smiled. The more enemies there were, the more excited the forbidden spellcaster became. Good timing. Gandalf raised his staff and began chanting softly. Forbidden spell Meteoric Firestorm. Boom. The sky seemed torn apart, a burning giant gate hanging in midair. In the next second, meteors dragged fiery tails wildly falling, like the apocalypse descending. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, waves of fire rolling. The corpse war beasts hadn't even had time to strike before being smashed into broken bones, turning to ash in the flames. The system prompts frantically flooded the screen. Defeated Corpse War Beast LV30. Gained 2,000 experience points. Ding. Clone Gandalf leveled up to LV11. Golden light shot up into the sky. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. This place is simply a gold mine for leveling up. The fire rain just stopped, and the burnt smell hasn't faded yet. The bone mountain cracked again. Shattered bones recombined, and the sickly green soul fire reignited. The second wave of Corpse War beasts took shape again. They roared silently, locked onto Gandalf, and lunged in packs. Claws, fangs, and bone spikes struck wildly, but all were blocked by the shield of swirling runes. Minus 571. Minus 411. Minus 602. The dense numbers of damage flashed across, but they never managed to crush that figure. The glow of the arcane barrier quickly dimmed. Over 60,000 shield points were halved in an instant. Yet, Zhou Huai remained calm. He controlled Gandalf to stand still like bait, waiting for the undead war beasts to gather more and more. Soon, hundreds of monsters surrounded them. Only then did Gandalf raise his staff. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. A chill exploded instantly. The rushing undead war beasts were frozen on the spot, and the entire bone mountain turned into an iceberg. Ding! Clone Gandalf reached LV12. Golden light fell, and mana instantly replenished. Even medicine was saved. The skeletons beneath the ice were still trembling, their numbers seemingly endless. But the freezing bought time. The monsters had just broken free from the ice. Forbidden spell, meteor shower, cooldown, is ready. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal, almost finished casting. Next is unilateral crushing. The fire rain falls, melting ice and burning bones. The ice seal spreads, freezing again. Alternate bombardment of ice and fire. The entire underground space is shattered to pieces. No complete skeletons remain on the ground, only bone powder. Ding! Clone Gandalf has reached LV14. Zhou Huai looked at the empty battlefield, feeling somewhat disappointed. Just upgraded to level 4, and it's already over. After the corpses were cleared away, a new passage appeared deep within the bone dust. Gandalf stepped forward. The view suddenly opened up. Ahead was a huge circular plaza. The ground was still piled with skeletons. This time, it wasn't just the strange beasts. There were also human remains. Zhou Huai saw many scattered old pieces of equipment in the pile of bones, long since lost their luster. It was clearly the site of a bloody battle between humans and beasts, with corpses strewn everywhere. In the end, both sides probably perished together. He controlled Gandalf to step forward and casually pulled out the battle axe stuck between the giant beast's ribs. The blade was full of chips, and the handle was rotten and blackened. Decayed Titan Battle Axe. Quality: Epic, 3 stars. Level: LV30. Attributes: Damaged. Special effect: Damaged. Note: a battle axe once soaked in divine blood, its edge worn smooth by time. Perhaps only a divine craftsman can bring it back to life. Epic, 3 stars. Zhou Huai's eyes tightened. He continued searching and found broken swords, shattered armor, and ruined boots. All were level 30 epics. Unfortunately, all were scrapped. Others might have discarded them, but he kept every single piece, stashing them all into his spatial ring. Take it back to Yezi. Maybe it can still be repaired. Just as he was busy sweeping up goods. In the center of the square, 2 ghostly green flames suddenly lit up inside the largest beast skull. Woo! A chilling wind blew suddenly, and the entire square began to shake. Zhou Huai's heart sank. The boss is about to appear. Sure enough, countless giant bones were pulled by an invisible force, frantically assembling. After a moment, a huge skeletal monster slowly stood up. For legs like mountains, 3 heads twisted grotesquely. 3-headed corpse tyrant LV30, Calamity class boss. HP 100000/100000. Zhou Huai didn't waste words and raised his hand directly. Going first meant controlling the pace. Forbidden spell, Meteor Firestorm. Meteors tore through the sky, crashing down with a roar. But the 3-headed corpse tyrant reacted extremely quickly. The left side of the skull suddenly lifted, emitting a piercing roar. Fragments of bone on the ground frantically surged upward, converging overhead into a heavy bone wall. Boom, boom, boom. A meteorite slammed down fiercely, flames shooting high into the sky. The bone wall trembled violently, but stubbornly blocked the first wave of impact. The meteor shower rained heavily on the bone wall, causing an earth-shaking roar. The bone wall withstood the blow but instantly became covered in cracks, collapsing with a crash and turning to bone dust scattered everywhere. Zhou Huai immediately realized this boss was not easy to deal with. He decisively abandoned manual control and handed Gandalf over to the intelligent core AI. The bone wall was broken, and the three-headed tyrant's corpse was clearly enraged. The right head suddenly turned sharply towards Gandalf and let out a piercing roar. An invisible sound wave swept over, so fast it was impossible to dodge. Zhou Huai's heart tightened. But after the sound wave hit, Gandalf was completely unharmed. The shield value of the arcane barrier did not drop at all, as if it was just an ordinary roar. Not only was Zhou Huai stunned, but even the boss's three heads froze for a moment. This move, called soul intimidation, can ignore defense and strike directly at the soul. Those with strong willpower would be dizzy, while the weak would die instantly. But Gandalf had no soul within him, only a cold intelligence core. Soul attacks were completely ineffective against him. After a brief moment of shock, the tyrant became utterly enraged. The main head in the center opened its massive mouth, and green flames surged out like a flood. The AI core immediately took control to dodge, but the flames covered such a wide area that Gandalf was still grazed at the edge. 1, 2, 3, 9, 1. Massive damage numbers appeared. If it weren't for the arcane barrier, this strike would have been enough to kill instantly. However, the green flames did not extinguish, clinging fiercely to the shield and burning. 521. 522. 531. Damage numbers keep popping up. The flames, like parasitic maggots, clung to the shield with a sizzling sound, ravenously devouring it. Zhou Huai felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The flames were burning too fiercely. Fortunately, after Gandalf reached level 14, his mental power surged dramatically, and the shield of arcane barrier broke through 80,000, temporarily holding up. The three-headed undead tyrant raised its heads to charge again, clearly ready to unleash another round. The intelligence core AI immediately took over the operation. Gandalf raised his staff. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. A cold wave spread instantly, freezing the entire plaza under a layer of ice. The tyrant's three open heads, along with the flames in their throats, were frozen solid. The next moment, flames exploded inside its body. Minus 5,871. Minus 8,121. The first hit was ice damage. The second hit was its own backlash. Zhou Huai laughed. This boss blew itself up. Roar! The tyrant was utterly enraged, shattering the ice at its mouth, its three heads' soul fires wildly flickering. The skull on the right suddenly opened its mouth wide, emitting a piercing low moan. The skeletal remains of the strange beasts in the square were summoned again, frantically piecing together. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into several 5-meter-tall skeletal giants. Their movements were slow, but each step shook the ground. They all charged towards Gandalf at the same time. Zhou Huai quickly calculated. This was the toughest battle he had faced since acquiring his clone. Although the meteor shower had improved, the opponent would definitely use bone walls to block. 1,000 miles of ice can cause harm, but the cooldown is too long. Even with a 30% passive reduction, it still takes 63 seconds. To grind it down, it would take at least 15 minutes. Gandalf can't hold out that long. Bang! A skeletal giant has already charged up close. Bone Fist crashes down. Minus 5,320. The shield is rapidly dropping. Gandalf was blasted away, crashing heavily into the wall. As soon as he got up, the AI immediately replenished a new arcane barrier. He hadn't even had time to steady himself. The skull in the middle of the death tyrant again spewed out viscous green flames, directly hitting the newly stabilized Gandalf. Over 20,000 damage exploded on the shield, instantly cutting the newly formed shield by a quarter. The flames clung relentlessly, continuing to burn, the shield value plummeting rapidly, the situation becoming perilous. Zhou Huai fixed his gaze on the three tyrant heads, quickly determining that the right head controlled the bone wall, the middle breathed fire, and the left head's attacks were ineffective. The breakthrough could only be on the right head. He decided to wait for the meteoric fire rain chant. The opponent would surely use the bone wall to block, then instantaneously interrupt it with thousand-mile ice seal. An earlier move would reveal him. A later one would let the bone wall form. He could only gamble on timing. Cooldown ended. Zhou Huai decisively gave the order. Gandalf raised his staff and chanted. The sky cracked open, and the meteor gate reappeared. Sure enough, the tyrant's right head lifted, preparing to summon the bone wall. At the very moment it opened its mouth, the extreme cold power suddenly descended. 3 heads were sealed by solid ice. The bone wall lost its support and collapsed on the spot. The meteor shower was unstoppable, with 5 meteorites smashing down one after another. Terrifying damage exploded on the tyrant, and the battle situation instantly reversed. Its long health bar visibly shrank by half. Howl! The screams were frozen inside the ice, sounding muffled and ridiculous. The skeletal giant chasing Gandalf suddenly stopped, then completely fell apart the next second, shattering into bones scattered all over the ground. The crisis was temporarily averted. Gandalf finally caught his breath. In the last second before the arcane barrier shattered, he managed to add a new shield. The battle entered a tug-of-war. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf like dancing on the edge of a blade. Forbidden spells were cast right at the limit every time. The skill transitions were flawless. Ice and fire bombarded in succession. That overwhelmingly powerful disaster-level hidden boss finally let out a reluctant wail. The massive skeleton could no longer support itself, collapsing with a crash and shattering into a pile of debris. The corpse of the tyrant fell. A massive surge of experience frantically flooded into Gandalf's body. Ding! Clone Gandalf has reached LV-15. The golden light from leveling up illuminated the dead silent battlefield. Zhou Huai let out a breath, only to realize his back was already soaked with cold sweat. This is really twisted. Even SS-level professions were driven to this point. This hidden boss was ridiculously powerful. If it weren't for Gandalf having no soul and being naturally immune to that strange soul attack, it would mean losing half of the undead overlord's strength. Victory or defeat is really hard to say. Unfortunately, it just happened to run into this useless Zhou Huai. The boss is dead, but the green flames on Gandalf's body are still burning. It took a full 5 minutes to be slowly exhausted by the arcane barrier. Zhou Huai immediately stepped forward to check the loot. Among the pile of shattered bones, a blueprint shining with purple light lay quietly. Star Moon Robe Forging Blueprint. Star Moon Set finally gathered all 3 pieces. Next to it are several materials heavily saturated with a deadly aura, all core components for crafting high-level undead equipment. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to the center of the corpse. A fist-sized ball of ghostly green flames hovered in midair. No warmth, yet it emitted a dangerous aura as if it could burn everything to ashes. Zhou Huai stared at the flames, his breath caught, his eyes filled with sheer joy. Is this an alien fire? He controlled Gandalf to quickly approach the eerie green flames. Before even getting close, a wave of intense heat hit like a blast, not burning the skin, but scorching the soul, making the heart tremble. Within less than 3 meters, the information panel appeared. Exotic flame, soul-devouring nether flame, unidentified/unclaimed. Effect originates from the 9 nether hells, condensed from vengeful spirits' malevolent energy. Once touched, it is difficult to extinguish, continuously burning both flesh and soul, dealing mental flame and soul damage every second, lasting at least 15 minutes until the target turns to ash or the caster retracts it. The soul has a chance of collapsing outright. Note: absorbing this flame requires withstanding the backlash of 10,000 souls, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. As expected, it's an exotic flame. Zhou Huai's heartbeat quickened. Exotic flames are extremely rare, only appearing in extreme danger zones or after the death of top-tier elites. Every time it manifests in the mortal world, it attracts countless professionals fighting over it. For fire-based professions, it is even more of a treasure. Once refined, the power of the flame skyrockets, and it also comes with bizarre traits that catch people off guard. It is rumored that the flame disaster of the Free Federation was originally just an A-rank profession, But after obtaining the S-rank exotic flame, Solar True Flame, its strength surged dramatically, matching up to S-rank elites, and from then on became famous. This shows just how terrifyingly valuable exotic flames are. Moreover, they are not only used in combat, but also play important roles in forging, alchemy, and formation setting. The core energy source of the Donghai City Forging Guild is nothing more than a cluster of D-rank core fires. To Zhou Huai, that bit of core fire is insignificant compared to the soul-devouring nether flame before him. Not even on the same level. Different grades of Yao exist, ranked from low to high as D, C, B, A, S. The worst D-level different flame on the market can still sell for over 10 million Great Xia coins, and it's often impossible to get one. Zhou Huai stared at the devouring soul dark flame, his heart burning hot. But strange fire isn't something you can just consume whenever you want. The higher the level, the harsher the backlash. When absorbing, one must not only endure the excruciating pain of being burned and crushed to bones, but also withstand the violent will within the source of the alien fire. One careless move, and one's soul would be scattered, not even a trace left. From ancient times to the present, countless geniuses have died under the exotic flames. So before taking action, professionals always make thorough preparations. First, use them to confirm the level and characteristics and calculate the risks. Only after preparing pills and tools that stabilize the mind and protect the body would I dare to try. But now, Zhou Huai was trapped deep within the strange hidden dungeon. Forget about scrolls. He didn't even have a decent item. To take down this strange fire, he could only fight hard. Fortune favors the bold. His eyes darkened as he directly gave up control over Gandalf and handed his body over to the absolutely calm core intelligence AI. An AI without a soul might better withstand the backlash on the soul level. Under AI control, Gandalf slowly raised his hand, reaching toward that eerie green flame. Just as his fingertip was about to touch it, the soul-devouring nether flame suddenly burst out, transforming into a grimacing ghost face that fiercely lunged forward. Buzz! The arcane barrier suddenly lit up, blocking the green ghost face outside. But the flames did not recede. It was like a giant net, instantly wrapping around Gandalf, burning wildly. Minus 1,229. Minus 1,299. Minus 1,258. Damage numbers keep popping up. The shield value plummeted rapidly, almost depleted. If it were a living person, they would have gone insane from this soul-tearing, bone-rending pain long ago. Gandalf, however, remained expressionless. He closed his eyes, like an old monk entering meditation, guiding this hellish force bit by bit along a certain path. This was a gamble. Even the slightest deviation meant death. The soul-eating nether flame was ferociously fierce. Every wisp of flame seemed alive, desperately assaulting Gandalf's shield, trying to penetrate his body and burn him to ashes. The shield's value plummeted wildly, nearly collapsing several times, only to be forcibly sustained by the core AI the moment the cooldown ended. Gandalf's magic rapidly depleted, and Zhou Huai could only keep forcing him to drink restorative potions. Time passed little by little, and Zhou Huai's heart hung in midair. The intelligent core AI countered the alien fire with ruthless calculation, without fear, only precision. It treated Gandalf as a vessel, forcibly drawing the flames inside, then used mental power to slowly crush its wild nature, refining its essence. The scene was perilous to the extreme. Finally, as the shield once again neared shattering, the last wisp of ghostly green flame let out a reluctant wail before being completely swallowed inside. Zhou Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was even prepared for Gandalf to die from the backlash. The backlash from this exotic fire was too fierce. Its grade was definitely not simple. After successfully absorbing it, Zhou Huai suppressed his excitement and had Gandalf search the ancient battlefield once more. After confirming there were no treasures or hidden bosses, he led Gandalf to leave the underground space and meet with Yasuo outside the stone gate. The two quickly exited the Shadow Marsh Demon Cave. A flash of white light, and they returned to the dungeon entrance. Night had deepened, and the wilderness was biting cold. Yet, outside the entrance, over 100 professionals were gathered around a campfire, speaking in low voices, the atmosphere heavy. Each person's face showed unease. The corpses of the Azure Sword Guild were carelessly piled to the side, ignored by all. These people who usually acted arrogantly have no one sympathizing with them now that they are dead. Strangely, from beginning to end, no one even glanced at Yasuo and Gandalf. They seemed as if they didn't exist. Zhou Huai felt a knot tighten in his heart. Why haven't the people from the Sword of the Sky arrived yet? So many have died. The news should have been relayed back already. Why are these people guarding this place? It doesn't look like they intend to team up to farm the dungeon. He controlled Yasuo and walked toward a middle-aged man sharpening a blade not far away. What happened? Yasuo's tone was indifferent. Why is everyone gathered here? The man looked up at him, then glanced at Gandalf behind him, his eyes filled with suspicion. You don't know? Yasuo shook his head. Just came out of the dungeon. The man's expression relaxed a bit. He sighed and sheathed the knife. Maybe it's better not to know. Tonight in Donghai City, something's bound to happen. Zhou Huai didn't respond, just waited for him to continue. The man stared at the forest swallowed by the night, his expression heavy. Beast tied. It might break out tonight. We all escaped from the leveling spot. Beast wave. The man nodded vigorously, his face full of gloom. Terribly unlucky. Just got out of the city to find work and ran into this. This year's beast waves have been too frequent. Just in the first half of the year, this area has had 3 incidents. Zhou Huai understood the situation clearly. No wonder they're all crowding here. The dungeon entrance is a natural refuge. When the beast tide comes, they hide inside the dungeon and come out after the danger has passed. This also explains why the Sky Sword has not appeared for so long. They don't dare to cause trouble during the beast tide. Just then, another group rushed up from the distant path. Each one looked panicked, covered in mud and grass. The leading man ran up close, gasping for breath, and shouted, "Hurry! Enter the instance! Quick! The beast tide is less than 2 kilometers away from here." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd instantly erupted. Everyone suddenly stood up, their faces turning pale, rushing to the instance entrance in a mad scramble. Don't push. Enter one by one. The white-haired old man stepped forward to take control, his voice cutting through the noise. The entrance is this small. Pushing won't help. Under his command, the line was barely organized. One by one, the figures turned into white light and disappeared into the vortex. The ground in the distance began to shake. A muffled roar came through the air, like rolling thunder. Hurry! They're here, the old man urged anxiously. The remaining 30 or so people looked even grimmer and quickened their pace. Fortunately, before the beast horde arrived, everyone had entered the instance. In the open space, only Yasuo and Gandalf remained. Zhou Huai was about to control the 2 of them to enter, continuing to farm the Star Moon set blueprints. Just as he was selecting the difficulty. Ding! System challenge task activated. Task: Beast Tide Hunter. Objective: Kill 10,000 alien beasts. Reward: 1 chance to draw a professional little ball. Yasuo stopped. Zhou Huai's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He couldn't bear to give up this reward. But the difficulty is almost like a death sentence. 10,000 exotic beasts. At the current level, charging into the beast horde is a gamble with life. Advanced exotic beasts are everywhere. A single misstep, and you could be crushed into mince. But there is only 1 chance. The quota for the new clone cannot be missed. Before entering the instance, the old man looked back and saw the 2 still standing there, instantly becoming anxious. Why aren't you coming in yet? Do you want to die? Yasuo shook his head. We're not going in. His tone was calm. Let's go deal with the beast tide. The old man's eyes widened, pointing at him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Are you all crazy? Still want to see the beast tide? There are tens of thousands of monsters in there. When you actually see them, you won't even have a chance to run. You'll just be stomped into meat by the beast pack. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and nodded at the old man. Thank you for the reminder. We'll just watch, no fighting. The ground trembled more and more violently. The old man knew there was no time. He suddenly stomped his foot and threw out a phrase. If you don't listen to advice, the ones who suffer will be you. Life and death are none of my concern. As the words fell, the person turned into white light and disappeared. The dungeon entrance fell instantly silent. Zhou Huai turned around and slung Gandalf onto his back. In this battle, The main force consisted of forbidden spellcasters. Yasuo was only responsible for carrying him and making their way to a safe spot through the beast tide. Lightning exploded underfoot. Yasuo, carrying the person, dashed forward, ascending the hill in a few strides. Zhou Huai looked up, his heart suddenly sinking. In the distance, a dark mass rolled in like a tidal wave. Countless strange beasts galloped, causing the ground to collapse, trees to be knocked over, and rocks to shatter. In the sky, flying beasts blocked the moonlight, their screams piercing and harsh. Deep within the beast horde, several mountain-like giant beasts stomped down, making the hills tremble with each step. The roar merged into a deafening wave of sound, as if about to overturn the world. Their number was at least 50 to 60,000. Their direction pointed straight toward Donghai City. This was the first time Zhou Huai faced the beast tide at such close range. That overwhelming pressure of destruction made his heartbeat slow by half a beat. He quickly steadied his emotions, his gaze turning cold. Gandalf raised his staff. The ancient spell pierced through the beast's roar, ringing clearly. Forbidden spell, meteoric firestorm. Boom. The sky was torn open, and a burning portal appeared. This time, what fell were not crimson meteors, but doomsday stars burning with eerie green flames. That green flame was exactly what he had just devoured, the soul-devouring nether flame. Boom, boom, boom. The dark green meteorite smashed into the densest pack of beasts, exploding instantly. The shockwave swept through, tearing dozens of strange beasts apart on the spot. But this was just the appetizer. The bursting green flames splattered everywhere like venom, and the beasts they touched immediately screamed in agony. Howl! The flames clung to them like living creatures. No matter how they rolled and roared, they couldn't shake them off. That infernal fire ignores skin, fur, and scales, burning directly into flesh and soul. One by one, the strange beasts turned into charred bones in their howls, then were burned to ashes. The scene was like hell. Killed Jungle Evil Wolf LV-12, gained 120 experience points. Killed Armored Buffalo LV-15, gained 250 experience points. A round of fire rain took away hundreds of lives. System prompts were rapidly flashing in Zhou Huai's mind. The beast tide was clearly in disarray. Screech. In the high sky, a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 20 meters fixed its gaze on Yasuo and Gandalf on the hillside. It let out a long cry. More than a dozen flying beasts immediately broke formation, turned around, and dived straight at the two. The stench of blood pressed down from above, with murderous intent overwhelming. Yasuo dared not stop. Armor of thunder. Lightning exploded, condensing into blue armor on his body. He suddenly surged with power, carrying Gandalf as he became a streak of blue lightning, rushing wildly into the depths of the forest. The night was dark and heavy, the wilderness filled with the smell of blood. The moonlight was shattered by the shadows of the trees, falling on the rapidly darting figure. Yasuo's steps were precise, his movements decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Behind him, monstrous screams continued. Flying mutated beasts circled in the sky, consecutively spitting out energy spheres and wind blades. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted behind him, sending soil flying. Wind blades brushed past, directly cutting down a tree thick enough to hug. Several wolf-shaped mutated beasts in the forest also changed their route, flanking from the side to block his path. Blocked in front, pursued from behind. The killing trap is tightening. Looking for death. Zhou Huai felt a chill in his heart. Yasuo suddenly twisted his body, sweeping his long sword horizontally, the sword light sharp and fierce. With a phut sound, a charging wolf was beheaded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Electricity exploded instantly along the sword blade, lightning spreading through the air, causing the other wolves to convulse and freeze in place. Yasuo didn't look back. Increasing his speed, he left them far behind. The beasts on the ground could not stop him at all. The real trouble was that group of guys in the sky. They couldn't hurt him for the time being, but kept hovering above, harassing like flies, seriously slowing down the pace. Yasuo has no ranged attacks. Gandalf's meteor shower can be used, but it's too wasteful to use an ultimate for a dozen or so flying beasts. Besides, It's not necessarily accurate when moving at high speed. Zhou Huai's mind was racing. Suddenly, a thought flashed sharply through his mind. Wait, Gandalf has reached level 15. There should be new skills. Just now, he was so focused on the issue of the Yao that he actually forgot this. He immediately checked Gandalf's skill panel. As expected, a brand new icon appeared at the very bottom, with an earthy yellow glow slowly flowing. Forbidden Spell Gravitational Field LV1. Consumes 1,000 mana to create a 10-fold gravity field within a 100-meter radius, lasting 10 seconds. All targets within the range have their movements greatly restricted, effective also against thrown objects and flying units. Cooldown 120 seconds. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Another domineering crowd control ability. But just using it to handle these dozen flying beasts is such a waste. A bolder idea quickly took shape in his mind. If I'm going to use it, I might as well go all out. Zhou Huai's mouth curled up slightly. Let me show you what a natural disaster looks like. He immediately gave the order. Yasuo suddenly turned, no longer hiding in the dense forest, but charging straight into the beast tide. Getting closer and closer to the main force, more and more strange beasts gathered around. All kinds of ranged attacks rained down like a storm, blocking the way ahead. Lightning flash. Yasuo transformed into a twisted bolt of electricity, darting rapidly through the gaps in the dense attacks, narrowly carving out a path. At the same time, Gandalf on his back raised his staff. A deep incantation sounded. Forbidden Spell, 1,000 Miles of Ice. The chill suddenly exploded outward. A large group of strange beasts ahead, along with their skills, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. A passage leading directly to the core of the beast swarm was forcibly torn open. Yasuo sprinted wildly across the ice. The earth trembled, and the beast's roar approached. Almost there. Zhou Huai judged calmly. If they went any further, both clones would be swallowed. The flying strange beasts have been tracked down, their numbers soaring to around 30. They circled and swooped, murderous intent pressing down. This time, Gandalf did not dodge. He raised his staff again, the spell more ancient and weighty. Forbidden Spell, Gravitational Field. An invisible heavy pressure fell instantly. The ground collapsed within 100 meters, and the charging beast was firmly pressed into the mud. The diving flying beast fell to the ground, as if out of control, smashing and scattering blood and flesh. The screams hadn't stopped, yet the sky tore open once again. Forbidden Spell Meteoric Fire Rain. Green flames of meteors descend from the sky. The herd, pinned down by gravity, could not move and could only look up and wait for death. The first meteorite struck the most densely packed area. The shockwave swept across in all directions, carrying eerie green underworld flames. Destruction arrived completely. Countless strange beasts were instantly torn apart and swallowed by the underworld flames. Agonized screams ripped through the night sky, but were soon entirely drowned out by continuous explosions. This was an outright massacre. The fires of hell mercilessly swept through the mortal beings. System prompts were flashing wildly in Zhou Huai's mind. Kill the shadow leopard. Kill the frenzied demon ape. Experience points surged. This combo alone took down nearly 500 exotic beasts. Golden light simultaneously exploded over Yasuo and Gandalf. Both leveled up to 16. Zhou Huai's heart was burning hot, as if he had grasped the key to rapid growth. But just as he was distracted, a huge cyan wind blade slashed through the air. The wind blade stretched dozens of meters, tearing even the air apart. Yasuo sensed the danger immediately, but there was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Gandalf leapt off his back and stood in front. The arcane barrier was pushed to its limit. With a thundering crash, the wind blade struck heavily. The terrifying damage numbers exploded above Gandalf's head. Yasuo's thunder armor shattered instantly, leaving his health on the brink. The two were like trains colliding head-on, flying backward dozens of meters. Trees along the way broke into fragments. Yasuo struggled to get up and looked up. Above the beast tide, a giant azure eagle with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters hovered. Its feathers were forged like metal, and its eyes burned with a fierce coldness. Even under 10 times the force of gravity, it remained steadily airborne. The giant eagle stared intently at them, letting out a deafening roar of rage. Zhou Huai's pupils contracted sharply. A stream of crimson data exploded in his mind. Skystorm Falcon LV-42, Calamity Level Boss. Health, 560,000/560,000. Level 42, Catastrophe Rank. His complexion instantly darkened to the extreme. Run. Only this word remained in his mind. He gave the order without hesitation. Yasuo hoisted the just-risen Gandalf onto his back and turned to flee. This kind of boss was not something to be challenged now. A single move could instantly kill two clones. Not to mention the dense black beast horde in the distance, already breaking free from the gravity field and starting to counterattack. Shriek. The storm hawk in the sky roared with raging fury, locking tightly onto the blue electric light. Its twin wings trembled. Hundreds of cyan wind blades instantly formed, pouring down like a torrential rain. Each one was enough to tear through steel. Thunderlight Rush. With the AI core fully controlling, Yasuo's figure transformed into lightning, weaving at the limit between the wind blades. The blades grazed past him, carving deep trenches into the ground. PSH. In the midst of the chaos, he casually slashed down a critically wounded beast. The warm current flows back. Wild set, blood-sucking triggered, the critically low health bar was forcibly pulled back a bit. A woo! The storm hawk's strike missed, making it even more furious. It opened its sharp beak, rapidly condensing a highly compressed blue energy ball. The air twisted, buzzing harshly. A terrifying pressure pressed down. Zhou Huai's heart suddenly tightened. The core AI hesitated not at all and directly activated its trump card. Wild Rush. The berserk power exploded within the body. Yasuo's eyes glowed red, his speed instantly doubled, and he became a blur as he dashed madly through the forest. Just as he burst forward those 100 meters. Boom! That blue energy orb finally erupted. Like a falling blue sun, it slammed hard onto the spot where Yasuo had just stood. The next second, the energy exploded. A huge crater more than 50 meters in diameter was blasted right there, with everything at the edges instantly turned to dust. The shockwave whipped up a fierce wind, pushing Yasuo forward dozens of meters again. Zhou Huai glanced back, a chill running down his spine. This boss's skills are simply outrageous. Only now did he realize he was wrong from the start. With such a massive beast tied, there's definitely more than one top-tier boss inside. With Yasuo and Gandalf's current strength, they simply can't hold out. That reckless charge just now was pure suicide. The safest approach is to wait until the beast tide and the city guards clash head-on. Wait for the city's strong fighters to deal with those troublesome bosses. Then he can clean up the trash mobs and the chaos to complete the mission. The pressure will be at least half as much. The most important thing right now is to shake off this group of monsters behind him. But he soon realized that no matter where he ran, that utterly enraged beast swarm clung to him tightly and wouldn't let go. He simply couldn't shake them off. On a distant mountain, several adventure teams gathered together, staring pale-faced at the black torrent below. Oh my God, this quantity is just too exaggerated. The voice of a young professional trembled. If so many exotic beasts rush to the city walls, EC City really won't be able to hold them back, will it? The middle-aged man next to him patted his shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. It's just tens of thousands of beasts, a small event. Back then, we withstood siege with over 100,000 beasts. The magical cannons on the city walls aren't just decorations. Another person sighed. That's easier said than done, but the beast tides have been too frequent this year. Our days are getting harder and harder. At that moment, an archer in the team suddenly pointed downward. Look, in front of the beast tide, it seems like there's someone. The nearby shield warrior burst out laughing. Stop kidding, Afei. That's a beast tide. Who could be running ahead? Are you hallucinating from fear? The others joined in the teasing. You must have seen it wrong. The archer Afei was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck thickened. I really didn't see it wrong. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. That person was running very fast, carrying one on his back. Only then did everyone turn their eyes to the front of the beast tide. The eyesight of professionals far surpassed that of ordinary people. Soon, in front of the rolling black beast tide, they saw a faint blue figure. The mountaintop instantly fell silent. Only the sound of gasping breaths rose and fell. Am I not seeing things? Is there really someone there? What are they trying to do? Are they looking for death? A mage whispered. Could it be that they want to block the beast horde with just 2 people? Someone nearby rolled their eyes at him. Are you crazy? An experienced assassin calmly analyzed. Most likely, they didn't have time to take refuge and were pushed to the front by the beast horde, so they can only desperately run forward. Whether they live or die all depends on luck. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. Alive? Don't dream. At this rate, in just a few minutes, they'll be crushed into mince. As soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. Boom. A loud explosion erupted from the foot of the mountain. The beast pack chasing behind the 2 hit an invisible wall all at once, stopping in unison, their bodies suddenly sinking, plunging into the soil. The beast behind couldn't stop the vehicle and kept crashing into it repeatedly. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, like a series of uncontrollable collisions. The flying beasts in the air fared even worse, as if their strength had been drained, falling in large groups. Before anyone could react, the sky above the 2 suddenly tore apart. 5 meteors burning with eerie green flames dragged long tails as they fell from the sky, fiercely crashing into the densest part of the beast herd. Flames soared into the sky, and the earth trembled. In the center of the beast tide, a mountain-sized giant beast roared repeatedly. It stamped on the corpses of its companions, forcibly charging forward. The cyan giant falcon in the air let out a long howl, unleashing a frenzied and devastating attack, rushing straight at the 2 figures. The blue figure was as fast as real lightning. Each attack missed by just a trace. It always managed to dodge at the last moment, steadily putting more distance between itself and the falcon. Everyone on the mountaintop was dumbfounded. This is too ridiculous. Is that even human? The northern city wall of Donghai City. The steel wall stretched between heaven and earth like a black mountain range, cold enough to chill people to the bone. Every 100 meters along the city walls stood a magical cannon, its barrel deep and dark, the magic crystal core emitting a dangerous glow, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Nearly 1,000 city guards formed a square formation, holding long spears and heavy shields, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Behind them were the professionals from the major guilds. Some stood in groups, others silently alone, light flowing around their bodies, the city's last trump cards. When the beast tide comes, it is a life-or-death ordeal. Neither guilds nor families can avoid it. They can only fight shoulder to shoulder to the death. But as time passed little by little, alarms had already sounded throughout the city, yet the expected beast tide had not appeared. The air was so heavy it was hard to breathe. What's going on? By now, they should have arrived. Zhang Chiming, commander of the city guard, furrowed his brows and turned to the man beside him. Chairman's son, what's your opinion? Chairman's son was in his early 40s, with a refined demeanor and slightly graying temples. He stood with his hands behind his back on the city wall, his gaze calm to the point of coldness. Li Qiu. As soon as the words fell, a figure stepped out of the crowd, dressed in black strong attire, with a tall and upright figure. It was the expert who tamed the silver dragon and killed Yasuo. To outsiders, he was unattainable, but at this moment, he bowed and saluted Chairman's son. Boss, any orders? Go check out what's happening with the beast tide. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked to the city wall. He raised his right hand, and an ancient-looking silver dragon-shaped rune appeared in his palm, its light instantly surging. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar descended from the sky, causing the entire city wall to tremble. The space in front of Li Qiu was forcibly torn open, and a massive rift stretched across the air. A dragon head covered with silver scales emerged from the rift, its golden vertical pupils scanning coldly over the city, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The guards on the city wall, having never seen such a scene, turned pale and kept retreating. Li Qiu took a step forward, leapt into the air, and landed steadily on the silver dragon's back. He was about to ride the dragon into the sky. Suddenly, rumble. The earth shook violently, and a dull roar rolled closer and closer. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Here they come. Zhang Chiming shouted sharply. A murderous aura suddenly rose on the city walls, as if the air itself had frozen. Li Qiu stood on the dragon's back, looking far into the distance, a thrilled smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. But the next second, his expression froze. In front of the black beast tide, two figures were desperately fleeing for their lives. One blue, one white, moving extremely fast. Humph. Li Qiu chuckled softly. Chased all the way by the beast tide, and still alive, tough luck. Just as the words fell, the sky storm falcon above the beast tide let out an angry cry and suddenly accelerated. It lost patience, planning to tear those two ants apart first. Fierce wind elements wildly gathered in its mouth, just at the moment it was about to strike. Ong! The silver dragon roared furiously, transforming into a silver light to block the way. Li Qiu licked his lips, his fighting spirit surging. Hey, big bird. Your opponent is me. Below, Zhou Huai saw everything clearly through Gandalf's perspective. His heart suddenly tightened. That silver dragon, he recognized him. He was the dragon master who killed Yasuo a few days ago. How could he be here? Just a few days ago he wanted his life, but today he's blocking a blade for him. Fate really likes to play tricks. But in the next moment, Zhou Huai's face darkened. Yasuo must not be recognized. He immediately gave the order. The thunder armor on Yasuo's body instantly shattered, turning into electric light and disappearing. If he found out that Yasuo, who was obviously turned to ashes in an instant, was alive again, no one could predict the consequences. With my current strength, I still can't afford to mess with that kind of big shot. On top of the high wall, the beast horde stepped into range. Buzz! The magic-powered cannons were fully activated one by one, their barrels shining dazzlingly. The next moment, dozens of energy beams tore through the sky, fiercely smashing into the beast pack. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Where the beams of light fell, large areas were cleared out immediately. Countless strange beasts were shattered on the spot, not even having time to scream in agony. The fierce bombardment caused the beast horde's target to shift from Yasuo and Gandalf to the menacing city wall. Roar! Deep in the beast tide, a mountain-sized giant beast roared angrily at the sky. The defense battle of Donghai City officially began. In the sky, Li Qiu's silver dragon fought fiercely with the celestial storm falcon. Dragon's breath and wind blades intersected, stirring the clouds into a tumultuous roll. The remaining flying beasts resembled an approaching storm cloud, attempting to bypass the city walls and rush inside the city. Just as they neared the city wall, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly rose. It was a large defensive formation set up jointly by dozens of array masters. The formation patterns on the city walls lit up simultaneously, firmly enveloping the entire Donghai city. Bang! 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 The flying beasts crashed into the light screen, staggering from the impact. On the ground, several boss-level beasts charged at the front, furiously attacking the defensive formation. The light curtain rippled in waves, but never shattered. Attack! Zhang Chiming drew his sword and gave the order. Arrows rained down from the city wall, and magic struck like a flood. Under the cover of magic cannons and formations, the defenders unleashed full firepower, clashing head-on with the beast tide. The battle standoff lasted for a moment, but just as everyone thought the situation was stable, an abnormal change suddenly occurred. Shoo! 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 The earth beneath the city wall suddenly exploded. Thick, ink-green vines as thick as bowl rims broke through the ground, completely ignoring the formation, burrowing directly into the city from underground. They climbed crazily along the walls like venomous snakes, moving at a terrifying speed. The vines seemed alive, dodging attacks and heading straight for the magical artillery that was firing. Zhang Qi's face changed drastically as he shouted to protect the magical artillery. It was already too late. Spikes popped out from the front ends of the vines, piercing into the core magic crystals one after another. After a few crisp sounds, several magical artillery guns suddenly went dark. The remaining vines wildly swept across the city walls, tossing the city guards to the ground, screams breaking out everywhere. With the firepower cut off, the pressure from the beast tide below the city suddenly dropped, and the situation instantly reversed. A chill went down Zhang Chiming's spine. These strange beasts were clearly organized, deliberately targeting the weaknesses in the formation, launching underground ambushes and prioritizing the destruction of the most threatening magic cannons. There must be something controlling them from behind. He drew his sword to cut through the vines and ordered all squads to clear the vines first and rescue the magic cannons. Chaos reigned on the city walls. However, Chairman Sun remained calm, judging that the leader controlling the plants was still hidden within the beast tide. The vines were only extensions, and without killing the source, the city could not be defended. He bluntly stated that to defend Donghai City, they must go out and behead the enemy. As his words fell, the strong members of the major guilds responded in unison. Dozens leapt down from the city walls, passed through the light barrier, like daggers piercing into the black beast tide. Led by the berserker, the great axe swept across, instantly cleaving several alien beasts. The beast tide was endless and boundless, and soon some were overwhelmed, unable even to call for help. None of those remaining flinched. They roared and charged forward, wielding their weapons to carve a bloody path through the beast tide, solely to root out the enemy hiding in the shadows. Behind them was their home. One step back was death. Chairman Sun's expression was calm as he looked at Zhang chiming. Immediately call up all reserve forces in the city. The magic cannon is out of order. This battle is harder than we imagined. Prepare for a fight that lasts a whole day and night. Zhang Chiming nodded heavily, his face grave, and quickly dispatched troops via the communicator. On the other side, the battlefield flank, Zhou Huai saw the main force of the beast tide locked in combat with the front of the city wall, and those terrifying bosses no longer targeted him. The opportunity had come. He controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, took out advanced magic recovery potions from the spatial ring, and gulped them down all at once. The next moment, Yasuo carried Gandalf on his back, transforming into a streak of lightning, piercing straight into the flank of the beast tide. That was the blind spot of the city's defensive firepower, but it was Gandalf's home turf. The staff was raised high, and an ancient spell echoed with a low tone. The air was torn open, and a portal burning with eerie green flames roared open. Forbidden spell, meteor shower. 5 massive meteors entwined with dark flames fell from the sky, smashing fiercely into the densest part of the beast tide. Boom! The green flames spread instantly, devouring everything like a plague. The strange beasts were torn apart by the shock waves, then ignited by the soul-burning fire, turning into patches of charcoal. The screams had just begun when they were swallowed by continuous explosions. Killed Shadow Leopard LV-17, gained 310 experience points. Killed Frenzied Demon Ape LV-18, gained 350 experience points. Quest progress, 1051/10,000. This is just the beginning. Zhou Huai's eyes blazed with intensity. Everyone on the city wall was dumbfounded. Zhang Chiming paused in his movements, staring fixedly at the soaring green flames in the distance. What is that? Is someone using a skill on the flank of the beast tide? What a joke. Is this range even humanly possible? Chairman Sun's pupils contracted slightly, showing shock for the first time. Before everyone had regained their senses, mutation arises again. The area covered by that green flame suddenly erupted with bone-chilling cold. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. Click, click. The vast number of strange beasts, along with the burning ground, were instantly frozen, turning into rows of ice sculptures. The flames were still burning, but the chill had already spread. Between the heat and the cold, nearly 1,000 strange beasts were wiped out within a dozen seconds. This scene was too shocking. The people on the city wall were stunned. Several siege bosses in the beast tide were also completely enraged. They abandoned pounding the defensive light barrier, howled towards the sky, abruptly turned around, and charged straight at Yasuo and Gandalf. In the sky, the celestial storm hawk, which was fighting the silver dragon, let out a piercing shriek, flapped its wings, and tried to break free to provide support. Don't lose focus. Lichio rode on the back of the silver dragon, laughing wildly. Your opponent is me. Roar. The silver dragon roared, its platinum-colored dragon breath fiercely striking the flank of the storm falcon. The storm falcon let out a terrible screech, its body losing balance, large patches of feathers singed, nearly falling. On the city wall, Chairman Sun's gaze darkened, and he immediately gave the order. Himing, Peng Tsang, get down. Hold off the ground, boss. Protect those two at all costs. Yes. Two figures leapt down from the city wall. At this moment, Yasuo was sprinting across the wilderness carrying Gandalf on his back. Behind them, two level 40 bosses loomed like mountains, each step shaking the ground. Zhou Huai cursed while running. The city guards are useless, they can't even hold aggro. He was about to give it his all once more. Suddenly, two figures landed silently ahead, one on the left and one on the right, blocking the way. One raised a shield like a wall. The other wielded a dagger like a shadow. Two giant beasts charged thunderously. The shield warrior shouted without turning his head, "You guys go. Leave this to us." Before the words finished, the two had already taken the initiative to confront the boss. The battle exploded instantly. Zhou Huai immediately understood. The people on the city wall saw Gandalf's value. They had sent someone to protect him, to buy him time. Not stupid after all. He chuckled softly, turned around, and continued to retreat. Without the boss interfering, Yasuo hoisted Gandalf onto his back and turned to fight back into the battlefield. Next, it was Gandalf's home turf. Forbidden spell, meteor shower. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. Forbidden spell, gravitational field. 3 forbidden spells fell in succession, turning the flank of the beast tide into a deadly trap instantly. At times meteors struck down, at times 1,000 miles were frozen, at times gravity bore down. Vast numbers of exotic beasts were suppressed to death on the spot. The professionals who had been desperately searching for the vine boss suddenly felt their pressure ease and finally could catch their breath. On the city wall, Zhang Chiming watched in amazement. What kind of profession is this? One person holding back half of the beast horde. His voice trembled. This isn't a person, clearly a walking magical cannon, even more ruthless than a cannon. When did East Sea City spawn such a monster? He had seen countless geniuses, but had never seen this level of destructive power. The adjutant whispered, "The person carrying him is no less remarkable. His movements are as fast as a ghost shadow, moving freely among the beasts." These two are both top-level combatants. Chairman Sun interrupted coldly. Now is not the time to be amazed. We must first deal with that vine boss. Himing and Peng Tsang can only hold back the two beasts. Once they break free, the battle will immediately spiral out of control. Everyone's hearts sank. Only by killing the vine boss and restoring the magic cannon do we have a chance to turn the tide. Zhang Chiming nodded, his face growing even grimmer. The beast horde below was like a sea, with guild elites surrounded on all sides, still fighting to the death. Finding the deliberately hidden boss among this endless wave of strange beasts was almost an impossible task. That monster was terrifyingly intelligent, far stronger than ordinary beasts, and even comparable to humans. The battle on the city walls continued relentlessly. "Ah!" A young city guard screamed in agony. Dark green vines suddenly burst through the cracks in the wall, their thorns like poisonous fangs, instantly piercing his chest. Blood splattered as he collapsed heavily to the ground. The comrade beside him had red eyes, swinging his sword wildly, but only left a few shallow white marks on the vines. More vines crawled out from the ground, like wild dogs smelling blood, frantically entangling the silent magic cannon, emitting a sharp, creaking sound. The defensive light screen covering the entire city was still holding, but it had clearly dimmed and could collapse at any moment. Zhang Chiming clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Damn it! Where is the Huiyao alliance of the Zhou family? Still not here by now. He couldn't help but curse out loud. The adjutant lowered his voice. "Commander, they've always been like this. Every time there's a beast tide, they arrive last." Zhang Chiming sneered coldly, his eyes burning with fire. Plotting even at a time like this. Trying to use the beast tide to weaken others, so the Zhou family can dominate alone. Idiot. The city can't even be defended, and you're still talking about the Radiant Alliance? Talking about the Zhou family. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Send someone to hurry them up again. Tell them, if they're not here within half an hour, I will go to the Zhou family myself after the battle to settle the score." On the other side, Chairman Sun frowned and asked, "Why hasn't Luo Ming arrived yet?" The subordinate looked embarrassed, his voice barely audible. "President, Brother Luo stayed at the nightclub all night last night, and now, he probably hasn't woken up yet. A trace of disgust flashed in President Sun's eyes. Go. Drag him out of bed. Tell him it was my order. Yes. The subordinate dared not say more and immediately left. Battlefield flank. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, harvesting frantically. Without a boss to suppress him, this place almost became his monster farming ground. After a few rounds of forbidden spells, the kill count on the mission panel had already surpassed 3,000. Golden light of level-ups kept flashing continuously. Both Yasuo and Gandalf reached LV-17, just one step away from level 18. At this moment, Zhou Huai suddenly stared at a figure deep within the beast herd. He was a burly man covered in blood, one arm broken at the shoulder, half his body soaked through with blood. Yet he was still roaring, swinging a giant axe wildly with his only remaining left hand, hacking through the beast herd. Suddenly, a leopard-like beast that had been lying in wait pounced from behind, its sharp claws aimed straight at his back. Looking for death, Zhou Huai moved his mind. Thunderlight dash. Yasuo transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly flashing behind the burly man. With a soft pshh, the long sword was drawn and directly pierced the throat of the attacking beast. The burly man suddenly turned around, first seeing the fallen beast, then noticing Yasuo carrying the white-robed mage. He paused for a moment, panting heavily, and said, "Teach, thank you, brother." Yasuo replied coldly, "You're too badly injured. Go back." The burly man grinned, his mouth full of blood foam. "No, the mission isn't over yet." "What mission?" Zhou Huai asked. The burly man pointed toward the distant city wall. "The magic cannon is entangled by a boss that can control vines. We have to find it and kill it. But that beast is too good at hiding. We've been looking for a long time without even catching a glimpse." Only then did Zhou Huai understand why the magic cannon had been quiet all this time. He glanced across the chaotic battlefield. "Leave this to me, you go back." Yasuo's tone was calm, but carried a sense of oppression. "Drawing the boss out is my specialty." The burly man still wanted to speak, but Yasuo directly grabbed his collar and violently swung him outside the beast pack. The burly man's massive body flew dozens of meters, landing heavily. The next moment, Yasuo suddenly leapt up carrying Gandalf on his back. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. The chanting fell, and the cold air exploded instantly. Ahead, a large area of strange beasts was frozen into ice sculptures, forcibly paving an ice path straight to the center of the beast tide. Yasuo sprinted across the ice surface. Beneath his feet were solidified beast heads. Zhou Huai judged that the cunning boss was most likely hiding at the core of the beast tide. The guild stronghold struggling within the beast tide soon noticed the disturbance here. They were battle-hardened and had long guessed the target was at the center of the beast tide, but their strength was insufficient to break through. Now Gandalf forcibly opened an ice path. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. "Brothers, wait for us. We'll cover you." "For broke, charge in." Dozens of figures roared angrily as they rushed onto the icy path, closely following Yasuo, shielding him from attacks coming from all directions. Fireballs, ice shards, poison arrows, and wind blades rained down wildly, almost blocking out the sky. Light of protection, wall of wind, iron wall formation. One defensive skill after another was raised, blocking all the attacks. Zhou Huai looked at these unfamiliar figures beside him who were desperately protecting him, his heart jolting suddenly. So this is what it's like to fight side by side. Soon, Yasuo carried Gandalf rushing into the center of the beast horde. The attacks here were 10 times more ferocious than on the outskirts. Gandalf no longer hesitated and directly cast the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Meteors wrapped in ghostly green nether flame descended from the sky. The explosions connected into a continuous chain, turning the land into a wasteland. The smoke and dust settled. The ground was scorched black, but there was no sign of the boss. "What's going on? Where exactly is it?" Before the words had even fallen, a snorting sound. A thicker dark green vine suddenly broke through the ground, stabbing straight at Gandalf. The speed was extreme. -27367. The arcane shield shook violently, its light instantly dimming. On the city wall, Chairman Sun's face darkened. The main body is underground. This is a big problem. Zhang Chiming frowned deeply. Why still can't we find it? The atmosphere suddenly tensed. It's not that we can't find it. It's that it's impossible to find. Zhang Chiming suddenly turned around. What do you mean? Chairman Sun's voice was low and tense. That thing is not on the battlefield. It's underground. Zhang Chiming's face changed instantly. Underground. These two words pressed heavily on his chest. Killing it is almost impossible. Unless a top-tier Earth mage uses a forbidden spell to overturn the entire ley line within several miles. And the location must be pinpointed accurately. Who would have thought that a boss hiding underground could force the battle situation to this extent? President Sun, is there any other way? Zhang Chiming's voice was dry. President Sun was silent for a moment, then looked toward the two giant beasts being tightly held back by Haiming and Peng Tsang in the distance. Kill the other bosses first. Give the order, retract the lines, concentrate the firepower. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only cold hardness remained. This battle will be a bloody fight. Many will die. The center of the battlefield. Gandalf was struck by a tremendous force, thrown through the air in an arc, plunging straight into the beast horde. Watch out! A shield warrior roared, stepped forward, and raised the shield to block hard. Brother, can you hold on? Are you injured? Need medicine? Dozens of professionals quickly gathered around, shielding Yasuo and Gandalf in the center. Just now, the vines had struck the white-robed mage solidly. Everyone thought he was surely dead, but he actually stood his ground. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to steady his posture, his face solemn. He had already confirmed it. That boss is hidden deep beneath the ground at his feet. The meteor shower cannot hit the main body. 1,000 miles of ice cannot seal it either. The gravitational field can only control it, not harm it. The situation has become completely problematic. He was still thinking when the ground suddenly exploded. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of dark green vines burst through the soil, like tentacles reaching out from hell, directly attacking Gandalf. Protect the mage. Fight it to the death. Several professionals shouted angrily and charged forward. Flashes of blades cut through several vines. But the thickest vine braced against the attack without hesitation and lashed out fiercely at Gandalf again. Yasuo grabbed Gandalf, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The vine missed its blow and immediately retracted underground. Zhou Huai's gaze turned cold as he controlled Gandalf and shouted urgently, "Stay away from me. It's targeting me." The burly man at the front roared, "No, even if we all die, we can't let anything happen to you." They had witnessed the power of the white-robed mage and knew he was their only hope for a turnaround. Before he finished speaking, more vines burst out of the ground. The group struggled desperately to resist, yet two people were still pierced by thorns and fell on the spot. The thickest vine was struck by several powerful skills, green sap gushing out, but it remained fierce, violently whipping around before burrowing back underground. Zhou Huai stared at the ground, his mind racing. Would hiding underground really be safe? A wild idea took shape in his mind. He immediately told Gandalf to speak. "Leave the boss to me from now on. Don't interfere. I will be fine." Although everyone was puzzled, they still nodded and stepped back. The ground shook again. The wounded giant vine rushed out of the ground with fury, moving faster and stronger, heading straight for Gandalf. Gandalf stood still, not dodging. With a boom, the vine struck heavily against the arcane barrier. The damage number -32,912 exploded. He was thrown back by the immense force. At that moment, Yasuo moved. Lightning rush. He transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing to the vines, his long sword flashing with thunder. The sword's shadows joined into one, tearing deep gashes into the surface of the vines. The vines emitted a piercing scream, suddenly recoiling from Yasuo, and retreated clumsily back underground. Everyone hurriedly helped the blasted Gandalf back to his feet. Seeing that he could still stand, though his shield had dimmed somewhat, everyone was stunned. Just how strong was that shield after all? The boss dealt such terrifying damage, yet he had withstood it twice. But now was not the time to be dazed. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, his tone calm. "Next, I'll force it out." He glanced around at everyone. "Keep a close watch. Where the thunder strikes, there it stays. Focus fire with full strength." Although no one understood the principle, everyone nodded firmly. Unknowingly, this white-robed mage had become the core of the team. The next second, the silent swordsman beside Gandalf suddenly vanished, evaporated on the spot. Mark of the Thunder Flash. Just now, with 5 lightning-fast consecutive strikes, Yasuo had already stacked 5 layers of the Thunder Mark on the Vine's main body. At this moment, the skill activated. He instantly teleported underground, facing the main body head-on. The sight was pitch black, but in the darkness, there was a huge green pupil, staring at him like a lantern. In that eye was shock, disbelief, and an overwhelming fear that couldn't be suppressed. Zhou Huai cracked a smile. Found you. The next second, Armor of Thunder. Wild Gallop. The ferocious power exploded inside Yasuo's body. Thunderous Slash. The long sword transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the darkness, fiercely slashing at the giant eye. Boom. Thunder exploded deep underground. The ground trembled violently. A thick bolt of lightning shot up to the sky, forcibly blasting a huge hole in the ground. A massive body covered in dark green mucus was thrown out of the surface, resembling a monster's tentacle, exposed to the air. Earth Vein Corrupted Sovereign LV40, Calamity Level Boss. HP 112531/120000. At the same time, Gandalf's chant echoed across the battlefield. Forbidden Spell Meteoric Firestorm. The sky tore open once again. Deep underground, the severely wounded Earth Vein Saprophytic King finally felt the true threat of death. It roared in anger, its massive body writhing wildly, trying to burrow deeper underground to avoid the bombardment. But Yasuo didn't give it a chance. Boom! The thunder armor on his body exploded instantly. 5 layers of thunder marks within the boss simultaneously detonated. Furious lightning erupted fiercely inside its body. With dual paralysis stacking, its massive body suddenly froze stiff. Less than a second, yet deadly enough. By the time it recovered, it was already too late. 5 meteorites burning with soul-devouring infernal flames trailed long tails, precisely smashing into the blasted gap. The roar was continuous, and the earth trembled violently. A huge monster, like a malformed heart, was forcibly blasted out from underground. Its body was wrapped in twisted vines, writhing painfully on the ground. Take it down. The boss has appeared. The professionals roared with wild joy, unleashing all their firepower frantically. Gandalf raised his staff. Forbidden Spell, Gravitational Field. The gravitational field spread, pinning the rushing beasts down to the ground. On the high wall, President Sun witnessed this scene, his cold face losing control for the first time. Well done. He almost shouted it out. Zhang Chiming was so shocked he was speechless. Did they really force the underground boss out? President Sun took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. It's that swordsman. He was the one who locked the location. Zhang Chiming struck the battlement fiercely and laughed out loud. Great. That's wonderful. Where on earth did these two come from? Once the beast tide recedes, I will definitely commend them. President Sun's expression returned to calm, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 figures on the battlefield, with a surge of hidden emotions in his eyes. The battlefield erupted completely at this moment. The geomantic saprophyte king blasted out from the ground looked like a turtle flipped on its back. Without the geomantic shield, it was left with only its naked body. It was the first time it appeared so miserable. Attack! Now is the chance. Dozens of professionals roared, unleashing all the pent-up fury they had been holding back. A blazing fiery tornado surged into the sky, fiercely tearing at its body. A golden greatsword fell from the sky, cleaving through the swirling black smoke. Giant axes, daggers, and a rain of arrows rained down one after another. Skills crashed down like waves, one after another. The boss's already scarce health visibly dropped. The final blow is mine. A berserker covered in blood leapt high, a giant axe igniting with a crimson glow. At that very moment, roar! The dying Earth Vein Saprophytic King suddenly roared. The next second, a thick vine burst from the ground at an absurd speed, wrapping around a figure and lifting it high. Everyone froze. No one dares to act anymore. The one lifted in midair was none other. It was Yeso, who had just infiltrated underground to force out the boss. The underground space was cramped, He had nowhere to hide. Just as the outburst ended, he was entangled and killed by countless tendrils. Now, he had become a hostage. The corrupted Earth Vein monarch stood in front of him, its three giant eyes fixed intently on everyone. If anyone made a move again, it would die along with this person. The scene froze instantly. Zhou Huai sneered inwardly. This monster is indeed not simple. It even knows how to take hostages. What a pity. Using my duplicate to threaten me? Does it really think I will soften my heart? So what if I die? After 24 hours, I'll be a hero again. He immediately controlled Gandalf and shouted to the crowd. Don't stop. Let's take down this boss first. But those surrounding hesitated. They looked at the swordsman hanging mid-air by vines, covered in blood, yet still with sharp eyes, their expressions complicated. No one knew his name, but if it weren't for him desperately luring the boss out, they wouldn't have had a chance at all. Now, to kill the boss, they were going to let him die? Many couldn't bring themselves to do it. Zhou Huai grew anxious. He clearly saw that the wound of the Earth Vein Saprophyte King was slowly healing. This monster was stalling for time. Once it recovered, it would immediately burrow back underground. By then, finding it again would be nearly impossible. If you won't act, I will. With a determined heart, Gandalf raised his staff, and an intense chill rapidly gathered. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. The spell had just been uttered when a large hand suddenly pressed down on the staff, forcibly interrupting it. Brother, don't be impulsive. A burly middle-aged man stood in front of him, his face full of anxiety. Give us some time. We'll come up with a plan. We will definitely save him. Yes, we cannot abandon any comrade. He is a hero. We cannot just watch him die. Everyone quickly agreed. Zhou Huai was so angry he wanted to curse. By the time you come up with a plan, the boss will have long fled. Actually, this matter has no right or wrong. In the eyes of these veteran professionals, whether it was Gandalf or the captured Yasuo, they both had incredible potential. Given time, they would definitely grow into top-tier forces of Daxia, even capable of changing the outcome of future battles. Compared to them, what is a single boss? This was the root of everyone's hesitation. Just then, Zhou Huai's gaze darkened. The next second, he switched his consciousness. In midair, Yasuo, suspended by vines, slowly looked up. He looked at the crowd still arguing below, his expression complex. The next second, he roared with all his might. Brothers, let's move. What are we waiting for? Are we really going to let it go? Think of our fallen comrades. Think of the destroyed magic cannon. Their lives cannot be lost in vain. He took a deep breath, his voice resolute. I am not afraid of death. Just standing shoulder to shoulder with you all is enough. Success does not have to be mine. Kill for me. The corrupted Earth Vein King was enraged, and the vines suddenly tightened. With a muffled sound, he was torn in half. Blood splattered in the air. Everyone's eyes turned red. Avenger him. The berserker charged first, fiercely swinging his great axe at the creature's eyes. Roars echoed one after another. Countless skills erupted simultaneously, light engulfing the massive body. The monster didn't even have time to let out a scream before its life was completely erased. As it fell, the vines on the city wall withered rapidly and turned to ashes. Zhang Chiming drew his sword and pointed toward the beast horde. City guards, obey the order and replace the magic crystals immediately. His voice was hoarse but resolute. Tear all these beasts apart. The battlefield went completely mad because of his sacrifice. Like a bucket of hot oil poured into a crowd, it ignited all the pent-up anger. Kill. Slaughter this bunch of beasts. Everyone stopped fighting separately and spontaneously gathered together, forming a solid iron flow to directly confront the beast tied head-on. At high altitude, Lichio watched with her own eyes as Yasuo was torn apart. His face, usually carrying a smile, was now as cold as ice. He raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the silver dragon head. Big treasure. The voice was low and chilling. Did you hear that? Go fuck that broken bird for me. Taking so long to hit a single bird. All the high-level magic crystals I fed you were wasted? Roar. The silver dragon seemed to understand its master's anger, letting out a deafening dragon roar. It no longer lingered, suddenly straightening its body, flapping its wings, turning into a silver lightning bolt, rushing straight towards the storm hawk, diving down frantically. Below, the battlefield. After the Meyer Fusheng Jinwang fell, Zhou Huai immediately switched his consciousness back to Gandalf. Under the desperate protection of dozens of professionals, he became the brightest figure on the battlefield. He was also the nightmare of the beasts. Forbidden spell, meteor, fire rain. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. He was like a cold-blooded machine, continuously chanting forbidden spells. The flanks of the beast tied instantly became death zones. At one moment, they were burned to ashes by eerie green flames. At another, crushed into fragments by extreme frost. On the city wall, the magical cannon quickly replaced the magic crystal. A dazzling light lit up again, and dozens of destructive beams blasted into the beast horde. The battle began to completely tilt in favor of the humans. The two level 40 bosses, held back by Haiming and Punctsong, finally broke free and roared as they charged back into the battlefield. But what awaited them were dozens of bloodthirsty professionals and a flood of magical arrows. They didn't even stir a ripple before being overwhelmed on the spot. On the city wall, Haiming and Punctsong were covered in blood, dragging their injured bodies to stand before President Sun. The two knelt on one knee, their armor cracked open, wounds showing bone, yet their backs remained straight. President, mission accomplished. President Sun nodded, unusually gentle in tone. Thank you for your hard work. Go treat your wounds. The two responded and stepped back. Just as they left, Zhou Feng arrived with others in a hurry. He wore a fake smile all over his face, repeatedly apologized, saying he was delayed by urgent matters on the way, hurried over as soon as they were handled, and hypocritically showed loyalty. Zhang Chiming looked at him coldly. Zhou Feng, I know exactly what the Zhou family is up to. I will report today's matter truthfully to the city lord's mansion. Zhou Feng's smile stiffened, then quickly recovered. Now that the Zhou family had allied with the Liu family of the capital, they didn't take him seriously at all, yet they kept calling it a misunderstanding. After speaking, he pretended to command his men to join the fight. At this moment, a scruffy man staggered over. His face was covered in stubble, his hair messy, and he smelled of alcohol, looking like a spectator coming to watch the show. Chairman, you called for me? Chairman's son asked coldly. Luo Ming, why are you only just arriving now? Luo Ming yawned. Drank too much, just woke up. Chairman's son's tone turned cold. I said things haven't been peaceful lately, so the guild has banned alcohol. Luo Ming waved his hand impatiently. All right, I'm here, aren't I? Say what you need to say quickly, or I'll go back to sleep. Chairman's son suppressed his anger. Coordinate with Li Qiu to take down those few bosses and finish this quickly. Got it. Luo Ming responded with a shout, lazily stretching. The next second, he directly jumped down from the city wall dozens of meters high. But he did not fall. His body stopped midair, the gray robe lifted by the raging wind, flapping loudly. He was actually flying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Li Qiu's silver dragon, a cheeky smile on his face. Yo, isn't this our great genius Li Qiu? Haven't seen you for a few days. How come you've gotten so useless? Can't even handle a lousy bird. And you want me to clean up your mess? While launching a fierce attack, Li Qiu glared at him fiercely. Shut up. Stop messing around. Let's kill it together. Luo Ming leisurely pulled out a withered bone staff from his wadli, chanting softly. As the spell was cast, fist-sized black skulls appeared around him, as dark as ink, swallowing even the light. The skulls let out silent shrieks, transforming into black light that shot straight towards the Stormhawk. The violent wind currents could not stop them. The black light pierced through the Stormhawk's defenses and entered its body. The Stormhawk, which was entangled in combat with the Silver Dragon, suddenly stiffened. Its momentum visibly waned. Its form swayed, almost falling from the high sky. At this moment, it was covered with numerous negative status effects. Weakness, a sharp drop in attack power. Armor break, defense collapses. Slowness, speed greatly reduced. Healing forbidden, recovery almost cut off. The battle situation instantly reversed. On the battlefield below, Gandalf, who was about to cast a forbidden spell, suddenly stopped. Zhou Huai's consciousness suddenly jolted. That power, he was too familiar with it. Ripe to the point of being engraved in the bone. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at the gray-robed man high above the chaotic battlefield. Holding a bone staff, his expression careless. Zhou Huai's pupils contracted sharply, his breath trembling. This is cursed power? No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt. This power is exactly the same curse that once left him paralyzed. That man is very likely the mastermind behind the scenes from back then. He is the one who killed his mother and ruined his entire life. Zhou Huai's heart raced wildly, blood rushing to his head, excitement making him numb. After searching for so many years, he thought the trail had gone cold and the killer had long since disappeared. Unexpectedly, the person had jumped out on their own. Now only one question remains. Who is he? Being able to fight alongside that top-tier dragon tamer means their relationship is far from simple. Most likely from the same guild. Zhou Huai's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, his thoughts racing. He controlled Gandalf to swiftly descend, arriving beside a burly man who was swinging an axe fiercely, cleaving a wolf-shaped beast in two. The burly man was raging when someone pulled him from behind, igniting his fury instantly. Who the hell? The conversation abruptly stopped halfway. Seeing who had arrived clearly, the anger on his face instantly turned into appeasement. Brother, it's you. A complete 180-degree turnaround in attitude. What's the matter? Gandalf said nothing, raised his staff, and pointed to the sky. There, two figures were attacking the Skystorm Falcon. Who are those two people? The burly man looked over, his expression immediately turning to one of admiration. You don't even know who they are? He lowered his voice, speaking with pride. The one riding the silver dragon is called Li Qiu. The one in the gray robe beside him is Luo Ming. His profession is Disaster Curse Master. The strong man's eyes were full of fanaticism. They are all from the East Sea's top guild, Tianyu. The guild's two great geniuses. Luo Ming, Disaster Curse Master. Everything matched perfectly. Zhou Huai muttered softly, but his heart grew even colder. Tianyu Guild. That is the power of the Sun family. Ma Yu said that after the incident back then, Zhou Feng suspected it was the Sun family who was behind it. And Luo Ming happened to be a Tianyu person. But why? The Zhou family never suspected Luo Ming. They didn't even seriously investigate the culprit from beginning to end. It's as if someone deliberately suppressed the matter. This is completely abnormal. The Zhou family's attitude towards the mother and his attack was strange from start to finish. What happened back then was definitely not simple. Zhou Huai suppressed the surging thoughts. No matter how much he thought, it was useless. Without strength, everything was just nonsense. He had to become stronger. Once strong enough to trample Zhou Feng and Luo Ming underfoot, all conspiracies would reveal their true faces on their own. His gaze grew cold once again. The burly man was still boasting about the glory of those two prodigies, but he was already controlling Gandalf to turn and leave, plunging back into the beast pack. The battle was decided by now. Boss-level beasts were successively slain. The beast tide had no leader and completely disbanded. Professionals and city guards rushed down from the city walls, piercing into the beast group like sharp blades, starting a cleanup. The outcome was determined. Gandalf stood at the edge of the battlefield, calmly chanting, "Forbidden spell, meteor, fire rain." Meteorites burning with infernal flames fell, burning the last of the beasts to ashes. The task completion notification sounded. Kill count reached, rewards obtained. Clone level upgraded to 19. Zhou Huai's mouth curled into a slight smile. Bountiful harvest, strength increased again. He glanced at the cheering crowd, but did not stay. Gandalf quietly slipped into the shadows and vanished without a trace. A deafening cheer erupted on the battlefield. They had held the city of Donghai. Everyone collapsed to the ground, crying and laughing. Suddenly, someone called out for the white-robed wizard. The cheers stopped instantly. Only then did everyone realize that the person who had truly turned the tide of the battle was gone. They looked around anxiously, eager to find the hero. But they could no longer see his figure. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead today. That's right, all thanks to that white-robed mage. Everyone got up and frantically searched the battlefield for that white figure. They rummaged through piles of corpses and searched every corner, but didn't even see a shadow. That mysterious and powerful figure had long since vanished without a trace. On the city wall, the city guard squad leader rushed over in a hurry to report. "Commander, the person cannot be found." Zhang Chiming's face turned ashen. "Trash. So many people, and you can't even keep an eye on one. Keep looking." Search the entire battlefield if you have to and dig him out. He was going crazy with anxiety. If they could recruit such a strong person into the city guard, their strength would definitely skyrocket. Stop looking. Chairman Sun spoke lightly. He has already left. Zhang Chiming stared at him. You knew earlier? Why didn't you stop him? Chairman Sun rarely showed a smile. If he wants to leave, why should I stop him? Zhang Chiming narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to recruit him into the Tianyu Guild? Isn't Li Qiu and Luo Ming enough? Don't be too greedy. Chairman Sun nodded calmly. Talents are never too many. Isn't that right, Commander Zhang? At this time, Gandalf, the hero being sought throughout the city, was rushing alone to the Shadow Marsh Monster Den. Only 3 days left until the national exam. He must obtain the last blueprint of the Star and Moon set so that Yezi can complete the forging. He is confident about the championship, but having the full set makes it truly secure. Seeking stability within stability. On the other side, Zhou Huai finally broke free from control. After a night of fierce battle against the beast tide, his spirit was almost drained. That weariness surging from the depths of his soul completely engulfed him. He didn't even glance at the newly acquired professional small ball. His head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted until it was completely dark. A full 10 hours. Midway, Uncle Fu quietly came in, woke him up, and fed him some liquid food. He swallowed it drowsily, then crashed back onto the bed. When he opened his eyes again, night had already fallen outside the window, the sky covered in starlight. Another whole day slept away. Zhou Huai smiled bitterly, feeling this body was getting better and better at sleeping. He didn't dare waste time, immediately focusing his mind to check the progress of the two clones. First, he looked at Gandalf. Under the control of the Jiha AI, he was like a tireless machine. Even without Yasuo's help, soloing the Calamity level, Shadow Swamp Demon Cavern now posed no pressure. On average, he completed a run every half hour, consistently efficient. During the 10+ hours he slept, he cleared the dungeon nearly 30 times. His level soared all the way to LV20. Zhou Huai opened his storage space to check the loot. 3 more blueprints for the Star Moon set appeared. They were the Star Moon robe, Star Moon gauntlets, and another Star Moon robe. Again the same. He frowned. After more than 10 hours of effort, it's all the same old faces. Now only 1 blueprint for the Star Moon leg guards is missing to complete the full set. And it just gets stuck here. Keep farming. He could only grit his teeth and give the order. Luckily, it's not me operating it. Otherwise, I'd have gone crazy from this repetition long ago. After confirming Gandalf's progress, he shifted his attention to Yezi. The epic gear crafted by Yezi has gradually appeared in the Blacksmith Guild's auction house. The fame was also rapidly spreading. At first, various forces in Donghai City thought it was a coincidence. After all, the guild hadn't had anyone reliably craft epic equipment for a long time. Maybe it was just good luck. But by the next day, epic equipment signed, Yezi kept appearing one after another. The skepticism began to change tone. 1 piece could be luck, but 2-3 pieces? By the 3rd day, the auction exploded. Epic equipment hit the shelves and was immediately snapped up frantically. Though the highest level was only 20, all were sold for over 300,000. 1 piece with advanced attributes had a price directly approaching $1 million. Only then did everyone realize that the Forging Guild had brought in a ruthless player. The one most familiar with the situation was Yezi's assistant, Lin Wei. In her eyes, the master no longer seemed human, but more like a machine wound up with a spring. He spent at least 17 to 18 hours every day immersed in the top forging workshop. The clinking sound of knocking was almost non-stop. More than 10 pieces of equipment were created by him in a single day. The epic quality probability is as high as 30%. 30% may not sound high, but it's actually terrifying. In the imperial capital, the top masters celebrate if they produce 1 or 2 pieces a month. Yezi completes them in a single day and often exceeds expectations. What's more incredible is that his equipment not only has high quality, but also strong attributes. Occasionally, rare advanced attributes even pop up. This talent is simply godlike. If major guilds set their sights on him, they would likely spare no cost to recruit him. President Gu Yin understands this better than anyone. These past few days, he has been sweating profusely from the pressure. He knew Yezi was formidable, but never expected it to be this outrageous. Seeing that his reputation couldn't be suppressed, he decided to openly promote it. If it can't be hidden, then go all out. He wants everyone to see that Donghai City can also produce unparalleled geniuses. As for poaching talent, Gu Yan, on the contrary, remains calm. Oyezi simply does not care about money. In his eyes, there is only forging. Every day, besides sleeping, he is working the iron. This kind of madness even earned the admiration of Gu Yan. And Zhou Huai was very satisfied with all of this. The efficiency of the AI core had never disappointed him. At this moment, Oyezi's forging level had already surged to LV9. His expectations for Oyezi were never just epic equipment, but legendary, even god level. After confirming all the clones' progress, Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his original body. He closed his eyes, and the familiar dial machine appeared again in his mind. The fourth clone was about to arrive. He took a deep breath and pressed extract. The dial spun wildly, and light spheres danced. Golden light exploded, and a dazzling golden light sphere fell in front of him. The scroll unfolds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique hidden profession, S-rank Oblivion Barrier. Hearing that it was only S-rank, he actually felt a momentary disappointment in his heart. With SS-level forbidden sorcerers and divine craftsmen ahead, his standards had long been raised. Looking at the S-level again, he still felt it was a bit lacking. But this thought only lasted a few seconds. He quickly mocked himself. The only hidden profession at the S-level, top geniuses nationwide. How many spend their entire lives never even reaching the threshold? And he was actually dissatisfied. If outsiders found out, he'd probably be scolded out of his mind. He suppressed his emotions and looked at the scroll again. The attribute panel instantly expanded. Clone, Untitled. Profession, S-Class Soul Hidden Annihilation Barrier. Level 1. Health, 1200. Mana, 200. Strength 30. Agility 28. Stamina 55. Spirit, 20. Physical defense, 112. Magic resistance, 77. Passive skill, Unyielding Warrior Spirit, LV1. Effect, the lower the health, the higher the resistances. When health is below 30%, enter Super Armor state. Immune to all control skills. Active skill, Guardian Oath, LV1. Effect, consumes 50 mana, binds to one allied target, establishing a life link. All damage taken by the target is absorbed by you. Current limit, 1 person, maximum distance 1,000 meters. Leveling up increases the number of targets and distance. Seeing this, Zhou Huai's original disappointment instantly vanished. What replaced it was an uncontrollable excitement. Guardian Oath, taking damage for others. This was simply the ultimate bodyguard prepared for his fragile core self. Whoever wants to sneak attack and kill him in one hit. Dream on. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled. His heartbeat quickened a few beats. System prompt. Please name your S-level clone. He hardly hesitated. Power to lift mountains, spirit that covers the world. Let the name be Xiangyu. Since it's a tank, it should have the aura of a hegemon. System prompt. Naming successful. Clone Xiangyu created. System prompt. Please shape the appearance of clone Xiangyu. With the name decided, the appearance was even simpler. Zhou Huai directly started sculpting the face based on the image of the hegemon from a certain game he remembered. 2 hours later. System notification, S-level clone extinction barrier Xiangyu has been generated. A flash of white light. A tall figure appeared in the center of the room. Nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles as solid as iron. Facial features cold and sharp, with defined lines. A pair of double pupils exuding an oppressive aura. He just stood there, like a wall, as if one person alone could block thousands of troops. Zhou Huaiyue grew increasingly satisfied. Then, he called the old butler, Uncle Fu, in. Uncle Fu pushed open the door and entered. Seeing the burly man added to the room, his expression remained calm, without the slightest surprise. He merely glanced once, then bowed his head in salute. Clearly, he was already accustomed to the endless doppelgangers of his young master. Zhou Huai asked Uncle Fu to prepare several sets of well-fitting clothes for Xiangyu and to arrange a new ID card. Uncle Fu nodded, asked no questions, and turned to leave. A night passed. The next morning, finally, news came from Gandalf's side. All the star and moon set blueprints have been collected. The spirit of Zhou Huai surged, finally gathering together. He glanced at the storage space. The materials were piled up like a small mountain, enough for Yezi to forge repeatedly dozens of times. Gandalf returned to Donghai City. With a command, Gandalf immediately left the Shadow Marsh Demon Cave. But just after stepping out of the instance range, he hadn't gone far. Two figures emerged from the forest, blocking the way. The system alert sounded, and Zhou Huai shifted his consciousness to Gandalf. One person held a giant shield, as strong as a bear. A person wore a black robe, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. He recognized them. On the day of the Beast Tide, they were the ones who stopped 2 level 40 bosses. Gandalf smiled faintly. So it was you. Thanks for stepping in last time. His tone was calm. Waiting for me here. The shield-bearing, burly man stepped forward and cupped his fist. I am Peng Tsang. This is my companion Haiming. We are members of the Tianyu Guild. Peng Tsang spoke politely. The chairman places great importance on your performance during the Beast Tide. We specially invited you to the guild to have a talk. Zhou Huai was clear in his mind. The Tianyu Guild was the Sun family's territory. This was an attempt to recruit him. This step was already part of the plan. Sooner or later, he would enter Tianyu to investigate the disaster curse master Luo Ming. But not now. With the college entrance examination approaching, the title of top scholar must be prioritized. Gandalf nodded. Please thank Chairman Sun on my behalf. I still have urgent matters at hand and cannot leave for now. When I am done with my work, I will come to visit. Peng Tsang's expression remained unchanged, still polite. Since you have matters to attend to, we won't detain you. We hope you will keep your word. Gandalf nodded. Of course. After speaking, he bypassed the two and walked toward Donghai City. Peng Tsang and Haiming stood still, watching the white-robed figure slowly fade away until it completely disappeared. Haiming sneered coldly. Why waste so many words? Why not just tie him up and take him away? Peng Tsang looked at him and smiled bitterly. Do you really think the two of us can tie him up and bring him back? Haiming's eyes darkened. Just a mage. No matter how powerful, if he's up close to me, he can't even cast a spell. Peng Tsang shook his head. Did you forget the Beast Tide day? The boss hit him several times, and he was fine. His shield was ridiculously thick. Can you break it? He sighed. The boss told us to treat him with respect. If you mess around, do you think the boss won't take you down first? Haiming twitched the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. On the other side, Gandalf sent piles of blueprints and materials into Yezi's top-tier forge. Yezi immediately closed the door and started working. This time, they were crafting a full set of epic equipment. Star and Moon set. Even if he is an SS-level divine craftsman, he dare not be careless. Fortunately, there are enough materials, so he can afford to fail more than 10 times. Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness and, after giving Yezi the order to forge with full effort, no longer allowed himself to be distracted. He believes that Jiha AI will not make mistakes. After the arrangements were made, Zhou Huai settled Gandalf into the safe house that Fubo had rented in advance. As soon as the door opened, the old butler was already waiting. Young master. Uncle Fu saluted respectfully. Everything is done. As you instructed, Gandalf's identity has been secretly registered as a current candidate at Donghai No. 1 High School. This is his exam admission ticket. Uncle Fu handed over a finely crafted crystal card. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to take it and glanced at it. No one at the school noticed. Uncle Fu shook his head, his expression resolute. The old servant contacted an old friend at the Education Bureau and directly added the name into the system. The principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School didn't even know that a new candidate suddenly appeared at his school. Zhou Huai nodded. Uncle Fu's work has always been trustworthy. Now everything is ready. Only the final step remains. Once Ouyang Zi completes crafting the epic level, Star, and Moon set, Gandalf will be able to enter the examination room at his strongest state. Meanwhile, the largest underground trading center in Donghai City. The resurrected Yasuo wore a black trench coat, his hat brim pulled low, blending into the crowd. The air was filled with the pungent smell of medicine and the clashing sound of metal. Brand new level 20 battle axe. Armor piercing. High price offered for magical beast crystal cores. The calls of the vendors rose and fell in succession. Zhou Huai ignored these and headed straight for the skill scroll stall. The stall owner was a lean, middle-aged man with sharp eyes. "Brother, what do you want?" "I have the most comprehensive general skills, and the prices are fair." There were all kinds of professions. Exclusive skills had to be learned through leveling up or quests. But some basic skills could be learned directly using scrolls. These were the general skills. Archers could learn Eagle Eye and Quickness. Mages can learn Meditation and Elemental Affinity. Swordsmen have Basic Swordsmanship and Block. Yasuo spoke softly. Sword Chi, Throwing. One of each. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out 2 scrolls. Sword Chi is 5,000. Throwing is 3,000, 8,000 in total. Yasuo didn't haggle and paid directly. The scrolls turned into 2 beams of light and entered his body. Information instantly integrated and comprehended. He has already mastered these 2 skills. The previous battle exposed his fatal weakness. No long-range capabilities. After mastering this sword Chi, he finally gained a long-range technique. Although the range is short, it's still better than fighting face-to-face. By contrast, he values that skill more. Throwing. Simply put, it's about forcefully throwing what you have in your hand. It looks ordinary, even a bit useless. But a crazy idea suddenly popped into Zhou Huai's mind. If the seal of lightning flash is attached to a dart, just as the dart is about to hit, detonate the seal and teleport over instantly. What kind of effect would that be? Isn't this exactly the signature move of the Yellow Flash from his previous life, the Flying Thunder God? Thinking of that scene of darting across the battlefield in flashes of lightning, his heart warmed instantly. He immediately went to the weapon shop and spent a few $100 on a large pack of black iron darts. Then he left the city and found a patch of wasteland to start testing. A streak of electricity flashed at his fingertips. Mark of Thunder successfully attached. He flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The dart turned into a cold gleam, heading straight for the withered tree 100 meters away. Zhou Huai stared fixedly at the spinning dart. "It's right now?" Swish! Yasuo vanished on the spot, transforming into a streak of lightning. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the withered tree, his palm firmly pressing on the dart about to pierce the tree trunk. The momentum was instantly neutralized. Not a fraction of a difference in position. Zhou Huai's breath caught. It worked. It really worked. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and took out 5 more darts. Flashes of electricity streaked, 5 marks attaching simultaneously. He suddenly threw the darts in 5 directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Cold light scattered in all directions. The next moment, Yasuo's figure completely transformed into a ghostly apparition. Swish, swish, swish. He kept flashing between the 5 darts. One moment he was on the boulder to the left, the next he appeared between the cliffs on the right. His figure was elusive, as fast as a lightning bolt. Zhou Huai was having a blast. At the moment of teleporting to land, he threw out another dart, chaining the second and third teleports in a row. Thunderclaps flashed randomly in the valley. Yasuo's figure was so fast that the naked eye couldn't track him at all, leaving only streaks of lightning-like afterimages tearing through the air. Unbelievably handsome. Simply explosive. The only problem is it consumes too much mana. Every dash burns 100 mana points. Yasuo now has nearly 3,000 mana, so at most he can dash a little over 20 times. Any more than that, and he'd run out. But that's already enough for actual combat. Throwing knives aren't a problem either. They're very cheap. Zhou Huai went straight to the trading center, buying wholesale by the box, sweeping up tens of thousands of items at once, all stuffed into Yasuo's storage ring. Ample ammunition. Once everything was ready, he had Yasuo take the newly created alt, Xiangyu, out of the city to level up. Xiangyu had to develop as quickly as possible. Only with this tank holding the line would his fragile main character be truly safe. 2 days flew by. Donghai City, Blacksmith Guild. Top-level Forbidden Forge Room. Ding! A clear, resonant hammer strike echoed through the room. Uyezi slowly put down the divine craftsman's hammer and exhaled a breath of stale air. In front of him, 5 pieces of equipment floated quietly. Robe, gauntlets, boots, leggings, crown. Stars and moonlight flowed, runes gleamed, and a sense of oppression washed over. Ding! Epic set star and moon set, forged successfully. At the same time, Zhou Huai suddenly sat up from the bed. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curved upward. Outside the window, the sky was slightly brightening. The city was waking up. The annual nationwide professional university entrance exam officially began. Inside the forging room, Oyezi silently handed over the last piece of leg armor. Gandalf took it and finished putting it on. The entire star and moon set lit up instantly, soft and mysterious, as if draping the night sky over the body. Zhou Huai moved his mind and brought up the panel. Clone, Gandalf. Profession, the only hidden profession, SS-level forbidden spellcaster. Level, LV20, 125801/1500000. Health, 6710/6710. Mana, 15111/15111. Strength, 980. Agility, 886. Stamina, 891. Mental strength, 2889. Magic damage, 6087. Physical defense, 501. Magic resistance, 1089. Zhou Huai's breath caught. These attributes are already on par with those of level 40 to 50 professionals. The basic bonuses of the Star Moon suit are not top tier, but the suit's effects are extremely powerful. Gandalf's elemental mastery already reduces cooldown by 30%, plus an additional 30% from the set. Oyezi rolled two 5% cooldown stats again. The total cooldown reduction is ridiculously high. Meteor Shower cooldown dropped from 60 seconds to 13 seconds. Thousand Mile Ice Seal dropped from 90 seconds to 40 seconds. Arcane Barrier now only takes 26 seconds. The shield isn't broken yet, and a new one is already ready. Gravity Field cooldown also pushed down to 52 seconds. After level 20, Gandalf awakens his ultimate skill. Forbidden Spell Fierce Blade Storm covers 2,000 meters, lasts 30 seconds, with terrifying damage. Originally a 600-second cooldown, now less than 5 minutes. The only cost is high mana consumption. Besides that, Oyezi also forges a new staff. Core of Fire Explosion Epic requires level 20. Magic damage plus 350. Spirit plus 150. Fudai Jinung Split Fireball. Effect: consumes 200 mana, fires a fireball that splits into 3 smaller fireballs upon hitting, dealing secondary damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown 10 seconds. The attributes of this staff are indeed not impressive compared to Gandalf's current stats. But what Zhou Huai values is this attached small skill. It is a rare affix that only appears when Oyezi's forging luck explodes. It just perfectly compensates for Gandalf's lack of small skills, preventing him from always having to use ultimate moves, like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Ready. Gandalf turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Outside the door, Lin Wei watched in disbelief as he swaggered off wearing a full set of epic gear. That was a complete set of epic equipment. Any single piece would cause a bidding war at an auction. Oyezi spent 2 days and 2 nights without sleep to forge it. And in the end, it was just given away. No money was received. Lin Wei's mind was in a complete mess. The cold-faced swordsman wearing a mask a few days ago was just like this. He took the equipment and left without even a thank you. But Oyezi didn't lose his temper at all. Yet now, countless guilds and noble families are lining up outside to send money. They're offering millions just to get a piece of equipment. All of them are turned away by Oyezi with a simple no time. Lin Wei always thought this set of equipment was prepared for the heirs of top-tier forces. Who would have thought it would be taken directly by an unknown mage? She finally couldn't resist and carefully leaned closer. Master, who was that person just now? Oyezi stopped his actions, his face expressionless. Friend. 2 words, crisp and clear. As the words fell, the door slammed shut heavily. Bang! Lin Wei shuddered from the shock. Friend. She stood still, her heart in turmoil. Just friends. What kind of friend would let you give away a multi-million epic set just like that? Lin Wei's heart was in turmoil. Envy, jealousy, and an uncontrollable longing. To be honest, she also wanted to stand by his side. What if she could be his girlfriend? The moment the thought popped up, her face instantly flushed red, and she quickly shook her head. But no matter what, she couldn't shake off Oyezi's focused and stern profile. The clear tapping sound echoed again in the forge room as he had already immersed himself in the next round of forging. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gandalf left the guild and arrived at the entrance of Donghai No. 1 High School. The square was filled with buses, and students crowded the school gate, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. Zhou Huai controlled his character, preparing to join the team to attend the major exam in Jiangning City, the provincial capital. All examinees would gather there for assessment. Over 100 students were gathered at the school gate, waiting for attendance. Zhou Huai scanned around. The number of students this year was noticeably fewer. The exam threshold was level 15, and many had been eliminated early. He walked up to the registration teacher and handed over his admission ticket. Gandalf. The teacher frowned, having no recollection of that name. But he didn't ask any further. Every year, a few unfamiliar faces would appear, mostly repeat students or those who got in through connections. As long as they weren't overage and their level didn't exceed the limit, the authorities turned a blind eye. After confirming the information was accurate, the teacher casually cast a detection spell on Gandalf. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. LV-20, a max-level candidate taking the exam. He was even more certain in his heart. This person was 9 times out of 10 a repeating student. In recent days, frequent beast tides had occurred, and many students dared not leave the city to level up. It was considered good if a current year student could reach level 15. Reaching level 20 clearly meant enduring an extra year. Thinking of this, his expression grew colder by a few degrees. Go sit in the last row. He pointed to the back of the bus, his tone indifferent. Speak less. Zhou Huai signaled Gandalf to nod and got into the car, sitting down in the corner of the last row. As soon as he settled down, the chatter inside the car quieted. Curious, scrutinizing, even jealous eyes all fixed on his shimmering star and moon outfit. Damn, what kind of gear is that? It looks insanely powerful. How much would this full set of mage gear cost? Does our school have this kind of person? Better not mess with him. Feels like he has connections. Zhou Huai was too lazy to bother and closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair to rest. Students boarded the bus one after another. Only Lu Qi, surrounded by a group of people, got into the luxury car arranged by the Zhou family. He rolled down the window, glanced at the crowded bus, and had a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. The convoy quickly set off, heading west toward Jiangning City. For safety, the military had cleared the dangerous beasts along the way in advance. Heavily armored soldiers rode war beasts patrolling back and forth, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. 2 hours later, the convoy smoothly entered the city. Jiangning City was more prosperous and magnificent than Donghai City. The 100-meter-high city wall stood like a steel beast between heaven and earth, giving people a sense of security. The bus drove into the city and stopped at a huge square. Gandalf followed the crowd off the bus. The square was filled with school buses from various cities. Dozens of buses and over 1,000 examinees gathered together, creating quite an impressive scene. Zhou Huai scanned the crowd and quickly spotted a familiar figure among the team from the second high school. Yishi was surrounded by several girls, her face tense, hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Clearly extremely nervous, yet pretending to be calm. Zhou Huai looked as if he wanted to laugh. He shifted his thoughts, and his consciousness returned to his body. Zhou Huai took out his phone and skillfully sent a message to Yishi. Good luck on the big exam, relax. You're so talented, a top university is guaranteed. On the other side, Yishi was taking deep breaths when her phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down and saw it was Zhou Huai. Her previously tense little face instantly brightened, and the panic in her heart immediately dissipated. She typed quickly but refused to show any weakness in her words. Brother Zhou Huai, I'm not nervous at all. Humph. Besides, I don't want to go to any top-tier university. It's enough just to get into Dongning Academy. Zhou Huai was a bit surprised. Why? With your talent, going to the imperial capital or magic city would be no problem. The message was almost instant. Because those places are too far from you. I won't be able to see you anymore. Dongning Academy is in Jiangning City, so I can come back to Donghai City to see you when there's a holiday. Zhou Huai stared at the screen, feeling a warmth in his heart. That girl. He shook his head and smiled wryly. All right. If she were in Jiangning, if something really happened, he could send an avatar over to protect her. At that moment, buzz, the ground of the square suddenly lit up, runes spreading in circles, ancient array patterns instantly covering the entire place. The air suddenly grew heavy. All the noise was suppressed. A cold and authoritative voice came from the broadcast. All examinees, attention, maintain silence. The major exam is about to begin. The voice sounded again, without a hint of warmth. Those who are 20 years old, or below level 15, or above level 20, must leave immediately. I'll repeat it once more. Those who are 20 years old, or below level 15, or above level 20, must leave immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Nearly 1,000 candidates looked at each other, the suppressed agitation in the crowd slowly exploding. What a joke! My brother was 20 last year and could take the exam. Why can't he this year? Not allowed if above level 20? What kind of rule is that? Don't take it seriously, it's definitely just to scare us. They say this every year. There were low murmurs among the crowd, but no one dared to move. Everyone was holding on to hope, thinking it was just a pre-exam scare tactic. The next second, the ancient runes on the square's ground suddenly lit up, the bright light blinding. My legs won't move. It hurts so much. Help! Screams erupted instantly as dozens of students fell to the ground convulsing without warning, covered in cold sweat. The light was like invisible chains, pinning them firmly in place, the pain nearly causing them to faint. The broadcast sounded again, chilling to the bone. Why is there always someone who doesn't listen to what I say? Don't harbor any illusions here. Several teams of uniformed personnel rushed into the venue, expressionless, carrying people away one by one with decisive movements, showing no sympathy at all. The square quickly fell silent. The remaining examinees kept their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly. Not until the last person was dragged away did the voice return to normal, now announcing the rules. This year's major exam is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the provincial exam. The second round is the national exam. Only the top 5 in the provincial exam qualify to represent Dongning Province in the national exam, competing for the national top scorer. So, most people first focus on doing well in the provincial exam. Next, I will announce the rules for the provincial exam. You will be transported to the assessment location, the Tower of Revelation. Each person will enter an independent trial space. The Tower of Revelation has 18 floors. Only upon stepping onto the 10th level will you come into the sight of the examiners from the major academies. They will give a comprehensive evaluation based on your performance inside the tower. A quick reminder. Only by reaching the 13th level can one have the chance to enter top institutions like the Imperial Capital or Demon City. But that doesn't guarantee admission. The final criteria still depend on performance in the dungeon. Support classes need not worry. The assessment will be tailored according to the characteristics of each profession. Zhou Huai's consciousness resided inside Gandalf's body, frowning deeply as he listened. Another tower again. From the trial tower to the Tower of Revelation. Why is this world so obsessed with climbing towers? The broadcast continued. Rule 2. After entering the instance, recovery items can be used up to 5 times. Whether restoring health or mana, the total number must not exceed 5 times. All amplification-type items are prohibited from use. Violators will be disqualified. Rule 3. Candidates who have reached level 20 are not allowed to use level 20 ultimate skills during the assessment period. Violators will also be disqualified. Additionally, the difficulty for level 20 candidates has been increased by 50%. As soon as the words fell, the crowd instantly erupted. What? We can't use ultimate skills. I worked so hard to reach level 20 just for this one move. The difficulty is up by 50%. I should have stopped at level 19. A burly man was so angry his face flushed red and his fists clenched tightly. But the broadcast remained completely steady. The rules have been fully announced. Wishing everyone success. As the words fell, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The black dot rapidly enlarged, like a falling meteor. In the blink of an eye, the shadow spread across the sky, pressing down. The square and half of Jiangning City were engulfed. Everyone looked up. A giant tower hung in the sky. The tower body was pitch black like ink, seeming to swallow the light. Blue runes flowed on the tower, exuding a heavy oppressive force. The tower was so tall that its top could not be seen, piercing straight into the clouds. Is that the Tower of Revelation? Is this not an illusion? Exclamations rose one after another. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to look up at the giant tower, feeling a slight tension in his heart. No wonder this is the grand exam. The moment it made a move, it showed such a spectacle. The next second, a blue pillar of light lit up at the base of the tower. A pillar of light fell straight down, enveloping all the candidates. Zhou Huai's vision blurred. A gentle yet irresistible force engulfed him. When he came to, he was no longer in the noisy square. The surroundings were empty and deserted. He had been sent into a huge tall tower. Inside the tower was dim, with runes slowly flowing on the walls, barely illuminating the space. He stood on the lowest level. Looking up, the heart of the tower was a hollow circular structure, with stone railings on several upper floors faintly visible. The railing was carved with twisted and bizarre patterns, exuding an oppressive sense of ominousness. A huge, ancient bronze bell hung from the top of the tower. The body of the bell is covered with green rust, mottled by time, heavy and desolate. Zhou Huai manipulated Gandalf to look around. The base of the tower was wide, as large as 2 football fields. Gandalf stood alone, looking particularly small. He searched around, but found no stairs leading to the upper level. While still in doubt, a cold broadcast voice sounded inside the tower. The bronze bell rings. The assessment begins. Time limit, 10 hours. Those who receive fatal injuries will be transported out of the tower. No sooner had the words fallen. Clang. The ancient bell at the top of the tower suddenly tolled. The bell's sound was deep and lingering, as if directly striking the soul, making people's hearts tremble. The next moment, on the open ground dozens of meters ahead of Gandalf, white lights kept appearing. The light fades away. Dozens of menacing, strange beasts appeared at the base of the tower. They were entirely pitch black, shaped like wolves, but without physical form. Their bodies were made of twisted shadows. Pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto Gandalf in the darkness. Shadow swamp hunting lizards. A total of 50, and all were LV-20. At the same time, Dongning Province, Jiangning City. The top floor of a heavily guarded building. This was the chief exam room for the current major test. After the Tower of Revelation was activated, hundreds of screens lit up simultaneously. Data flowed like a waterfall. Each piece of information represented the real-time status of a candidate. Staff members stared intently at the screens, their fingers rapidly typing on keyboards, ready to troubleshoot any abnormalities. In the center of the office, beside a huge rosewood round table, several middle-aged individuals with calm demeanors held teacups, their expressions composed. They were the chief examiners of this provincial exam. Old Li, this year in Dongning Province, are there any promising talents? The examiner in a Zhongshan suit put down his teacup and asked softly. Chief Coordinator Old Li sighed and shook his head. Difficult. There are a few at A level, their talent is pretty good. But compared to S level, the gap is too big. He blew on the tea leaves, his eyes full of helplessness. This year's national exam will probably just be running alongside again. The capital produced 2 S levels. There is one in Magic City too, and it is an extremely rare and unique hidden profession. The slightly plump examiner next to him replied with a wry smile. Ranked 13th last year, which was the best result in nearly a decade. I'll be satisfied if we can maintain a top 15 this year. The examiner in a Zhongshan suit frowned. Actually, we originally had a chance. A genius recently appeared in Donghai City, suspected to be S level. Cleared the trial tower in 19 hours, breaking the provincial record. He suddenly slammed the teacup on the table. The result just came out, and it was immediately targeted by the Dawn Guild. The person is gone. Such a pity. Upon hearing Dawn Guild, several chief examiners' expressions simultaneously darkened. These people are the cancer of Great Xia. How many good seedlings have they abducted, even directly strangled? They should have sent troops long ago to uproot them completely. Old Li snorted coldly. It's not that simple. They are elusive, slippery like rats. Every core member is ridiculously strong. If we could catch them early, we would have. Now we can only strengthen protection. Saving one is better than none. The office fell into silence. the air heavy and suffocating. At that moment, a staff member suddenly stood up and rushed over anxiously. Lee, Chief Examiner Lee. He hurriedly rushed to the round table, bent down to lower his voice, and was sweating nervously. There's something wrong with the candidate's data. You'd better go have a look quickly. Old Lee frowned. What happened? Only a few minutes have passed? The other examiners also couldn't sit still and stood up one after another. Let's go and take a look. A few of them followed the staff to a computer flashing red lights. A few lines of data on the screen were particularly glaring. Candidate name, Gandalf. Candidate level, LV20. Profession, unknown. Current level, 7th level. Oldley glanced at his watch. The exam had only been going on for 7 minutes. 7 minutes, 7th level? This can't be possible, right? The slightly chubby examiner widened his eyes. Is the system wrong? Who can be this fast? The staff wiped the cold sweat off their brow. I also thought it was a data anomaly. But after checking several times, the system is perfectly fine. Old Lee's expression darkened. If the system has no problems, there is only one explanation. This guy called Gandalf is cheating. Can you adjust the live footage? He whispered. The staff shook their head. You have to get to the 10th floor to access the surveillance. Then we wait. The examiner in a Zhongshan suit crossed his arms, staring at the screen. At this pace, we'll reach the 10th floor soon. No sooner had the words fallen. The number of floors jumped again. Current level, 8th level. Exactly 8 minutes. The office instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the row of numbers, their faces turning pale. It really was 1 level per minute. Doubt turned into certainty. This was blatant cheating. Too outrageous. The slightly overweight examiner murmured. Even if cheating, it shouldn't be this fast. The beasts in the first few floors of the Tower of Revelation aren't considered strong, but their numbers are terrifying. Don't even mention packs of ferocious beasts. Even if all the enemies were pigs standing still for him to kill, it's impossible to clear 8 floors in 8 minutes. Old Lee's face was dark and gloomy. He stared at the screen without saying a word. In his heart, he had already sentenced the candidate named Gandalf to death. When he reached the 10th floor and obtained the evidence, he would be severely punished without mercy. It was necessary to make an example out of him. Time passed bit by bit. The office was so quiet that you could hear the sound of breathing. Everyone was staring at the screen. 2 minutes later, the number jumps to 2 digits. Current floor, 10th floor. We've arrived. Immediately pull up his live feed. Old Lee almost shouted. The staff quickly operated. The screen flashed. The scene of the 10th floor appeared clearly. A young man draped in a star and moon robe slowly stepped onto the stairs. His expression was calm, and his steps unhurried. The corridor ahead was crowded with strange beasts. Shadow swamp hunting lizards, bloodthirsty mad wolves, spiked porcupines. Over 100 of them. Their scarlet beast eyes all locked onto him. The next moment, the beasts roared and charged, like a black tide engulfing everything. Facing such a formation, he merely lifted his staff. No stepping back even half a step. His lips moved slightly. With a boom, the screen shook violently. 5 meteorites burning with eerie green flames tore through the darkness atop the tower, crashing down fiercely, precisely covering the entire herd of beasts. The earth cracked open. Flames surged. The 10th floor instantly turned into a hellscape. Flames roared, and the strange beasts inside howled and struggled, quickly being burned to charcoal. Less than 5 seconds, everything was over. The flames faded. The 10th floor, originally crowded with over 100 strange beasts, was left only with ruins and debris. Those still standing were less than 30%. The examination room was deathly silent. Everyone was frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to speak. Chief Examiner Lao Li stared at the screen, his eyes red, his Adam's apple bobbing as he squeezed out a sentence. What exactly is this profession? No one answered. Eerie green flames, meteorites falling from the sky, destructive power that cleared the field in seconds. Everyone present racked their memory but couldn't match it. Could he have used illegal equipment? The slightly chubby examiner said tensely. Can you tell? Old Lee stared at the calm figure on the screen. That person didn't look like they were taking an exam, more like taking a walk. He shook his head. Can't tell at all. He took a deep breath, his gaze darkened, and he looked at the flustered staff beside him. Activate the eye of inquiry. I want all his data. Yes. The staff hurried back to the console, fingers flying as they typed commands, inserted the identity chip card, and pressed the red button forcefully. There was a buzzing sound. The dome crystal ball lit up, an invisible beam of light piercing through space, directly shooting at the Tower of Revelation. The Tower of Revelation, the 10th floor. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, about to step onto the stairs leading to the 11th floor. He suddenly stopped and looked up into the empty space at the top of the tower. Just now, he felt a sensation of being watched. It flashed by quickly, no danger. He didn't think much of it. Most likely, the proctor was scouting. Zhou Huai withdrew his gaze and continued upstairs. Inside the examination room, after the Eye of Exploration was activated, the data on the screen began to jump wildly. A brand new data panel slowly unfolded after a few seconds. Name, Gandalf. Occupation, Forbidden Spell Mage. Level, LV20. Strength, 980. Agility, 886. Stamina, 891. Willpower, 2,889. Hiss. The room was filled with sounds of sharp inhalations. Forbidden Spell Mage? Just hearing the name was daunting. The slightly chubby examiner rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Quick, check his stats. Level 20 and already has stats like this? Mental strength is almost 3,000. Someone's voice trembled. Could he be hiding his real level? Chief Examiner Li's expression grew serious, dismissing the idea outright. Impossible. The probe eye is directly connected to the Federation's mainframe and has never been wrong. The system shows level 20, so it is level 20. The examiner in the Zhongshan suit suppressed his excitement as he spoke. The problem can only be in the professional grade. To have this kind of attribute at level 20, it has to be at least S-level. He half said it, then denied it. No, even S-level isn't this exaggerated. I've seen those two S-levels in the Imperial capital. They're nowhere near him. The air froze instantly. Someone whispered, could it be SS-level? The two words SS-level hit like a hammer. Xia hasn't produced a new SS-level in decades. That is the country's trump card, an existence capable of changing the entire landscape. If it really happened in Dongning province, the entire national landscape will change. Chief Examiner Li suddenly slammed the table. Order it immediately. All information about Gandalf is classified as top secret. Whoever dares to leak it will be severely punished without pity. His cold and sharp gaze swept across the entire room. Contact the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School immediately and have him come to see me at once. This Gandalf appeared too suddenly, as if he had popped up out of thin air. He had to find out the truth. Before long, Tian Wenba, principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, was brought into the exam monitoring office, drenched in sweat and looking dazed. His heart pounded nervously. Could it be that a student cheated and even disturbed Chief Examiner Li? If that were really the case, his old reputation would be completely ruined. Tian Wenba hurried forward, forcing out an awkward smile. Li, old Li, you're looking for me. Chief Examiner Li told him to sit down. Don't be nervous. I'm asking you personally. Do you know a candidate named Gandalf? Gandalf. Tian Wenba was even more confused. Who's there? Chief Examiner Li's gaze darkened. He's a student at your No. 1 high school, and you have no impression of him at all? Sweat immediately broke out on Tian Wenba's forehead. The school has many students. I can't remember them all. Did something happen to him? He hurriedly expressed his stance. If it's cheating, I'll expel him immediately, no cover-ups. However, Chief Examiner Li smiled. You misunderstood. I'm not pursuing responsibility. He stared at Tian Wenba. I'm here to congratulate you. Your No. 1 high school has produced a top-tier prodigy. Top-tier prodigy? Tian Wenba was completely stunned. This year, the only one who could be considered good enough was Lu Qi, but he was in poor form, barely reaching level 15, capable of handling 10 floors, struggling with 13 floors, let alone being called a top-tier prodigy. As for Gandalf, he truly had no impression. Seeing his reaction, Examiner Li was even more convinced that there was a problem. Since you're not clear on this, you can go back for now. After the big exam is over, you will naturally understand. After speaking, he had someone send away Principal Tian, who was still confused, and immediately returned to the computer. On the screen, Gandalf had already rushed to the 11th level. There were even more strange beasts on this level, and an elite boss appeared. The scene was perilous, but he did not retreat in the slightest. He cast forbidden spells continuously, clearing the mobs first, then faced the boss head-on while enduring its attacks. The shield absorbed all the damage, leaving him unscathed. With a wave of his staff, split fireballs launched a furious counterattack. A single mage, yet fighting like a madman. The eerie green flame transformed into a giant python, tightly coiling around the boss. In less than 2 minutes, the elite monster that could have troubled a level 20 team let out a miserable scream and collapsed. Simple, brutal, and shocking. After proctoring for so many years, it's the first time I've seen such a fierce candidate, someone whispered. But Chief Examiner Lee only smiled meaningfully. No matter what Gandalf's background was, as long as he participated in the grand exam in Dongning Province, he was one of theirs. He seemed to already envision the startled reactions of other provinces on the day of the national exam. Apocalypse Tower, 12th floor. The last strange beast turned to ashes in the green flames. Only 2 words remained in Zhou Huai's mind. Is that all? It's not that the tower is too weak, but Gandalf is too strong. Level 20, Epic Set, SS rank Forbidden Spellcaster taking the new student exam. It was complete domination. Only 15 minutes. At this speed, he could clear the 18th floor in less than an hour. Too fast. It was almost suspicious. This was not what he wanted. System, activate AI core, standby on site. He turned over and pulled the quilt up. Sleep for a few hours first. Meanwhile, in the invigilation office, the atmosphere quietly tensed. On the huge screen, the light that representing Gandalf stopped on the 12th floor, motionless. Why isn't he moving? The slightly overweight examiner frowned. Stuck? Or not planning to rush up anymore? The examiner in the Zhongshan suit stroked his chin and said, probably ran out of magic power and is recovering. Those moves just now were too powerful. There must be a cost. That's right. He's leading by so much, no rush. Everyone nodded, all feeling it made sense. But an hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The light point still stayed in the same place, as if dead. The atmosphere began to change. Does the recovery really take this long? Could it be that something really happened to him? The murmurs grew louder and louder. The chief examiner, Old Lee, who had been silent all along, suddenly laughed. He picked up his teacup and spoke leisurely. This kid is even craftier than I thought. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. He stopped on purpose. Old Lee sipped his tea, passing through too quickly and too conspicuously. He wanted to wait for the others, to lower his heat. He put down the teacup, his eyes full of meaning. Unfortunately, he didn't know that from the moment he stepped onto the 10th floor, we had him in our sights. Tower of Apocalypse, 3rd floor. Lu Qi leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, sweat streaming down his face. The strange beasts ahead were still closing in, his eyes full of irritation. Too slow. At this pace, let alone the 13th level, even the 10th level would be difficult. It's all that damn Yeso's fault. He gritted his teeth, blaming everything on that person who was already dead. If he hadn't been held back, he would have risen higher long ago. His level wasn't enough, making it hard to fight these strange beasts. No, he couldn't stop. Lu Qi looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took something out from the spatial ring. It was a mask. The mask was carved from an unknown type of black wood, the grain twisted to form a grotesque, agonized ghost face. The 2 jet black eye sockets resembled abysses, seemingly capable of swallowing light, radiating an intense malevolence. This was something the butler had acquired at a high price from the black market. It is said to drastically boost a person's strength. A flicker of hesitation passed through Lu Qi's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by greed. He gritted his teeth and fastened the cold mask onto his face. Buzz! A piercing chill exploded instantly, rushing through every limb and bone. His whole body convulsed, as if something was gnawing inside his bones. Agonizing pain and strength tore wildly within him. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head. A sinister, eerie laugh squeezed out from the throat, no longer resembling a human voice. He raised his hand and casually waved toward the beast pack. A dark purple fireball shot out wildly. Its size was larger than before, the core of the fire glowing with a strange, eerie bluish hue. Boom! The fireball exploded among the beasts. Several strange beasts were engulfed by flames and turned into pus before they could even let out a scream. Awesome! So awesome! Lu Qi felt the surging power, completely insane. With it, I will be first in the provincial exam. He laughed uncontrollably. But he didn't notice that every time he struck, tiny black threads would seep out from under the mask, quietly crawling into his flesh, intertwining with his blood and muscle. 6 hours later, most of the candidates were still desperately climbing floors in the tower. Zhou Huai, however, stretched lazily on the bed and yawned slowly. He reconnected with Gandalf and issued the order to continue the challenge. Gandalf, silent for a long time, stood up. He stepped onto the stairs leading to the 13th floor. Still, the forbidden spell swept across. Still, it was a complete rampage all the way. Under the control of the intelligence core, his tower climbing continued. The 13th floor, the 14th floor, finally stopped at the 15th floor. Zhou Huai was very satisfied. This result was enough to secure a spot in the top 5 of the provincial exam. Pushing any higher was pointless and would only attract too much attention. Several more hours passed. The bell suddenly rang, marking the end of the 10-hour assessment. A flash of white light, and all the candidates were transported back to Jiangning City Square. The crowd instantly exploded. Someone rushed up to the 10th floor, so excited they kept shouting that the Ordinary Academy is secured. Someone was ambushed by monsters and only made it to the 7th floor, deeply regretful. Some people were so scared they broke down and cried on the spot. The outer square was already packed with major guilds. They stared at the failed candidates, loudly calling people over. Failing the exam doesn't matter. Joining a guild can still turn things around. The broadcast suddenly quieted the entire venue. The provincial exam has ended. Results will be reviewed by various universities. Admission notices will be sent out in a week. Those who don't receive one have failed. But this only applies to those who have reached the 10th level. If you haven't even reached the 10th level, you can go find a guild. The air suddenly froze. The announcement of the top 5 begins. First, Gandalf from Donghai No. 1 High School. Second, Lu Qi from Donghai No. 1 High School. Third, Shin Fuhai from Jiangning No. 1 High School. Fourth, Yuan Kai from Jiangning No. 2 High School. Fifth, Yishi from Donghai No. 2 High School. The 5 remain on site, ready for tomorrow's national exam. Quickly, the staff led Gandalf down the corridor and pushed open the heavy door. Behind the door was a spacious lounge. Lu Qi, Yishi, and 2 other boys had already arrived. Some were sitting, some standing. Their expressions varied, but all showed signs of exhaustion. Their clothes were covered in dust and had tears, clearly from struggling desperately in the Tower of Apocalypse. Lu Qi was actually in the best condition. His face was pale, but his spirits were unusually high, as he spoke incessantly to Yishi. Yishi, I really didn't expect you to squeeze into the top 5. The tone is full of condescension. Looks like you haven't wasted your time recently. Yishi crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. If you can get in, why can't I? Lu Qi didn't get angry but laughed instead, growing even more confident. Well said. He stepped forward, raising his voice. Since we are all representatives of Dongning Province, let me make myself clear first. Tomorrow's national exam will be entirely under my control. If anyone drags their feet, don't blame me for losing my temper. Shin Fuhai was slightly overweight, Yuan Kai tall and thin, both their faces darkened. For what reason? Shin Fuhai frowned. Because I'm stronger than you. Lu Qi lifted his chin, showing no concealment of his arrogance. In the provincial exam, I reached the 14th level. And you? The air suddenly fell silent. Shin Fuhai and Yuan Kai's faces tightened. Yishi was also stunned. They gave their all and finally stepped onto the 13th level. Lu Qi forcibly added one more level. Seeing the reactions of the 3, Lu Qi felt like he was about to float. Do you understand? Follow me tomorrow, and I'll help you get results. Just as he was immersed in this sense of control, the door was pushed open. Gandalf walked in. Lu Qi's words abruptly stopped. Everyone's gaze turned over in unison. The newcomer wore a robe embroidered with stars and crescent moons, radiating a restrained brilliance and an imposing aura. Tall and upright, handsome-faced, with deep eyes and steady steps. The entire lounge fell silent instantly. Compared to the disheveled state of the other four in the room, he looked too clean to have just come out of a bloody battle. He seemed more like a noble young master visiting. Lu Qi stared at Gandalf, his eyes gradually cooling. He narrowed his eyes and spoke first. "You are Gandalf?" Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, only glanced at him coldly, as if he hadn't heard, and directly walked towards the other three, showing a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Gandalf." Yi Shi, Shin Fuhai, and Yuan Kai were all stunned. But that obvious kindness made them instinctively relax. Yi Shi reacted first, smiling brightly. "Hello, my name is Yi Shi. Shin Fuhai." The slightly chubby young man scratched his head and smiled. Yuan Kai, the tall, thin boy, nodded. Lu Qi, who was being treated like air, instantly darkened his face. The anger surged straight to the top of the head. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" He rushed forward in a few steps, almost pressing against Gandalf's face. "Are you also from Donghai No. 1 High School? How come I haven't seen you before?" Zhou Huai finally turned his head, his eyes cold. "Where did this dog come from?" The voice was soft but clear. "Barking around here. You're asking for death." Lu Qi was so angry he trembled, raising his hand to condense fire. "Stop!" A sharp shout at the door. A teacher quickly stepped in, his face gloomy. "Want to fight? Do you believe I can disqualify you from the national exam right now?" The charisma around Lu Qi instantly dissipated. No matter how arrogant, no one dares to joke with their future. He stared hard at Gandalf, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. "Just you wait." The five were then taken out of the lounge and into a larger office. Inside the room sat Chief Examiner Li and two other examiners. 3 pairs of eyes were like knives, scanning back and forth over them. "Sit down." Chief Examiner Li's voice was low and powerful. He only spoke after everyone sat down. "Congratulations on making it through the provincial exam. We've all seen your performance. Very good." His tone then deepened. "But the provincial exam is just a warm-up. The real battlefield is the national exam. I hope you all give it one more shot to bring some honor to Dongning. As long as you rank in the national exam, besides the national rewards, the province will definitely not treat you unfairly. The rooms are ready. Go back and rest. Adjust your state." "Yes." The 5 responded in unison, standing up to leave. "Gandalf, you stay?" Chief Examiner Li suddenly spoke. "I have something to ask you alone." Zhou Huai's heart tightened, but his face showed no ripple. He commanded Gandalf to stop and sat back on the sofa. After Yi Shi and the others left with confusion, the door closed, and the air instantly grew heavy. Chief Examiner Li held the teacup but did not drink, just slowly stirring the tea leaves. "Gandalf." He looked up, his gaze sharp. "You surprise me a lot. It also makes me very confused. There is no one like you at Donghai No. 1 High School. You seem to have appeared out of nowhere." The teacup fell on the table, making a light sound. "Where exactly did you come from? What's your purpose in taking the major exam? Give me a reasonable answer." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 examiners also stared at him intently. A suffocating sense of oppression was overwhelming. Zhou Huai sighed inwardly. Sure enough, he had been targeted. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength was evident. Fortunately, he had already prepared an explanation. Gandalf looked up and met Examiner Li's gaze, his expression calm. "Examiner, I am indeed from East Sea. I come from a certain family, but it is inconvenient to disclose the specific name." He spread out his hands, speaking calmly. "It hasn't been easy for my family to nurture me. Until I have absolute confidence, I must stay low-key. If something goes wrong halfway, all the previous efforts will be wasted." He smiled slightly, his gaze resolute. "As for the goal, I aim to top the national exam. My family is counting on me to make a breakthrough and lift the family out of hardship." Examiner Li listened quietly, expression unchanged, but inwardly he approved. It made sense. Look at that sky-high priced epic gear he's wearing. Without the backing of a major family, there's no way to get it. In Donghai City, only the Zhou, Yi, and Sun families have that kind of foundation. Zhou Luqi from the Zhou family has long been out in the open. The girl from the Yi family has good talent, but has always been low-key and gentle. That leaves only the Sun family. It turns out that all these years of keeping a low profile were just holding back a big move. The chief examiner, Li, felt increasingly confident, even completing the character profile for him. He suddenly laughed. Planning to take the top spot in the national exam. Quite confident, aren't you? How sure are you? Zhou Huai didn't even hesitate. The top spot will definitely be mine. Li Gang laughed heartily. What a confident, definitely mine. I just like your toughness. He stopped smiling, leaned forward, and stared at him. I'll make you a promise. Really bring the national top scorer title to Dongning province. I'll decide to let you enter the provincial military headquarters treasury and choose any one item. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up. Agreed. Don't you dare go back on your word. Li Gang smiled even more. When have my words ever not counted? He pointed to the two examiners beside him. They will testify. Li Gang. As soon as the name was mentioned, Zhou Huai's heart trembled. Fragments of memories quickly pieced together. Li Gang, the former #1 genius of Dongning province. S-level professional, firearms master, known as the 1,000-mile thunderbolt. He can make ordinary guns perform brilliantly in his hands. 30 years ago, in a border battle, he used a custom Barrett to snipe and kill an S-level expert from 10 kilometers away with a single shot. He became a legend from that battle. Now he has retired to the sidelines and become the person in charge of the provincial exams. No wonder he dares to set such conditions. Zhou Huai had a clear understanding. Rest assured. The examiner in the Zhongshan suit laughed heartily, patting his chest. If you really become the top scorer, don't say the military treasury. Even the governor himself might personally commend you. Then I'll keep that in mind. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to stand up, thanked with a smile and a bow, then followed the staff out. The door closed, and the room fell silent. Li Gang put away his smile, lifted his teacup, and looked at the slightly plump examiner. How much truth is there in what he said? The slightly plump examiner opened his eyes, and the talisman between his eyebrows flashed. I used speech divination. This person isn't simple. His earlier words were half true, half false. Specifically, he really comes from a prominent East Sea family, but he is not a specially nurtured genius. Instead, he is an abandoned orphan. Discarded piece? Li Gang and the Zhongshan suit examiner were both stunned. An SS-level professional, and yet a discarded pawn? Is this family crazy? Li Gang squinted. So he took the national exam just to become the top scorer? It's true. The slightly chubby examiner nodded. His goal is clear. First place. And he is full of confidence. Li Gang finally relaxed and leaned back into the sofa. As long as he's not sent by one of those secret forces, it's fine. The national exam is extremely important. The worst thing would be any trouble. Now it seems this Gandalf is just a madman obsessed with winning. Thinking about the expressions of those few people in the capital tomorrow when they see his extraordinary performance, Li Gang can't help but smile. On the other side, Gandalf was led into a spacious single suite. The room was spacious and clean, with all daily necessities provided. Mr. Gandalf, please rest first. If you need anything, ring the bell on the wall. We'll be right outside the door. After the staff finished speaking, they left. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf to sit on the edge of the bed and issued standby commands. The clone's eyes instantly went blank, like a soulless puppet. His consciousness returned to the original body. Just as I opened my eyes, my phone started vibrating. The call was from Yi Shi. Hey Shir. Brother Zhou Huai. I passed the national exam. She was so excited she was almost shouting. Zhou Huai chuckled and held the phone away. I heard you. You're so strong. Passing the national exam is only natural. Yi Shi smiled happily, then quickly began to complain. The Tower of Revelation is so difficult, with so many fierce monsters. I barely made it to the 13th floor and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Her tone changed. The most infuriating thing is Lu Qi. He also got in and even reached the 14th level. I thought he could only make it to the 13th level at most. Zhou Huai frowned slightly. Lu Qi actually went up to the 14th floor. With his strength, he shouldn't have been able to achieve it. It seems he was also holding back a trump card. Zhou Huai sneered in his heart. No matter what means he has, we will solve everything together tomorrow. He does not want to carry any hidden risks in the national exam hall. If we win the championship, there's no way Lu Qi will share the honor. Kicking him out right from the start is the safest bet. By the way, brother Zhou Huai. Yi Shi suddenly lowered his voice. Today we also met a teammate, also from Donghai City, named Gandalf. But I always felt he was strange. Zhou Huai pretended to be casual. What's strange about it? Yishi hesitated for a moment. I can't quite say. It's just that his gaze at me feels very familiar. It's exactly the same as that Yasuo from before when he looked at me. Zhou Huai's gaze darkened slightly. Brother Zhou Huai, could he also be one of your people? Zhou Huai's heart sank, a chill running down his back. No way. Can it really be guessed this easily? He cleared his throat and laughed lightly, pretending to be relaxed. What are you always thinking about with that little head of yours? I don't have that much ability. Don't overthink it. Go to bed early. You have the national exam tomorrow. Do your best. Oh, then I'll come see you after it's over. Good night. Good night. As soon as the call ended, Zhou Huai let out a breath and wiped his forehead. Almost got exposed. Today he had deliberately kept Gandalf away from Yi Shi, even avoiding eye contact. I didn't expect that she still noticed. One secret identity has already been exposed. This absolutely cannot happen again. Must be hidden. The next morning, Zhou Huai and the other four were taken into a dimly lit room. The central magic array emitted a blue light, and a portal slowly formed within the glow. Li Gang stood before them, his expression stern. 5 more minutes. The passage will open, and you will enter the national exam instance, Triple Island. From now on, you are no longer individual candidates, but a team representing Dongning Province. Do you understand? Understood. Li Gang nodded. This national exam has 48 teams nationwide, with a total of 240 people. Point system: the highest scorer wins the championship, and the best individual performer is the national exam champion. There are 2 sources of points. First, killing beasts. Ordinary beasts are 1 point. Ordinary bosses 20 points. Catastrophe-level bosses 100 points. Hell-level beast bosses 1,000 points. Li Gang's tone darkened. The second way to score points is to wipe out other teams. Eliminate an entire team, and all the points will go to you. Remember, it must be a full wipe. As long as there is 1 person alive in the dungeon, the points will not transfer. He cast a sharp glance over everyone. The dungeon has a protection mechanism. Health dropping to 0 won't kill you. You'll just be forcibly teleported out. Strike decisively. Even if the opponent is a person, don't hesitate. The national exam tests not only strength, but also brains and courage. Weak strength doesn't necessarily mean defeat. Don't give up until the very last second. He paused. Now let's talk about the rules. First, fighting among teammates is strictly forbidden. Violators will be eliminated. You are comrades and must advance and retreat together. Second, the use of healing and status effect potions is prohibited. Violators will be eliminated. Finally, the national exam will be broadcast live nationwide. Watch your words and actions. Don't disgrace Dongning Province. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone responded in unison. Good, time's up, let's go. The portal shone brightly. Lu Qi was the first to rush in, his face full of excitement. Yi Shi and the others followed, their expressions tense. When it was Gandalf's turn, "Wait!" Li Gang called out to him. Zhou Huai turned around. Li Gang approached and lowered his voice. "Don't forget our agreement." He stared into Gandalf's eyes. "Do well. Beat up those who look down on us." He smiled bitterly. "I was also once looked down upon. They said I was the weakest S-class. At that time, firearms were almost useless against the alien beasts. Guns couldn't even break their defenses. But I relied on this gun to shut everyone up." Li Gang's gaze burned fiercely. "Trust me, the feeling of fiercely fighting back is addictive." Zhou Huai's heart trembled, not understanding why he suddenly said this. Yet he could hear the sincerity. "I will." He nodded, stepped through the portal, and his figure disappeared. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he stepped onto solid ground. The sea breeze carried a salty smell as the sound of waves roared. Opening his eyes, he saw a golden beach connected to an endless jungle, with the surging sea behind him. Yi Shi and the other 3 had already arrived, looking tense. "Has the national exam started?" Yi Shi asked in a low voice. "Probably." Shen Fuhai looked serious. "Since we're teammates, let's report our professions first to coordinate better. My name is Shen Fuhai, an A-level illusionist, responsible for creating illusion interference." Yuan Kai responded, A-level armored warrior. He finished speaking, took out a card, and raised it above his head. Armor fusion. A burst of light exploded, with layers of metal plates covering him. A few seconds later, a 2-meter-tall silver warrior stood in place. Yishi was stunned. Zhou Huai was also dumbfounded, feeling overwhelmed by the Chinibyu vibe, but still quietly gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, a cold snort. Lu Qi crossed his arms and walked over, his expression arrogant. Who told you to act on your own? I said, this team is under my command. From now on, everyone listens to me. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, glaring sideways at Lu Qi as if looking at a fool. Since when did you get to give orders here? What do you think you are? Lu Qi's face instantly flushed red, veins popping on his forehead. I've been annoyed with you since yesterday. You keep provoking me again and again. If it weren't for the national exam team forbidding internal strife, do you believe I wouldn't have crippled you by now? Zhou Huai replied lightly. Oh, you want to cripple me? He was too lazy to bother with Lu Qi anymore and turned to look at Yi Shi and the others. Since introductions have been made, it's my turn. Gandalf, profession, forbidden spell mage. As he finished speaking, he raised the core of the fireball. The red light at the top of his staff flared violently. Forbidden spell meteor shower. No chanting. The sky darkened instantly. 5 giant meteors burning with eerie green infernal flames tore through the clouds, dragging long tails as they plummeted toward the distant jungle. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook violently, and even the beach trembled. The explosion sounds blended into one continuous roar, shaking the eardrums painfully. The entire jungle instantly turned into a sea of fire. Towering ancient trees were blasted into fragments and scorched, and black smoke soared straight into the sky. Shin Fuhai and Yuan Kai froze on the spot, their mouths wide open. Yi Shi covered her mouth, eyes full of shock. The arrogance on Lu Qi's face completely stiffened. He stared blankly at the leveled sea of fire, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Huai put down the staff and looked at him calmly. Now, do you still want to cripple me? Lu Qi's face turned pale. That usually arrogant face was now as stiff as stone. The heat wave mixed with the smell of burning reached him, making him cough harshly. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed with difficulty. One strike. Just one strike. The entire jungle turned into a hellscape. This is not a human at all, but a monster. S-rank. No, even S-rank couldn't be this strong. His legs went weak, and he nearly knelt down. His pride from earlier was shattered into pieces by those 5 meteors. He forced out a smile uglier than crying, waving his hands repeatedly. It's all a misunderstanding. His voice trembled, but his tone was full of appeasement. Brother Gandalf, you're so strong. It's only natural for you to be the captain. What I said just now was out of line. I was being immature. Don't hold it against me. Zhou Huai looked at his expression and only felt scorn. Usually arrogant and overbearing in the Zhou family, now completely suppressed, he immediately turned into a spineless coward. He controlled Gandalf with a cold expression. Since you're listening to me, then you're out of the team. Lu Qi's smile instantly stiffened. What did you say? You want me to leave? Zhou Huai nodded. Since I can't lay a hand on my teammates, then let him leave on his own. Lu Qi's face turned pale and flushed in turns. Why? I also fought hard to get in. We are teammates, and you're just kicking me out like this? Zhou Huai couldn't be bothered with nonsense. Who said we're teammates with you? Ask them if anyone is willing to team up with you. He looked at Yi Shi. Yi Shi whistled, silently watching the sea. Shin Fuhai and Yuan Kai were also silent. They originally disliked Lu Qi and dared not offend Gandalf. Zhou Huai continued speaking. You don't have to quit the team. Just act on your own from now on. Lu Qi clenched his jaw tightly. Triple Island was riddled with dangers. Acting alone was just handing himself over. Watching everyone coldly standing by, he fully understood. Despair pressing to the extreme, he instead laughed out loud. You want me to leave, so I'll leave? I won't. He stiffened his neck, looking like he was ready to give up completely. If you have the guts, eliminate me. Otherwise, wherever you go, I'll follow. He was determined to hold on to the end. This Gandalf is unfathomable, definitely the ace hidden in Dongning province. As long as you persistently cling to him, even if you do nothing, you can still snag some credit. The rules forbid harming teammates. He bets the opponent won't dare make a move. Zhou Huai sneered coldly. You really think I don't dare? Lu Qi grit his teeth and retorted. I'm just betting you don't dare. The next second, he couldn't smile anymore. The staff was raised again, and the red crystal shone with a dazzling light. A dangerous aura suddenly pressed down. Lu Qi felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this guy really wanted to make a move? Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. Shen Fuhai and Yuan Kai hurriedly persuaded. Yi Shi also changed his expression. Don't break the rules. Before the words fell, the spell was already cast. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, like a mountain crushing down on Lu Qi. His legs went weak, and he knelt down on the beach. The heavy pressure kept increasing, his knees and calves sinking bit by bit into the sand. His waist, chest, and neck were all pressed down. He wanted to shout, but no sound came out. His body felt sealed by cement. Not even his fingers could move. Sand poured into his mouth and nose, and he was almost suffocating. Finally, only half a head was exposed outside. Forbidden spell, gravitational field. Pure control, no harm done, naturally not considered a violation. But for Lu Qi, it was more painful than death. Yi Shi and the other two felt their scalps go numb. For the first time, they truly understood how terrifying this man was. Zhou Huai put away his staff, too lazy to even look at Lu Qi. Let's go. He turned and entered the jungle. The three dared not say another word, closely following behind. Soon, the four figures disappeared into the forest. Lu Qi had only half of his head exposed, still struggling desperately. Humiliation. Humiliation he had never experienced before. When had Lu Qi ever been trampled on like this? First it was that damn Yasuo, and now this Gandalf suddenly appears. Why are they all coming at him? What right do they have? Resentment exploded in his heart, burning hotter and hotter. After losing control of that emotion, the thin black lines inside his body began to spread. Like poisonous vines, they wrapped around his bones, drilled into his flesh, gradually swallowing his sanity. Moments later, the half of his face exposed suddenly twisted, revealing a bizarre smile. From the throat blocked by silt, a harsh, eerie laugh was squeezed out. The next second, a burst of black energy explosively erupted. The suffocating gravitational field was forcefully shattered. He suddenly stood up from the sand. Dark energy entwined around him, his eyes red like twin ghostly flames. So chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. He sneered strangely, took out the ghost-faced mask from the spatial ring, and slowly placed it over his face. Click! The mask fit perfectly. He twisted his neck, the bones cracking audibly. After a long time, a hoarse and unfamiliar voice came from beneath the mask. Finally, connected, much smoother than I expected. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, leading the three deeper into the island. The air was humid and stuffy, filled with the stench of decay. A flash of silver light, and Yuan Kai punched the charging tusk boar away. Yi Shi raised his hand, a beam of holy light descending, instantly repairing the scratches on his armor. Too weak, huh? Yuan Kai said impatiently. Fought for more than half an hour, and not a single decent elite monster appeared. Yi Shi also frowned. Moreover, we haven't encountered a single team from another province. This island is much larger than we imagined. Shen Fuhai wiped the sweat from his brow, panting. It's not just big. He pointed to the crooked neck tree ahead. Don't you find this tree familiar? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. There was a fresh charred mark on the tree trunk. Zhou Huai stopped walking and stared at the mark, his pupils constricting slightly. That was the mark he left 10 minutes ago by controlling Gandalf to cast the splitting fireball. Exactly the same. We have been going around in circles. His voice was low, and the air instantly grew oppressive. Shen Fuhai's expression darkened. I knew something was wrong. The national exam can't be this simple. The outer area of the Triple Island is most likely a large-scale trap. Yuan Kai irritably smashed the tree with his metal fist. Trap formation? How to break it? The place is so big, the tree's so dense. Where is the key point of the formation? Yi Shi lowered his voice. We can only move slowly and carefully look for abnormalities. That might be the exit. Zhou Huai shook his head. No need. He raised the flame burst core. Just burn it clean. Forbidden spell meteoric firestorm. 5 meteorites struck down, and the forest ahead was instantly leveled, turning into scorched earth. But strangely, in less than 10 seconds, tinder shoots sprouted from the charred ground. The tinder shoots grew wildly, becoming shrubs, then growing into towering trees. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original state, as if the destruction had never happened. This Yuan Kai and Xin Fuhai were dumbfounded. Zhou Huai was also stunned. Yi Shi covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The designer has long anticipated someone forcing their way in. Xin Fuhai sighed. Can only honestly look for it. Zhou Huai felt a heavy weight in his chest. The usually reliable violent methods completely failed today. Yi Shi and the other two began to inspect the trees and flowers bit by bit. Zhou Huai suddenly came to a realization. I was too strict with myself. There was clearly an easier way. He immediately withdrew his consciousness, retreating back to his original body from Gandalf. In the bedroom, Zhou Huai suddenly opened his eyes. Uncle Fu, young master, your old servant is here. Uncle Fu pushed the door open and entered. Turn on the TV. Uncle Fu paused for a moment, then immediately complied. The large screen on the wall lit up, and the picture and sound came through simultaneously. Hello everyone. Welcome to the annual national exam hosted by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom. In front of the camera, a middle-aged man with a loud voice and a serious expression spoke. I am the host, Wei Zheng. The young female host beside him smiled and responded. Hello everyone, I am Lin Shi. Lin Shi turned towards him. Brother Wei, the outstanding candidates from all 48 provinces have all entered this year's instance, Triple Island, and the challenge has officially begun. Wei Zheng nodded. That's right. Many viewers are asking why it's called Triple Island. Lin Shi naturally followed up. Yes, what's special about this name? Wei Zheng deliberately paused. Triple Island, aside from the usual exotic beasts and competition between teams, also hides 3 special trials. The screen behind him switched to a huge map of the island. Dozens of green dots were moving slowly. This is the full view of Triple Island. The green dots represent the provincial teams. You can see that most people are crowded at the periphery, almost unable to move. Lin Shi frowned. Why aren't they moving inward? Wei Zheng smiled. Because the first barrier has already been activated, the trapping formation. This level doesn't test strength, only judgment and observation. If you can't even pass the first barrier, no matter how strong you are, you won't place. Lin Shi looked nervous. Then how do you break the formation? It looks very difficult. Wei Zheng spoke with certainty. The method isn't complicated. After many teams got trapped, their first reaction was to look for clues on the trees. But this time, the key isn't in the trees. It's underfoot. The scene changes. A gray stone is enlarged. The stone is very ordinary, except it has a red triangle drawn on it. Did everyone see clearly? It's this kind of stone. Finding the marked stone with the triangle pattern carved on it will allow you to break out of the outer encirclement and enter the center of the island. This level isn't actually difficult. There are many of these stones. As long as you don't panic and change your approach to look down, you'll find them. But if you keep staring at the trees and leaves, it will only be a waste of time. Seeing this, Zhou Huai couldn't help but laugh. Official guides are the fiercest kind of cheat. Perhaps only he could take the national exam while lying at home watching live streams. He immediately switched his consciousness back to Gandalf. Triple Island, jungle. Yi Shi lay on a giant mushroom, staring intently at the patterns. Yuan Kai buried his head, rummaging through the bushes. Xin Fuhai was even more ridiculous, hanging upside down on a tree to find the angle. Zhou Huai watched the 3 of them fussing around and almost burst out laughing. He cleared his throat. Stop looking. The 3 of them stopped moving and all looked at him in unison. Zhou Huai's expression was calm. I know where the formation's core is. Yi Shi was stunned. Yuan Kai's metal helmet tilted slightly. Xin Fuhai jumped down directly from the tree, panting. Classmate Gandalf, weren't you just? He wanted to say daydreaming, but held back. From beginning to end, this mysterious wizard remained motionless, as if giving up the struggle. But everyone remembered, he could set the forest on fire with a wave of his hand. No one dared to ask further. As a result, now he suddenly said he found the key. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Zhou Huai looked at them. The center of the array is neither in the tree nor in the grass. He pointed to the ground. It's in the stone. Go flip the stones. The ones with the red triangle marks on them are the center of the array. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them grew even more bewildered. Not only did they know it was in the stones, but the pattern was also clearly visible. This guy, could he really have opened the heavenly eye? The opponent's strength was too intimidating. No one dared to say another word. The three exchanged glances and immediately took action. They no longer stared at the tree, but instead bent down to search the ground. Not long after, Yishi let out a light call. She picked up a small stone from the base of a cluster of ferns. Is it this one? Yuan Kai and Shin Fuhai immediately gathered around. Zhou Huai also took a glance. The stone was only the size of a pigeon's egg, grayish and ordinary, completely inconspicuous when lying on the ground. But it had a red triangle drawn on it, making it particularly noticeable. This is really it. Shin Fuhai breathed heavily. Yuan Kai whispered in amazement inside the helmet. How did you even find this? Yishi held the stone and looked at Zhou Huai, her eyes full of questions. What should we do next? Shin Fuhai hurriedly said. As usual, crush it, and the formation will break. Yishi nodded. She placed the stone in her palm and slowly closed her fingers. Crack! The stone crumbled into powder, slipping through the gaps between the fingers. The moment the powder hit the ground, the air suddenly shook. The surroundings rippled like a water surface disturbed, circles of waves spreading outward. The jungle began to distort and blur, tree shadows overlapping and then fading away. A breeze blew through, completely dispelling the final illusion. The vision cleared instantly. The once impenetrable forest grew sparse, and in the distance, the outline of a tall mountain appeared. The trapped formation was broken. The three looked at Gandalf with completely changed expressions. Awe, curiosity, and an uncontrollable fear. How did he know? Even the patterns were described without a single mistake. It was as if he had the answers in advance. But no one dared to ask. Yishi walked up to Gandalf and spoke cautiously. Boss, where do we go next? Shin Fuhai and Yuan Kai also stood to the side, waiting for him to speak. Unconsciously, this mysterious mage had become the core of the team. Zhou Huai was silent for a moment. Don't move. Let me think. As soon as he finished speaking, the three saw him close his eyes again, his whole body seeming to enter a meditative state, eerily silent. In the bedroom, Zhou Huai suddenly opened his eyes, consciousness returning to his body. On the TV, host Wei Zheng's voice was still loud and clear. There is news. His tone suddenly rose, his face full of excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, just now we received news that a team has successfully broken through the outer encirclement. Lin Shi immediately responded. So fast? Which team? Switch to the footage quickly. The map rapidly zoomed in, the camera locking onto the green light dot in the lower left corner, zooming all the way in. The image froze above the heads of Gandalf and the other three. Wei Zheng nodded with a smile. It's Dongning Province. They broke the formation first and seized the initiative. Lin Shi agreed. It seems Dongning Province is coming on strong this year. She suddenly frowned. Wait, why have they stopped moving? Shouldn't they be rushing to widen the score gap now? Wei Zheng thought for a moment. Maybe I just exhausted too much energy earlier. Better catch my breath first. Sharpening the knife won't delay the work of chopping firewood. Having seen this, Zhou Huai had already memorized the approximate location of his team. He closed his eyes and entered Gandalf's body once again. In the jungle, Yi Shi and the other two stayed by his side, their expressions wary. Zhou Huai opened his eyes. Come with me. Without explanation, he turned and walked away. The three of them followed without hesitation. That scene just now had already completely convinced them. The only choice now is to closely follow him. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, Lin Shi noticed something unusual again. Brother Wei, it seems there are only 4 people in Dongning Province. And the 5th one, could it have gone wrong from the very beginning? Wei Zheng stared at the screen and shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe this is their tactic. In previous years' national exams, some deliberately split their forces, leaving one person to go alone to secure points. Sometimes this move really turns the tables. As the two were talking, Wei Zheng suddenly frowned. Something's off. They didn't head toward the island's center. The center has many strange beasts and high-level splits, but they deviated from the route. He stared at the map, his tone deepening. Further ahead is the territory of another provincial team. As soon as they step in, they'll inevitably encounter them head-on. Lin Shi's expression was tense. There are only 4 people in Dongning, while the opposite side has a full 5. Going all out would be too disadvantageous. As soon as the words fell, the scene cut to the site. Gandalf and his 4 companions ran headlong into the 5 from Jinchuan province. The other side was momentarily stunned, not understanding how someone outside the formation had broken in. But they quickly reacted. Points delivered on a silver platter. Let's take them. At the captain's command, the 5 spread out their formation, and their skill lights surged intensely. The next second, everything came to an abrupt halt. Gandalf simply raised his staff. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The 5 from Jinchuan weakened in their legs and knelt down together. The ground turned into a quagmire, swallowing them completely. Struggling was meaningless. They looked up and saw 5 meteorites burning with eerie green flames tearing through the sky. They crashed down with a thunderous roar. A beam of white light shot up into the sky. Jinchuan province was wiped out in an instant. The livestream room was deathly silent. The 2 hosts stood with their mouths open, speechless. On the screen, 5 beams of white light, symbolizing elimination, slowly faded away. The scorched earth, blasted flat, still emitted residual smoke, making the power of that strike immediately clear. The female host, Lin Shi, instinctively whispered, "The skill's range is outrageous." She swallowed hard and added, "The damage is even more ridiculous." The male host Wei Jing finally came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and forced himself to stay calm. This scene is truly shocking. It seems Dongning province came well prepared this year. He stared at the figure wearing the star and moon robe on the screen, unable to hide his amazement in his tone. There's such a strong contestant hidden in the team. One person alone wiped out the entire team from Jinchuan province. Jinchuan province consists entirely of A-level professionals. But in front of him, they couldn't even hold out for a single round. I suspect he is most likely an S-rank hidden profession. Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, is it possible he's SS rank? I really haven't seen any S-rank fight like this. Wei Jing shook his head with a smile. Don't joke around. If he really were SS rank, there would be no need to compete in this year's national exam. The top scorer title would just be handed to him directly. At this moment, all the major live streaming rooms completely exploded. Wow, is this meteorite apologism? You call this rebirth? Who is that guy in the white robe? So handsome. Stop fangirling. The focus is on strength. This is at least top-level S-class. Top-level S-class? I think it's SS class. Stop exaggerating. SS level is not that easy to get. No matter what, Dongning province is about to take off. Tianyu Guild, President's office. Sun Tian leaned back in his chair watching the live stream. When that familiar figure in white robes appeared, his eyes sharpened. Isn't that the tough guy from the Beast Tide before? Seems his name is Gandalf. This guy is actually also a candidate this year. A few days ago, he even sent someone to invite this mage to visit the Tianyu Guild. The other party said they were busy and couldn't come, and he thought it was just an excuse. He didn't expect that the person was really busy. Moreover, they were representing Dongning province in the national exam. When Gandalf raised his hand and wiped out the Jinchuan province team, Sun Tianzhong could only smile bitterly. He originally wanted to win the other party over. Now he realized he was simply not qualified. With this level of strength, the top scorer was almost a sure thing. Once the military took a special interest in training him, the Tianyu Guild simply could not accommodate him. Jiangning City's National Examination Command Headquarters. Li Gang stared at the 5 beams of white light shooting up in the live broadcast, grinning from ear to ear. Dongning province was finally going to turn things around. At this moment, his phone began vibrating wildly. Gandalf, a candidate from our province. S-class. Why would I lie to you? Phone call after phone call, all coming to inquire about the news. Li Gang replied perfunctorily, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. In the jungle of Triple Island, the 3 Yuan Kai were still immersed in shock, following Gandalf silently. Zhou Huai looked back and left behind only one sentence. Find the stone. Break the formation. Change the target. Only then did the 3 wake up in alarm and hurry into action. Zhou Huai had already planned it out. Instead of slowly grinding monsters, it was better to clear the field directly. Eliminating all the teams was the fastest way. By saving time, within 5 or 6 hours they could lock in the top scorer. While others were still trapped in the formation, he followed the live map to find them one by one. Soon, Shun Fuhai found the formation center. The stone crushed, and the surrounding scene distorted and changed again. Zhou Huai did not stay, leading the three straight to the next target point. In front of tens of millions of spectators, a shocking scene unfolded. The Dongning provincial team patrolled as if it were their home turf, precisely locking onto one team after another before they could react. They hardly needed to communicate. The mage wearing the Star Moon robe was always the first to spot the target. Then came the swift and decisive combo attacks. Forbidden Spell, a gravity field. Forbidden Spell, Meteor, Fire Ray. A full set taken down, no dragging it out. In less than an hour, 10 provincial teams were eliminated in the same way. In the live broadcast room, host Wei Zheng kept his mouth open, unable to close it for a long time. This is too outrageous. This year's Dongning province is not a dark horse at all. This is a fierce dragon crawling out of the abyss. She covered her mouth, her voice trembling. He can't be trying to wipe out all the teams, can he? If he really succeeds, it would be a miracle in the history of the national exam. The comment section completely exploded. Some accused cheating, some called it unfair, and others fiercely supported Dongning. This year's top scorer has to be Dongning. In the Jiangning City Command Center, Li Gang's phone was ringing off the hook. All that came through the phone were angry curses. Annihilated all teams right at the start of the national exam. What kind of monster did you send? Dongning province is going too far. Meanwhile, the Zhou family mansion was brightly lit. The TV was broadcasting the national exam live. Lu Yuru, dressed in an exquisite qipao, looked proud. Zhou Feng's expression was complex. The servants stood in a row, not daring to breathe loudly. All of you, take a good look. Lu Yuru picked up the red tea, leisurely removing the foam, her tone full of pride. Today, my son Lu Qi is representing the entire Dongning province in the national exam. She glanced sideways at Zhou Feng. How many years has it been since your Zhou family produced someone like this? This time, to be honest, it's because your family is benefiting from my son's fame. Zhou Feng's face turned pale, the corners of his mouth twitched, and in the end, he could only squeeze out one word. Yes. Lu Yuru withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and scanned the room full of servants. Listen up. When the cameras catch Master Lu Qi, make sure to applaud with all your might. Who works the hardest, the reward money doubles. But as the live broadcast progressed, the smile on her face slowly stiffened. On the screen, a mage wearing a star and moon robe swept across the battlefield, leading the Dongning provincial team to defeat several teams in a row with amazing momentum. But no matter how you looked, there was no sign of Lu Qi. Lu Yuru's face grew increasingly unpleasant. This is the Dongning provincial team, right? Why are there only 4 people? Where is my son? Zhou Feng spoke softly. Maybe. Qi'er has special arrangements to act alone. Act alone. Lu Yuru suddenly slammed the table, spilling tea everywhere. Why should he act alone? My son is so outstanding. He should be the captain. But now, all the spotlight has been snatched by that wild kid who appeared out of nowhere. Not even a single camera shot for my son. Triple Island, deep in the jungle. A man wearing a strange mask stood in front of an ancient tree, leisurely carving runes. Sharp nails danced on the bark, and the runes lit up in circles. Several huge, strange beasts prowled nearby, but as if they couldn't see him, they passed by his side. He hummed a little tune as he carved, his expression calm. Suddenly, a clear, cold female voice came from inside the mask. Zhudaolin, hurry up. This year's national exam has introduced a ruthless contender. 10 teams have already been eliminated. If you keep delaying, he'll have cleared out the entire exam room all by himself. Zhudaolin stopped his finger and chuckled softly. Oh, this year there's a ruthless one. That's great. The carving in his hand suddenly quickened, his laughter cold. Then I'll speed things up. The rarer the genius, the more I like it. If I can bring him back, the boss will surely reward me handsomely. A female voice coldly reminded him. Better bring him back alive. Don't be like that useless Chu He, who played people to death. Zhudaolin chuckled strangely. Does he even deserve to compete with me? I'm a professional. In the live broadcast room, Wei Zheng was in high spirits. Latest news. The second team to break the formation has appeared. From Magic City, and they are about to clash with the leading Dongning province team. She responded. I heard that there is also an S-class hidden profession in the Magic City this year. Can he compete with the mage from Dongning? Wei Jing shook his head. His profession is still unclear. But the one from Dongning is too strong, almost overwhelming. In my view, probably only the two S-levels from the imperial capital working together have a chance. The scene shifted to the island. In the jungle, two teams faced off, the atmosphere tense. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, directly raising his staff. Striking first to start the fight was his habit. Just as he was about to chant, a person stepped out from the Moto team. "Wait, don't be so hurried." The man waved his hand and smiled. Zhou Huai stopped his action and sized him up. A round-faced little chubby man, smiling in a simple and honest way. He wore a brown long coat, shaking a folding fan in his hand, looking harmless. This style completely clashed with the tense atmosphere around. It doesn't feel like coming to take the national exam, more like coming to perform a comedy sketch. Zhou Huai manipulates Gandalf, his voice deep. "What do you want to say?" The little chubby guy steps forward with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Big brother mage, let's keep it friendly. This year, MO City isn't competing for the top spot, just an ordinary rank will do. No need to fight to the death. If we really fight, both sides will get hurt, and it will only benefit others." He pointed behind him. "Besides, we have one more person. How about we each go our own way and earn points separately?" Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. "Team Moto? I heard there is an S-rank hidden profession player. Could it be that this Joker is the one? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a main combat profession. But it didn't matter. S-class also instantly killed. Since we've encountered them, why let them go?" Gandalf spoke in a cold tone. "So what if it's the Magic City? Everyone stays." The staff was raised. Forbidden spell, gravitational field, activated. Terrifying gravity pressed down instantly. The five in the Magic City's expressions changed drastically, as if pinned down by a mountain, legs weakening, unable to move. The little fat boy's smile vanished, his face full of horror. "Damn, we agreed not to fight. You're not playing fair." Zhou Huai sneered coldly. "Who said we agreed?" He ignored the other, the staff's light surging wildly, preparing to unleash another meteor shower to finish the job. Just at that moment, the little fat boy, barely able to breathe under the pressure, struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Gandalf. Crosstalk emphasizes the 4 basic skills. Gandalf suddenly froze in his movements. The mouth opened uncontrollably. Speak, learn, tease, sing. Everyone was stunned. Yi Shi and the others looked blank. The little chubby boy grinned. "Today, I'll give you a quick rundown of the dishes." Gandalf shuddered all over. He found that he could no longer control his own mouth. He was silent for 2 seconds, his tone so calm that there was not a trace of emotion. "I'll treat you to steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted young chicken, roasted gosling." Zhou Huai's mind went blank instantly. He felt like someone had snatched the steering wheel away, leaving him powerless to watch himself lose control and speed recklessly all the way. Gandalf was still mechanically reciting the names of the dishes. Braised 3 delicacies, braised white mushrooms, braised pigeon eggs, stir-fried silver threads, braised eel. What kind of profession is this exactly? Are you a crosstalk master? What's even more terrifying is that this ability is so sinister. To actually forcibly control an SS-level forbidden curse sorcerer, reciting spells in public. Zhou Huai clearly felt Gandalf's magical power being frantically drained, just to maintain this bizarre performance. "What is going on?" Yi Shi asked quietly. Shen Fuhai's face turned ashen. "He's been controlled." At this moment, the gravity field pressing down on the Magu team began to dissipate. The 5 of them scrambled up in a sorry state, looking grim. They stared at Gandalf, who was still naming the dishes, first shocked, then their murderous intent surged. The young man wielding twin swords said coldly, "Old Gua, keep controlling him, we'll go deal with those 3. Yi Shi and the others' hearts sank to the bottom instantly. Without Gandalf, they simply couldn't hold them off. But Old Gua directly cursed out loud. "Pack up my ass." His voice was weak. "Support me, run quickly." Only then did everyone notice his face was as white as paper, his clothes soaked with sweat, his whole body staggering. That guy is a monster. In just a short while, my magic power has almost been drained. If we don't leave now, if he loses control, we're all done for. As soon as the words fell, The Magic City team dared not hesitate any longer. The two lifted Old Gua and turned to flee. Their speed was as if chased by ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the five vanished deep into the jungle. Gandalf only stopped after carrying red meatball, white meatball, fried meatball, and four-flavor meatball. Zhou Huai regained control of his body and let out a long breath. The next second, all he wanted was to disappear on the spot. This was simply a huge social death scene. He cleared his throat and coldly glanced at the three people behind him. You didn't see anything just now, right? Yi Shi and the other two shook their heads frantically. Didn't see anything. Nothing at all. The wind was too strong. Sand got into our eyes. But what they didn't know was that the part where he named the dishes had already been broadcast live nationwide. The barrage had already exploded. The forbidden spellcaster was forcibly controlled to name dishes, laughing crazily. Is this profession specializing in crosstalk? In Magic City, they basically brought the Deutscher Verein into the arena. The Tianjin player lost their main profession. The little chubby one ascended to godhood. Even the spell god got completely demoralized. As time passed, provincial teams gradually broke through and rushed into the inner part of the Triple Island. The point competition heated up to a white-hot level. The Central Plains team moved swiftly through the forest. Don't bother with the small monsters on the outskirts. Go straight for the boss, Captain Lu Feng ordered sharply. There are limited bosses. If we're even a step slower, they'll be gone. Everyone quickened their pace. Suddenly, they all stopped in unison. Under the ancient tree ahead stood a man. He faced away from them, carving something into the tree trunk. A ferocious ghost mask covered his face. Lu Feng frowned. What is he doing? The shield warrior in the team grinned. Why bother? Just one person, free points. He swung his giant shield, like a door panel, filled with battle intent. Captain, take him out first. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and made a gesture. The five people immediately spread out, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement, silently closing in on the masked man. The fallen leaves rustled underfoot, and the air was so tense it was suffocating. They were about to enter striking range. The masked man's movements suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around, and a cold laugh came from beneath the mask. Not bad luck. So soon, a prey comes right to my door. Lu Feng's heart sank. The other party reacted too quickly. Attack! He roared angrily and struck first. A fireball formed in the palm of his hand, carrying a wave of heat as it slammed straight forward. But the masked man's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Boom! The fireball smashed against the tree trunk, blasting out a patch of charred black. Where is the person? The assassin exclaimed. Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Old Wang, watch out behind you. But it was still too late. The masked man silently appeared behind the shield warrior. Too slow. A hoarse voice sounded close to Old Wang's ear. He extended a finger, black energy swirling around it, lightly touching the center of Old Wang's back. Old Wang's body stiffened, freezing completely. He slowly turned around, looking at his teammates. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. The laughter was harsh and chilling. Now, it's my turn to catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his giant shield and slammed it hard toward the assassin beside him. Old Wang, are you crazy? The assassin rolled awkwardly and barely dodged. The formation instantly fell into chaos. Lu Feng's face turned deathly pale. He is under control. Forget about Old Wang. Kill the masked man first. But the masked man weaved through the crowd like a ghost, completely untouchable. Black energy wrapped around him, like a demon crawling out of hell. Next, it's you. A chill brushed past the fire mage's ear. The shadow had already closed in. Before he could see clearly, the other person's cold hand was already resting on his shoulder. The mage's body stiffened, slowly turned around, and a strange smile appeared on his face, just like Old Wang's. He raised his staff, aiming at Lu Feng. Captain, try my fireball spell. Dozens of fireballs instantly formed, flooding down from the sky. How could this be? Lu Feng, along with the assassin and archers, hid behind a big tree. The fireballs exploded, and the tree trunk was blasted into flying fragments. The archers desperately shouted the names of Lao Wang and Xiao Li, but the two seemed soulless, only leaving behind eerie smiles as they frantically attacked their surroundings. The giant shield swung wildly, flames flying everywhere, and the forest was destroyed in an instant. Lu Feng's heart sank bit by bit. This is too sinister, retreat first. The assassin grew anxious. What about them? We can't abandon them. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. If we don't leave now, we'll all die. As soon as the words fell, a hoarse voice pressed down from above. Do you think you can leave? The three of them suddenly looked up. The man with the ghost face mask squatted on a branch, looking down at them like prey. Run! Lu Feng rolled to dodge the pounce. A shadow fell, but the assassin and archer were a step too slow and were swallowed by the black mist. After the fog dispersed, they stood where they were, their expressions stiff, corners of their mouths curling into smiles. Lu Feng got up and saw this scene, feeling a chill all over his body. His face was pale, and his voice trembled. You are a demon. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't understand why a national exam had turned out like this. He didn't dare hesitate any longer, turned around and ran, throwing all his strength into dashing forward. He only wanted to get as far away from that terrifying man as possible, but he had only taken a few steps. That hoarse voice sounded behind him again, like a death sentence clinging to him. The game is over. Lu Feng suddenly froze. A cold hand clamped around his neck, gripping lightly. A moment later, behind the masked man, 5 more examinees appeared. They lined up in a row, walking through the jungle with synchronized steps. Each person had the same sinister smile on their face. The masked man slowly turned around, looking at those 5 hollow, stiff faces. He raised his hand, a wisp of black energy oozing from his fingertips, sweeping over the 5 bodies. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand and sighed in disappointment. 3 A levels, 2 B levels. Too boring. Not a single S rank. He tilted his head, looking towards the depths of the jungle, his tone filled with barely contained excitement. Looks like we need to find some more interesting prey. With that, he stepped forward and left. The 5 people behind him, like puppets on strings, followed in perfect step. They soon disappeared into the heart of the forest. No one saw this scene. At this moment, all the cameras in the official national exam livestream were focused on another team. After suffering losses from that crosstalk master in Magic City, Zhou Huai became even more ruthless. He gave his opponent no chance to speak at all, as soon as they appeared in his sight. First came the powerful control of Forbidden Spell, Gravity Field. Then Forbidden Spell, Meteor Shower swept the field clean. Can't take away in one wave. Then add a Forbidden Spell, Thousandly Ice Seal to block all retreat. In the face of absolute strength, tactics become a joke. Just 2 short hours. 18 provincial teams, more than 80 candidates, were forcibly sent off Sanchong Island by him. Of course, some reacted quickly, or had life-saving trump cards, and escaped alive at the moment the fiery rain fell. But they all became terrified, like birds startled by a bowstring. The news spread like wildfire across the island. Now, almost all the surviving teams knew. This year's national exam had a demon king. See one team, annihilate one team. Terrifying beyond belief. The live stream comments, which initially sparked debates, have now turned into a screen full of astonishment and jokes. Champion. Why even argue about the champion? Who else could be this year's top scorer besides that FA god? The only thing worth watching now is whether Dongning Province can wipe out all the other teams. I bet a pack of spicy strips he definitely can. This is a complete dimensional crush. I dare to guarantee he's SS level. Otherwise, where would such terrifying suppression come from? At the same time, Imperial Capital, National Exam Command Center. In the top floor office, the atmosphere was especially tense. An elderly man dressed in a general's uniform, with 2 stars on his shoulders, stared intently at the huge light screen. On the screen was Gandalf. Zhang Donglai, general of the Dachau Army Headquarters, was the chief officer in charge of this national exam. His fingers tapped the table rhythmically. General. The assistant hurried into the room and handed over a freshly printed document. It has already been confirmed with Li Gang from Dongning Province. Candidate registration name, Gandalf. Profession, Forbidden Curse Mage. The assistant was holding back excitement. Preliminary rating, suspected SS class. His fingers suddenly stopped. Zhang Donglai took the document, but didn't take his eyes off the screen. After a few seconds, he chuckled softly. Good, good, good. Our great Xia has finally awaited the arrival of the third SS class. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Steel City. Over the years, we have been desperately lacking news like this. The voice was deep and aged. The old principal of the Imperial Capital's University, the veteran marshal of the military, they have all grown old. How much longer can they hold this country up? The assistant kept his head down, not daring to say more. Over the years, Da Xiao appeared calm on the surface, but stormy weather was brewing in secret. External pressure has never disappeared. In the land of the cherry blossoms, two SS levels have emerged one after another. Along with the original two, 4 SS levels are close at hand, their arrogance soaring. Not to mention the Free Federation. Setting aside the SSS-level individuals standing at the peak, they also have 7 SS-level members stationed. As for Da Xiao, the new rising forces have yet to appear. This has always hung like a knife over the heads of the military leadership. Now, we have finally arrived. Zhang Donglai turned around, unable to suppress his smile. And he's a mage with explosive attack power. The aide whispered a reminder. General, this Gandalf is completely dominating among the candidates. Should we intervene a bit? If things continue like this, the others will be crushed. Especially those two from the Imperial capital. They have high spirits and might not be able to take it. Zhang Donglai raised his hand to stop him. No need. He sat down, his expression full of meaning. Youth getting slapped in the face is a good thing. It's better to learn early what it means that there is always someone better. Intervene? No need. He chuckled lightly. He can fight however he wants. The entire nation is watching. Let other countries see how fierce our new generation SS level from Great Xia really is. Sanchong Island Valley entrance. 3 teams, 15 people, in a standoff, tension thick in the air. The Moto team narrowly escaped. Opposite were the Imperial capital and Chuan capital. The leader of the Imperial capital was a man and a woman. The man wore silver armor and carried a long spear, his gaze sharp and intense. The woman wore a water blue robe, cold and frosty. The two standing there already intimidated others. The young man in silver armor spoke. There's a great demon king in Dongning. Everyone's heard about it, right? Over a dozen squads have already been wiped out by him alone. The chubby guy Guida from Demon City turned pale. Heard? I saw it with my own eyes. He was beating his chest. If it weren't for my special profession, we would have been sent away long ago. Captain Chuan Du also nodded. The meteor that just fell from the sky, we saw it very clearly. He looked toward the distant sky. That was not an exam at all. It was a slaughterhouse. The blue-robed woman from the capital city, with a cool and aloof temperament, stepped forward, her voice cold. If that's the case, why don't we join forces? Let's first eliminate that wild card from the East Province. Let's have a fair fight afterwards. Guo immediately closed his fan and patted his thigh. Agreed. I raised both hands in approval. I am a man who loves peace the most and do not want to fight and kill. But if we don't deal with that demon king, we will all be out. The team from Magic City is willing to join forces. The captain from Chuan City chuckled softly, his gaze appraising the young man in silver armor. For the sake of this handsome young brother from Imperial City, Chuan Du also joined. The silver-armored youth then realized that the 5 burly men from Chuan Du had been staring at him the whole time, a chill running down his back, and he instinctively took half a step back. Deep in the jungle, the team led by the masked man had grown from 6 to more than 20. They moved in unison, advancing silently like an army of death, approaching their next target. In the live streaming room, the host Wei Zheng stared at the map. Everyone, look at the top left corner. The 6 teams from Xishan Province, Yunming Province, Beha Province, and others are gathered together, but there's no fighting. There is only one possibility. Lin Shi responded. They have allied. Wei Zheng nodded. There have been alliances in previous years, but never this many. That mage from Dongning Province is too strong and has become the focus of everyone's attacks. To achieve results, he must be eliminated first. Lin Shi then pointed to the lower right corner. There's activity over there too. The teams from the Imperial Capital, Demon City, and River City are also joining forces. The Imperial Capital has 2 S-level geniuses. Demon City has that crosstalk master, and the River City captain is also S-level. Wei Zheng's voice grew louder. In other words, All the S-level professionals this year have come together. 4 S-levels joining forces to besiege the great demon king of Dongning province. This is really about to blow up. In the bedroom, Zhou Huai stared at the TV screen, a slight smile on his lips. Alliance. Exactly to his liking. To save him the trouble of finding them one by one, wasting time and effort. One sweep, straightforward and decisive. The few teams in the upper left corner have many people, but mostly they are small fry, not worth mentioning. What needs to be dealt with now is the S-level Revenge Alliance, formed by Moto, Dido, and Chuando. 1 against 4. Just thinking about it is exciting. As long as they are dealt with, the others will be just a matter of time. With determination, Zhou Huai closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly shifting to Gandalf. In the jungle, Zhou Huai opened his eyes, looking at Yi Shi, Shin Fuhai, and Yuan Kai. From now on, I can't take care of you all. His tone was calm. When the fight breaks out, don't worry about me. Just protect yourselves first. It's okay even if you're eliminated. The championship, I will bring it back for Dongning province. The three's expressions tensed up, nodding in unison. Yi Shi clenched her small fists. Don't worry, boss. We will never be a drag. Zhou Huai couldn't help but smile when he saw her serious look. This girl is so lovable wherever she is. He dared not look any longer and turned to stride towards the direction of the 3 teams. Action. Dongning province has made a move. The host Wei Zheng's voice exploded again. He's heading straight for the allied forces of the imperial capital, Demon City, and Sichuan City, taking the initiative to confront the 4 major S-levels. How does he always manage to pinpoint the opponent's location so accurately? It's like he has GPS. Female host Lin Shi excitedly slammed the table. None of that matters. The main event is coming. Director, switch to live scene. The live stream chat exploded with comments, almost covering the screen. It's explosive. The Great Demon King vs 4S class. The ultimate showdown of the year. Finally here. This national exam session is legendary. Don't run away. I've already taken screenshots. The scene shifts, focusing on the 3 capitals' allied forces. In the jungle, a scout runs back, face full of tension. He's coming. That mage is heading towards us. In the Imperial Capital team, Chen Feng, wearing silver light armor, sneers. Just in time. We haven't gone looking for him, but he came to us himself. I'd like to see just how good he is at fighting. Beside them, Lu Jia wore a water blue robe, her expression cold and slightly frowning. Don't underestimate him. Let's decide on the strategy first. Chen Feng nodded, putting away his arrogance. Understood. The captain of Chuandu, carrying a giant shield, spoke loudly. What are we still discussing? If the 4 of us S-ranks still can't take him down, we might as well just forfeit the competition. The chubby guy Guoda from the Magic City shook his fan and came closer. I'll control him first. You all focus your firepower. As long as the mage falls, the remaining 3 won't stand a chance. Everyone nodded. This plan is the safest. Soon, Guoda led the Magic City team to sneak into the bushes. The Imperial capital and the Sichuan capital stayed behind, confronting the enemy head-on. After a moment, a figure emerged from the forest. It was Gandalf. Chen Feng stared at him, war spirit surging. So you're the legendary Dark Lord? You don't look all that impressive. The Sichuan captain immediately retorted. Nonsense, he's obviously very handsome. He looked at Gandalf with admiration on his face. I'm about to betray my own side. Lu Jia helplessly rubbed her forehead. Stop joking. Zhou Huai looked at the 3 of them, his expression calm. He glanced around. What about that little chubby? Aren't they with you guys? Chen Feng snorted coldly. The 3 of us are enough to deal with you. Gandalf was too lazy to waste words. All right then. He raised the core of flame burst, the crystal stone glowing with a dazzling light. Terrifying magical power surged around him. At that moment, wait. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the grass. It was Guoda. He shook his fan and shouted with full energy. Today, I'll perform a comedic dialogue for everyone. I'm the straight man, Guoda. Gandalf was about to cast a spell when he was suddenly interrupted, his body stiffening as he paused for 2 seconds. I am the straight man. Gandalf, now's the time. Chen Feng let out a fierce shout, his spear trembling violently as its shadow exploded, like a dragon emerging from the sea, directly targeting Gandalf. Lu Jie was already fully prepared. Frostbind. Frosty vines burst through the ground, tightly wrapping around Gandalf's arms and legs, pinning him in place. The captain of Chuandu threw a giant shield into the air, which instantly expanded and, carrying a shadow, slammed down hard. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and arrows erupted simultaneously. Dozens of attacks poured down, completely overwhelming Gandalf. The roar shook the earth, and the ground was blown into a deep pit. As the smoke and dust cleared, Gandalf lay at the bottom of the pit, his robe tattered, barely breathing. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? Before he finished speaking, Gandalf in the pit suddenly curled his lips into a smile. His body gradually became transparent, dissipating into starlight. Lu Jie's face changed abruptly. It's an illusion. A heavy feeling fell over everyone's hearts. The desperate concentrated fire just now all hit the decoy. Guoda's face went pale. He knew better than anyone what this meant. In the next moment, a terrifying power pressed down from the sky. A series of dull sounds of people collapsing to the ground followed. Except for the 3 S-level professionals, all other examinees were crushed to the ground, unable to even scream. Chen Feng supported himself on his spear, his knees trembling, bones creaking, almost being crushed. Lu Jie's whole body was overwhelmed by a cold chill, barely standing, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. The captain of the Chuandu team's sturdy body was also trembling, his teeth clenched and grinding noisily. This force was absurdly heavy. Guoda was pressed down onto one knee, his face flushed bright red. That overwhelming pressure that made even lifting a finger impossible returned. Unhurried footsteps came from the jungle. Everyone strained to look up. Zhou Huai emerged wearing the star and moon robe, unscathed and calm. The explosion earlier seemed to have nothing to do with him. He stood before Guoda, looking down from above. The same trick. Do you think I would still fall for it? He had long since had A-level illusionist Xin Fuhai set up the illusion. It turned out that these people simply couldn't see through it. Zhou Huai raised the core of the fire explosion, and the crystal stone lit up again. Game over. A ruthless gleam flashed in Guoda's eyes, and he wanted to interrupt again. But he had just uttered a word. A silver figure suddenly crashed into him. Yuan Kai punched him in the face. You're always talking nonsense. The punches rained down like raindrops. Guoda was beaten dizzy, unable to speak clearly. I won't talk anymore. I won't talk anymore. The sky suddenly darkened. 5 meteors burning with eerie green flames tore through the clouds. Chen Feng and Lu Jie struggled to move, but it was like being trapped in mud. The others were even more crushed, unable to move. This was the true Demon King. Even 4 S-levels working together couldn't stop it. As the meteors approached, only despair remained on everyone's faces. Roar! The captain of Chuandu shouted angrily, his clothes instantly shattered, muscles bulging, veins coiling around him like snakes. He suddenly threw the giant shield into the air. The shield swelled up against the wind, transforming into a massive barrier that blocked above everyone's heads. With a loud boom, the ground trembled. The meteor was blocked, but the eerie green flames clung tightly to the shield's surface, burning and corroding fiercely. By the time the giant shield landed, it was pockmarked and uneven, with flames still burning. The captain's face was pale, his heart bleeding. This epic-level giant shield was just ruined like that. Without it, his strength was directly halved. Fortunately, the terrifying gravity dissipated along with it, and everyone could finally move. Kill! Chen Feng rushed out immediately, his figure like lightning, the spear transforming into a dense shadow of spears, wildly pressing toward Gandalf. Zhou Huai sneered coldly and casually raised an arcane shield. All the spear shadows hit the shield. Damage numbers kept popping up, but only scraped off a little value. With a 150,000 shield, this amount of attack was not impressive at all. Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. The others followed with full output, skills smashing down frantically, barely managing to take down 1/3. The next second, Gandalf raised his hand, and the shield instantly refilled. Chen Feng's pupils contracted, almost losing control. In the distance, Lu Jie's face was pale. At this moment, they finally understood that the great Demon King was no exaggeration. With a casual move, the opponent turned their desperate attack into a joke. And they In front of him were nothing more than buffoonish clowns. The live streaming chat exploded completely. I declare he is my idol. This power is just ridiculous. The attacks are like scraping therapy. The shield recovers instantly. How can this be played? Completely unbeatable. Gandalf was fighting fiercely on his side. But Yi Shi, Yuan Kai, and Shin Fuhai were being pressed so hard they could barely breathe. After Guo Dao recovered, he led people to relentlessly attack Yuan Kai. Yi Shi and Shin Fuhai were surrounded by 3 people and were on the verge of collapse at any moment. Zhou Huai no longer hesitated. He raised his staff, ready to unleash the forbidden spell, Thousand-Mile Ice Seal. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. He didn't even see clearly how the other party moved. A hand wrapped in black energy with sharp nails had already struck the arcane barrier. Bang! Minus 38,291. The exaggerated damage numbers explode directly. Zhou Huai felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The next second, he was sent flying. With a boom, Gandalf only stopped after crashing heavily into the ancient tree. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped and looked at the figure who suddenly appeared. That person was wearing a terrifying demon mask. A cold, sinister laugh came from beneath the mask. He looked at Gandalf, his tone grim. "Little guy, these people are my prey. I won't allow you to touch them." The air felt like it froze. The big boss who had just swept the whole arena was sent flying with a single move. The masked man tilted his head, staring at Gandalf, who stood up again. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with excitement. "Being able to take a hit from me and still stand. Your strength is greater than I thought." "Very good. This is how it becomes interesting." Zhou Huai remained silent, his brows tightly furrowed. This ghost-faced man is extremely dangerous. He said these people are his prey. So what exactly does he want to do? Official live broadcast room for the national exam. Host Wei Jing opened his mouth, and it took him a long moment to find his voice again. What did I just see? I originally thought the 3 capitals' allied army would be wiped out in one sweep by the great Demon King. Who knew a fierce player would suddenly appear halfway through? The female host Lin, she's eyes gleamed. This masked candidate is so mysterious. I don't even know which province he's from. This year's national exam is really full of experts, getting more and more exciting. The moment of silence was instantly broken by an explosion of comments. Whoa, there are more people. Twist after twist, this year's national exam is even better than a movie. So thrilling. From now on, I'll watch the national exam like the Spring Festival Gala. Masked Guy's presence is overwhelming, still so handsome even without seeing his face. Demon King versus Demon King. Fight quickly. Imperial Capital, National Exam Command Center. Zhang Donglai stared at the figure with the ghost-faced mask on the projection screen, his brows tightly furrowed. Something's off. He immediately saw that there was something wrong with this person. Check. His voice was deep. Pull up all his information immediately. The assistant rapidly typed on the keyboard. A few seconds later, he looked up, his face pale. "General, no information found. His name is not on the list of candidates from any province. He seems to have appeared out of thin air." Zhang Donglai's face instantly darkened. On Triple Island, Chen Feng, clad in silver armor, saw Gandalf falter and thought reinforcements had arrived. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, let's go together. Let's take down this big Demon King first." The masked man slowly turned to look at him. Without speaking, only a low laugh was emitted. The laughter was cold and harsh. Chen Feng felt a sudden tightening in his heart. This person was not right. Lu Jia also sensed something was off and quietly warned, "Be careful, he's trouble." The next second, the masked man moved. A shadow flickered and lunged straight at Chen Feng. The target was not Gandalf at all. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively raising his gun to block. Clang! A black energy-wrapped palm struck the spear, sparking everywhere. A tremendous force exploded along the spear shaft. Chen Feng's tiger mouth went numb, his whole body shaken back several steps. He had just regained his footing when that ghostly shadow closed in again. The masked man's movements were strange, circling him like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't rush to attack, only stared at Chen Feng, as if selecting prey. Chen Feng was both angry and panicked. His spear wildly swung, yet he could never push the opponent away. Every shot missed, as if hitting the air. Too slow. A hoarse voice sounded close to his ear. In the next moment, the masked man was by his side, pressing a palm against his chest. Chen Feng's whole body stiffened, his eyes quickly losing their luster. The anger faded away, leaving only emptiness. Then, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The masked man nodded and chuckled softly. Finally found an S rank. Chen Feng, what's wrong? The teammate shouted urgently. Chen Feng slowly turned around, smiling sinisterly. I'm fine, never been better. After speaking, he pivoted the gun barrel sharply, stabbing fiercely at his own people. Are you crazy? The teammate hurriedly blocked. Chen Feng kept sneering wickedly, each shot deadly. He's lost control. Guoda shouted in alarm. Lu Jie's face turned pale, and she immediately raised her staff. Frostbind. The ice vines burst from the ground, but were shattered by the masked man with a single tremor. He instantly closed in on Lu Jie, his cold hand landing on her shoulder. Her body stiffened, and her eyes gradually grew vacant. After a moment, she also showed the same smile. She turned to face the Chuandu team. Your turn. A massive frost bear thundered out, charging straight toward the Chuandu position. The sudden turn of events sent chills down the spines of all the surviving candidates. Who exactly is this masked man? What kind of monster is he? Guoda, unable to think of anything else, desperately reached out and shouted at the masked man. Before he could finish speaking, a suffocating sensation suddenly gripped his throat. His internal energy was instantly drained, pouring out like a breached dam. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fear was written all over his face. This guy is even more terrifying than the great Demon King. He couldn't even manage to cast his own skill. The atmosphere was tense in the National Exam Command Center. 3 more generals came up beside Zhang Donglai. On the light screen, the masked man's methods were extremely strange. The one-eyed old man stared intently at the screen, his voice cold. This aura, there was no mistake. He was from the Dawn Guild. An S-class profession sole controller, Zhou Daolin. Wanted number 0102, level 65. The one on Triple Island is not the original body. He attached his soul to a student. Even if his power is suppressed, these students cannot stop him. Zhang Donglai slammed his fist on the table. The Dawn Guild is getting bolder and bolder, daring to interfere with the national exam. He ordered the exam to be stopped immediately and the teleportation array to be activated to rescue them. The assistant's face turned pale. All teleportation arrays have just malfunctioned. The space outside Sansuan Island has been disturbed by people. The Formation Master is making emergency repairs. It will take at least half an hour. No way. Zhang Donglai refused outright. Half an hour is too long. He glanced over the 3 military colleagues. Give me a hand. We will forcibly tear open the spatial rift, and I will go in personally. The one-eyed old man's face changed abruptly, and he hurriedly shook his head. Old Zhang, are you crazy? The spatial rift is unstable. If you force your way in, you could die at any moment. Zhang Dong no longer said anything. I can't worry about that. If we're even a step late, those children will be taken away by the Dawn Guild. His voice was hoarse. By then, how will we explain this to the whole country? How will we face the families? There's also an SS level inside. That's the future of Daxia. I have to take this risk. The 3 generals were silent for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. The 4 of them raised their hands simultaneously, palms facing each other. Energy wildly converged, and the command center began to distort violently. Open! Zhang Donglai shouted angrily. The force suddenly surged forward. With a crackling sound, a pitch-black tear was ripped open in space. The rift was bottomless, turbulent currents swirling. Without hesitation, Zhang Donglai stepped in. In the chaos, there was no light, no sound. Only the turbulence that tore everything apart. He gripped the indicator board tightly, the pointer trembling wildly, pointing towards Triple Island. He summoned all his strength, transforming into a streak of light and rushing forward. Suddenly, a pink thread cut through the air. Alarm bells rang loudly in his mind as he swiftly turned aside. The thread brushed past his cheek, drawing blood. General Zhang, I hope you are well. A voice, indistinguishable male or female, echoed in the darkness. Zhang Donglai stopped, staring coldly. In the void ahead, a figure floated silently. The person wore a pink robe, long hair flowing down to the waist, with a face so exquisitely strange it was almost eerie, and a tear mole at the corner of the eye. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but a charming smile played at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Donglai's face turned ashen. Mohen. He gritted his teeth and growled. Had you already predicted we'd pass through chaotic space, and were waiting here? The Dawn Guild really is crazy. Mohan covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Are you crazy? I've been thinking about this idea for a long time. Isn't it very clever? Zhang Donglai's anger exploded. You madman. Back then I pleaded for you, and now I realize I was blind. Mohan's smile suddenly turned cold, with madness left only in his eyes. General Zhang, you are too old-fashioned. The ones who can save Da Xiao are us. Pink energy surged around him. Not stubborn old fools like you. Zhang Donglai no longer spoke and transformed into a golden light shooting straight upward. The ink figure dispersed, turning into countless pink butterflies that vanished. Want to get past? Then play with me first. The golden light and pink butterflies collided in the chaos, energy surging, the void trembling. At the same time, the National Exam live broadcast room fell into complete silence. The host stared at the screen, unable to speak. More and more candidates suddenly went mad, attacking their companions. Then quickly stopped again. They turned around in unison, wearing the same sinister smile. Their eyes all fixed on the Dongning provincial team. The barrage exploded. What on earth is going on, Da? There's a problem with the national exam, Da. The next second, the screen flickered with static, completely blacked out. Inside Triple Island, Yi Shi, Yuan Kai, and Shin Fuhai hurriedly retreated behind Gandalf. Yi Shi's voice trembled. This guy is too strange. It seems like he has controlled the others. Zhou Huai cast a glance at those vacant-eyed candidates, his face darkening. Find a place to hide well. Leave the rest to me. The three of them nodded firmly and turned to run into the forest. They definitely didn't want to become puppets of the masked man. Only Gandalf and the grimacing masked man remained on the field. Behind him was that silent puppet army. The masked man strolled slowly up to Zhou Huai, smiling sinisterly. Do you know why I came to you last? Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, looking at him coldly. Because. The masked man raised his hand, pointing to the people behind him. Together, they aren't worth as much as you. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhuo. On behalf of the Dawn Guild, I am here to invite you to join. Zhou Huai's expression darkened. Dawn Guild. They would do anything to snatch talent. Back then, Yasuo was pushed to suicide by them. Didn't expect they also have people in the national exam. This is simply crazy, Zhuo continued. Talking to you for so long is giving you a chance. If you obediently come with me, I can let them go. Zhou Huai laughed. Gandalf looked up at him, as if looking at a joke. What do they have to do with me? Why should I risk myself for them? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his staff. Magical power crazily converged, directly targeting the group of controlled examinees. Meteoric fire rain was about to fall at any moment. Zhuo did not stop them, only spoke calmly. I advise you not to act impulsively. This instance will forcefully teleport you once the HP drops to 0. Do you intend to save them using this method? He shook his head. Unfortunately, I have already taken control of their souls. Even if they are teleported out, upon waking they will only become fools. Want to give it a try? Zhou Huai's staff suddenly stopped. The formed spell gradually dissipated. Zhuo laughed even more wildly. It seems. You're not as cold-blooded as you said yourself.